Chapter 1 Cyber Godly Hero System. Red Romantic Massage Parlor. The heavily made up and revealingly dressed technician lady embraced her knees and sat quietly at the head of the bed. She scanned and sized up the strange man in front of her with a puzzled and curious face, quite different from the other monkey customers. He had been sitting at the end of the bed silently smoking a stifling cigarette from the time he had negotiated the price until now, burying his head. He didn't speak either. The technician lady, who couldn't stand the oppressive atmosphere, opened her mouth and asked, "First time?" Although Chen Taixu did not look up at her, he still nodded in response. The corner of the technician's young lady's mouth rose slightly as she helped him with his mental construction. "Don't be shy. Don't be nervous either. My sister's skills are known far and wide, so I'll make sure that you'll be floating in ecstasy." Chen Taixu didn't say anything, just took a sharp drag on his cigarette. The small room that was pouring with dark red lights full of desire and temptation once again fell into a deathly silence. One could even clearly hear the cigarettes burning, as well as the sound of the clock ticking and turning. The lady technician looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. Out of professional morals and ethics, she felt the need to remind this junior handsome, the negotiated $300 for 40 minutes, but now there are only 5 minutes left. "Are you whole or not?" Chen Taixu slowly raised his head, and only then did the technician lady see his appearance. He wasn't ugly, but he wasn't handsome either. He was very ordinary, a popular type that didn't stand out when thrown into the crowd. The only thing that attracted attention was the disheveled and exhausted look on his face, as well as the lurid bloodshot lines covering his eyes, only to see him reveal a mesmerizing confidence that he didn't know where it came from. His voice was low and hoarse. "There's no rush. I'll let you know what I'm capable of when there's 2 minutes left later." Throwing away the cigarette but in his hand, he began to take off his shirt and pants, when after fading all, in his heart, he secretly laughed to himself. "Old buddy, it's been hard on you, only letting you eat meat back before you die. I swear, I will never be a licking dog in my next life." Seeing that he had faded his clothes, the technician lady also made preparations and generously lay down. Chen Taixu took a deep breath, and then lunged at her like a jackal and tiger. But just in the nick of time, his body suddenly stiffened, his bloodshot pupils were infinitely dilated, and an agonizing cry of misery escaped from his throat. In the next second, it was as if he had suddenly been drained of all his vitality, and he flopped down onto the technical young lady. The young lady's face showed the color of extreme contempt and disdain, and her heart was also slandering. Looking at the young age, I didn't think that it was another loser who had already finished before he even started. Feeling greatly disappointed, she reached out in a bad mood and pushed Chen Taixu, who was pressed on her body like a dead pig. Seeing that he didn't respond, she only had to impatiently urge, "Get up and move away as soon as you're done. Don't delay me from picking up the customers." But Chen Taixu, who was lying down on top of her, still didn't have any reaction. Exasperated, the young lady clenched her teeth and used all her strength to try to lift him off. What she didn't expect was that this lift, unexpectedly, directly tipped him over under the bed. She also seemed to realize that something was wrong, and hurriedly rolled over and got out of bed to check, only to see Chen Taixu lying on the ground with his eyes tightly closed, not moving at all. The young lady reached out and shook his body while eagerly shouting, "Handsome, handsome, wake up, what's wrong with you?" However, there was still no response. At this time, the technician lady was scared and panicked. She couldn't help but swallow hard, stretching out her trembling fingers, carefully coming under his nose, trying to detect his nostrils. In the next second, a panicked scream suddenly rang out from the massage parlor. "Ah, someone, dead man, ah." Chen Taixu never dreamed that he had not been able to let his good brother enjoy a blessing until his death. He regret in order to lick a few female anchors, he borrowed loan sharks, borrowed online loans, and even went so far as to embezzle public funds. But in the end, not only did he lose everything, but he also ruined himself completely. He is not qualified to resent anyone. All the mistakes are also caused by their own hands. Who made him completely lose himself in the sound of a big brother? Moreover, he was prepared to end his life of sin today. Originally thought of dying with only $300. Remove the title of the first brother, to end the regret. But he died suddenly without even being able to fulfill his last wish, more or less still a little bit unwilling. If I could do it all over again. The sharp pain in his head made Chen Taixu wake up from his slumber. He opened his hazy eyes and what came into his eyes was a white world. As his vision continued to clear, he realized with a start that he was actually in a hospital, lying on a hospital bed. What's going on? Being resuscitated? While he was wondering, countless information suddenly flooded into his mind, and he felt like his head was about to explode. After a storm of information, his eyes cleared and brightened. He also finally understood what was going on. Sudden death was indeed sudden death, and it wasn't resuscitated. He was reborn as a soul wearer, crossing over to this parallel world called Blue Star, an orphan with the same name as him. The excitement and joy of being reborn instantly flooded his heart. He was glad that the heavens had actually given him a chance to start over again. Chen Taixu clenched his fists. He secretly swore that he would never be a licking dog again in this life, and would never touch the internet again straight. However, before he could finish swearing, a mechanical and hard electronic sound suddenly resounded in his head. Ding! Cyber Divine Hero System activated. In the process of binding, 10%, 20%, 30%. Chen Taixu was first stunned, followed by a burst of great joy. Sure enough, those who cross over and are reborn all have the necessary welfare golden fingers. Internet literature honestly does not deceive me. Cyber Divine Hero System? As the name suggests, it doesn't seem to be very difficult to understand. Chen Taixu took a deep breath and secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, it's good that the oath just now was not finished, otherwise wouldn't his face be rubbed on the ground? Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Cyber Divine Hero System is bound successfully. Chen Taixu, who had 10 years of experience in reading internet literature, was naturally no stranger to the system. With a thought, Unity-san, can you hear me? In fact, he wasn't too sure. He just thought to give it a try. After all, he was also a novice. Well, the experience accumulated in net literature was only on paper. What do you say? Ha, you can really communicate directly in your head? Ha, not bad, not bad. However, this Tunchan seems to have quite a personality. Just when he wanted to communicate further with Tuzi, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. Only then did Chen Taixu notice that he was staying in a luxurious VIP ward suite. Hurriedly searching his memory and his mind, he also figured out why he was lying here. Chapter 2: Sexy and Charming Young Woman. All his savings together did not exceed 5 figures. The reason why he was able to stay in such a luxurious presidential class ward was solely because of the unmitigated disaster he suffered. Riding an electric bike slowly and leisurely traveling on the road home. How could he not expect an out-of-control Maserati to suddenly crash over? That's right, it was a sudden car accident that created his current situation. Pushing the door in was a woman wearing an ink cheongsam. It was a young woman of about 30 years old. The slim-fitting cheongsam displayed her marvelously sexy, concave and convex body curves to the fullest. The flesh-colored socks with a pair of long white legs were simply superb. The fine high heels on her feet make elegance and aura coexist perfectly, and at the same time add a mature and sexy flavor to her. The chestnut-colored wavy curls and the flaming red lips portrayed her flirtatious temperament to the extreme. Especially her pair of peach blossom eyes, seems to be able to seduce people's soul in general, so that people cannot help but sink into it. Charming but not demonic, colorful but not vulgar. Her flirtatious sexiness was natural, without any trace of artifice. If the memory that Chen Taixu accepted was not biased, it should be the predecessor that she drove into. Speaking of which, one still had to thank her. If it wasn't for her, I'm afraid he wouldn't have had the chance to cross over and be reborn. While he was observing the woman of course noticed him as well. The woman walked quickly to the hospital bed, and it was obvious that she could feel her sigh of relief. You finally woke up? What a fright! Her voice was full of seductive magnetism, and it was very melodious. Chen Taixu opened his mouth and asked, how long have I been unconscious? 3 days, 3 whole days. I thought you wouldn't be able to wake up. Do you know how worried I've been these past few days? If it wasn't for Chen Taixu's unexpected arrival, the predecessor indeed wouldn't have woken up. The woman explained again. The doctor said that you suffered a severe concussion to the head. Whether you can wake up or not can only depend on fate. Chen Taixu smiled faintly. It seems like I should be quite fortunate. The woman also guffawed and chimed in. My fortune doesn't seem too bad either. He was able to wake up. So naturally, everyone was happy. How are you feeling now? Not too bad. There shouldn't be any serious problems. Wait, I'll call the doctor right away. After several experts' diagnostic checks, Chen Taixu really didn't have any problems anymore except for the external injuries on his body. However, in order to prevent accidents, he still had to stay in the hospital for a few days for observation. Am I not clear about my own body? Moreover, the doctor has also checked it and said that it's fine, so I don't think there's a need for further observation, right? Chen Taixu didn't want to continue staying in the hospital now. No way. The woman rejected him directly without hesitation. Seeing that her attitude was so resolute, Chen Taixu could only lie and make excuses. No, big sister. I really need to be discharged from the hospital, or else I'll lose my job. You mean the job as a chef in a restaurant? Chen Taixu nodded. The predecessor was indeed working as a chef in a restaurant. Oh, I forgot to tell you. When you were in a coma, the owner of the restaurant called you, and I answered it for you. Chen Taixu raised his eyebrows, having a not-so-good feeling. Your boss spoke in an unpleasant tone and accent, so I scolded him and helped you fire him. I didn't see that you're still a violent person. Ha, but you're as violent as you are. Don't make fun of my job. The woman seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked at him angrily, questioning with a huff. Who are you calling big sister? Her reaction was really slow. Chen Taixu was just the steeliest of straight men. He also knew the seriousness of women when it came to this issue. Not daring to argue, he hurriedly apologized. Sorry for the slip of the tongue, but what should I call you? The woman stretched out her hand and smiled charmingly. Su Qingyan. Chen Taixu bent his head to look at his casted hand, then looked at her in a very speechless manner. When the four eyes met, Su Qingyan was embarrassed at that moment. Embarrassed with an awkward smile, she busily said, sorry. Suddenly forgot. Chen Taixu always felt that she was quite confused. Compared to her face value, it didn't match at all. I've seen the ID card in your wallet. Your name is Chen Taixu, right? Aha. It does look quite vain. Chen Taixu blankly glanced at her without any good humor. Come on. This Taixu of mine means the original beginning of all things. Not the body is too vain. Okay? Su Qingyan didn't dwell on it. Instead she digressed and said, I'm the one who caused you to lose your job. Why don't you come and work for me as an assistant? Chen Taixu frowned. When he worked as a chef, he was provided with food and accommodation. Now that his job was gone, his accommodation was naturally gone as well. It was possible that the black-hearted boss, by now, had thrown all of his things into the trash. So now he had, seemingly, nothing left. But it didn't matter. The predecessor was an orphan just like him in his previous life. One person can eat and the whole family won't go hungry. What's more, now there is still the Unity Sun beside him. All problems are no longer a problem. Let's talk about work. But can I trouble you to help me find a place to settle down first? In the big city of Mordor, the rent for an apartment was a considerable expense. The key was that the few balances in his card were only enough for food. If, however, she could help herself with the accommodation problem, that would be great. Su Qingyan patted his developed chest and swore with conviction. No problem. A small matter. I'll take care of it. Kiku. An untimely sound suddenly rang out. The four eyes were once again facing each other. Su Qingyan snorted, revealing a charming and moving smile. I'm sorry, my fault. Bear with me for a bit longer. I'm going to buy you dinner. After saying that, twisting her sexy waist, she hurriedly left. As of now, Su Qingyan gave him a pretty good feeling. People are beautiful and kind-hearted, occasionally a little confused, and also very responsible. As soon as she left, Chen Taixu had the time to continue communicating with Unity Sun in depth. Unity Z, is it still there? Host, don't worry, even if you're not there anymore, this system is still there. This dog system, is it possible that it has taken gunpowder and speaks so exasperatingly? Come on, show. This network god and hero system is committed to making the host the first myth of the whole network, the first hero of all the people. But before that, in order to test whether the host can take up the heavy responsibility of this system, the host needs to pass the assessment of this system. What test? This system will provide the host with 200 million do coins. If the host squanders it all within a week, the test will be passed, and vice versa, the test will be failed. After analyzing based on 10 or so years of online writing experience, Chen Taixu tentatively asked, what reward is there for passing, and what's the punishment for failure? Chapter 3 System Welfare Examination. Passed. This system can officially open the god-making program. Fail. Host dies. This book is finished. Author pounces. ********. Chen Taixu couldn't help but blurt out a nationalist phrase off the top of his head. Taking a deep breath, he sank his heart and pondered. Although the parallel world's Douyin platform was different from the previous world's Jitterbug, the difference was not that big. The exchange ratio of RMB and Douyin were both the same. 1:10. That is to say that 1 renminbi could be exchanged for 10 dujins. 200 million dujins seemed like a lot, but it was indeed a lot. Are you kidding me? This was 20 million renminbi. Could it not be a lot? But if you simply want to brush it all off, it's too easy. Don't you just have your hands full? Earn 20 million maybe not in a lifetime, but want to spend 20 million? Is not a minute? Where else would it take a week? Extra. Isn't Unicorn clearly giving away benefits? Chen Taixu smiled smugly, so he would nonchalantly accept it himself. Moreover, he had a bold idea. However, he also realized something and once again asked tentatively, there should be some other condition restrictions, right? Bingo, guessed correctly, but unfortunately there's no reward. Host, do you take this system to be an idiot retard? You want to pour your left hand into your right hand and think of farts to eat? Chen Taixu returned in a good-natured manner. I know it definitely won't work, but I'm still not allowed to think about it? Assessment Note 1, the bucket coins provided by this system can only be used for reward consumption. Prohibiting all forms of trading. Prohibiting various means ways of cashing out. Prohibiting. Crackling said a whole lot. In short, this 200 million bucks can only be taken to squander consumption. Want to brush to yourself? Not afraid of death despite dry? Chen Taixu asked rather dejectedly. so I can only strike hard in the network? Aren't I still an obedient little chicken in reality? The host doesn't need to be anxious. There will naturally be a surprise once he passes the test and the god-making program is officially launched. Ha! Chen Taixu instantly felt like he could do it again. He suddenly thought of something else, and his heart instantly rose to his throat. Very nervously, he asked, Tuzi, this money of yours, is it from a clean source? Will there be problems? Please rest assured, host. All monetary money provided by this system is compliant and legal, and can stand up to any channel's verification. Hearing the assurance of the unified sun, Chen Taixu's hanging heart fell solidly. Wait, Chen Taixu only now realized that he had overlooked the most crucial thing. I don't seem to have a Douyin number yet. Panic my ass. This system has already prepared it for you. Although Unity Sun's words were irritating, but the matter was done very firmly. There was absolutely no need to worry about it. Just after communicating with Tongzi, the door of the hospital room was pushed open again. Carrying a packing box, Su Chengyan stepped on her high heels and walked towards the bedside. Putting down the packed meal, she rocked the hospital bed up again. I don't know what you like to eat, so I just packed a few random meals. Chen Taixu smiled back. It's fine. I'm not a picky eater. The meals were sumptuous. Tiger skin chicken claws, braised sheep's hooves, soybean roasted pig's hands, and mom's hoof soup. Good guy, all related to hooves. Su Qingyan flirtatiously ruffled her hair and said with a charming smile, as the saying goes, what you eat makes up for what you eat. You need to eat more of these now. Chen Taixu's other parts were all intact and problem-free now, except for his fractured right hand which was in a cast, and some scrapes on his body. Seeing that he tried several times to pick vegetables with his clumsy left hand to no avail, Su Qingyan heartlessly laughed out loud. I'll feed you. This is not good, right? Su Qingyan flavorfully blanked him and pouted. Don't think too much. I'm the one who caused you to be like this. It's naturally appropriate for me to take care of you. After saying that, Su Qingyan sat on her butt on the edge of the bed, then began to feed him. The movements were rough and rusty, so I guess she wasn't a master of taking care of people. I forgot to ask, how did your car suddenly lose control that day and crash into me? Su Qingyan's feeding motion was obviously given a start. Oh, the brake system malfunctioned. Chen Taixu could see her perfunctory attitude. However, since she didn't want to talk about it, he naturally wouldn't get to the bottom of it. Anyway, he made sure that Su Qingyan didn't hit herself on purpose. After hastily finishing her lunch, Su Qingyan grabbed her limited edition satchel and was ready to leave. I still have some things to take care of in the afternoon, so rest assured that you are recuperating. I will come back to see you in the evening. Wait, Chen Taixu called out to her. Why? Is there anything else? I want to ask. Where's my cell phone and wallet? Oh, Su Chengyan chagrined and patted her head. If you don't mention it, I've messed up and forgotten again. After saying that, she opened her satchel and took out a brand new cell phone from it, as well as a wallet. Your cell phone screen was broken. I replaced it with a new one for you, and the original phone card was also loaded in for you. I saw that your wallet had lost its paint and skin, so I also bought you a new one, and your ID card and everything else is in it. Chen Taixu, thank you. You're welcome, as long as you like it. Seeing her delicate back leaving the ward, Chen Taixu then looked at the wallet and cell phone in his hand. The wallet was from LV, definitely not fake or parallel goods. The cell phone was also the latest model. He opened his wallet and took out his ID card to look at it. This look really put him startled. Good guy. I did not expect himself actually look quite handsome. Even the ID photo is so handsome. Then the person is not even more beautiful? In addition to the ID card in the wallet, there is a bank card and an ancient gold coin that is round on the outside and square on the inside. He took out the gold coin and played with it for a while, remembering that this gold coin should be related to his predecessor's life, but it didn't seem to be of much use to him now. After stuffing it back into his wallet, he picked up his cell phone again. The contacts in the address book were pitifully few, with the exception of the restaurant's owner's co-workers. It showed how small the predecessor's social circle was. It was a good thing for him in turn. Without hesitation, deleted them all. Connecting to the Wi-Fi of the VIP suite, he started to download the commonly used applications. Not to mention, the hospital's Wi-Fi network speed was quite fast. In a short while, the commonly used apps were installed. Log into WeChat and delete the few friends who are not your friends. Then came the main event. Click on the Douyin app and log into the account provided by Tunsun. He thought that the account prepared by Unity Sun was so powerful, but it turned out to be just an account registered with his cell phone number and real name. Tapping on the wallet again. On the Douyin account inside the total assets, there were 200 million lying quietly. Not a penny more, not a penny less. Looking at the long string of zeros behind the two, Chen Taixu suddenly shook his head. He remembered his previous life, emptying out his online loans, borrowing from all the loan sharks, and embezzling all the public money, just for these virtual online currencies. But now, there was absolutely no need to think about how to recharge. Instead, he had to think about how to spend it all as soon as possible. Fate is so marvelous. Chapter 4 Lurking in the live room to eat melon. After checking the Douyin account, Chen Taixu did not directly open the manga, but while searching for memories to deeply understand the Douyin platform. Do not search, do not know. A search startled. The Blue Star's Douyin platform is a product of the times that was developed by whoever developed it, but it is unknown, as if it appeared out of thin air. Unknown? How dare you believe that? What made Chen Taixu feel even more unimaginable was that the fighting sound platform was incredibly prevalent and popular in every country around the world, as if there was a black hand behind the scenes. Moreover, Douyin was not operated by private individuals, but was directly controlled by the officials in every country. Blue Star's Douyin is divided into 7 major sections, respectively: Asia section, Africa section, Europe section, South America section, North America section, Antarctica section and Oceania section. Each section is divided into different regions by country. For example, the Asian section of the Douyin is divided into the Zuxia department, Sakura country department, Kimchi country department, and Chen Taixu is now entering the Asian section of the Zuxia department. Registering for a Douyin account requires real name authentication, and then based on the authenticated identity information, the system automatically divides the section into regions, and you are divided into which section area Douyin will be pushed directly into the department, never will appear in other areas. Of course, now Douyin has not opened the cross-region function for the time being. According to gossip, in the near future, the Douyin platform will gradually open up regional merging. Chen Taixu sucked in a mouthful of cool air as he seemed to have caught a strong whiff of a conspiratorial layout. He took a look at Douyin and realized that the interface and whatnot was not much different from his previous life. The only major difference was that at the top of the Douyin interface, the word Zuxia and the national flag logo would be displayed. It was believed that the Douyin of other regions would also display the name of the country and its national flag logo. Chen Taixu shook his head and didn't think anymore. He couldn't understand anyway, so why waste his brain cells unnecessarily? It didn't have much to do with him right now, to say the least. He casually clicked into a certain live room and checked it out again. The features and props in the live broadcast room are still the same as the Douyin of the previous life. Whether it was gifts, prices, or wealth levels or whatever, it was basically the same. Chen Taixu had just finished checking it out when an announcement popped up on the Douyin interface. He clicked in to see that it was the official announcement of the Douyin platform. There were only a few numbers, and the content was as follows. Dear Doyo, we will globally launch and go live with the 12th rank knighthood on July 1st, 2030 at midnight, so please look forward to it. The end of the text was also accompanied by the stamped seal of Zuxia's state seal, as well as a mysterious mask pattern. 12 ranks of knighthood? What new setting? Could it be similar to the knighthood that was opened in the previous world's live broadcast? The announcement didn't give a detailed description. It just suggested 12 levels of knighthood. However, Chen Taixu felt that it should be much the same, but he didn't simply think that this was just a money-grabbing tactic introduced by the platform. One must know that although Douyin was controlled by the top, it was only equivalent to a proxy operator, and the real behind-the-scenes manipulation of the big boss, such a terrifying existence, was certainly not as simple as to circle money. There should be some other secrets that were not known to ordinary people. Chen Taixu didn't think much about it. After all, it wasn't something he could access at his current level, so it was useless to think more about it. Anyway, it was less than half a month, so he would naturally know after launching online. The main goal and mission at the moment, saving the dog's life, is the key. Slowly sliding the screen, he searched for the live room he was more interested in, because it was now the afternoon time slot. Many of the big anchors that were interesting and had live content weren't on the air. It was around 7 or 8 in the evening that was the most prime time period. Most of the anchors would also choose to start broadcasting during the prime time period. Of course, this also inevitably causes fierce competition in the prime time period. They are all rushing to grab popularity and traffic, and the pressure of competition must be extremely great, and the polarization would be quite serious, with the dry ones dying of drought and the flooded ones dying of waterlogging. Brother dog, look at you. In 10 minutes you've only scraped together more than 2,000 votes from the East. Isn't this purely and simply pulling down my GDP? Chen Taixu had just slid into the live broadcast room of this female anchor called Demon G, when he heard her mercilessly mocking the other party. Looking at the real-time online audience displayed in the upper right corner, not much but not less, around 10,000 people. It was considered to be a middle-of-the-road second-tier anchor. Then look at the PK bloodline that was about to end. The blue side's Demonis had more than 200,000 votes, while the red side's Wang Airdog only had more than 2,000 votes. The gap was simply not too big. Chen Taixu curiously clicked on the list and looked at it. So it turned out that there was a guardian big brother on the female anchor's side of the damanji with a lamp tag of level 16 and a wealth level of level 50 inches. And there were also a few big brothers with more than 40 levels on the list, and their lamp level was equally not low. And for the wealth level to rise to level 50, one needed to spend 13 million do coins, which converted to 1,300,000 RMB. Then on the contrary, male anchor Wang Airdog, the ones who were upvoted were basically generally in the 20s. Could the gap not be big? Brother dog, old sister has two sincere words. I don't know if you are willing to listen. Chen Taixu looked at the tea-littered demoness. Judging by his rich experience in licking dogs in his previous life, this woman designated that she didn't hold her farts. Also not waiting for Wang Airdog to answer, she continued, brother dog to be a person, the most important thing is to see the situation clearly and recognize yourself. You wouldn't still put yourself in the position of a first-tier anchor, right? Come on, that's already a thing of the past. Since the moment we jumped from Tiger Shark to Douyin, we've only been new anchors. Now look at you, and look at me. This is the height of attitude. Chen Taixu was a little surprised that he had guessed wrong. It shouldn't be. However, he felt that the damanji's words were indeed flawless. Changing live platforms was equivalent to a new start, and one had to have the right mindset. But at this time, the pop-ups on the public screen mercilessly punctured her disguise. Oh, come on Green TG, beautiful words who will say, but the truth of the matter we all know, justice is in the hearts of the people. That's right, in the past when dog kindly took you, how come you didn't speak so wildly? In the past, you did not have popularity. The dog also special to your live room to help you do popularity. You don't have any traffic, and I've been with you for an hour or two every day. Every time before he goes off the air, he specially dumps his fans and viewers on you. It's just that you're not thankful for remembering your feelings, but you're also digging in your heels, picking apart the relationship between brother dog and the big brothers, condoning and even instigating the fans to lead the tempo, and nauseating the big brothers. Seeing the pop-up screens instantly rising rhythms in all directions, Demon G frowned. With a displeased face, she said, housekeeping, pull black all the little black fans who are leading the rhythm. Housemaster, 0213 dominate the screen. Then the entire screen of pop-ups were brushing 0213. The number 0213 should have some special meaning. Chen Taixu didn't know, but just like in his previous life, many anchors would pick a special set of numbers to name their fans' families. 0213, which was equivalent to the code name of a fan of Damanji's family. The corner of Chen Taixu's mouth rose slightly, not expecting to encounter such a dog-blooded plot as soon as he arrived. Dog blood was dog blood, but he found it quite interesting. Moreover, he was also curious about what was going on, so he planned to continue squatting for a while longer and eat the melon. He just didn't know if the melon would stay ripe. Chapter 5 Punishment. The Demon G, who had just been pleasant, after being brought up to speed by the netizen audience, her face was also instantly gloomy, and she was almost able to wring water out of her face. Chen Taixu shook his head. This female anchor was too tender. Her Tao was too shallow. She couldn't even do the most basic emotional control and expression management. To be honest, at such a level, it was difficult to grow big and create brilliance. Look at those super first-tier anchors, or celebrity artists. Which is not a master of emotion and expression management? Which one doesn't have a few masks on their face? Demon G sneered darkly with a sarcastic face. Wang Airdog, I hope you can properly manage your little pups. Don't go around baring your teeth and biting people on sight all day long. To be honest, those little pups of yours definitely deserve a lot of credit for you being able to come this far. If you don't manage them, you'll only pull more and more. Chen Taixu shook his head once again, feeling that she was just a typical temper without brains. Speaking and doing things according to her own temperament and preferences, she simply wouldn't think past her brain. Could she say this? Could she say it in the live broadcast room, in front of the audience and fans? Originally calm and relaxed Wang Airdog, at this time a face of anger. In a bad tone, he said, Banshee, you say whatever you want. Anyway, the mouth is long on you. I can't control it, but you are at least a second-tier central anchor now. I hope you can have a bit of pattern. Don't take my fans to say things, okay? Pattern? Ha, you're talking to me about patterns? Demon Girl seemed to be laughing at his words. If I didn't have a pattern, would I be connecting with you to play PK right now? What is the popularity of your live room? How popular is my live room? How many votes can you hit with one hand? And how many votes can I hit with one hand? What's your rank? And I'm playing the same PK. Don't you have any pussy in your heart? The more the Demon Girl said, the more agitated she became. And don't talk to me about the past. How good you were to me. What's really going on? You know it in your own heart. The second dog faintly laughed at himself. Yes, I know better than anyone. I'm just a licking dog. Actually, Chen Taixu had vaguely guessed the dog blood plot earlier. As the PK countdown ended, the final number of votes for both of them didn't change much. It was still lotted more than 2,000 votes out of more than 200,000 votes. At this time, the demoness once again changed her face, and a fawning smile appeared on her heavily made-up face. Charlie Cha-Chi said in a clip sound, "Light-hearted brother. What do you think we should punish him for?" The light-hearted brother in her mouth was that level 50 big brother. Half-body light-hearted. Half-body light-hearted, since he said he's a dog licker. Let's let the dog bark for 3 minutes. Worthy of being a level 50 big brother. He directly used the Supreme Floating Screen pop-up. The Supreme Drifting Screen Bouncer wasn't cheap. It was worth 1,000 coins apiece. But the effect is also great. Colorful fonts directly floating across the screen. Do not have to worry about not being seen, or be drowned in the public screen chat. Demon G hastily clapped her hands. Good ah. It's still light-hearted brother who can play. After patting the big brother's ass, she then said to Wang Airdog, "Wang Airdog, my big brother said to let you bark for 3 minutes. Learn to act like it." Although it was a bit insulting, but if you are willing to bet, you have to accept defeat. If you lose the PK and don't want to do the punishment and roll the knife, then in the PK circle in the future, who will still play with you? How will you still mix? Wang Airdog didn't dilly-dally and opened his mouth to bark. Woof, 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 woof. Half-body lightness, doesn't his little pup like to bare his teeth? Let him bark and bare his teeth at the same time. Demon G excitedly conveyed her big brother's meaning again. Wang Airdog was stunned, but did as he was told. Woof, 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 woof Demon G slapped the table and bent over to laugh maniacally. Ha ha. Interesting, really interesting. Not ashamed to be a dog brother ah. This learns simply too much like. We'll have fun. The light crazy brother is also too much right. In the future, the light crazy brother must teach people more half-body lightheartedness. This is only where to wear ah. Now let him lie down and kneel on the ground again, while baring his teeth and barking like a dog. Hearing the words relayed by the demoness, Wang Airdog had a look of indignation on his face. Even the melon-eating Chen Taixu couldn't help but frown. This already couldn't even be considered a punishment anymore. It had completely risen to an insult to character. Playing PK was just a matter of playing PK. Was it necessary to play so excessively? Chen Taixu switched into Wang Ergo's live room. The pop-up screen on the public screen is also quite wonderful and lively. There are angry. There are for the dog brother. And there are still hanging the demon girl lamp sign of the audience in mockery. It's too much. Getting someone on the ground is too much. Mad. This green TG is really not a thing. It's okay not to remember dog's previous good, but also to fall on the well. Ha ha. The dog thing hurry to do punishment ah. How? Can't afford to play? Won't want to roll the knife, right? Seeing that he was slow to move, the demon girl couldn't help but urge and sneer. How's the dog brother? But it's just a simple punishment. Why are you still frozen? At least you've been a big anchor in the past. You should understand the reasoning of standing upright after being beaten, right? You're not going to roll with the knife, are you? TSK. Think carefully, it'll be even harder to get along in the future if you roll over. In the face of her relentless mockery, Wang Airdog was silent. What else could he say? There is no father and son in the PK arena. You don't say tough words without strength. He gritted his teeth, stood up, and then slumped to the ground. Woof. Oh Woof woof. Demon G cackled with more than a laugh. Ha ha. Half-body lighthearted also floated the screen. Not bad. Quite interesting. I'd better give him some medical expenses. Our light and crazy brother's pattern is big. Awesome. Love you yo. The 3 minutes of punishment time was up. Wang Airdog resumed his chair. Coincidentally, half-body lighthearted entered the live broadcast room. Wang Airdog forced a smile and welcomed. Welcome brother lighthearted into the live room. In the next second, he saw the screen show that half-body lightning frenzy sent out a sunglasses. That's right, it was a sunglasses. A sunglasses valued at 99 do coins. Where was the medical fee? It was clearly a deliberate insult to come. However, Wang Airdog was calmly smiling and thanked. Thank you brother lightning frenzy for sending the medical fee. Chen Taixu nodded, and it was obvious that he was satisfied with Wang Ergo's correct response. Nah, this was the one with a big anchor pattern and potential. No matter what, one must learn to put on an act in front of people. If other people gave gifts, then they have to be thanked. After all, it was money. Demon G said triumphantly. Alright dog, you stand down. Also, don't come back to connect me in the future. We're not even in the same class right now. Playing PK with you is too much of a downgrade for me. Wang Airdog didn't put in harsh words and directly exited the room. Before there is no strength. Your harsh words are pure fart. In addition to making people laugh, let people taunt. Useless. Chen Taixu, who stayed in Wang Airdog's live room at this time, began to snap words on the public screen. Chapter 6 Fearless Race to the Top. Taixu Mirage, second dog, can you tell us what kind of grudge you have with Demon G? Chen Taixu didn't know if he would pay attention to himself. After all, he was just a small white number now. Although he had 200 million lying quietly in his account, without spending it out, it wasn't calculated for wealth level. There weren't many people in the live room, just a couple hundred. There were more before, but after losing the PK, as well as doing the humiliating punishment, the online audience in the live room plummeted. Without tickets and being humiliated, many fans would have gotten off the air, and the ones who could stay now were basically Iron fans as well. And then there were the ones who came specifically to see the jokes. With fewer people, there were fewer pop-ups, and the public screen naturally scrolled slowly. So Chen Taixu's pop-up screen was still seen by Wang Ergu. He shook his head and said back, "There's nothing to say, and it's not good to badmouth people behind their backs. I usually say it to their faces. He didn't say it, but the audience fans in the live broadcast room said it for him. What's so bad to say? What's the need to save face for her kind of heartfelt green tea? A lot of new friends may not know. The Demon Girl before and Dog Brother is a company." From the netizen fans talking and piecing together the pop-ups, Chen Taixu could sort of figure it out. Nothing more than that dog blood plot. Heart green tea whore by posture close to or quite popular anchor two dogs. Behind the back secretly dig Big Brother. Stirring up trouble, and even let the fans incarnate black powder with Big Brother rhythm. Big Brothers play live. This is to figure happy. In your live room to play unhappy. People, why stay down again? The heart of the green tea whore will take advantage of this out, tempting Big Brother. Finally, it is a stab in the back, so that the two dogs and the company broke up, out of the new platform. It was thought that by making Airdog and the company part ways, the company would tilt its resources towards her and promote her. However, after the company found out that she was the one who was making trouble from it, she was also kicked out. After counting and counting, nothing was counted. Kicked out of the company and platform, not to mention, even the Big Brother did not get. However, she was tossed around in the Douyin, as if she had turned on a good luck buff. She jumped straight up. She began to become more and more rampant. After all, before that was just a small platform and small company. Now how powerful Douyin are. But the second dog is not so lucky. Fell to the bottom of the valley. If there is no accident, it is difficult to turn around again. But he is lucky, because Chen Taixu once again deducted words. Taixu Fantasy, second dog will you still be a licking dog in the future? Wang Airdog firmly shook his head. Again as a licking dog. IING Live said 5-speed electric fan. I also sincerely advise the old iron of the live broadcasting room. Don't do licking dog. Lick dog, lick dog. Lick to the end of nothing. Chen Taixu nodded with satisfaction. The young man is good. It's not too late to turn back now. In his last life as a licking dog, didn't he also not end up in a good place? When he didn't have anything? Those female anchors who usually had long brothers and short brothers, who had ignored him. Not only ignore, backhand also pull in black. Really is a gift to brush. Feelings to home. Gift to stop. Feelings to zero. No, zero is not even counted. And I'm afraid that in the end, I still have to remember to hate you, disgust you, to you down the well. That's the reality of the live broadcast business. Since God can give him a second chance, then why couldn't he give Wang Airdog a chance? Taixu Fantasy, Airdog, do you trust me? Seeing his pop-up, Wang Airdog was obviously confused. Puzzled, he asked, Big Brother, what do you want me to believe in you? Taixu Fantasy, believe that I can take you bigger and stronger to create another glory. Wang Airdog was first stunned, then shook his head and laughed bitterly. Big Brother, do you think this is a movie? The Return of My King? I'm in this live streaming situation now. You've seen it. How can I create splendor again? If he was a level 50 plus Big Brother, maybe Airdog would believe it. But a small white number. Where was the conviction? It was good that people didn't choose to ignore this pop-up. How do you expect them to believe it? If you encountered a shallow city, short-tempered, and in a bad mood, you would probably have already sprayed them. For example, at this point in the live broadcast of the Melon crowd, I have been strictly trained. No matter how funny, I will not laugh. Put, ha ha, unless it cannot help. Ha ha, the water is shallow Wang Baoduo. Everywhere is Big Brother. You say you a wealth level are not a small white number. Pretend what big tail wolf I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a good deal on a new product, but I'm sure you're going to be able to get a good deal on a new product. But I'm sure you're going to be able to get a good deal on a new product. I'm really convinced that there are all sorts of people in 100, and all sorts of birds in a big forest. A bunch of internet keyboard warriors won't let you get away with it. They will start spraying at the drop of a hat. Chen Taixu wasn't annoyed, and in fact didn't blame others for mocking him. In his place, he wouldn't have believed it either. The second dog waved his hand and said, okay. People just casually said, You guys to it? Can you have some quality? Chen Taixu also noticed that the ones who sprayed and taunted were basically the ones who hung the 0213 license plate. As a fan of the demon girl, they stay in the two dogs live room. That is certainly to see the joke. Chen Taixu did not pay any attention and once again snapped the words. Taixu fantasy, it doesn't matter if you don't believe me. I'll give you another chance. Now connect to the demon girl and play another game of PK. Dare? Wang Airdog didn't pay attention to the rhythm on the public screen. He actually gazed in thought. Chen Taixu didn't rush him either, but patiently waited for his reply. After half a day of contemplation, he asked seriously, Brother Void, are you serious? Void, Brother Void? Chen Taixu had a black line on his face, but right now, he didn't have the time to care about that. Taixu illusion, especially serious. Airdog hesitated. This really did require courage. After all, he had just suffered a personality insult. If he connected over again now, if he lost, being mocked would be a small matter, and he was only afraid that the punishment would be even more insulting. Airdog asked back very squarely, Brother Void, can I trust you? Taixu fantasy, fearless race to the top. As long as you are brave enough, I can take you to the top. At this time, some fans with Brother Dog light tags began to send out pop-ups. Martyr, dry up, let's do it. Brother Dog, let's try to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Asterisk 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 it. I'll lose, but what if I lose? The 0213 lighted sign is being mocked endlessly. There are still some black people who are afraid that they have gone to the demon girl's live room to ventilate the information. Wang Ergo clenched his teeth, and a look of firm determination appeared in his eyes. Numb nuts. Just do it. What wouldn't I dare? He bet. He bet his only remaining dignity and decided to bet big. As an experienced veteran anchor, he knew that it was highly likely that these inconspicuous little white numbers could be hiding a divine hero. After all, which divine hero didn't start with a small white number? It's possible that others are only just getting into live broadcasting. Therefore, as an anchor, never look down on anyone in the live broadcast room. This was the most basic requirement for an anchor. Chen Taixu smiled. In front of the screen, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This guy is quite bold. Taixu fantasy, good. Then let's connect. Since he had made his decision, Wang Airdog no longer hesitated to dilly-dally. He directly sent a connection request to the Demoness. Chapter 7, starting the Battle of Revenge. Taking advantage of the fact that Big Brother was there, Demon Girl had wanted to find a strong anchor to connect PK. Only in this way could she circle more of Big Brother's votes. No, however, she didn't expect that Wang Airdog would once again send a connection request. She wanted to refuse, but when she saw the fans' ventilation on the public screen, she hesitated for a moment. It was during this moment of hesitation that Big Brother spoke. Half-body lightness, pick up why not? How fun to beat up a fallen dog. Demon G delicately laughed, good at light-hearted brother. This time brother to think of another fun punishment yo. Half-body light-hearted, don't worry. We'll absolutely play him waste, ha ha. I'll tell you about it then. Demon G is now smiling on the surface. In the heart MMP. Probably in the heart are the two dogs cursed countless times, right? Of course. Also hate these guys who ventilated the information to Itchy Teeth. Nonsense. I want to fight a strong opponent I want to grip Big Brother wool. Circle vote As a result, this more than 2,000 votes of the small party dishes again. This is not purely pull down their income? As the saying goes, breaking someone's financial path is like killing their parents. Can she not hate Wang Erdog now? When the connection was successful, the demon girl did not have a good face for him. Grimly mocking, she said, You who, brother dog? Do you really not have a long memory? Or do you have no face? Still dare to even me? Wang Airdog sneered, what wouldn't you dare? Isn't it normal to lose and win in a PK game? Who dares to say they will win? Who would think that they will lose? Ooh, Demon G said with feigned surprise, it's only been a few minutes since we've seen each other. Why have you become so hardened? Wang Airdog snorted disdainfully, Oof, what's this? In the future, I'll be so hardcore that you won't believe it. Is that so? Then may I ask who made you so hardened? It couldn't be some little white number, could it? Ha ha. Demon G continued to sneer in a conspiratorial manner. Brother dog it's not that the old sister is talking about you. At least you've been in the live broadcasting world for so many years. You say why are you so naive? You believe whatever people say Are you his dog? Let you go eat you go or not Ha ha. Besides, two dogs, if you're looking for a master, you should find a decent one. Little white number? Ha ha. Little white number? Are you sure you're not here to be funny? Ha ha. Her taunts became more and more bottomless. Wang Airdog's face was gloomy, ridiculing back. He said, I know you have a great mouth. You're also good at adding Big Brother. He. Alright, Let's not just talk about it. Let's just ask if you dare to play another game? Demonji looked at the pop-up screen posted by light-hearted brother. Smiling, she said, play a game? It's not impossible, but we have to play something interesting to punish. How do you want to play? Demonis asked meaningfully. There's ice cream in your house, right? Yes. In the middle of summer, it was normal to have ice cream available at home. And do you have chocolate cones? There are also, the Demonis said with a smile. Okay, if you lose this game, you'll put the chocolate cone on the floor, and you'll have to get down on the floor and add ice cream like you did before. Oh, good lord, what a BT game. No wonder it had to be a chocolate one, because it looked like show mud. That's insulting. Since he had come this far, Wang Airdog had no reason to back down. What's more, this retreat would be equally disgraceful. There was no reason not to put up a fight. Okay, no problem. It's the same if you lose. The Demonis who came to be interested agreed without hesitation. No problem. Let's begin. Still not forgetting to mock a sentence at the end in a conspiratorial manner. Little white no. Gan but dad. Strive for a PK to rise to 30 or 40 levels yo. Ha ha. With the two crossed swords inserted into the middle of the screen, the countdown to 10 minutes of PK also officially began. Brothers, the little demon girl's cruel words but all put out. The next little demon girl can give themselves to you. This must not lose. Please brothers, if this PK successfully won, the little demon girl later for you to jump glass cleaning yo. Brothers, let's crowdfund together and fight to bring out our 0213's momentum and heroism. Hot air balloons, Porsche, airplanes, everyone has what on what. Today, let's give Wang Erdog a hard lesson. Punch punch punch. Demon G excitedly used various words to mobilize the emotions of the audience and fans in the live broadcast room, so that they would willingly upvote for themselves. At the same time, the atmosphere group in the live broadcast room started working. Punch punch punch. Give him a lesson. What's up? Crowdfund together. Many hands make light work. One person will fight. Beyond the mountains, beyond the buildings, defeating the opposite side relies on crowdfunding. The effect of canvassing is also particularly obvious. Only a short while, the screen on the various gift effects did not stop, and her blood bar also directly came to more than 20,000 votes. It had to be said that the strength was still quite strong. As for the half-bodied maniac, big brother, don't you want to lose face? Surely you have to appear again at the critical moment, or else you won't get a bit of face. Compared to the atmosphere of the Demon Girl's live room, Wang Erdog's live room is particularly cold. Even a dime's worth of hearts are only floating one every now and then. Wang Erdog also did not pull votes. There is really nothing to pull. It depends on whether Brother Void will make a move or not. If it was a lie to him, then there was absolutely no suspense in winning or losing this PK, and he recognized it. Not only was he waiting, the 100 or 200 fans in the live broadcast room were also waiting. Wang Airdog's face was filled with nervousness, and his forehead was even sweating. In his heart, he was also silently praying. Will he make a move? Will he do it? Will there be a surprise? Will there be a miracle? Will he make a move? It's almost 1 minute. We'll have to open the mic as soon as 1 minute passes. If we don't make a move, we'll be mercilessly mocked by the opposite side again. Chen Taixu smiled faintly. What's there to panic about? Tap on the gift bar. Pull to the bottom. Fingers have been put on the carnival above. Carnival. Currently the most expensive gift in Douyin's gift bar. It was worth 30,000 Do coins, or 3,000 RMB. Unlike in his previous life, the carnival in Blue Star Douyin could also be long pressed for a combo. The highest combo hit was 999, which was 999 in one slash. In other words, with just a single tap, one could swipe away 29,977,000 Douyin. Therefore, this assessment task of the system was just like a joke. It was also unknown if it was a backdoor for Chen Taixu. His finger had slowly placed on top of the carnival. It's too boring to come up with a ticket. We need to change our game. When the 1 minute was up, Demon G couldn't wait to open the other party's mic. Wang Ergu laughed bitterly and also opened the other party's microphone. Demonji turned on taunt mode and prepared to fire. Wang. But just as she spat out the first word, the situation instantly reversed. The blue blood bar belonging to Wang Erdog instantly pressed over. That's right, that man he finally struck. Chapter 8 Move once, beat once. Brother Void gently tapped, and rows of pink and pale yellow floor tiles instantly appeared on the screen. Carnival's gift special effects spread all over the screen. The gift-giving message under the public screen also scrolled out, and Lord Taixu sent Carnival *1, and above the live broadcast room, a platform-wide floating screen also scrolled across. Taixu Illusion has sent out Carnival in Wang Erdog's live room. Go ahead and spectate. As the platform-wide floating screen announcement crossed over, the live room also slowly began to flood with onlooker tourist viewers. Demonji's face instantly turned ugly. She was now like eating a fly. Obviously, the words were already on her lips. but just as she said a word, the blood bar pressed over. She could only swallow back hard. Do you think she was uncomfortable? Is it disgusting? And what Chen Taixu wanted was this effect. Then on the contrary, Wang Ergu, when he saw the special effects on the screen, he was stunned. He froze for a while before he came back to his senses, only to see him directly scurry up from his chair, hissing and shouting at the top of his voice with his hands in the air. Thank you for the carnival from my imaginary brother. Then from a box aside, he took out a ceremonial tube and shot it at the camera. His mouth also shouted excitedly, Brother Void is awesome. At once, colored bars sprayed the entire live broadcast room. This wasn't finished. He took out another one immediately afterward. Fire the gun. Shouting, Brother Void is domineering. Another one. Fire. Shout. Hollow Brother Mighty. He then took a deep breath to calm down. Bowing solemnly, he sincerely thanked. Thank you, Brother Void. It had to be said that he had still arranged this piece of the countertop in a clear manner. Ha ha. Looks like it was the right bet. Brother Void is awesome. Martyr. Could it be that I'll be able to see Airdog return to the top in my lifetime? Brother Void is awesome. A carnival right out of the gate. Ho ho ho. In the midst of the pop-up brags, the old oilman Chen Taixu couldn't help but be on the verge of getting lost. There was no way, no matter if it was true or not. But this kind of feeling was really too damn topsy-turvy and too easy to get lost. In his last life, he was in a Big Brother powerful, lost himself. But now, it is completely different. There is a system father backing. How can it be possible to stop? Chen Taixu smiled faintly. Cool, this feels so damn cool. He directly began to deduct words. Taixu fantasy, Ergu, directly start spraying me. Wang Airdog smiled and saluted. Delhi Big Brother, you prime howare. Cough. Pretended to fake cough twice. Gently voice. But before he could speak, the opposite side of the blood bar pressed over. The 50-level Big Brother half of the body lightheartedly struck. Again, it was a carnival. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Taixu directly counter-pressed the blood bar back in the next second. Taixu fantasy, you don't have to care. Just spray. I'll hit him once he moves. Wang Airdog said as he rolled up his sleeves. Big Brother, if you're going to say that, then I won't be able to hold down the flood of power in my body. With a playful face, he said, Green TG, right? Come. Isn't your mouth and tongue quite good? Why don't you talk now? Oops, forgot. You can't talk with a low bloodstain. What? The bloodstain is welded. Or was it anesthetized? You instead move on. As soon as he finished speaking, the opposite side's blood bar immediately moved. This time, half-body likeness directly sent 2 carnivals. You, the demon lady said just one word again. Chen Taixu's 3 carnivals once again counter-pressurized. You what you? Oh, sorry my big brother said. Move once, hit once, move once, hit once, move once, hit once, move once, hit once. This guy side said also jumped up. Cannot say proud. And the face of the demon girl has been black to the point where it can no longer be black. Ha ha. Move once, hit once. XSWL. Void brother powerful. Vain brother domineering. Vain brother mighty. A virtual brother. A good big brother for life. The plot is once again reversed. And now the public screen of Wang Erdog's live broadcast room is lively and celebratory. And the public screen of the demon girl's live room is wailing in rhythm. Finished. This time the opposite side is really prepared. The light crazy brother dry 2ing arrogant. Dry. Crazy brother. Hurry up and take action. The opposite side is clearly rushing to you. I've said it all, but I'm still not going to do it. So tolerant? It's not a brush pull, is it? Half-body lightheartedness also did not let them disappointed. This time, he directly set up 10 carnival, 300,000 votes. You, sinful she again and again said only one word. With the same card point, Chen Taixu followed suit and swiped 11 carnivals. It was always just one more than the opposite side. Are you angry? Just asking if you're angry? Taixu fantasy, give me even the opposite side's big brother to spray together. Chen Taixu was indeed somewhat displeased with the half-body frivolity that had no bottom line. If you're not used to it, just do it. If you are afraid of having a united son, what kind of network is there to play? I don't give a damn about anyone. In short, one word, madness is over. Receiving the instruction, Wang Airdog hurriedly started to dislike him. You don't understand human language, do you? Really think my big brother is talking to you guys for fun? I said I'd fight once if I moved. Why don't you believe me? Why don't you try moving again? Let's see if my big brother SU and be done with it. At least it's a level 50 big brother. So many votes shouldn't be brushed and pulled, right? Move it. His sneer obviously irritated the opposite side. Half-body lightning went so far as to directly throw out 50 carnival, 1.5 million do coins. That was 150,000 RMB. Really not taking money as money. It was said that Douyin had over 100 million per capita, and it felt kinda like that. However, this time the demon girl learned smart. She did not rush to speak, but to watch. After waiting for 5 or 6 seconds and seeing no movement on the other side, she smiled smugly. Dejectedly, she said, "You." However, unfortunately, Chen Taixu's timing was just so precisely controlled. In one word, 51 carnivals lit up. Obviously, he is intentional, whether it is a card point on the ticket, or just one more carnival. Ha ha. I'm numb with laughter. Look at Green TG's expression. It's about to cry. Right. Just like this to play is interesting. Once you come to set up the ticket is also too boring. Still, Brother Void knows how to have fun. He's too good at it. Ha ha. Seeking the psychological shadow area of Green TG and half body lightness, Wang Airdog was all numbed by Chen Taixu's tawdry operation. Thank you for my Brother Void's Hua Ziyu. Brother Void is bold and powerful. One word to describe the current him was epileptic. That's right, completely epileptic. There was no more taunting, just one salute tube. He even wanted to directly kowtow to Chen Taixu twice. Chapter 9, The Godly Man Comes. I'm afraid that only he himself knows how excited Wang Airdog is right now. Perhaps the Iron fans who had been supporting him could also feel a little bit. Ever since he joined Douyin, his situation has been particularly bad, and it can be said that he has directly hit the bottom of his life. Just when he was ready to give up, ready to quit the live broadcast industry, he never dreamed that he would suddenly usher in a turnaround. Originally, he just wanted to let go, bet big, and quit the network if he lost. But the result? Surprisingly, the fight was right and the bet was won. Cannot be excited? Then won the 5 million jackpot more excited. Although the PK's win or loss is still undecided. But for him, it is already a win. Even if he lost in the end, he had no complaints. With the last 3 minutes left in the countdown, both sides closed their mics again and entered the final canvassing sprint. Wang Ergu still didn't canvass. He was incomparably excited and even slightly choked. Brother Void, thank you for pulling me up when I was at my lowest point. No matter how I win or lose in the end, I, Wang Airdog, will remember you for the rest of my life. You gave me a hand up, I'll give you a few. Chen Taixu revealed a black question mark face. What the are you saying? Who wants you to help you a few times? Can you talk? Taixu fantasy, stop. Hurry up and stop you. If you don't know how to talk you should say less. Wang Erdog scratched his head and laughed nervously. Brother Void, I'm stupid. I'm not very good at talking. You don't mind. Taixu fantasy, don't call me Brother Void again. Sounds weird. Okay Brother Taixu. Chen Taixu was even more speechless, feeling that this title was even weaker than Brother Void. In his heart, he also cast aspersions on Unity Sun. What kind of crap nickname did he take? Really uncultured. Snapping words, he said, called Brother Illusion. Okay, no problem Brother Taixu. Just when they were chatting about fire and water, the fans couldn't sit still. Don't chat, there's only a minute left. Pay attention to guarding the tower. Right. Please Brother Void, you must guard the tower, or else you'll lose everything. The opposite side will definitely steal the tower. 100%. Of course Chen Taixu knew that the opposite side would steal the tower. How could he not be uptight when he was insulted like this? Since the process did not choose to fight to the end, it will definitely choose to steal the tower in the end. After all, PK, win process is not important. The result is the most important. However, Chen Taixu will give him the opportunity? Don't be silly. How can my Brother Taixu give him room to maneuver? Since we are going to play, we naturally want to have fun. Brother Taixu is prepared to become famous in one battle. Opening the gift bar and long pressing carnival, the numbers of the streak were displayed. There were 10 for a gift, 66 for a gift, 188 for a gift, 520 for a gift, and 999 for a gift. There's also a box at the end to enter a number. Customize the number, but it couldn't exceed 999. Chen Taixu just pressed it open, but didn't click it. He was still waiting. If he started upvoting now, the opposite side would definitely not upvote again. He planned to pit the guy again, disable him at once and teach him to be a human being. As expected, with only 10 seconds left at the end, the opposite side's bloodline crushed his side's bloodline in an instant. Half-body lightness sent Carnival *188 in the Demon G live room. Spread flowers. 188 Carnival. 5, 640, 000 do coins. Good lord, this really knocked the fire out of him. It took 1,300,000 RMB to rise to level 50, and this handful of PKs had directly hit over 600,000, almost half of what he had spent before and half-body lightning's wealth level had now reached level 52. That's right, together with the accumulated spending from before, he had risen 2 levels in a row. The Banshee live room was already celebrating in a big way. There were dances and firecrackers, and they were still congratulating Brother Lighthearted for being honored as a level 52 spending mogul. Demanji's face was almost smiling. She had simply had a great time circling the votes for this PK, and she had managed to win the PK. Could she not be happy? As soon as 188 carnivals came out, she had already defaulted to the fact that she had steadily won PK. Not only her, even the viewers in her live room were celebrating in advance. Ha ha, awesome, Big Brother Lighthearted is awesome. 188 carnival directly took it. Brother Lightning Frenzy is too bold. Isn't the opposite side's bull ****** brother Void powerful and coaxing? How come he's not jumping up and down now? Let's go brothers. Let's rush over there. The 0213 fans, who had previously been incredibly suppressed and stifled, now saw the light of victory, and were suddenly arrogant again. One by one, they have switched into Wang Erdog's live room and started to taunt and abuse. Ha! Void brother? This is false? Wimpy? Isn't it quite powerful? Why don't you give it another try? That's it? That's it? 2 dimes in your pocket and you're acting like a big brother? Look at you. What's the matter with you? Go ahead. Do it. You were so happy, weren't you? Are you impotent? You're not impotent, are you? Chen Taixu laughed at the mockery of these hackers and keyboard warriors on the internet. How happy you are now. How painful your face will be later. Strong people don't need to talk a lot, and never rely on their strength to pretend to hit their faces. To be honest, opposite 188 Carnival, he is still more or less a little disappointed. Originally thought that the opposite side would brush a group of 520 out, but as a result, this is not good. The 50 level, indeed, is still a little bit worse, meaning no strength. Estimating that the pit could not come out anymore, Chen Taixu also stopped wasting time. Finger on the Sen 999 button, gently point. At that moment, a 5-clawed golden dragon tumbled out on the screen, followed by a shocking dragon roar. The tremor of the dragon's roar made the cell phone vibrate. This was the hidden special effect that gave away a set of 999 carnivals. This wasn't the end of it. After the golden dragon special effect disappeared and the phone stopped vibrating, a series of fireworks rose up in the air on the screen. The fireworks exploded, and a bright and brilliant fireworks feast bloomed open. A red, festive glad tidings also lit up in the center of the screen. Taixu Fantasy has sent Carnival *999 in Wang Erdog's live room. God's hero has descended and thrown away thousands of dollars. Go and watch quickly. That's right, this red glad tidings was displayed across the entire platform. In every live room, this happy report was displayed at the same time, and it was still right in the middle of the screen. Wang Erdog and the audience fans in the live broadcast room were stunned and looked directly dumbfounded. But before they could regain their senses, Chen Taixu's second shot struck again. Taixu Fantasy has sent Carnival *999 in Wang Erdog's live broadcast room. God's hero has descended and thrown away a lot of money. Quickly go and watch. The first joyful special effect had only just disappeared when the second one followed. Wang Erdog was even more dumbfounded, staring blankly at the screen like a wooden chicken. Numb, his entire body was numb. Not to mention him, the audience visitors of the entire platform's live broadcast room were all stunned. Chapter 10 Traitor Under the Door. Crouching. Who the is this? This is too ruthless, isn't it? 2 sets of 999 Carnival? It's been a long time since I've seen the 999 Carnival gift effects, but today I'm looking at 2 of them. It's really nasty. Who is the Realm of the Void? Who is the Realm of the Void? I've never heard of it. It's not the trumpet of a godly brother, is it? And who is Wang Ergo? Does anyone know this anchor? What kind of gods are they? Go, 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 go. Wang Erdog's live broadcasting room. At this time, there are countless tourists who are eating melon and watching. 2 knives 999. The whole 59,994,000 bucks. What kind of joke is this? Can it not detonate the platform and attract onlookers? When seeing the content of the first joyful report that lit up the live broadcast room, Demon G's entire body was dumbfounded. This ing head win. Then when the second happy report appeared, she instantly collapsed. The entire person sat paralyzed in her chair with dementia, and the public screen of her live broadcast room was also instantly quiet. Chen Taixu's 2 999 blasts also completely killed this PK. In just such a short period of time, more than 10,000 people flooded into Erdog's live room. Wang Erdog also gradually came back to his senses from his shocked froth. Unexpectedly, he didn't show as much excitement as he thought, but instead, he was exceptionally calm. There was also no nonsense. He directly stood up and moved away from the chair. With a snap, he knelt on the floor and heavily kowtowed 3 times, and then slowly got up and said in a serious and unsophisticated manner, "Brother Taixu, Wang Ergu, have a stupid mouth and am not very good at saying nice things or licking big brother. I can only kowtow first as a token of respect. Today, you look up to me, pull me up and let me regain my life. You are my regenerative parent. From now on, I, Wang Erdog, am a traitor under your door. If there's something you command, I'll be obliged to do it. Chen Taixu was confused by him. Good fellow, you still can't talk? You don't know how to lick big brother? I've been licked by you so clearly. However, Chen Taixu was still satisfied with his stance. Since you're in the anchor business, you don't want a face. You can't be an anchor if you can't let go of your face and can't keep your head down. So what if you are looked down upon? So what if you are ridiculed? What's real? Only the numbers on the bank card, the cash inside the bag. Driving a luxury car and living in a villa is real. You laugh at people who have no face, no skin, no dignity, and they laugh at you for paying the mortgage and the car loan. As for those who mock disdain, but the opportunity did not fall on their own head. When the day comes when it is him instead, I'm afraid he will still have it. Taixu fantasy, come on, don't give me the whole melodramatic set. These are all what you deserve. I said, fearless race to the top. If you dare to believe in me and dare to gamble, I'll let you return to the top and create splendor again. Next go change to a professional live room. Do a good job. Don't let me down. Wang Erdog immediately said, okay big brother, you just watch. Wang Erdog is now not the old Wang Erdog. Awesome, really awesome. I didn't think I would be able to witness the birth of a divine hero. Brother Taixu is also too arrogant. A throw is more than 6 million. I'm afraid I can't earn so much money in my whole life. Iron powder tears. Dog brother finally stood up again. Too hard. Thank you too vain brother support. 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. Brother Taixu directly from the small white number, rose to level 55. My ass, 10 minutes to level 55. Except for Brother Taixu. I'm asking who else is there? I'm not sure if you're still looking for a dog's leg, but I'm not sure if you've got a dog's leg, or maybe a pendant. Where's the man? Where's Blackie? Come out and scream again. Weren't you screaming happily just now? Why don't you dare to let out a single fart now? The scared fans also came back to their senses and sent freshly baked rainbow farts to Chen Taixu. As for the little hackers before, now I'm afraid they'll buy a standing ticket and quit to return the license plate, right? By the way, even their nicknames and IDs were also changed. After all, it's so embarrassing. Being recognized will not let people laugh to death. After the two sides opened the microphone, Wang Erdog smiled proudly. Now that he was really standing up, his waist could also be stiffened. TSK. Ugh. Green TG. Didn't you think that you won in a bag? Why are you dumbfounded now? Come on, and don't let the watchers in our live room wait for a long time. After all, I, Wang Erdog, have 20,000 plus viewers in my live room right now. Next, please enjoy a good show of a dog eating Sean. Green TG. Come on, show. The bottled up resentment that had been pent up in his heart for a long time was finally expressed at this moment. Cool, too damn cool. He couldn't even help but laugh soundly. The demoness, whose face had already turned pale, was not slow to react. She revealed a fawning and bewitching smile and prepared to use her green tea killer move. Bitchy and pouty, she said. Brother dog, seeing that people are so pitiful, can you change the punishment? Then threw 2 winks and flirtatiously twisted her sexy body. Temptation said, why don't I give Brother Taixu a dance, okay? Chen Taixu in front of the screen couldn't help but snort coldly. In his last life, a green tea whore like her had disgusted himself. Nowadays, how could he still fall in the same place twice? Bah, there is nothing to say. All the green tea whores, demonic C1 hammer 1, all of them hammer to death. Wang Erdog said contemptuously, save it. You, just this kind of pussy, but also want to seduce my big brother? Do not take a piss and look at yourself. What virtue? ITM was blind at first. Will look at you. I poo. Nothing is not the ragged thing. Don't talk to here. Useless. Quickly and neatly go to do the punishment. Don't dawdle. He was unmercifully poked and ruthlessly trampled on the demon girl. Her face was difficult to see the extreme. Seeing her grinding and not wanting to move, Wang Erdog sneered again. What? Now you know you're losing face? Didn't you think you won in a packet when you set the punishment before? Where's your light-hearted brother? How come he didn't protect you? He can't either. Oh, right. He even sent us sunglasses as medical expenses before, right? In this case, room manager, you immediately go over and give some medical expenses. Brother dog will reimburse you. Don't send 1 sunglasses. 2 stingy. We have a big pattern. You send 2. Yes, that's right. Just 1 more than him. A half-bodied light-hearted who was once again pulled out to be flogged. I'm afraid he's about to vomit blood from anger. Right? Chen Taixu involuntarily laughed out loud. This kid is really good. That's how it has to be. Winning, you are not crazy. Then when you crazy, you don't even have a big brother to back you up. What else do you have to do? Since you want to mix with my brother, it is a word. Crazy, cool, hanging sky. Afraid of offending this, afraid of offending that, afraid of the tail can do what big things? Chapter 11, Disobedience. A date to fight. Snap. A crisp sound resounded inside a certain luxurious villa in Magic City. Richie Sesho angrily slammed his crystal ashtray on the floor. If it wasn't for the recharge limit, just a little Yakuza like you would want to win against me? Wang Airdog, right? CNM. How dare a stinky beggar humiliate me? Alright, I'd like to see how long this Yakuza can guard you, stinky worm. Or that old saying, if you're willing to gamble, you have to accept defeat. Besides, the punishment was still his own suggestion, so the demon girl had no choice but to do as she was told. She took out a chocolate cone from the refrigerator and fixed it firmly on the floor. It looked like a pile of poop. Seeing her reluctance, she dawdled. Wang Airdog sneered and urged, hurry up and do it. I have more than 20,000 viewers in the live room right now. Who has the free time to accompany you to stay here and dawdle? He had just finished speaking when a prompt message scrolled across the screen. Half-bodied lightness has entered the live broadcast room. The smirk on his face grew even bigger, and he said in a conspiratorial manner, Yo, brother Lighthearted has condescended to descend on my live room again. Ha, there is what is not well greeted. Brother Lighthearted, you take it more seriously, ha. After all, I really don't want to bird you too much. Ha ha. If it wasn't for Chen Taixu's previous statement, then Erdog would definitely not dislike his big brother, no matter whose big brother it was, and no matter how hard this big brother hammered himself, it was impossible to dislike it. But it was different now that Chen Taixu had spoken. As the #1 traitor under the sect, he had to follow through and carry out his attitude to the end. The instant his words landed, the screen suddenly lit up with rows of floor tiles. Half-body lightning sent out Carnival *3. Wang Airdog froze slightly, looking a little surprised. However, in an instant he figured it out. It should be that he wanted to use the 3 carnivals to ransom the demoness and exempt her from punishment. As expected, the next second his floating screen came out. Half-body lightness, ransom. Wang Airdog didn't say anything. He wanted to see if Brother Taixu had any instructions. Taifu Fantasy, roll. Are your 3 Huazi great? You say ransom just like that? Do you think you're the lord of the country? Are you very honorable? Chen Taixu snorted disdainfully. Those who bully others will always bully them. When you were aggressive in the beginning, why didn't you think about now? Playing with the internet, playing with a face. Second Dog had also considered this, which was why he didn't take matters into his own hands. If he really agreed to redeem him, then where would Brother Taixu's face go? If it wasn't for the sake of face, would he have come to redeem himself? Rich people care to focus on a face. The corner of Chen Taixu's mouth rose slightly, once again deducted the word. Taixu Fantasy, however, want a ransom body is not impossible, but well, half-body lighthearted, say it. Want how much? Remember one thing, don't take your whole ing fortune to challenge Lousy's pocket money. How much more do you want? Then tell me instead. How many wazi does it take to get you to eat? It's easy to want to redeem yourself. Call your father twice to hear it. Chen Taixu was a land key immortal who opened the heavenly gate with a single click back then, and when it came to spraying people, he wasn't the least bit bad. Little Yakuza. Si Shio put the big cigar in his mouth and ruthlessly fell on the ground. Half-body lightness, alright, you're ing crazy. I'll have a good time with you. Teiyukai, ha, crazy? No, I'm already very humble. Want to play with me? What are you going to play with me with? Are you that? Chen Taixu played with a madness. After a lifetime of being coy and harboring nothing, when would it be better to not be crazy now? What's more, it was still on the ing internet. Realistic and false network. Only the strong deserve to look down. Modesty is not confident. No strength performance. The crazier you are, the more people will believe in you. However, the so-called crazy, not blind barren crazy, to be crazy with reason, more to be crazy with strength. No strength is still arrogant and domineering, is not crazy, that is purely naive batch. Chen Taixu is now very and enjoy this. You are not accustomed to me, but also cannot do away with my feeling. You think he's crazy, but if it were you, you'd probably be even crazier than him. There is no way strength is here. Want to low profile? Not allowed Taixu Fantasy, little friend is not 7 disobedience 8 indignation It's fine, I'll give you another chance to challenge me. Taixu Fantasy, are all big men, more not say less not nagging, do not serve again. You see me hammer not hammer you on the end of the matter. Half-body lightness, okay, tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Father and son bureau, whoever loses calls his father. Little Yakuza, you'd better prepare enough tickets. Chen Taixu smiled. This guy's mouth was quite hard. However, it didn't matter. Whatever he wanted to do, he would accompany him to the end. Chen Taixu just wanted to see what kind of trick he was playing. Raise tickets? Shouting for people? It doesn't matter. Taixu fantasy, alright, I'll give you a day. Who let me have a big pattern? Half body likeness, then it's settled. Tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Whoever doesn't come is a grandson. After sending this pop-up, Xia Xixio directly exited Douyin. Today this face is lost for sure. He is neither in the mood to have no face, nor does he have the ticket to continue playing. He opened WeChat and clicked on a WeChat group called Father Sorrow's Alliance. Fingers crackling on the keyboard, a blind Baron Thin operation. Obviously, he is ready to send a message to shake people off. Chapter 12, The Father Sorrower. Father Sorrower, half-body likeness brothers. Brother, I got my ass kicked. What should I do? Father Sorrower, a sword to the west, haha. I just heard that I was beaten up by a little white number. Father Sorrowful one, green shirt as usual, what happened? What's going on? Father Sorrower, the dream of 900 million young men, I heard that he was beaten up pretty hard. Being insanely humiliated. TSK. The 4-member coterie in the group is a famous second generation in Magic City, and their families are richer than one another. If you often play Douyin, see their nicknames, you will definitely be surprised. In addition to the half-body lightheartedness, the 2 men and 1 woman nickname ID, in the fighting sound wealth level all reached the highest, that is, 60 level. And Douyin wealth level to rise to 60 is also very simple. Cumulative consumption reaches 20 million whole can. Note that the 20 million is not in Douyin, but in RMB, can reach 60 level of the main child. In addition to electric business, back to the flow number, guild operation number, media number, etc. That undoubtedly are God Hoa. However, don't look at Douyin's 60 level account a whole lot, but really pure brush, pure sentiment, pure love of the true God Ho Big Brother, but not much, and often is about 30 or 40 level, basically pure play, pure sentiment. However, these 3 level 60s of Father Sorrowful One are true godly hoes. It wasn't that Xia Xixio was much worse than them, it was only because Xia Xixio had only been playing Douyin for a few days, so he was only level 52 now. Half-body lightheartedness, bought 2 new cars this morning, card limit, otherwise wouldn't have lost. Half-body lighthearted, tomorrow night at 8 p.m, father-son game. What to say? A sword to the west, can what to say? Must help brothers to find the field. Green shirt like the old, play to play. Do not take the business of joking, I prepare tickets, direct dry. 900 million young man's dream, you play your, I play my, help even if, more than one of my not much, less than one of my not less, but lively I can still come together. 900 million young man's dream, I would like to see you guys will not turn over the car. Cluck cluck cluck. She has never been able to look at Xia Xixio. It's good enough that she doesn't help others to beat him up. How could she possibly help him? She didn't dislike him, she didn't taunt him, she gave him enough face. Of course, it is not to give him Xia Xixio face, but to give the other 2 partners face. After all, they were all playing in the same circle, so they still had to be more or less considerate of their peers, and everyone was used to her attitude. Without the slightest surprise, they fell in the group to discuss hot. The demoness side was miserable. It was impossible to roll the knife, unless she wanted to completely swing or quit the live broadcast industry. Otherwise, with such a character-defeating operation, not only will no one play with her anymore, even the fans will look down on her. Blue Star Douyin's PK game is this pure, willing to gamble, take a beating and stand upright. It was basically unlikely that there would be a rolling knife situation. That's why before the PK starts, when talking about the punishment, it's all very discreet. Determine their own can withstand. Then okay, no problem, can be picked up. Only those who think they are sure to win, may be reckless, just like the demon girl. Punishment was definitely on her mind. She was still thinking about that PK tomorrow. Undoubtedly, she would definitely be able to circle the big votes in that PK tomorrow. Thinking about it, there was nothing she couldn't accept. Besides, she had already circled so many votes today, so what was a punishment? What did it matter if she was mocked and ridiculed? Only the money in hand was real. Her mind instantly balanced. She also no longer dawdled. Directly lying on the ground, began to do the punishment. Wang Airdog, who just wanted to gloat and make fun of a couple of sentences, directly had a bout of regurgitation. It was not known whether it was intentional or real. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to do it. Mainly because this is indeed too heck of a resemblance. Mad. It's alright if you don't say no to vomiting. Now I'm ing regurgitating too. Vomit. No. It's so ing disgusting. I can't help but associate it with it. What's going on? Am I the only BT who likes to watch it? Chen Taixu on the hospital bed saw this picture and couldn't help but think about it. Can't stand it. Looking at it again will really you him. The impact of the image was too strong. Just when the crowd was a bit overwhelmed, Demon G's live room directly black screen. It's not a rollerblade, it's not off the air, but it's blocked. Live broadcast blocked for 30 minutes. Ha ha, I drop mom. The platform cannot stand to see. This time there is really no wash. The platform are out of the hand. Directly sit in the reel. Cannot wash off the cackle. What's going on in the live room? I seem to have missed $100 million ING. There are still people who dare to eat Xian's live broadcast? The wolves are out. So let's focus on them. The live broadcasting room was banned and the connection was automatically disconnected. Chen Taixu, who had lost all interest, wasn't going to continue playing anymore. Taixu fantasy, down. Take your own time to broadcast. Remember to start broadcasting at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Wang Airdog was instantly delighted. Not daring to be slow, he quickly stood up, played a cannon, and then bent 90 degrees. Respectfully shouted, "Greetings Brother Taixu." The public screen of the live broadcasting room is full of congratulations to Brother Taixu dominating the screen. This was the stage of the network's Big Brother. It's no wonder that many people are addicted to it and can't help themselves. As long as you swipe a lot, it can definitely greatly satisfy your vanity. Chen Taixu put down his cell phone and heaved a long sigh of relief. With his body injured, his mental state was not too good, coupled with the fact that he had experienced a bit too much of the genus today, so now the tiredness kept surging to his heart. He closed his eyes and prepared to take a rest. It didn't take long for him to fall into dreamland. He was sleeping peacefully, but what he didn't know was how many people's attention he had already attracted. Capital City, a certain hidden place, in the entire ancestral summer. Those who knew the function of this hidden place, excluding the staff inside, definitely did not exceed 100 people. That's right, this was the National Luck Division, the National Transportation Department that was just established a few years ago. Crucially, it was still forced to be established. Not only Zhu Xia, this new department of the National Transportation Division existed in all other countries, and the only reason this department exists is because of the emergence of Douyin. More accurately, it should be called the National Fortune Douyin. As the name implies, this is a live broadcasting platform that is bound to the national fortune. Along with the emergence of the National Fortune Douyin, there is also a series of rules. These rules are only known to a few executives in each country. Chapter 13, the terrifying and mysterious platform. And one of the most important rules is that, without the permission of the platform official, it is strictly forbidden to make the matter of the National Luck Douyin public. As for how to determine the high and low merits of the National Luck, it completely depends on the value of the earnings of the Douyin live broadcast. The higher the earnings value, the platform official gives the more generous reward for the National Luck. Gain value does not reach the platform official standard, then will be punished by the National Luck. The specific National Fortune reward in punishment, including but not limited to, country area, health, life expectancy, higher military technology and so on. The algorithm for the value of the live earnings of the National Fortune Fighting Sound has many harsh restrictions. First, the proceeds must be compliant and reasonable and legal. If the money consumed by the rewarder is not the right way, illegal and unreasonable, the gain value will not be calculated. In other words, even if the rewarder's money is borrowed, it will not be calculated, not to mention those from other sources. Harsh, quite harsh. Secondly, it must be a pure reward to calculate the value of earnings. What is the return flow or e-commerce guild operation consumed? All will not be calculated. Third, all countries cannot privately cheat, otherwise the year's earnings value zero, and be severely punished. The fourth. In short, the platform official judgment is very strict. Before a small country do not believe in evil. Exercise the right of a country crazy brush earnings value. Violation of cheating. The platform official immediately shot. A sudden 12-grade earthquake directly destroyed the country. Since then, no country dares to despise the mysterious and terrifying ruling power of the platform officials. But as long as you don't violate the rules of the platform, the rewards of national luck are still very attractive. For example, last year, the Zhuxia Empire, which ranked first in terms of gain value in the Asian section, increased the lifespan of all people by 5 years. Those who were nearly dying at that time sat up with vigor from their hospital beds at that time. It is good that the empire's deliberate suppression, otherwise such a large area of similar miraculous things, do not cause hot discussion is strange, but the bottom of the ranking of a small country will be miserable. All the people reduce life expectancy by 5 years. At this time, within the National Transportation Division, countless highly specialized technicians were staring at the computers and equipment in front of them. A stout, stern-faced, unruffled general was staring intently at the computer screen in front of him. A staff member excitedly shouted, "Updated, updated, the platform data is updated." The general asked with a slight nervousness, "How about it? That more than $6 million of gain value, did the platform calculate it?" "Yes, Yes, 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 the platform has calculated it in. The PK just now. The gain values contributed by both sides didn't have any problems. Good, good, good. A hint of a smile appeared on the general's unsmiling face. More than 6 million gain values, but it was just more than 6 million RMB. Was it much to him? If it was about money alone, it wasn't worth mentioning at all. But when switched to the platform's gain value, it could be too much. If he could make a move, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the platform officials had restricted all the illegal cheating channels and methods to death. Director, with another billion in gain value, will be able to reach the target this year. The general who was in his prime was none other than Zhu Xia's Grand Marshal of the Army and Horse, and Director of the Department of National Transportation, 5-star General Chen Bagua. Chen Bagua nodded with satisfaction. It was only the middle of the year, and he had accomplished most of the standards set by the platform. There shouldn't be much of a problem in meeting the standards this year, and he was relieved. Still, we mustn't be careless. What if something goes wrong? Right now our ranking can be firmly suppressed by Sakura and Kimchi. This year this list one seems to be hanging by a thread. They were actually very helpless, and could only watch, but could not participate in meddling. This feeling of only being able to leave their fate in the hands of Providence was too stifling. The staff member from earlier smiled once again and said, "The director doesn't need to worry. They agreed that they will fight again tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. It can be predicted that it's definitely going to be a loud and large PK. It's just that I don't know how much effective revenue value they can create." Director Chen's eyes instantly lit up. "Find the footage of their live PK broadcast. I'll take a look." With that, Director Chen watched it from beginning to end. Not only did the video clearly record the PK live, even the pop-ups were clearly recorded. In almost half an hour or so, the video was finished. Director Chen pondered for a moment and slowly said, "It seems that this Taixu illusion should be very powerful. Since this half-body likeness dares to take the initiative to ask for a battle, I'm sure it will have enough tickets prepared. It seems like tomorrow night will indeed be a big battle." The platform official had strict rules that did not allow private investigation of any information of the users, and violators were severely punished. So no matter how high and powerful they were, they simply wouldn't know exactly who it was. There was a long moment of silence. Director Chen asked, "The OB commentary team, has it not started for a long time?" The staff nodded. The recent large-scale PKs, either they are returning to the stream, or they are unionized tickets, which are not useful at all. So the OB commentary team has indeed taken a break for a while. The OB commentary group was also a good idea that Zhu Xia thought of when the scope of the rules allowed it. It was to broadcast and commentate on a PK that was in the limelight in Zhu Xia's official live room. And if you want the official to broadcast the commentary, there must be a threshold. As for the threshold, it all depends on the anchors to realize, guess, think, and not be able to name names. Can let the official broadcast commentary? The benefits to the anchor is self-evident. That's why every anchor is trying their best to get this opportunity. At first, everyone thought it had to be a large-scale one, so Guild Media tried to take advantage of the opportunity to catch the leak. But unfortunately, it was useless. After a series of studies, it was finally discovered that the large scale did have to be large, but it had to be a true divine magnificent. This also allowed the audience visitors of the Douyin platform to clearly recognize the true and false godho. So certain ones that played return tickets, anchors that played guild tickets, and fake godhos, also directly showed their original forms. UING play large PK. The official live room are not broadcast commentary. That still need to say? There must be catnip but then, many people like to join in the fun. Even if they know there is something fishy, they love to watch. More importantly, even if they are cut leaks, they are willing, both funny and sad. There is a saying that you can never wake up a person pretending to sleep. There are also some people, probably just really stupid. They will not only for the anchor, fake godho Big Brother defense whitewash, and will even find excuses to find reasons for not being live commentary. So this led to the fact that there was still a steady stream of fake godho. Director Chen tapped his fingers on the desktop, thought for a moment, and instructed, "Notify the broadcast commentary team, have them prepare to get ready to broadcast the commentary for that PK at 8 p.m. Chapter 14 First Intimate Contact. Chen Taixu was swollen awake by a surging and raging urge to urinate. Hastily opening his eyes, he rolled out of bed and hurriedly headed straight for the toilet. After a comfortable release, he walked to the window and moved his slightly stiff muscles and bones in small increments. Looking out the window, it was surprising that it was already dark and the lights were on. He picked up his cell phone and looked at it, not realizing that it was already more than 8 o'clock. This sleep was indeed quite long and comfortable. It seems that it is very difficult to fall asleep again at night. Suddenly the sound of hunger came from his stomach. He shook his head and smiled helplessly. It felt like his current life, as if there was no difference with a pig. Eat and sleep, wake up and then eat. Chen Taixu secretly thought in his heart. No, Tomorrow say what also have to be discharged from the hospital. This TM is also too waste, too boring. Now this point in time, it is estimated that Su Qingyan should not come. He picked up his cell phone, opened the takeout software is ready to order takeout. First fill the stomach is true, but just when he was thinking about what to eat, the sound of da high heels came from outside the door. Chen Taixu curiously looked toward the door, and as expected, the next second the ward door was pushed open. Su Qingyan's mature and sexy, charming and graceful figure appeared at the door. Her pouring face was covered with a layer of redness, and even her walking appeared to be a little shaky. It wasn't hard to tell that she had been drinking, and she was also a bit high. Looking at her slender high heels, Chen Taixu was really afraid that she would suddenly fall. Just as soon as he thought this, in the next instant, Su Qingyan's feet swayed and her body suddenly stumbled. Ah! Su Qingyan screamed in panic, seeing that she was about to fall forward. Chen Taixu rushed over with an arrow step, catches to catch, but the impact of the sudden fall is too great. Chen Taixu and dragged the sick body. How can one hand catch it? It was a reaction made by his hands in a hurry, and it was already good enough for him to catch it. His body was unable to maintain balance, and he was directly hit by the impact force and threw himself backward, falling straight to the ground. Bang! Chen Taixu ended up collapsing on the hard floor tiles, and for a moment, he bared his teeth in pain, and Su Qingyan who was caught by him also fell into his arms without any surprise. Originally wearing cool clothes in summer, Chen Taixu was wearing a thin t-shirt. Su Qingyan, on the other hand, had changed into a purple silk halter slimming dress with even thinner fabric. Chen Taixu could clearly feel the faint coolness of her body, as well as the two soft mountains pressing on his chest. Of course Su Qingyan was also able to feel his parched body, as well as the testosterone scent that instantly exploded. Chen Taixu was lying on his back on the ground, while Su Qingyan was pressed on top of him. The distance between the two men's faces was no more than 5 centimeters. They could even clearly feel each other's breathing, as well as their heartbeats. This posture, indescribably ambiguous, with their 4 eyes facing each other, both of them couldn't help but freeze. Although the smell of wine on Su Qingyan was heavy, Chen Taixu still smelled the ethereal fragrance coming from her body. The faint body fragrance coupled with the scent of shampoo and body wash as well as perfume. The mysterious mixture of fragrances instantly mesmerized Chen Taixu. His mind and soul also swirled away at once. When had he, who had been single for more than 40 years in his 2 lives combined, ever had such intimate contact with the opposite sex? For a moment, an evil fire instantly sprang up within his body, and it got hotter and hotter. Unable to help himself, he swallowed hard. Hearing the sound of him swallowing, as well as seeing the knot in his throat that surged, Su Qingyan instantly came back to her senses. Her face, which was already rendered with a touch of wine red, swished and became even redder, directly reddening to the roots of her ears and neck, because she clearly felt a foreign object under her abdomen. It's not like she's a little girl, although she hasn't touched it or seen it before, but she still knows basic common sense. She stood up in a hurry and let out a cold snort from her mouth. Not daring to look at Chen Taixu, she just scolded in a low, angry voice. Rascal! Chen Taixu also struggled to get up, blushing as he looked embarrassed, both helpless and aggrieved. He sophistically said, "Please sister, I was watching you fall and kindly came to catch you, okay? But it's just that I didn't control my center of gravity well and fell down. Besides, I was the one who patted you down there, okay? And you're still blaming me? Isn't it normal for me, a normal man, to be in such close contact with a sexy and flirtatious woman, and also react normally? What's all the fuss about? If I didn't react, that would only mean 2 things. One is that I'm not normal, and the other is that you're not pretty and sexy enough to get me interested. But the thing is I'm definitely normal. Do you think it's because you're not pretty or flirty enough? Good man." This 3-inch tongue is played by him clearly. You. Su Qingyan was dumbfounded and had no way to retort. Could it be that she admitted that she wasn't pretty? Obviously impossible. Didn't dwell on it, but looked at the packed food in her hand. Luckily it didn't spill. Shoving the packed bag to him, she said in a good-natured manner, "Nah, eat it. Thanks." This time, Chen Taixu stubbornly didn't let her feed him again, but slowly ate by himself. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, he decided to make some random conversation to break the awkward situation. "Why are you drinking so much wine? It reeks of alcohol all over your body. Seeing your face and mood doesn't seem to be very good. Pouring out your sorrows with alcohol?" Hearing his words, Su Qingyan's delicate face revealed a tired and weary look. Stretching out her delicate and slender fingers, she rubbed her temples, both helpless and tired. She said, "For the sake of socializing, I can't even drink if I don't want to. What can I do?" Chen Taixu nodded with understanding. "People in the workplace can't help it." Curious, he asked, "I forgot to ask you, what do you do?" Su Qingyan scrutinized him with a serious face, as if she wanted to see something. "What do you think?" Chen Taixu took a closer look and pretended to say back, "Look at your temperament. You should be a boss, president or something like that, right?" Su Chengyan wrapped her hands around her chest and stared at him with interest. "Honestly, you really don't recognize me?" Chen Taixu was slightly stunned, then said with both doubt and speechlessness, "Should I know you?" After such a long time of contact, Su Chengyan was sure that he really didn't recognize himself, whether it was his demeanor when he saw himself, or his reaction when he said his name, including his current expression. None of it seemed fake. In her heart, she breathed a sigh of relief, but she was still more or less frustrated. "Curious?" she asked back. "Don't you usually watch movies and TV and pay attention to the entertainment industry?" Chen Taixu casually replied, "I'm an orphan struggling on the poverty line. I haven't even solved the most basic problem of food and clothing. Where would I have the leisure to pay attention to that stuff?" Suddenly, he realized something. From top to bottom, from head to tail, he carefully scrutinized Su Chengyan. Slightly surprised, he asked, "Are you a star?" Chapter 15 The Diva Who Wants to Be a Director. Su Chengyan tiredly lay on the sofa. With a slightly low mood, she said, "It used to be." Chen Taixu also saw that she didn't seem to want to say more, so he had the good sense not to ask more. "But it's also fine. When we finish eating and search on the internet, we should be able to search out some information." Both of them then tacitly didn't say anything more, waiting for Chen Taixu to finish eating slowly and leisurely, but suddenly realized that the drunken Su Chengyan had fallen asleep, wanting to yell at her to wake her up, but seeing that she was frowning even as she slept with a weary look on her face, Chen Taixu didn't have the patience to do so. With his own arm in a cast right now, there was no way to carry her to bed. In the end, he still rang the bell and called in 2 nurse girls to help, probably because she was really too tired and a little drunk. She didn't even wake up after all this tossing and turning. Su Chengyan occupied the hospital bed. Chen Taixu can only be on the sofa for the night. Lying on the sofa, he took out his cell phone and typed in Su Chengyan's 3 words in the browser. Sure enough, many related news about Su Chengyan popped up. Chen Taixu checked them out one by one. It didn't take long to collect almost all of her information. The main thing was that there was quite a lot of gossip about her recently. Su Chengyan was indeed a star, or a big star. Not only had she taken the Queen of Television, she had also taken the Queen of Movie, and was a very famous diva-level star in Zhu Xia. Like other heavenly kings and queens who have reached her level, they usually open their own personal studios or companies and become their own bosses. But Su Chengyan is different. She even began to gradually turn to the backstage. She chose to become a director. Being a director, can you believe it? Singing and acting, acting and directing and capitalizing. She was preparing to take it one step at a time. Chen Taixu didn't really understand it, but maybe it was just her personal preference. She might just simply want to be a director? What if she just loved the business of directing? Chen Taixu looked at the news reports and it seemed like her directing career wasn't going very well. No, it couldn't be described as not smooth. It should be bumpy and rugged. Who would dare to invest in her if she changed her career to directing? Unless she makes a mark, basically no one will invest. Capital isn't a cutie pie. It will take its own money and blow it away for nothing? Su Chengyan, who couldn't get any investment, didn't give up her dream of directing. She took out her savings for many years and invested in her own movie. However, unfortunately, the first production was a flop. It wasn't that she didn't shoot well, nor was it that she had problems with the acting skills of the actors she chose. Quite the contrary. The word of mouth for her first work was quite good, and the reason why it flopped was entirely due to the subject matter of the work. She made a literary movie. A literary movie. In this era of fast food commercial movies and blockbusters, there was no way out for literary films. So although it gained good word of mouth, the movie's box office was dismal. Just one word: loss. Loss of numbness. Unwillingly, while she still has some savings in her hand, she continued to make a comeback. And this time she has learned her lesson. Did not choose the literary movie, but chose the thriller. The result is, scale is not controlled well, simply cannot pass the trial. Want a cut? No way, might as well remake. The second part of the comeback, not even the opportunity to hit the street. The key is that she is not dead set on it. She still wants to keep coming. She lost all her savings, and if it wasn't for the fact that selling her house wasn't enough, she probably would have sold her house without hesitation. There is no way but to start pulling investments everywhere. Tonight the reason why we'll drink so much wine, it is estimated that should also be to pull the investment to go. As for the result, just look at her look. She failed again. Chen Taixu, who understood clearly, shook his head. There is no right or wrong. Just think she is too obsessive. When it comes to other people's dreams, one is not qualified to comment. Besides, anyone who has a dream is marvelous. There is nothing to laugh at. The main point is, can't you make a normal commercial movie? Do you have to be so fancy? It's either a literary movie or a thriller. and it's quite extreme. Even if you want to play with flowers, it's not impossible, but it's not too late to play with it after you've made achievements. Chen Taixu does want to help her, but he himself now take a ball to help he is not strong enough to do so. He felt that Su Qingyan was really quite good. Even when she was drunk, she still wanted to feed him. Of course, the face value is also a key factor. Thinking in his heart about what tricks he could do to help her, suddenly his eyes lit up. Toon-chan, are you there? Have a fart and hurry up. Still as simple and rough as ever. If Su Qingyan opens a live broadcast, can I brush her? Is it a violation? It's fine until a relationship is established. Chen Taixu was immediately delighted and clapped his hands in triumph. Isn't this settled? If it's not against the rules, this is heck of a lot easier to brush her through the investment of a movie in a matter of minutes. And this is completely the best of both worlds. A good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Chen Taixu's eyes lit up again. Then in that case, is it possible for one to invest in her movie in the form of a reward, thus sharing the dividends? You're thinking about farts again? The system has said that any channel of cashing out is prohibited. Before he could even dream about it, Unity Z mercilessly snuffed out his scheming in the cradle. Chen Taixu was doubly frustrated and lost. You emo a ball? I can't see anyone more emo than me. Hurry up and complete the welfare test and start the god-making program. Once the god-making program starts, you won't be short of money. What will you be worried about is how to spend it. Chen Taixu was stunned. Then he asked with joy, really? This is the surprise you said before? Go and realize it yourself. Don't bother me if there's nothing else. And don't learn from me emo. After saying that, the grumpy and cool emo-loving Unity Sun went offline. Chen Taixu recalled the news revealed by Unity Z. His mood was simply too excited. Tomorrow night, after 8 o'clock tomorrow night, after completing the assessment task, he should become a rich man, right? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but start planning ahead. How should he spend his money after he had it? Buy a car, buy a yacht, buy a plane, club stars, young models, drinking pools of meat, paper drunkenness? Hey, think about it makes people excited. And this fantasy, he is a little ordinary people, who have not fantasized about the life of the rich and powerful. Chen Taixu, who was intoxicated in the fantasy and could not help himself, completely did not know when he fell asleep. Chapter 16, Living with a Kung Fu Diva. The next day, Chen Taixu opened his sleepy eyes and slowly sat up from the sofa. Stretching his back, he stretched his stiff body. Numb nuts, my back hurts. Muttering softly, he then stood up and glanced towards the hospital bed. Su Qingyan was still sleeping, stillness and peace written all over her exquisite face. Chen Taixu walked into the bathroom and started washing up. When he finished washing and came out, Su Qingyan also happened to get up. Did the sound of me washing up wake you up? Su Qingyan flirtatiously ruffled her long hair with her hand while replying, no, just happened to wake up. She walked to the window and opened it, closing her eyes and lightly sniffing the fresh air outside. Raising her hands, she lazily propped up a lazy waist. The curves of her marvelous and sexy body were revealed at this moment. Comfortably satisfied, she sighed. Phew, I don't remember how long it has been since I had such a good and fragrant sleep. Chen Taixu smiled faintly and did not say anything. Su Qingyan also went to the restroom to simply wash up. While organizing her makeup, she asked, what do you want to eat for breakfast? I'll go buy it. Chen Taixu shook his head and said, let's put off the breakfast first. Sister Yan, please help me with the discharge procedures. I really don't want to stay in the hospital anymore. Su Qingyan's makeup application action was lurched, turning her head to look at him, wanting to refuse, but seeing his resolute face, she thought for a moment and asked, sure it's alright right? Chen Taixu directly put on a few bodybuilding moves and said dejectedly, look at my physique, there's no problem at all. Su Qingyan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Alright, you wait, I'll go and do the discharge formalities for you. In the hospital parking lot, Chen Taixu was finally discharged as he wished, sitting in Su Qingyan's Paramera. Sure enough, she was a rich woman, only to crash a Maserati and turn around and replace it with a Paramera. A thin camel is bigger than a horse. Although she lost all her savings, but her fixed assets are still there. After all, she used to be a diva-level superstar. No matter how you say it, it's still better than ordinary people, isn't it? If she can't, she can give up her dream of directing and make a comeback. The car is filled with the same fragrance as Su Qingyan's body. This kind of charming and seductive fragrance can't help but make people's hearts flutter and think about it. Not to mention the fact that Chen Taixu is a first-timer. Chen Taixu hurriedly opened the topic, trying to divert attention. Sister Yan, what's the location of the place you found for me? It's too expensive for me to rent. Su Qingyan casually replied. Don't worry, no money. Chen Taixu was a little surprised. No money? There's still this good thing? Aha, what money do you need to live in my house? Aha, Chen Taixu was obviously dumbfounded, roughly because she was afraid that he would misunderstand. Sister Yan hastened to explain again. With an embarrassed smile on her face, she said, "You don't misunderstand. I'm a bit strained financially for the time being. For the time being, so, save what you can." Chen Taixu, who knew her situation, instantly understood in seconds. Crying and laughing, he asked, "Still planning to continue pulling investments and making movies?" Su Qingyan revealed a surprised look. "You knew?" Chen Taixu nodded. "A big celebrity like you. There are tons of news on the internet. What's so hard about it?" Su Qingyan did not dwell on it, but firmly returned, "Shoot it, why not? This is my lifelong dream and pursuit." "Then did you pull in the investment?" Su Qingyan was like a deflated ball. Frustrated, "No one dares to invest in me. They don't believe in me." "Ha!" Chen Taixu glanced at her breathlessly. "With a style like yours, which one dares to believe in you and invest in you? Is it really because you have a lot of money to burn? Or is it that money comes from the wind?" Immediately afterward, Su Qingyan unexpectedly revealed a resolute and confident look. "But it doesn't matter. The big deal is that I'll make a comeback, shoot a few movies, run a few circulars, and when I make enough money, then I'll continue shooting." Good lord, Chen Taixu couldn't help but admire her persistence. "Sister Yan, you are at least a big star. Let's live together, okay? Being photographed by the paparazzi won't be good for you. Besides, it's not good for this lone man and woman to live under the same roof, right?" Su Qingyan gave him a blank look with her flair. Without good humor, she said, "I've transitioned behind the scenes now. I'm a director. Director, okay? What's wrong with that? Still living together. Beautiful you. We are at best a co-tenant." Then she glanced at Chen Taixu with a smile on her face. Meaningfully, she said, "Do you know what sis used to rely on to be popular? Void." "No, little weakling." False is false. How did she become a little weakling?" Chen Taixu curiously asked. "By what?" Su Qingyan smiled and said, "Fighting scenes, action scenes." Practiced? Multiple times national martial arts champion." Chen Taixu was surprised as he stared at her fiercely, completely unable to see that her fine skin and tender flesh, small arms and thin legs, was actually a martial arts champion. "Fear is not bluffing? What do you practice?" 8 extreme fist. Chen Taixu looked at her incredulously. Eight extremes. Are you serious? In literature, there was taiji to settle the world, and in martial arts, there was 8 extremes to settle the world. Unexpectedly, she who looked charming, sexy and delicate would practice such a ferocious and brutal martial art. Chen Taixu was tongue-tied. Su Qingyan stared at him with a dimpled smile and provoked with amusement. "What? Do you still have any ideas now?" Her gaze slowly moved downwards until it reached a certain vital spot, and her eyes suddenly turned morose. Following her gaze, Chen Taixu looked down. The chrysanthemums immediately tightened, and he hastily clamped his legs together, unable to help but shiver. "Mad. Can't afford to mess with it. This woman looks soft, enchanting and charming, but in reality, she can't be messed with. Doesn't seem like a good person nah. Her face and body could make a man lose 10 years of his life, plus her body hand. I'm afraid that not many men can survive 10 years in her hands, right?" Chen Taixu was instantly despondent, and he didn't know whether it was good or bad to live with her. However, having more people as companions seemed to be quite good for him as a loner. Not to mention it's a sexy star. Living together, Thinking about it was sexually arousing. Paramera slowly drove into Mission Hills. Mission Hills is also considered a high-end residential neighborhood in Magic City. Park the car in the underground garage, and then take the exclusive elevator until the 8th floor. Single floor, single family. Su Qingyan fingerprint unlocked and opened the door. "No need to change shoes. My house doesn't have men's slippers either. Go out and buy them later." As soon as Chen Taixu walked into the living room, the air of luxury hit him. The dining, guest and kitchen all in one open large horizontal hall. The length must be more than 10 meters for fear. Imported natural stone paved floor. European-style furniture decoration. At first glance is particularly high-end luxury. Inlaid wine cabinet, filled with a variety of expensive red wine. The hegemonic darkness style of decoration is full of high-class feeling. Chen Taixu didn't think that a kung fu star would like this style. The design and decoration layout is very luxurious and high-end. Only, Chapter 17 The Sex Life of Cohabitation. The decorative furniture is indeed as luxurious and tasteful as it can be. But the house is also too messy, right? Leftover takeaways and snacks were everywhere, and dirty clothes were thrown everywhere. Chen Taixu even found several pieces of sexy lace lingerie in different colors on the sofa. Good lord, are all single women living alone so casual? Who would have thought that a glamorous and beautiful goddess would have a home that was as messy as a dog kennel? Su Qingyan's slightly embarrassed forced smile, and then her hands and feet will be busy on the sofa. The carpet on the clothes of a brain all packed up, After stuffing them into the washing machine, she then smiled sardonically. Most recently, I'd been too busy. I didn't even have time to clean up. I don't usually do that. Believing in your evil is more like it. Chen Taixu didn't poke holes in it, but stared at her with interest. Su Qingyan probably also felt that her excuse was too lame, and a blush instantly colored her delicate face. In the end, they were going to live together, so Chen Taixu naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Although he only had one hand that could move, he still followed along and cleaned up. Inside and out, he cleaned up the whole place. After working for a whole morning, he was finally able to sit down and take a breather. Su Qingyan directly lay paralyzed on the sofa. Breathless, she said, "Hoo, finally cleaned up. I haven't been this tired in a long time." Chen Taixu didn't feel much. Opening the refrigerator, he asked, "What do you want to drink? Ice curacao?" "It has to be ice curacao." Chen Taixu took a bottle of mineral water and a bottle of ice cola and handed them to her at the same time. Su Qingyan said without any good humor, "Why did you also bring me a bottle of mineral water? Think I'm a buffalo?" Chen Taixu blankly glanced at her. "Come on, I just want you to help me twist the cap of the bottle." He. "Sorry." Su Qingyan laughed nervously. The two sat on the sofa, wide-eyed, the atmosphere looking a little awkward. Coughing, Chen Taixu falsely coughed twice. Tentatively, he said, "Sister Yen, have you ever thought of making money to make a movie through live streaming? Live broadcasting?" Su Qingyan frowned. Then without hesitation, she shook her head and refused. "No, what do you take me for? How could I possibly go and cut the leaks of my netizen fans? I won't do something so unprincipled and bottomless." No. Chen Taixu hastily shook his head to veto her perception. "It's not for you to go live to bring in goods, nor is it for you to directly ask for gifts, but to go live to pull in investment. It's pulling in investment, understand?" Su Qingyan blinked her large Kazran eyes and asked blankly, "What's the difference?" Chen Taixu somewhat suspected that her brain was not too good, patiently explaining, "There are still quite a lot of godly big brothers on the live streaming platform, so you take the money they rewarded and swipe their gifts as an investment. When your movie is released, if it makes money, then share the dividends proportionally. It's equivalent to letting everyone crowdfund you. Get it?" Su Qingyan seemed to understand and asked, "Isn't this equivalent to illegal crowdfunding?" "Nonsense. It's clearly the netizen fans who swiped gifts for you. What's crowdfunding?" You're stealing concepts. Reasonably compliant and legal. There's nothing wrong with it." Su Qingyan still firmly shook her head. "No, I can't let the netizen fans pay for my dream. If it's really not possible, it's fine for me to take a few circulars and a couple of variety shows, and wait to make enough money to shoot again." Although Chen Taixu was quite helpless, he still recognized Su Qingyan's principled and bottom-line approach. Since this move wouldn't work, he could only change his mindset. "Alright, let's not talk about this crap." Su Qingyan waved her hand with some annoyance. "Let's order takeout for lunch. What do you want to eat?" Chen Taixu shrugged indifferently. "Whatever, just order what you like to eat." Su Qingyan picked the store while saying, "How about chicken?" Sorry Sister Yen, we are all civilized people. Can we say chicken without saying bar?" Su Qingyan was obviously stunned. Then she smoothly picked up the pillow on the sofa and ruthlessly smashed it at him. Without good humor, she glared at him. "Stinking rascal." After eating a takeout lunch that had no flavor to speak of, he sat on the sofa to finish his digestion. "I'm going to take a nap. Make yourself at home. There are a few rooms in the guest house. You can sleep in whichever one you want." Su Qingyan threw him down after saying that and walked towards the bedroom on her own. Bang! Chen Taixu heard the sound of her bedroom closing tightly, and also heard the sound of the door being unlocked. He disdainfully skimmed his mouth. "Shutting the door is just a matter of closing it, but also unlocking it. Who are you defending yourself against?" Although a man and a woman living in the same room together would definitely have many inconveniences in the future, but Chen Taixu still quite liked this feeling. He had been alone for more than 40 years in 2 lifetimes, so one could imagine how lonely he was. Having someone as a companion, even if it was just a fight, he quite liked it. Chen Taixu leisurely laid down on the sofa and watched the TV. Don't say, 100 inches or so of TV. It looked really energizing. He also purposely looked for a movie where Su Qingyan was the queen of the movie to watch. The more he watched, the more fascinated. More than 2 hours of the movie was unknowingly finished. In his heart, he also secretly marveled at Su Qingyan's acting skills, which turned out to be pure fire and out of this world. This movie was well deserved for her to be awarded as the queen of the movie. Was it good? Su Qingyan's voice suddenly sounded behind him, and being startled, he couldn't help but shiver a little. Without good humor, he said, "Scared me. Are you a ghost? Walking without a sound?" Su Qingyan, who was wearing a black silk lace low-cut nightgown, smiled and said, "I saw you looking so mesmerized, so I didn't have the heart to disturb you. How's it? how's sis acting? Chen Taixu nodded and gave her a thumbs up. Without mincing words, he complimented. Stunning, the characters were all completely brought to life by you. Su Qingyan sat on the sofa and crossed her legs in triumph. When she leaned over, the flash of white on her chest was unmistakable. When she crossed her legs, her long white legs were also evocative. Dejectedly, he said, that's a must. Cough. Chen Tai false cough 2 times. Sister Yen, let's just say, can we pay a little attention to the scale and consider my feelings? How to say I'm also a normal man? You dress so casually. Are you really not afraid that I'll have an animalistic outburst? Not only did Su Qingyan not have any restraint, but instead, she flirted with her hair in a flirtatious manner. Charmingly seductive, she said, why don't you give it a try? Chen Taixu glanced at the martial arts championship trophies that filled the display shelves in the living room and hastily shook his head. Ch Ching. Su Qingyan snorted lightly in disdain. Okay, no messing around. Let's go. Go where? Go to buy the necessities you need. And other messy things let's go. Transitional chapter. Chapter 18, The Great War will begin. After purchasing various supplies, Su Qingyan bought a bunch of ingredients, saying that she wanted to make a big meal to celebrate. Since she wanted to celebrate, Chen Taixu certainly wouldn't stop her. After all, making it yourself at home was better than ordering takeout, right? However, when he saw the meal laid out on the table, he realized how ridiculous his thoughts were. Seeing her confident appearance before, Chen Taixu thought that her cooking skills, even if not too good, would not be too bad. At this moment, however, he realized that he was wrong, way off the mark. Worthy of being a movie queen, her acting skills were really on the line. Su Qingyan looked at him with an expectant face, blinking her large Kazran eyes. Taste it, quickly taste my handiwork. Chen Taixu swallowed hard, pointing at a dish that was almost blackened into the bottom of the pot, and asked with fear and trepidation, what kind of dish is this? Cuisine? Cola chicken wings. Are you kidding me? It's just a plate of coal, okay? Taste it, taste it. Chen Taixu took a deep breath and tremblingly extended his chopsticks to the chicken wings, carefully biting a drop, not even daring to chew it. He swallowed it hard and directly. Try this again. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Doesn't it look appetizing? Chen Taixu glanced at the several dishes as if the scrambled eggs with tomato was the only one that looked much more normal. Guess there shouldn't be much of a problem. He picked up a chopstick and put it directly into his mouth. But as soon as he entered his mouth, he was busy spitting it out. Water, give me water. Su Qingyan anxiously asked. What's wrong? Little weak chicken. Are you alright? Salty, too salty. Sister Yen did you put in a bag of salt? Then hurry up and drink some soup. Don't. Chen Taixu hurriedly stopped her who was serving the soup. Sister Yen, this soup looks colorful. Are you sure you can drink it? Drinking it won't kill you, right? Su Qingyan took a look at what looked like poisonous mushroom soup and she smiled sarcastically. With a stiff upper lip, she said, should, won't it? The fact that she didn't even have the courage to speak proved that she didn't dare to be sure. Chen Taixu, would he dare to drink? Seeing that he didn't speak, Su Qingyan hung her head and sat on the chair. Aggrieved, she asked, is it really that bad? Chen Taixu took a deep breath. A long pain was better than a short pain. He must be truthful. If one were to tell lies in order to take care of her pride and motivation, then she would inevitably intensify. Wouldn't it be yourself who would suffer in the future? Therefore, it is resolute not to lift a stone and hit your own feet. Can't indulge her, can't spoil her. Chen Taixu pretended to give her a blank look without any goodwill and started the merciless strike mode. Sister Yen, the way you cook this meal, to be honest, I'm afraid that even Snow White's evil stepmother would have to ask for advice on your recipe. Su Qingyan bulged her big eyes and glared at him, her hands clasping her chest in an exasperated manner. Don't believe me? If you don't believe me, taste it yourself. Chen Taixu chucked a piece of blackened chicken wing into her bowl. Su Qingyan hesitated, looking at the chicken wing and thinking, and finally could only smile sardonically. However, she still sophomorically said, how can I say that this is also my first time cooking for a boy as well? Can't you save some face for me? Chen Taixu secretly sighed. Sister Yen it's really not that I don't give you face. You really don't have a talent for cooking. Your talent is acting and making movies. Let's focus on movies in the future, okay? We won't touch the cooking, okay? Behave yourself. Su Qingyan gave him a charming look. Are you trying to coax me into being a child? Do you think I don't want to focus on the movie? Isn't this a case of not being able to pull an investment? The more Su Qingyan thought about it, the more angry she got. She was as stubborn as a donkey. How could she just give up? No, I still don't believe it. Isn't it just cooking? How hard can it be? Little weak chicken. Listen up. I announced that next sis is going to study cooking with all her heart. Chen Taixu was stunned. Why are you still coming on strong? For the sake of his dog's life, he gritted his teeth and said, Sister Yen, you'd better study movies. Isn't it just investment? Isn't it just money? I'll find a way for you, okay? You? Su Qingyan sized him up questioningly, obviously not believing him. Come on, what can you think of? You don't need to worry about this. In any case, leave it to me, okay? You don't go study cooking either. After saying that, Chen Taixu got up and left the table. What are you doing, little weakling? Not eating? I'm not eating. Let's order a snack later. I'll go think of something for you. Watching him walk straight back to the bedroom, Su Qingyan had a pensive expression on her face. Seeing that it was almost 8 o'clock, Chen Taixu also smoothly found an excuse to go back to his room. It wasn't exactly an excuse. He was actually still thinking of a solution. Tuzi, are you there? Are you finished? You're the only one who has a lot to do all day long, aren't you? You're the only one with a lot to do, aren't you? Chen Taixu's black question mark face. Isn't it true that emos people are all so grumpy? Not to mention that you're just a intelligence system with no feelings. Let me ask something. If I swipe the do coins to the anchor, and then let the anchor to invest, is it against the rules? The words were interrupted by Chen Taixu before he could finish. Alright, no need to say it, I get it. Think about it, there is a hammer difference between this and cashing out. It's only a ghost if it doesn't violate the law. Back off. Wait, there's another thing to ask you. Just after the friendly exchange with Unity, the knock on the door came to mind. Chen Taixu got up and opened the door to the room. Su Qingyan said in a bad mood, What's a big man like you doing locking the door? The book says that good-looking boys should also learn to protect themselves. CH changes. Su Qingyan contemptuously skimmed her mouth. Nah, here's some fruit for you. Pat it out first. Chen Taixu took the plate of fruit she handed over. Thank you. Su Qingyan curiously looked around the room. You're just going to lie on the bed and help me figure it out? Alright, I've said leave it to me. Don't worry about it. Go out. Don't bother me to think of a trick. After forcing her out, Chen Taixu once again unlocked the door of the room. Looking at the time, it was already 7:50. Chen Taixu didn't even panic as he boarded Douyin and looked at his account balance. There were still more than 130 million Do coins. Then he clicked on the follow list and saw that Wang Airdog was indeed in the middle of a live broadcast. He didn't hesitate to click in. Taixu Illusion entered the live broadcast room. When he saw the system scrolling prompts, Wang Airdog, who was nagging, instantly scurried up from his chair. Vocally, he cried out, Welcome me Taixu virtual brother. Snap me a wave of welcome brother Taixu on the full screen. He didn't even need to shout. The public screen was full of welcome brother Taixu. The screen was directly dominated by these 5 words. The welcome brother Taixu pop-up screen was instantly hit thousands of times, and it was still rising. Then, 2 more people suddenly walked into the camera in Wang Airdog's live room. Chapter 19, Coming on Strong. The 2 men knew at a glance that they were the masters of musical instruments that Airdog had specially invited to do the effects and content of the program. The male was dressed in a very northwestern Lus Plateau style, carrying a waist drum on his back, and the female dressed in quite landlady style, holding a swona, a twisting rice planting song and drums, a swaying body blowing swona. Wang Ergu, on the other hand, half kneeled on one knee in the center and set off the ceremonial fireworks cannons. Welcome my brother Taixu. While chanting, the cannons were set off. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room instantly rose. Chen Taixu cried and laughed as he shook his head. This guy's little atmosphere and tableau were not bad at all. However, he was still quite used. After all, vanity, no matter who, more or less certainly have. Chen Taixu glanced at the upper right corner and saw that the real-time online audience had incredibly reached 100,000 plus. He rubbed his eyes, thinking that he was blinking, but after confirming it again, yes, it was indeed 100,000 plus. Chen Taixu was somewhat incredulous. This is still the 2 dogs of yesterday's live room, only a few hundred people? This guy is not hanging iron, right? Hanging iron, meaning is to buy robot hanging in the live room. Create the illusion of a lot of people in the live room, so as to attract other real visitors audience. Don't underestimate. There are a lot of robots will also send different pop-ups at regular intervals. You won't be able to see any flaws at all. After a lively and grand welcome ceremony, Wang Erdog sat back in his chair. Taixu Fantasy, what's going on? Overnight the number of people in your live broadcast room exceeded 100,000 plus? Brother Taixu, you don't know? Chen Taixu was dumbfounded. Taixu Fantasy, know what? Wang Ergu, brother Taixu's matter of you and Lightning Frenzy having a date to fight has been known all over the internet since yesterday. And there's news that the official will be broadcasting the commentary of this PK date. That's why the live broadcast room was suddenly flooded with so many gourmets. Chen Taixu frowned, both puzzled and curious. Taixu Fantasy Realm, broadcasting the commentary? What does that mean? Wang Ergu froze. Brother Taixu, you don't know? After blurting it out, he let it go after a slight thought. Brother Taixu was still a white number yesterday, so he must have just played Douyin, so it's not surprising that he didn't know. He hurriedly explained in detail again. After his explanation, Chen Taixu also understood. However, his brows were furrowed even tighter. Tuzi, the situation seems a bit off nah. This Douyin, it seems like it's not as simple as imagined. I always feel like there's some strange conspiracy. Originally thought that the short-tempered Tunchan would be blasting away again, yet it wasn't. There is no need for you to inquire about this matter. Now is not the time for you to know. Chen Taixu was stunned. Although Unity Z did not tell him, Unity Z's words clearly confirmed his suspicions. Shaking his head, since he couldn't figure out why Blue Star's Douyin was strange, there was no need to waste brain cells. Didn't Tunchan say so? It wasn't the right time yet. When it's time to know, it will always be known. Chen Taixu smiled faintly and began to withhold words. Taixu fantasy, then won't we have to be more careful with our words when piking today? Wang Ergu, if the official is going to relay the commentary, it is indeed necessary to pay attention to it. But it doesn't matter much. The broadcast screen is going to block out our voices and the pop-ups in the live room. Chen Taixu nodded. It seemed like he was really going to become famous tonight. Taixu fantasy, it's almost time. Let's even go over. Wang Ergu pressed down the nervousness and excitement inside. Okay, Brother Taixu. Tonight, he was destined to be just a toolman. The situation at hand had nothing to do with him anymore, but rather involved the face of both sides of the divine magnificent big brothers. Before the private engagement are okay, but once the official really broadcasts the commentary, then the losing party, which still have half a bit of face. In this case, can not head? Can the battle not be intense? Originally may take out 8 points of strength. Now well, I am afraid to be riveted to 12 points of strength. Demon Girl also early on the broadcast, waiting for this big battle. Her heart is simply beautiful. After all, PK bet with her not the slightest relationship, but brush the sound wave is put into their own pockets. She was already fantasizing about how many sound waves she could easily earn tonight. As soon as she saw the connection request sent over by Wang Airdog, she accepted it without hesitation. Just that she couldn't help but secretly mutter in her heart, how come light-hearted brother hadn't until now? As soon as he connected to the line, Wang Airdog directly opened the door and asked, are you ready? Start directly when you're ready. Do it early, break up early. My big brother's time is very precious. Which has the free time to dilly-dally with you guys? Demon G was not annoyed and smiled peacefully. Don't be in a hurry. Isn't this still 2 minutes short of 8 o'clock? Wang Airdog smiled wryly. It can't be that it hasn't come yet, right? Demoness did not show any weakness and retaliated. What's the hurry? Don't you know that the main characters come out last? This time, the eaters in the live broadcast room could not sit still, and they ran into her live broadcast room to bring the rhythm. What the hell is going on? We came to the live room early to wait for this wonderful duel. You do not tell me not to come. There is still a minute to 8 o'clock. It is not really afraid. Do not dare to come, right? I thought you were so powerful, but you're just a talker, right? He doesn't even dare to show his face. Look at him. He's already waiting in the live broadcast room. He's not a wimp at all. The half-body is just a weakling, scared out of his wits, and doesn't dare to show his face. Alas, waste of time, all early dispersal. People simply do not dare to respond to the war. The people who eat melon are all watching the fun and not suspected of being big. The people who eat melon, jumping more than anyone else happy. At the time of their impact on the Demon Girl's live room, the time also came to 8 o'clock exactly. Demon Girl just want to dislike 2 sentences. The screen will scroll out the prompt information. Half-body lightning madness entered the live broadcast room. A sword came from the west and entered the live broadcast room. Green shirt as old as time entered the live broadcast room. The dream of 900 million young men entered the live broadcast room. As soon as he saw the prompt message, the live broadcast room instantly exploded. Demon G excitedly chanted, welcome Brother Lightning, welcome Brother One Sword, welcome Brother Green Shirt, and welcome Sister Dream. Hearing her excited welcome, Wang Airdog frowned. How could he, Wang Airdog, not know about these 3 people that half-body lighthearted had invited to help? All of them were notorious sentimental good big brothers and sisters across the net. It was a true 60-level god ho big brother The strength of the luxury is naturally unquestionable. It is really a big gesture raging. At this time, the public screen pop-ups of the live broadcasts on both sides have exploded, all of which are fiercely discussing. Chapter 20 Official Broadcast Commentary. This guy doesn't talk about martial virtues he even shouted out his friends to help out. My mom. 3 level 60 godly heroes. This formation is too big, isn't it? The people who came here are not good. These 3 people are the famous sentiment of Douyin's big brusher, real god of luxury, not bad kind of money. With such a luxurious lineup, It seems that the winner of this PK is no longer in any doubt. Brother Taixu is no longer a powerful man, but it's also hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. This is still a game. As soon as he saw the 4 big brothers on the opposite side of the room, half of the crowd in Erdog's live broadcast was instantly reduced. And the public screen is also singing bad. Not only are the tourists watching, even the fans of 2 dogs don't have a lot of optimism that they can win. It wasn't their fault. It was really the opposite side's lineup that was a bit scary. 3 level 60 big brushes, really not a joke. And the live broadcast of the demon girl is very different. Good guy. I didn't expect Brother Lightning to invite 3 big gods to help. Awesome. I know. Brother One Sword and Brother Green Shirt are both fierce batch. A word is a few 100 million votes hard smashing. Ha ha. Steady. I see the opposite side tonight still have last night so arrogant. Hammer that what 2 vain illusion out of the Siang to come. On this luxury lineup, hard against the super first tier anchors are no problem. The district of 55 level of small Karami. Is not a hand holding the pinch? Second dog couldn't help but look grave. After thinking about it, he still took out his other cell phone and started to send a message to Chen Taixu. Wang Airdog, Brother Taixu, why don't I just go off the air? There's no need for us to fight, right? Looking at the WeChat message, Chen Taixu faintly smiled. Replying back, he said, if you go off the air without saying a word, then I'm afraid your live broadcast career will end here. Wang Airdog, it's fine. Not being an anchor is just that. Can I still starve to death? Don't worry Brother Taixu. I can carry this alone. It won't involve you. I can handle it. The corner of Chen Taixu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful expression. You carry a hammer. Showing you off? Isn't it just 3 level 60 divine masters? Fear a ball. What I'm hammering is the divine greats. That's the only way to play. Don't be a wimp. And don't drop the ball for me. Just do it. Receiving his reply, Wang Erdog's face once again revealed a confident and arrogant look. Arrogantly, he said, people are coming, aren't they? Since you're here then let's start. Just as he finished speaking, he saw that a mic had unexpectedly come on the guest table across the room. It was half-body Lightning. The little Yakuza from Taixu is here, right? Roll out and go head to head with the big man. Chen Taixu also heard it. The voice was young, presumably a rich second generation. No wonder he was so arrogant and domineering. It seemed that he was usually used to being brutal and overbearing. Since you wanna fight head-on, there is no problem. Why fear? Chen Taixu directly applied for the microphone and sat on the guest seat. Lowering his voice, camouflaging his voice, he said in a conspiratorial manner, phew, after bringing 2 helpers to the battlefield, you're tough again, aren't you? Xia Xishio sneered back. What? Scared? Afraid? What qualifications do you have to make me afraid? I've never heard of sheep flocking together, but I've never heard of tigers pairing up. Poof, when you call out to your father later, I hope that your mouth will still be as hard as it is now. Chen Taixu faintly returned. Okay, I hope you can give a little bit of effort, but don't be like yesterday. Move twice. Ha ha. Poof, don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and start. At this time, the official live broadcast room also suddenly opened. Countless tourist viewers flooded in the moment it opened. In less than 30 seconds, the real-time online audience of the live broadcast room broke straight through 100,000 plus, and it was still dabbling upwards. And the broadcast screen at this time also picked up into the live broadcast room. Friends of the audience in the live broadcast room, hello, I am the large PK commentator, He Wei. I'm Chu Shuxian. A man and a woman sat in the studio, in front of the commentary stage. Both commentators were surprisingly professional hosts of the national team. Isn't it incredible? Professional hosts, still from the national team, would actually come to commentate on a live PK. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised and weirded out at first, but after getting used to it, they seemed to accept it. He Wei used his magnetic voice, as well as his troubadour-like accent, to kick off the PK battle. The fighting voice platform under the night has once again ushered in a fierce dueling battle. The countless visitors in the live broadcast room were overlooking this anticipated duel. To them, all the wins and losses were no big deal, but the anchors and godly heroes who were in the PK arena were having huge emotional ups and downs. Through the broadcast screen, we can clearly see that this much talked about battle has officially started. Chu Xian, on the left side of the red bloodstripe side is anchor Demon G, and this time, she is assisted by a level 52 big brother, as well as 3 level 60 veteran great godly heroes, and on the right side of the blue bloodstripe side is anchor Wang Airdog, for his support only a level 55 rising big brother. This PK duel is still quite a gap from the current paper strength. However, one cannot jump to conclusions before the last moment of the countdown ends. On the PK field, there has always been no lack of miracles. We'll see what the final result will be. Right after the female commentator briefly introduced the information about the matchups, the male commentator, He Wei, suddenly became excited. Shouting with excitement, he said, "It's moving! It's moving! The red side's halfling lightning is taking the lead. It's Carnival." That's right, less than 3 seconds into the game, he hit Carnival. Oh bow karma. No, he's not on one, it's a group. It's a group of 520 Carnival. At this point, the red side's blood bar was already a full 15.6 million votes ahead. Is he trying to directly kill this PK duel? Chen Taixu smiled faintly, and this time, he didn't intend to tease his opponent anymore. Since he was going to swing the votes from the start and go head to head, let's do it. Who is afraid of who? His finger did not hesitate to point up. Chu Shuxian, it's moving, and so is the blue blood bar. My god, how many votes is this up? The red side's blood bar of over 15 million was actually crushed in an instant? Is this the blood stripe disappearance technique used by the newest divine hero, Taixu illusion? Look, everyone, look, it's the happy news displayed across the platform. A set of 999 carnivals. In the face of the red side's big brother aggressively swinging his votes as soon as he came up, the blue side's godly hero, Brother Taixu, didn't wimp out in the slightest and backhanded 999 carnival. Brother Taixu's strong proclamation of the other side, proclaiming the whole platform, God Ho descending advent. It had to be said that the two professional hosts were very passionate in their commentary. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was instantly pulled up by them. Chapter 21 Emptying the account. Yes, that's right. Chen Taixu directly ordered a set of 999 carnival. The happy news special effect once again shown across the platform. Cow. Awesome. Brother Taixu really won't let people down. A hit is a hit. Brother Taixu is indeed powerful, but the opposite side should not be underestimated. Now it's still only the half-body frivolity that has struck out. I'm not sure if Brother Taixu can withstand it. This PK will take more than 500 million votes to win. 500 million votes? My mom, do they have all the money they need? They don't even dare to paint like this even if they have mines at home. And at this time, the live broadcast room of the demon girl. A sword to the west, brother. How many more votes do you have in your pocket? Half body, there's still more than 60 million votes. I filled up 8 million today. Green shirt, okay, bro. You're too much of a head case, right? You really want to fight to the end with the other side? 900 million boys' dreams, heh. I advise you not to be careless. The opposite side is not a good fight. If they really roll over, it'll be fun. A sword to the west, brother. You go up another set of 999 to suppress the opposite side's arrogance. By the way, let's test the waters and see if he dares to continue reckless. If he still wants to follow, green shirt and I will step in. Half-body lightning didn't speak, but instead directly gave an answer with practical actions. I didn't expect the battle to be so intense at the start. It seems like the divine heroic big brothers from both sides are already moving in for real. The current situation on the PK field is very clear. The blue side is temporarily leading with a substantial advantage after Brother Taixu played a set of 999 carnival. I don't know about the red side. Wait, here it comes. Happy news. Another platform-wide happy news. Which side's big brother made a move? Chu Shuxian, it's not one, it's two happy reports. My gosh, two happy reports appeared at almost the same time. Brother Lighthearted and Brother Taixu hit a set of 999 at the same time. What kind of godly duel is this? It's only been a minute or so since the game started, and they're fighting so fiercely against each other? Right now, the red side's Demanji's bloodstained votes have come to more than 45 million votes, and the blue side's Wang Erdog's bloodstained votes, after Brother Taixu triggered two happy announcements, has already reached 60 million votes. It's still the blue side that holds the lead for now. Wei took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging excitement. He stared intently at the broadcast screen, excitedly yet without losing his expectations. He said, "Is there more? Will there be more shots?" Chen Taixu laughed and said, after a day of hard preparation, this is the result of this strength? I was thinking that I could have a good time today, and this is the only condition you've brought with you to come out for a date? Come on, can't you be a little more exciting? If you really can't, step back and let the 3 level 60s come. Facing his crazy provocation, Xia Xixio snorted coldly. I hope you can stay crazy. After saying that, he no longer hid it, tapping the gift bar and pressing carnival for another set of 999. The face of the demon girl in front of the camera was almost smiling. Thank you for 999 Huaziyu from Brother Lighthearted. Brother Lighthearted is mighty and domineering. Awesome. Winning or losing this PK was not important to her at all. Even if she lost, it didn't matter at all. This vote was circle-numbing today. Instead, her heart was still cheering Brother Taixu on right now. Go on, keep going, do it to death. After all, there are still 3 level 60 divine masters who haven't made a move. If Brother Taixu can't fight back when he is beaten, then how can he circle more votes? Seeing that the opposite side has once again pressed the blood bar over, Chen Taixu was about to counterattack, but a happy report suddenly appeared on the screen. Wang Airdog sent Carnival *999 in Wang Airdog's live broadcast room. God's hero descended. A throw of money. Quickly go and watch. Chen Taixu was stunned. How could he not know the meaning of Wang Airdog upvoting himself? Although it was now him and Demonis who were piking, it had actually turned into two big brothers fighting each other. Moreover, the final winners and losers were also the two big brothers directly facing each other. He and the demon girl is purely half of the force out. Sit back and enjoy the benefits. Wang Airdog thought very simple. Since the big brother looks up to himself, then he can not do nothing. Let the big brother in front of the charge, but the benefits of all into their own pockets. This is also too unethical, completely as the big brother as a big wrong sida. Therefore, he wanted to do his best to lift the big brother a hand. To be honest, to be able to do Wang Ergo this degree of anchor, cannot say there is no, but less pathetic. Don't look at the anchors in the live broadcasting room to the big brother held high, as the ancestor like offer up. In private, they are also always warm and caring, with constant messages and phone calls. However, this is also under the premise that you give him brush votes to enjoy the treatment. Once you stop brushing, or brushing and pulling, you see they will still bird you? Will they pull you directly into the black? Not to mention let them out of their own money to poor big brother. Simply dreaming. Wang Ergo carefully and tentatively explained. Brother Taixu, don't misunderstand. Chen Taixu directly interrupted him. No need to explain. I know what you mean. I've seen your attitude. Good. Very good. Hearing him say so, Wang Ergo breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Brother Taixu would misunderstand himself and purposely sweep his face. Chen Taixu was not a naive batch. How could he misunderstand? He was crazy, but he could still tell the difference between good and bad, and he was quite satisfied with Airdog's attitude. After all, the second dog was not clear about his strength, and to be able to pay out of his own pocket to defend his face had surpassed 99% of anchors. Chen Taixu couldn't help but nod his head. It seemed like he had a pretty good eye for people. Alright, don't get on it. A few little caramels are just that. They can't afford to turn over any waterflowers. Deli Taixu brother. Wang Airdog upvoted himself, and even the people on the opposite side were surprised to the point of surprise. Demon G even mocked. Yo, Airdog you can do something as low as upvoting yourself? What? Your big brother pulls down this? He's not going to make it? There are still 3 big brothers in our family who haven't made a move yet? Lol. Chen Taixu also didn't want to bull **** with her at all, nor did he want to dilly-dally. At this time, he still had nearly 100 million do coins on his account. Without saying a word, he directly 3 sets of 999 carnival and placed it on the blood bar. That's not all. He directly emptied all the bucket coins on his account at once. In the end, he also swiped 2 rockets before it was all cleared. However, the Demoness wasn't the least bit flustered. She even couldn't help but smile. Excitedly, she cried out, "Brothers, quick shot, press it over. Hurry up and press it over. He can't do it. He doesn't have any more votes. The last ones are all swiped rockets. As long as we press through, we're sure to win. Brothers, come on, we'll definitely win this one." Chapter 22, Situation Reversed. Defeat is set? Banshee fought hard and eagerly shouted and canvassed for votes on the live broadcast. At this time, a certain high-end private club in Magic City. A sword to the west. Shenmubai looked at the live broadcast image on the screen. His brows furrowed and his face was very unsightly. He slightly shook the red wine cup in his hand, and then tilted his head and drank it all. "Brother, I don't want to go on the ticket." The tone of his voice was laced with thick sarcasm and dissatisfaction. Green shirt like old Li Qingyi also shook his head with great dissatisfaction. "It's not just that I don't want to upvote her. I want to go across the street to upvote her. The dream of 900 million young boys." Pei Iris Lan said with a smile. "Goo. You guys wouldn't be able to see the faces of these anchors just now, would you? Ha! Actually it doesn't matter. What we're playing is a fun, isn't it? As long as you guys are having fun, why do you care so much?" Shenmubai gave her a grudging look. She said without a good mood, "But Sister Lan, won't this make us look naive? A proper big wrong seed. You look at the opposite side, and then look at this goods." Alas. Well, they were unbalanced by Wang Airdog set of 999. There is no comparison. There is no harm. If you don't see Wang Airdog himself on the ticket, it doesn't matter. But after seeing, and then look at just clamor circle vote Demon G, how to see how not comfortable. Li Qingyi just wanted to speak. Xia Xishou's message was sent over. Frowning and contemplating for a moment, he then slowly said, "Help Xishou finish this game before saying anything. If we give up now, the brothers won't even have anything to do. It's only 60 to 70 million votes short. Not much. The opposite side made up 2 rockets in the end. So I guess there should really be no more votes. Shin Mubai stifled a nod. Alright brother, but first say goodbye. This time after we both press the blood bar over. If the opposite side still want to follow, I can resolutely not on the ticket. Oh, Hiwei, Ward Sky. The blue side's blood bar has broken through 100 million, and the number of votes has come to around 140 million. Is Brother Taixu trying to end the game? Chu Shuxian, interjecting a piece of news. According to the data provided by the platform, Taixu Fantasy's accumulated online time is only 20 minutes, and his wealth level has reached level 60. Congratulations to Brother Taixu for becoming the fastest great god magnificent to honor the 60th level of consumer tycoon in Zuxia. Awesome. Really awesome. Rising to level 60 in 20 minutes. If it wasn't for the half-body frivolity yesterday that didn't work out, I guess Brother Taixu would have already been promoted to level 60 by that PK yesterday. Martyr. The world of the rich. I really don't understand this poor pussy. 20 million renminbi. 2 PK, said throwaway. Figure what? If it is a brush to my female anchor, I can still understand, but this brush to the male anchor, really cannot figure it out. Predictions, in all likelihood, Brother Taixu will lose this PK. I guess so. Brother Taixu has obviously emptied his pockets of bucket money, and is now only short of 60 to 70 million votes, but there are still 3 level 60 heroes on the other side who haven't made a move. Unfortunately, Brother Taixu is indeed quite powerful and ruthless, but how could he have imagined that he would run into a tough opponent in the first PK? Hiwei, Brother Taixu wants to end the game, but will the red side let him have his way? Chu Shuxian, I don't think so. After all, since the 3 great godly heroes showed up in the live broadcast room in a big way, they are definitely going to make a move. Hiwei, if the 3 great godly heroes strike at the same time, I don't know if Brother Taixu will be able to withstand it. Chu Shuxian then simply replied back with a single word. Hang on. In fact, it wasn't just their 2 commentators who didn't think highly of Taixu Illusion. I'm afraid that the millions of people who were watching the 3 live broadcasts had already decided that Taixu Illusion Realm had lost. The game has been decided. The corner of Sisho's mouth in the villa rose slightly, revealing a sneering and mocking smile. Pity, it does have the capital to be mad. But who are you bad at messing with? Why did you have to come and mess with me? Not self-important. It's no fun. It looks like there's no need to recharge. Right now, the audience and fans of the 2 live broadcasting rooms were thinking the complete opposite. The fans of the Demon Ladies family were all looking forward to the 3 great godly heroes. On the other hand, the fans of the Second Dogs family were all looking forward to the 3 of them not making a move. However, the 3 of them kept quiet and didn't make a move. So the fans of the Demon G family were the first to be unable to sit still, and began to disorganize themselves and bring up the tempo. Brother One Sword, Brother Green Shirt, Sister Dream, you can make a move. Right, not much difference. The bloodline counter pressure is a sure win. Big brother, big sister, hurry up. Big brother, big sister, hurry up. 3 groups of 999. Our blood pressure on the counter pressure. Really not much difference. Oh, really a bunch of keyboard warriors. Not much difference? 3 sets of 999? You're just standing there, aren't you? Other live room, or 1,000 people live room. A night is rare to see a carnival. How come now? 999 are talking so easily? Is it possible that these 2 big battles have given them an illusion? Also, is it really good for you guys to teach Big Brother and Big Sister to do things like this and bring them up to speed? Originally, in this situation, the anchor would have stepped in to dissuade the fans from leading the tempo, no matter if they were sincere or not. But Damanji was clearly being lucrative tonight, letting the fans set Big Brother up. Shinmubai and Li Qingyi were in a very unhappy mood right now. If it wasn't for Sisho's face, they probably would have gone to the opposite live room to upvote. Shinmubai was upset, but since he had promised the Brotherhood a hand, he naturally couldn't go back on his word. He opened the gift bar, held down the carnival, and then clicked twice send 999. A soar to the west in the Siren G's live room sent carnival asterisk 999. God hero descended. A throw of money, quickly go to watch. The 2 big good news instantly spread all over the platform of the live room. Gorgeous bright fireworks also bloomed in each live room. This is not over. Green shirt as usual in the Demon G's live room sent carnival asterisk 999. The god of hero descended. A throw of money, quickly go to observe. Another big happy report. Hiwei excitedly narrated. Out. The 2 great godly heroes of Demon G's live room, out at the same time. Another 3 sets of 999 carnival. The red side's bloodstain has come to 170 million votes, finally overtaking Chu Shuxian. Both sides' blood stripe votes have already exceeded 100 million. This is a godly fight. The viewers can say that they'd had a great time today. right? The big happy special effects that are usually hard to see once in 10 days and half a month have given everyone a good look today. I wonder if everyone is as excited and fervent as the commentators right now? After mobilizing a wave of atmosphere, Hiwei looked at the blue side's blood bar with a face of deep thought plus anticipation. I wonder if Brother Taixu can still bounce the bloodline back. It's just after 4 minutes. There's still a lot of time left for Brother Taixu. Miracle. Will there be a miracle? But Chen Taixu had now swiped all 200 million votes from the system test. So what was he going to do to win this PK? Chapter 23 God Creation Program launched. Ha ha. Brother One Sword and Brother Green Shirt have both made their moves. So I'm asking if you're afraid? The sword is not sharp. The horse is too skinny. What are you going to fight with us? Come on. Weren't you so powerful and arrogant just now? Please move your blood. The water is too deep. The wind is too strong. Don't talk if you don't have the ability. The water is too deep for you to grasp. So just roll away with your tail between your legs. Ha ha. Aya, Taixu brother your blood strip is welded? Or have you been anesthetized? Please go up one more time. Don't pull down our family GDP. This isn't good either. You can't handle it even though Brother Jian and Brother Qingshi just hit you. How can you be so crazy? As expected, there are fans for every anchor. The bloodline had just been surpassed, and 0213's fans were eager to enter the live broadcast room to bring the tempo and taunt. The corner of Chen Taixu's mouth raised a cold smile. Really think that my brother is powerless to fight back, right, Tonzi? Congratulations to the host for successfully passing this system's assessment. The performance rating of this assessment is A, rewarding the host with full cashback. Chen Taixu froze, then excitedly and eagerly asked after him. Full cashback? Meaning that the 200 million do coins from the assessment, all of it is returned? As soon as his words fell, his cell phone's text message alert sounded. Click to look. The bank card to account for 20 million. The current balance, 200,07781.99. Really full cashback. Chen Taixu swallowed hard and forcefully held down his excitement. Although there was no transfer account prompt, since the system had guaranteed it before, there shouldn't be any problems, so Chen Taixu wasn't worried at all. The host has completed the assessment task, and this system is about to start the God-making program. The first step of the God-making program, a small trial. This system will recharge the host's Douyin account with 10 billion do coins. The host needs to squander it all within a limited period of time. God-making program Node 1. Once the God-making program is activated, 100% of the money the host has squandered will be returned to him. God-making program Node 2. All the cashback is real-time. How much to spend? Immediately cashback how much? Small trial notes 1. The bucket money provided by this system can only be used for reward consumption. Prohibited. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Taixu didn't hold back his exclamation of surprise. 100% cashback? Ha ha. Awesome. No wonder Unity said before that it was impossible for him to be short of money after the God Creation program was launched. So it was 100% rebate. This is hecka cool, right? It turns out that it's not just on the internet that I can be heavy-handed. In reality, I can be awesome too. Ha ha. Chen Taixu suddenly felt refreshed. However, he suddenly realized a problem. Hurriedly, he asked, Tuzi, how long is the limited time? Guess by yourself. Realize by yourself. This system won't give the time explicitly. Chen Taixu was slightly stunned. He guessed that this should also be one of the inspection tasks. The less time spent, then the higher the rating for completing the mission would be, and the rewards would naturally be more generous. Although there was no clear time limit, Chen Taixu did not panic in the slightest. It was only 10 billion do coins. It was just a small case. If he squandered 10 billion do coins, he would be able to get a billion rewards. Chen Taixu couldn't help but reveal a bright smile. Gorgeous. This money, come also too fast and easy it. This Tuzi is to cultivate his divine magnificence off from the inside to the outside. From the internet to reality, in all aspects. Chen Taixu heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, slowly clicking on his account. 10 billion do coins had already arrived in seconds. Taking a look at the opposite side of the Demon G's smug appearance, as well as the small black fans who were still madly mocking in the live broadcast room, Chen Taixu revealed a disdainful and contemptuous smile. Little boy. Still want to overturn the sky, right? Brother, now let you all know whether brother's blade is sharp or not. Whether the horse is thin or not. He. Just as he tapped on the gift bar and prepared to upvote, the live broadcast room once again lit up with a big happy news special effect. Chen Taixu subconsciously frowned. He thought that it was again Wang Airdog himself who upvoted. However, it wasn't. The dream of 900 million young men sent Carnival *999 in Wang Airdog's live broadcast room. God's hero descends. A throw of money. Quickly go and watch. Aha! When he saw the colorful bars floating on the screen across the platform, as well as the big happy news. Chen Taixu was confused. Not only him, everyone was dumbfounded. Wang Airdog, Demon G, Xia Si Xiao, the two commentators, and all the viewers in the 3 live rooms. He Wei said with a puzzled and bewildered face. What's going on? Isn't the 900 million young man's dream the godly hero that the red side invited to help them? Why would he help the blue side upvote? Xu Shuxian was also puzzled and guessed. Could it be an oolong? This level 60 divine great sister. Couldn't she have upvoted the wrong side? So that's what everyone thought. Demon G hurriedly voiced out a reminder. Sister Dream, uploaded the wrong ticket. You uploaded it to the opposite side. Come back quickly. 0213's fans also instantly switched into Wang Erdog's live room. Dream sister, you're in the wrong live room. Dream sister, why are you upvoting Wang Airdog? And Wang Airdog's fans went crazy with joy. Thank you, Dream sister is so bold. Thank you Dream sister for sending a set of 999 carnival. Dream sister is awesome. Sister Dream's atmosphere. Sister Dream is beautiful and kind. Wang Ergu also came back to his senses from his daze, and hurriedly thanked. Thank you Sister Dream. But, he still kindly reminded. Sister Dream, are you on the wrong ticket? Pei Iris Lan did not float the screen to reply, but gave an answer with practical actions. 900 million young man's dream sent carnival *999 in the live broadcast room of Wang Airdog. God's hero descended. A throw of money. Quickly go to watch. That's right. Pei Iris Lan once again sent a set of 999 carnival. With her practical actions, she told everyone that she didn't send the wrong one. He Wei, another happy report. It seems like Sister Meng didn't send the wrong one. She's just upvoting the blue side. Xu Shuxian, huh? It seems like there's something else going on in this matter. According to the information data collected, 900 million young men's dreams, a sword coming from the west, and green shirts like old times. They're a small group with a very good relationship. I believe there are many viewers who have seen them in the same live room many times, playing together and upvoting together. From their past pop-up chats, it can also be analyzed that the 3 of them also have a pretty good relationship in private. But why is Sister Dream upvoting her opponent now? Is there infighting? The data information from the OB commentary team was still quite comprehensive. Of course, all of this data information, as well as the information, must have been collected by the National Movement Division. Could it not be detailed? Could it not be comprehensive? I'm afraid that all over the platform, the rank but a little bit higher users, even a single punctuation mark they sent during the live broadcast, the relevant department of the National Luck Division would collect and record it. Concerning the fate of the country, it is certainly not child's play. He Wei sighed. Being a commentator for so long, and having commentated hundreds of PK duels, what kind of reversals and miracles have been encountered? But this is the first time I've encountered such an unexpected and shocking reversal today. Chen Taixu was also dumbfounded. Chapter 24, the first reckless man on the entire internet. Chen Taixu, who was sitting in the guest seat, thought about it and puzzled over it, asking with both doubt and curiosity. Sister Dream, right? Are you sure you didn't enter the wrong live room and get on the wrong ticket? Although she had already proved with her actions that she wasn't on the wrong ticket, this was indeed too hard to believe. Pei Iris Lan was about to type and float the screen, but Xia Si Xiao's call came in. She frowned slightly as she interrupted her refusal to answer, and after some thought, she still answered the call. Hey, Lan, what do you mean by this? It's just that you're not willing to help me. But what do you mean by going to help the opposite side of the upper ticket to beat me? The tone of voice was unkind and full of questioning, causing Pei Iris Lan's complexion to instantly become unhappy. Xia Si Xiao, what does it have to do with you for me to upvote whoever I want to upvote? What kind of tone and attitude do you have? And what qualifications do you have to teach Lao Mian what to do? What kind of night pot are you? And, is Lan what you call yourself? Bah, good guy. The moment he opened his mouth, it was a strong flavor of oil and spices. It was tough enough. Not Lan, I am not this. Before the words were finished, Pei Iris Lan directly hung up on him. Li Qingyi slowly said, Iris Lan, no matter what, it is also an old friend who has been together for many years. You hit him in the face like this, is it not? Shen Mubai quietly gave her a thumbs up, and then said indifferently, Brother, Sister Lan has always been at odds with Si Xiao. It's not like you don't know. Besides, I don't think there's anything wrong with Sister Lan going across the street to upvote, because I want to go. He. Take a look at what kind of behavior this female anchor that Si Xiao strongly supports. I can't even stand watching it. The demoness was now showing off her Charybdis. With an aggrieved face, she pitifully asked, Brother light-hearted, isn't Sister Dream your friend? Why would she go across the street to upvote and beat us up? Is it because I did something wrong and offended Sister Dream? Xia Si Xiao, who was hung up on, was also very annoyed right now. He thought that the demoness hadn't said 2 words from start to finish, and that there was no such thing as offending Pei Iris Lan, since it wasn't her who had offended. Then Pei Iris Lan going across the street to upvote was clearly coming at himself. Xia Xixio snorted coldly and said, "It's fine, don't worry about her. Isn't the bloodstain not pressed over yet? Even if it presses over, I'll still take a shot." After saying that, taking advantage of the gap, he started recharging again, just in case. Pei Iris Lan didn't care what they thought, but instead typed and floated the screen, replying to Chen Taixu's previous words. 900 million young man's dream, I'm not a naive batch. I don't know if I've uploaded the wrong ticket? Chen Taixu froze, then laughed. Ho, the chick's temper is quite grumpy. Then why did you come over here to upload tickets? Is it to pay the medical bills in advance? If it's a medical bill, then you're quite generous. 900 million young man's dream, I have a lot of money to burn medical expenses to 60 million sound waves? Chen Taixu asked again. Then what are you doing running over here to upvote? 9 billion young boy's dream, can't I come over here to be the second oldest sister on the list? Chen Taixu laughed twice. Okay, welcome, incomparably welcome. Then narcissistically continued. I didn't expect that my kingly aura would have conquered you in an invisible way. I have to say that you are very discerning. Why don't you mix with brother? 900 million young man's dream, bah, stinking table face. Wang Bachi is more or less the same. Want to conquer old lady? You think you are a weevil? Good guy, enough plagiarism. 9 billion young men's dream, you guys are still behind now. If you lose, it will be interesting. Chen Taixu smiled confidently and said in a feigned manner, want to see me laugh? That's destined to disappoint you. How about this? Want to bet? Pei Iris Lan seemed to have gotten interested as well. 9 billion young man's dream, how to bet? It's very simple, not counting the tickets you uploaded. If I lose, then it's considered a win for you, and I'll unconditionally agree to one of your demands. But if I manage to take down the opposite side without counting the 60 million votes you put on, then it will be counted as my win, and you will have to promise me a request. 900 million boys dream, not counting the 60 million votes I put up? Okay, I'll bet, but too much of a request won't do. Don't worry, I haven't seen you before. What interest can I have in you? What if you're old, fat and ugly? Pei Iris Lan heavily put down the goblet in her hand and cursed in a huff. This asshole. Looking at the exasperated her, Shen Mubai and Li Qingyi looked at each other with uncertainty, not knowing what this big miss, again, was throwing a tantrum, what madness she was pulling. 900 million young man's dream, you'd better win, or you're dead. Don't say I didn't remind you. The opposite side still has at least 100 million votes if they get mad. Ha ha. Chen Taixu arrogantly laughed twice. Sister dream is it? Please be prepared to lose. The opposite side is your friend, right? Alright, to give you face, I won't pit their tickets. After saying that, Chen Taixu didn't talk any nonsense and directly began to swing the tickets. Hearing his words, Pei Iris Lan raised an eyebrow as a sense of foreboding arose. Taixu Fantasy had sent Carnival *999 in Wang Ergo's livestream. The godly tycoon had descended and thrown away thousands of dollars. Quickly go and watch. Nearly $30 million for a platform-wide happy newspaper. Great happy newspaper *1. Chen Taixu didn't pause for a second and directly started the streak mode. Big happy newspaper *2. Big happy newspaper *3. Putting aside Pei Iris Lan's 60 million votes, the votes on Chen Taixu himself had now overwhelmed the opposite side. Still no stop. Great happiness report *4. Great congratulation *5. The great happiness report *6. The great happiness *7. The great happiness *8. The good news *9. Grand pleasure newspaper *10. Stopped. Chen Taixu finally stopped. 999 Carnival 10 in a row. Nearly 300 million votes, plus the previous on, a full 400 million more votes. Counting Pei Iris Lan's on top of that, the blue side's blood bar was already up to over 500 million votes. He directly shocked everyone with such an overbearing and bold swing of votes. Crap, my ass. Brother Taixu is also too bossy, isn't he? Directly 999 Carnival 10 strikes. Originally I was waiting for a miracle. Ha, ridiculous. For Brother Taixu, there's no need for a miracle, because he is the miracle. Chu Shuxian, it seems that this time Brother Taixu is really the end of the PK duel, and Douyin's top 10 throne of godly heroes. Brother Taixu must have a place. Asterisk. Fierce, 2ing fierce. Brother Taixu is absolutely a wolf extermination. No, should be the whole network first reckless. I don't know if Brother Taixu can squeeze into the top 10, but I know that Brother Taixu's fierceness can definitely make it into the top 3. In a few minutes, he threw away more than 40 million renminbi. Looking at the whole internet, Brother Taixu is also quite fierce. My mom, you're going to hit people with 999 Carnival without saying a word. I just want to ask Brother Taixu how many mines he has at home. Mines? I don't know. I don't know if you've got a lot of money, but I'm sure you've got a lot of money in your family. Chapter 25, A Battle for Fame. Seeing the more than 500 million votes pressed over by the other party, Demon G as well as 0213's family members were dumbfounded. Even Half-Body Lightning was dumbfounded. Pei Iris Lan had guessed correctly before, and to prevent accidents CSC Shios had indeed recharged another 100 million Do coins. But now, even if it is all swiped out, it's still a long way off. CSC Shio can still recharge tens of millions of RMB? Yes, he can. But even if he recharges tens of millions of RMB and swipes them all out, will he definitely win? Hang on, really can't win. Don't you see the aggressive stance of the opposite side? If he recharges tens of millions of RMB and presses back the bloodline, then maybe the opposite side will have another 999 Carnival 10 consecutive strikes. He has money, but he is not really brainless. It doesn't matter if he brushes $1,000 or so million dollars, but to brush tens of millions of dollars out at once, even if he was a rich second generation, he would be heartbroken. Furthermore, what makes this anchorwoman worth so much money? With tens of millions of dollars, he didn't know how many net stars and actresses he would have to play with. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. However, when he thought of the bet with Chen Taixu, he had a bit of a dilemma for a while. Money could be squandered, but face could not be lost. Just when he was hesitating, Shen Mubai and Li Qingyi spoke in the group. He advised him not to go to the head or upvote anymore. A sword to the west, Si Xiao. Either admit it, this Taixu brother on the opposite side is really mysterious. Green shirt as usual, he's obviously swinging the vote. There's really no need for us to get tough with him again. If we continue to fight hard, do you dare to guarantee that he won't come back with another 10 consecutive strikes? This guy is too ruthless, too fierce, pure recklessness. It's better not to mess with him anymore. Half-body lightness, but this is a father-son game. If I admit defeat, do I still have a face? From his words, it could be seen that he was indeed also scared by Chen Taixu. The reckless man, if it wasn't a father-son game, he probably would have admitted defeat without hesitation. Is there such a thing as playing PK? If you don't move a few 100 million votes, why don't we play by the rules? A sword to the west, Si Xiao. Come on, if it were any other anchor, if you want to be tough, our brothers will certainly accompany. But look at this thing. If it's not you, Qing and I would have gone to the opposite side of the ticket to hammer her. Green shirt like the same, it's better to settle a dispute than to tie it up. And the opposite side looks like it's not small, so let's not offend her to death. As for the matter of the bet, later we go over to help you say, people will not be too serious. And isn't Iris Lan over there? Call her to help persuade her at that time. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Xia Xixio was still hesitating, but the red-eyed demoness couldn't hold her tongue. Light-hearted brother, you can make your move now. If you don't, we'll really lose. Time is running out. Quick, 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 quick. As long as we press through, we're sure to win. It's only a few 100 million votes. I believe it's a small amount for brother Light-hearted. Actually, it doesn't matter if I lose. I'll just take the blame. But it's about brother Light-hearted. We resolutely can't lose. Brothers and sisters, family members, let's follow brother Light-hearted if we can. Bring out the cohesion of our family. We must help brother Lightning Breeze win this face-off. Anyone with a little bit of brain, I'm afraid that they could hear the caution in the words of the demoness. A little cleverness, right? Xia Xixio naturally wasn't a stupid person. Before it was the fire in his heart, coupled with the fact that it went to his head. That's why he was swayed by his emotions. Now, he has calmed down. See, the demon girl are still playing smart. This is purely to take themselves as a simple batch. Thinking back to the situation just now when Wang Erdog paid for the tickets out of his own pocket, and thinking about what his good brother said, Xia Xixio felt stifled and angry. District several 100 million votes? Oh, I bought a watch last year. Martyr, I also won your grandfather's ticket. That's right, Xia Xixio recognized. Not just lose? No big deal. Even if it is shouting father, he now feel better than give this thing on the ticket. The more Xia Xixio thought about it, the more angry he became. And he only blamed himself for being blinded by lard and being overwhelmed by anger. No wonder Pei Iris Lan, who said he would only watch the fun, would go to the opposite side of the ticket, so it wasn't to charge himself. Xia Xixio, who figured out this section, was relieved. At this time, the official broadcast live room, He Wei looked at the countdown that was decreasing and slowly said, "The situation is now very clear. The blue side with a substantial advantage, strongly crushed the red side. Now, there's not much time left for the red side. I wonder if the red side, which has 3 divine heroes in town, will usher in a miracle at the last moment and realize a shocking reversal? Shu Shu Xian, difficult. After all, the gap now is not just a half a star. There are more than 300 million votes. This is a completely insurmountable chasm. We can't question that the three great gods don't have the strength. We can only say that Brother Taixu is too strong, too bold, and too ferocious. He nodded in deep thought. Not bad, commentating on PK matches for so long. Brother Taixu's aura is definitely the strongest one. Both of us, as professional commentators, were shocked by Brother Taixu's powerful aura. Not to mention his opponents. One can imagine how much pressure they were under. The last minute or two was basically useless garbage time as well. And the final result, too, had been locked without any surprises. Wei excitedly shouted, "Congratulations! Congratulations to the blue side's anchor Wang Ergu, for winning the final victory of this duel. Also congratulations to Douyin's newest godly hero, Brother Taixu, who became famous in one battle. While we're congratulating and celebrating the blue side's victory, let's not forget the red side who brought us a wonderful PK feast. Please don't believe that victory is as easy as a dandelion on a hillside. But please believe that there is always some beauty in the world that deserves our best efforts, even if it breaks our bones. Maybe they'll understand Maupassant's quote that life may not be as good as you think." The bard, Wei, ended the broadcast with a poetic commentary. "Exciting. This PK is really too damn exciting to watch tonight. It makes my blood boil. The one who can be broadcasted and commentated, no doubt, must be a true god. This is not more exciting than those who play the return flow. Working club tickets, electric tickets? This is the battle between the true god of greatness. Tonight is really, let me see, powerful, too powerful." When watching this PK, I was feeding the pig. The pig also saw the live broadcast screen. It stopped chewing mouth. I put down the grass in my hand. I and the pig stared at each other for a few seconds. From its eyes, I can see that the animal blood boiled it. "Want to ride me on the highway?" Chapter 26, The Iron Law of Anemic-Chested Girls. PK ended. Naturally the normal thank you list process. Wang Erdog had jumped ship to Douyin for nearly half a year, but during this half a year, he hadn't even received a single carnival. However, today's all-platform Big Happy report directly made him look already numb. Moreover, in these 2 days, with these 2 PKs, Brother Taixu had swiped 50 million RMB for him. While he was thrilled and excited, more than anything, he felt that it wasn't quite real. He would even think that if he had turned a blind eye to Brother Taixu's pop-ups yesterday in the live broadcast room, which was still a small white number, how would he have ended up? In the end, he would have been unable to hold on and silently retired from the net. If he didn't believe in Brother Taixu and didn't dare to gamble, he would have been doomed to lose touch with Brother Taixu. He was glad that he had gotten Brother Taixu's regard and that he had firmly grasped the opportunity. Of course, he was still more or less apprehensive in his heart, because it was unreal, and because he was afraid of losing it again. That was why he was uneasy. When the excitement was too much, it would instead be unexpectedly calm. Wang Erdog was like this now. Perhaps it was also because of the words of thanks and bragging. There were too many words said, just those few sentences over and over again, and he probably didn't have any way to express it in words right now. In his mind thinking about how to word it, hesitating for half a day. Only then did he slowly say, "Thank you Brother Taixu, and thank you Sister Dream. Brother Taixu, you've broken the bank." He paused, stood up, and bowed 90 degrees deep. Only after a long time did he raise his head. He was about to continue speaking when he was impatiently interrupted by Chen Taixu. "Don't be so damn good at just playing sensationalism all day long. I play live streaming. All I want is to have fun. It has nothing to do with you, how much I brush. It all depends on my mood and will. It has nothing to do with you as well. I just think you're not bad, so I'll just casually spend a little bit here with you. Know what I mean?" Wang Erdog nodded and said, "I know Brother Taixu. Wang Erdog, don't dare to say anything else, but I consider myself to be by no means an ungrateful, wolfish contraption. No matter what, even if you don't come to my live room in the future, Brother Taixu, and don't spend money in my live room, Wang Ergu, still won't forget your great kindness." One voice Brother Taixu, a lifetime Brother Taixu, the promise of a disciple traitor will never change. Chen Taixu looked at the sincere and determined Wang Ergu and nodded silently. He believed that this guy was not quite the same as other reality anchors who recognized money but not people. If he, Chen Taixu, were to fall on hard times in the future, he believed that Wang Erdog would never turn his back on him, because Wang Erdog had hit rock bottom and tasted the thinness of human feelings. He now valued and cared more about certain things. With a slight smile, he pretended to say, "Erdog, now that you've risen, I hope you can not forget your beginnings. After making money, don't get carried away and do more meaningful things." This guy, too, is really fake. He himself fantasized that when he had money, he would club stars and young models, and red wine in green lights. Now but the righteousness of teaching others to do more meaningful things. The truth is, this is a real fake over the double standard dog. Who knows that Wang Erdog actually smiled and said back, "Don't worry Brother Taixu. I already have a rather meaningful idea now. When I get off the air, I'll talk to you about my idea. Chen Taixu had originally said these grandiose words for the sake of pretending, but he didn't realize that this guy Airdog actually had an idea. He instantly became interested as well and said, "Alright, give me a talk after the next broadcast. If your idea is good, brother will definitely support you." Wang Erga was busy thanking him. "Thank you, brother Taixu." Chen Taixu ended his conversation with him and turned his gaze to the top of his cell phone screen, landing on the avatar of List 2. He clicked on the avatar of the dream of 900 million young boys and entered her homepage to check it out. She had not set up a private account and could see the short videos she had posted. He randomly clicked on a work and watched it. Chen Taixu was a little surprised. This grumpy little pepper was actually still a beauty. Whether it was her face value or her body, it was above 90 points. Unfortunately, the only thing that was lacking in beauty was that she was poor in breasts. No wonder the little temper is quite grumpy. Aren't all poor-breasted women like this? Chest thief small, temper thief violent, arrogant, either toxic tongue or less words. Expression looks also. This is the iron law of chest small sister paper. With Su Changyan such a sexy and charming young woman, there is simply no comparison. Chen Taixu exited her homepage and returned to the live broadcast room. With a slight smile, he said with amusement, "Sister Meng, how about it? Willing to gamble to lose?" Pei Iris Lan, who had been set up by him, was furious, but angry after angry, but she could still afford to play. 9 billion young man's dream, say it, what do you want me to do? He. Chen Taixu pretended to smile lewdly, asked, "It's you yourself in your work, right?" Pei Iris Lan was instantly on guard. "What do you want? I told you that I won't agree to requests that are too much. I advise you to keep your mind still." Humph. Chen Taixu lightly laughed. "What are you thinking? I'm just casually asking. Didn't see that you're quite rich, owning a private airfield at a young age. Don't worry, I don't have any interest in flatbed padded brains. Ha ha. Snap. In the clubhouse private room, Pei Iris Lan slammed the crystal red wineglass in her hand onto the ground. Her mouth cursed furiously. This asshole. Taking a deep breath, he forced down the anger in his heart. Huffing and puffing, he asked again, "Say, what exactly do you want me to do? Last chance, if you don't say it again, old lady will disown you." Chen Taixu also no longer tease her. And then tease, I guess it will really angry, the proportion of which must be pinpointed. After thinking about it, he said, "I don't want you to do anything. I didn't say earlier, let you mix with me, how is it? From now on I am your big brother. You are my second brother. How? Don't worry, as long as you follow the big brother to mix. To ensure that no one in the whole network dares to Shin with you, big brother hammer not die him. Collect a little brother. Seems to be quite good. He. Not waiting for Pei Iris Lan to reply, the live broadcast room is scrolling through the system prompts floating screen. A sword came from the west and entered the live broadcast room. The green shirt has before entered the live broadcast room. A level 60 godly hero, and there was no stealth. The prompts and special effects of entering the live broadcast room were still quite eye-catching. However, Chen Taixu felt that when the 12th rank knighthood went live, visitors who opened the knighthood to enter the live broadcast room would definitely have very good special effects. And the higher the knighthood, the more powerful the entry tips and special effects would be. Watching the two of him enter the live broadcast room, Chen Taixu smiled slightly. Although he was a bit curious, he had guessed about 8 or 9 times. P.S. Thank you for the gifts and rewards sent by the big brothers. Big brothers are awesome. Big brothers are magnificent. Chapter 27. It's not a fight against us. As the number 1 traitor under the sect, Wang Airdog, he naturally wouldn't go crazy and bite people before he got Chen Taixu's clear instructions. Treating things as they were, he still warmly welcomed Brother One Sword and Brother Green Shirt into the live broadcasting room. The two also didn't rush to say their intentions, but had to arrange the stage first. One Sword West sent Carnival *999 in Wang Airdog's live room. God's hero descends. A throw of money. Quickly go to watch. Green Shirt like old in Wang Airdog's live room sent Carnival *999. God heroic descends. A throw of money. Quickly go to the spectators. The two big happy news special effects once again bloomed joyfully in every live room across the platform. What's going on? What's going on? Isn't PK all over? How did these two great godly men go to Wang Airdog's live room to make a big brush? Ha! Go! 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 The two of them couldn't have been conquered by Brother Taixu's king's power, could they? Interesting, let's go together. Wang Airdog's live streaming room was once again flooded with a large number of watching tourists. Thank you Brother One Sword and Brother Green Shirt for a set of Shangshi Carnival. Broke the bank. A set of 999 Carnival was also collectively referred to as the Shangshi Carnival by anchors and netizens across the platform. Wang Erdog was very self-aware and discerning. He then just expressed his gratitude without trespassing to say anything else. He clearly knew that no matter if it was Sister Dream from earlier, or the current Brother One Sword and Brother Green Shirt, they were all coming for Brother Taixu. He wouldn't be so arrogant as to think that they were coming over to swipe gifts because of him. Chen Taixu smiled slightly, feeling quite interesting. Without saying a word, throwing 999 carnival first as soon as he came was clearly giving himself face. Of course, this was only one. As for the second, it was also to politely tell Chen Taixu that it wasn't that they didn't have the strength and didn't continue to upvote. Chen Taixu, who was sitting on the guest seat, slowly said, "Both of you, what does this mean?" Green shirt as usual, no other meaning. Brother Taixu, don't think too much about it. We came over here just to make amends with Brother Taixu on behalf of our brothers. A sword to the west, yes. Brother Taixu, my brother is young and unintelligent. Don't take it personally, don't forget the little man's fault, okay? If Brother Taixu can turn this into a peace today, we will remember your favor. The green shirt, as if it were a reason, took over the conversation and continued to float the screen. I see that Brother Taixu's IP address is also showing Magic City. Our brothers and sisters are also a little bit famous in Magic City. In the future, if there is something, Brother Taixu, you can just say hello. If I can do it, I won't hesitate. If we can't do it, we'll do everything we can to help. The words had been said to this point, and the meaning was actually quite obvious. Chen Taixu did not reply immediately, but pondered. At this moment, Pei Iris Lan, however, sent a supreme floating screen pop-up. 9 billion young boys dream, big brother. Although I don't deal with him too well, but how can I say that he is also a friend? Why don't you give second brother a thin face? Big brother? Chen Taixu looked at her floating screen pop-ups to reveal a smile. Not bad, not bad. Oh, so you're saying yes, right? Very well, since you have opened your mouth, second brother, then big brother must give you a face. Then this matter will end here. One sword to the west, thanks Brother Taixu. Let's add a contact later, so you can greet me if something comes up in the future. Green shirt as usual, Brother Taixu. Some other day I'll be the host. Let's get together and get to know each other. Please be kind to Brother Taixu. Chen Taixu pondered thoughtfully for a moment. Then he smiled brightly and said, we can be considered as not fighting and not getting to know each other, right? Since we're both in the same Magic City, it wouldn't be a bad idea to get to know each other sometime. There was another burst of pleasantries and politeness, and the barrier of the previous battle was dissolved in an invisible way. Half-body lightning is arrogant, but people are still quite honorable. Ran into the live broadcast to Chen Taixu, and Wang Erdog greatly apologized, and sent a group of Shengshi Carnival. This matter came to an official end. As he said before, a few people are also considered to be not fighting, although it is a network, but it may not be unable to shine into reality, so it was also excellent to be able to turn a war into a peace. And Chen Taixu had also thought it through. Now for him, it was true that he could do whatever he wanted on the internet, but in reality, he was the little weakling Su Qingyan spoke of. Even if he had money, he didn't dare to be too ostentatious. After all, just having money sometimes wasn't very good. He also has to have the right to have power. Thousands of years, domestic and foreign, countless vivid real examples tell us, if there is no power and no power, there are more wealth is impossible to keep. Your wealth, too, will not belong to you. Very cruel and realistic, but true. Chen Taixu smiled triumphantly and flirted. Come, second brother, call out big brother to hear it. Pei Iris Lan had a constipated expression on his face, although his heart was unwilling, but the spit that was spat out, could he still lick it back? 9 billion young men's dream, second dog, pull sis on the mic. Okay, dream sister. Wang Erdog smilingly invited her to sit on the guest seat. Ahem. Pei Iris Lan faked 2 slightly awkward coughs. Squirming, she shouted in a low voice. Big brother. What? Chen Taixu deliberately teased. Second brother, you louder. Big brother, this ear seems not too good. Pei Kailan was furious and clenched his teeth. Heart across, with a tone full of oil and spice, shouted loudly. Big brother. Ha ha. Chen Taixu laughed out loud in triumph. Second brother. Second brother, you don't worry. This sound big brother shouted, no loss. In the futuring doing big brother cover you. Whoever dares to bully you, tell big brother. Big brother will absolutely whack him to pieces. Pei Kailan raised his eyebrows. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and his eyes darted around. Next to her, Shinmubai and Li Qingyi took one look at her expression and demeanor and knew that she was thinking of ghostly ideas and preparing to trap people. They also quite admired Chen Taixu for daring to accept this irascible troublemaker as a little brother. Courageous. Big brother, right? What you said is true. Chen Taixu powerfully coaxed back. It has to be. Following big brother around, can I still let you be bullied? The corner of Pei Kailan's mouth hooked into a wry smile. Big brother, Don't you think this is a coincidence? Second brother went to help good Jime support in Fight PK a few days ago, but he met his nemesis who purposely ran to snipe me, and was bullied by her for 3 games in a row. Big brother what do you think about this? Chen Taixu said with disdain. What else can I do? I must hammer back. Deadly rivals, right? Go, take revenge. As soon as his words landed, One Sword West in green shirt Ruyao sent out floating screen pop-ups at the same time. One Sword West, Brother Taixu, be careful. Green shirt Ruxiao, Brother Taixu, don't be in a hurry. Even if you want to take revenge, you have to think long and hard about it. Chapter 28 Little Princess of the Beijing Circle. When Chen Taixu saw their floating screen, he felt as if things were not as simple as he had imagined. He was both puzzled and curious as he asked, "What's the meaning? Why is it that from what you guys are saying, it seems as if the other party is not small and quite powerful?" Green shirt as usual, ahem. Brother Taixu, Xiaomeng's nemesis's Douyin ID is called Cat 11 of the Old Lane. Chen Taixu muttered blankly, Cat 11 of Old Lane? What the hell? Only then did the crowd suddenly remember that Brother Taixu had only started playing Douyin not more than 2 days ago, so it was only natural that he didn't know. The number 1 trader under the door hurriedly explained. Brother Taixu, Old Lane's Cat 11 is a godly big sister who is in the top 10 of Douyin's godly hero list. Very fierce, very powerful. According to incomplete statistics, Old Lane's Cat 11 is currently spending no less than $2 billion cumulatively in Douyin. Moreover, by now her consumption strength is still ferocious and incomparable. Not only is there absolutely no sign of half a bit of brush pulling, but on the contrary, she is also getting more and more ferocious. In the entire Douyin, she's definitely one of the top godly big sisters. Wang Airdog's off-the-cuff words immediately made Pei Iris Lan unhappy. Competitively, she exasperatedly said, Hey, what do you mean by that, Airdogsy? What do you mean by counting one big sister? Don't put your dream sister me in your eyes, right? She counts as one. Then how many times does dream sister I count? If it wasn't for her purposely running to snipe at me when I was defenseless, I would have lost to her. Wang Airdog was busy fawning and currying favor. I'm sorry sister dream. It's the dog, I'm the one with the big mouth. The whole platform first god big sister. Of course, have to count my dream sister Cluck. The old alley of the Cat 11 which can be compared with our dream sister is not it? Only after hearing this did Pei Iris Lan arrogantly say, Poof, that's more or less the same. Chen Taixu smiled faintly and said casually and indifferently, Oh, so she's quite powerful? Green shirt as usual, Brother Taixu. You don't know, Cat 11 is indeed very powerful and fierce. And the most crucial thing is that Cat 11, as the little princess of the Beijing Circle, behind her also stands a group of worldly children and magnates whose strength cannot be underestimated. Chen Taixu immediately became interested and muttered, The little princess of the capital circle? Interesting. In that case, you guys are also considered to be from the magic circle? One Sword to the west. We are just a few friends getting together to fool around. Where does it count as a magic circle? Besides, the magic circle is not as united as the Beijing circle. We all play our own game. As soon as they talked about such things as circle factions, no matter if it was Chen Taixu, or the tourist audience who were eating melons, they were all very interested. One by one, they had a lively discussion in the live broadcast room. Indeed, as far as I know, the magic circle is a scattered sand, always playing each to their own. It's true that the capital circle likes to embrace groups and is also very united, but the capital circle isn't an ironclad The Beijing circle is full of factions and small circles, and the internal conflicts are quite serious, and they don't see eye to eye with each other. Oh, don't look at Douyin as just a live broadcast platform, but the water here, it's not usually deep. Beijing Circle, Magic Circle, Hong Kong Circle, Northeast Circle, Northwest Circle. Looking at the pop-ups on the public screen of the live broadcasting room, Chen Taixu really had an eye-opening experience. I didn't expect the tiny Douyin to have crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Compared to the jitterbug of the previous life, there was no doubt that Blue Star's Douyin was more exciting and more powerful. Chen Taixu had a meaningful smile on his face. The deeper the contact, the more he felt that the fighting sound was extraordinary, and the more interesting he felt. There is no hurry, just play slowly. On his own this open strength, what do you care what circle? Mang will be finished. Chen Taixu thought about it and asked, how to say second brother? Want big brother to help you take revenge? Pei Iris Lan was silent. Just now she just wanted to joke with Chen Taixu, and by the way, swept away his arrogance again, which had thought that this guy would be so reckless. Knowing the other party's background strength, he even wanted to continue to be tough and reckless. Pei Kailan was now in a difficult position. She really didn't want to drag Chen Taixu into the water, her hard mouth to hard mouth, but Cat 11's strength she must also recognize, or will not be in her hands to eat a few boring loss. Don't look at the lightness of words, just simple revenge 2 words. But this mother asterisk 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 asterisker is to spend real money and exactly how much money will be spent, who does not know, but definitely will not be a small amount, but a huge amount of money that ordinary people can hardly reach in a lifetime. In the final analysis, she and Chen Taixu had only just gotten to know each other. No, it wasn't even an acquaintance. One could only say that there was that tiny bit of insignificant friendship, right? In this case, why would you let someone spend a lot of money to help you out? Still really think of others as the wrong kind of big brother? Seeing that she didn't say anything for half a day, Chen Taixu could only ask again, what's wrong? Second brother? Are you listening to me? In the end, what's wrong with you is to squeak dry or not, to do we immediately look for the past, big brother absolutely help you revenge. Hearing him say this, watching the crowd of people who do not want to be too big to sit still, asterisk 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 asterisk, don't be a wimp, just follow brother Taixu and be reckless. Revenge, must revenge, which has been bullied by people who do not get back the scene. Sister dream, with brother Taixu, we have nothing to be afraid of, we must have a clean slate. Dream sister, brother Taixu, I've already found out, Cat 11 is really in the live room of the anchor she supports, Soul Singer Little Tease. Yes, that's right, it's in the Soul Singer's live room, let's hurry up and kill it. Good guys, really well-trained people are eating the melon crowd. How long has it taken to figure out the other side's whereabouts? Chen Taixu curiously asked. What's the situation with the Soul Singer Little Tease? The number one traitor under the door, Wang Ergu, hastened to help him with his science. Soul Singer Little Tease is a female anchor of the singing entertainment type, famous for her singing style that is a blend of 100% soul and emotional input, coupled with her teasing attributes. She is loved by the majority of netizens, although she's not a PK-type anchor. With Cat 11's support, she's still sitting firmly in the ranks of Super Tier 1 popularity anchors. Soul Singer Little Tease is also one of the few individual anchors amongst the many Super Tier 1 anchors who have not joined a guild MCN. Chen Taixu wasn't too surprised, with such a super godly hero like Cat 11. Even if he didn't rely on guild and MCN support, entering the Super Tier 1 ranks wasn't a difficult task. It was important to realize that a godly magnate who threw away a lot of money came with his own traffic in popularity. Take Chen Taixu for example. He now casually enters a live room whose popularity doesn't break 100, does nothing, and stays in the live room all the time. Believe it or not, it won't take long for the real-time online viewers in the live room to go up. The amount of popularity that could be attracted to the live room depended on the popularity and influence of the divine hero. Chapter 29 The Mango Legion's Letter of War. Chen Taixu looked at the 9.7 billion Do coins lying quietly on his account, and his heart had no ripples. What super first-line popularity anchor? What Beijing Circle little princess? Who cares? My Timos is the man who wants to become the number one myth of the network. Who is the most powerful person in the network? Only my myth Chen Taixu. What kind of snakes and devils? All give me a detour. How dare you stop me? Hey, all whacked to pieces. Pei Iris Lan didn't pay any attention to the melodramatic netizens on the public screen. She slowly said, forget it big brother. I was just messing with you. Just pretend I never said anything about this matter, okay? I'll solve it myself. Chen Taixu frowned. What do you mean by that? Second brother? With his intelligence, he understood after a second thought. Second brother since you recognize me as your big brother, then big brother will definitely protect you. You don't need to worry about the rest. My little brother, being bullied by someone outside. It's fine if big brother doesn't know, but if you know and still do nothing, what face does this big brother of mine have to continue to mix in Douyin? Today you recognize me as your big brother. Big brother doesn't have much of a gift to give you. How about this? Big brother helps you give your nemesis a good whack, as a gift to you. How's that? Pei Iris Lan was slightly stunned. Big brother you. She was suddenly stumbling over her words now, which showed how unsettled she was at the moment. Chen Taixu knew what she wanted to say and what she was concerned about. Immediately, he forcefully interrupted her. Second brother, don't worry too much. I'm not teasing you either. I'm serious. Overbearing. Brother Taixu's kingly aura really lives up to its name. Awesome. Brother Taixu is awesome. Don't care who she is. Just go straight for the recklessness. Don't hesitate. 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 Don't care if you win or lose. Brother Taixu definitely has the right temperament. Mang. I suggest we rename ourselves the Mengfu Army and just follow Brother Taixu's recklessness. Seconded. Mengfu Legion. It's too faultless. At this moment, the atmosphere in Wang Erdog's live broadcast room immediately rose. Seeing the pop-ups on the public screen, Erdog fell into deep thought. It seemed that the Reckless Legion was indeed quite good as well. Hearing Chen Taixu's words, a touch of warmth flowed through Pei Iris Lan's heart. Originally, it was just a punishment after losing a bet. Who knew that it would now become his strong backing? As he said earlier, he was not only not losing, he was simply earning money. At this time in the high-end private club room, Shen Mubai and Li Qingyi tacitly glanced at each other. Then both of their fingers began on the cell phone screen. Crackling jump up. A sword to the west, dry. Asshole, what's so great? Since we're going to do it, let's just fight to the end. Green shirt like the old, mad, then reckless. Who is afraid of Hua? I still have about 100 million votes in my pocket right now. Not enough to keep charging. Chen Taixu smiled faintly and said in a cloudy manner, you two save your breath. I said I would back up my second brother and get back the favor. Where else do I need you guys to make a move? Want to steal my thunder? Dream on. Stay where you are. He looked at Pei Iris Lan's avatar again and continued to ask, how do you say second brother? If you don't want the gift that big brother is preparing to give you? The words are said to this point, and then do not squeak. It is really pretentious. Moreover, Pei Kitelan, this cranky little poor chest, is not that pretentious person. The favor owed is owed, and then the idea of slowly pay it back is, listening to big brother's tone of voice, as well as the meaning of his words, he is definitely not a poor payer. Therefore, Pei Iris Lan didn't need to worry about it anymore. 2. Big brother sent the gift. Why not? Don't want it for nothing. Humph. Ha ha. Chen Taixu laughed twice with satisfaction. This is like your temperament character of the second brother. After teasing her, Chen Taixu commanded Wang Erdog. Erdog, directly connect to the past. Okay boss. Wang Erdog directly started searching for soul singer Little T's and then initiated a connection request. Unfortunately, sadly, the opposite side directly rejected it in seconds. Brother Taixu, the opposite side rejected my connection request. Connect again. It was launched 3 or 4 times in a row, but each time, it was rejected in seconds. Chen Taixu thought about it and said, brothers in the live room. Now immediately go to soul singer Little T's live room. Tell that what's his name Cat 11. Just say that Sister Dream is going to whack her, and let the anchor pick up the mic. Brother Taixu, let's go to her live room right now. Let's go. Brothers of the Mangfu army, let's go to war. Hurry up brothers, let's kill together. Show us the momentum of the Mangfu army. The next second, the soul singer Xiao Taibi's live room is flooded with a large number of visitors. Is Sister 11 there? Sister Meng wants to whack you. Let Little T's pick up Wang Erdog's connection request. In a short while, the public screen of Little T's live broadcast room was completely dominated by this short and concise battle letter. Little T's, who was singing with his soul and feelings, was instantly confused as soon as he saw the rhythm on the public screen. With a bewildered face, he said, what's going on? I've only just started singing. How come the public screen is full of rhythms? Answering Wang Erdog's connection request? No, guys, I'm in the middle of doing live content. How can I have time to answer the mic? Besides, isn't it just that I didn't answer the mic? Do you guys need to come here aggressively to bring up the tempo? Oh, good guy. The live broadcast room suddenly went up by tens of thousands of people. This, the little comedian who was shocked immediately made a small look of aggrieved pity. Which god have I offended? Big brothers don't be like this. I'm just a small anchor. Can't withstand you guys rushing on. And Cat 11 who had been lying on the old alley of the live broadcast naturally saw the rhythm on the public screen. War book? Oh, it's a bit interesting. Old Lane's Cat 11, hee. She's still afraid of being hammered by me, isn't she? Still dare to provoke me? This is to put her face over here and let me hit her, right? Fine. It's quite boring anyway, so sister will satisfy her. Go back and tell your dream sister to come over again. I'd like to see what Pei Iris Lan has to rely on. Receiving her reply, the reckless legion immediately hit the road back again. Sister Dream, Brother Taixu, Cat 11 has answered the battle. She asked us to connect over again. Seeing the news brought back by his brothers, Wang Erdog didn't hesitate and directly sent the connection request again. This time, the other party really didn't reject it again, but answered it in seconds. With a slight lurch on the live broadcast screen, the next second, Wang Erdog and Little T's were connected. Chapter 30 Mutual Trash Talking Session. Old Lane's Cat 11 was already sitting in the guest seat. Once on the line, he simply didn't give the two anchors the time to exchange false pleasantries and courtesies. With a tone full of sarcasm, he said, Yo, Pei Iris Lan, you haven't been whacked by this lady yet? How dare you take the initiative to come to the door to beg for insults? Second brother's original name was Pei Iris Lan? Hey, don't say it. This name is quite catchy. Pei Iris Lan also disliked back without showing any weakness. Chen 11, your skin is really thick as well. I also don't know who prepared the conditions last time and deliberately sniped. Do not speak martial virtues also even can still be taken out by you as capital to show off. Your face skin indeed, then the city wall inverted turn also thicket. What? Letting you win 2 games? You still think it's New Year's Eve? Chan 11? Hearing her name, Chen Taixu was a bit confused. This name, wasn't it acquired a little too casually? Ha! Snorted Chen 11 disdainfully. Deliberate sniping? Pei Iris Lan, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? As she said this, she clicked on Chen Taixu's avatar on the guest table. Upon looking at it, it suddenly dawned on her. I said, how did you dare to run to the live broadcast room to place a battle order? So it's because you've got a big leg up? Isn't this brother Taixu who just became famous in a battle? Long time no see. Coughing. Chen Taixu pretended to fake cough twice. Chan 11, right? Let's not say anything polite. Let's get straight to the point. I heard that it was you who bullied my second brother? Chen 11 cackled. Yes, it's this lady. Why don't you obey? Want to get back your offense? Sorry to ask. When did Pei Iris Lan become your second brother? Second brother? Second brother. LOL. Pei Iris Lan said in a bad mood. None of your business. There was no need for them to say anything. There were people in the know on the public screen of the live broadcast room who had long been breaking the news to Chen 11. Chen 11, who understood the situation, couldn't help but laugh openly. In a conspiratorial manner, he said, ha, I thought what's going on? So it's just that you've lost yourself to someone as a junior? Pei Iris Lan, you're really out of your league. The furious Pei Iris Lan didn't want to bull ***** with her, directly saying, Chen 11, don't be so long-winded. Just say if you dare to answer the battle. If you don't dare, you won't be reckless in front of sis in the future. Chen 11 wasn't a little cutie. Since she took the initiative to come to the door, she was bound to come prepared. She didn't have a ticket today, so if she was hastily provoked to fight, she would lose in all likelihood. But if he didn't, then Pei Iris Lan would definitely mock him to death. For a moment, Chen 11 was in a dilemma. Seeing her silence, Pei Iris Lan smiled contemptuously. Convincingly, she said, Chen 11, don't worry, sis isn't as shameless as you are. And don't say that sis is bullying you. Let's do it this way. Sis will give you 1 day of preparation time. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Let's fight on time. He. See Chen 11? This is my sister's pattern. You still have a lot to learn. Hearing this, Chen 11 secretly let out a sigh of relief. Since she had ample preparation time, how could she possibly be afraid of Pei Iris Lan? Good, then it's a deal. Tomorrow night at 8, Pei Iris Lan, please be prepared to be whacked by me. Yo, don't be like last time. You'll be down before this young lady gets her fill of it. Taking advantage of the gap between their trash talk, Chen Taixu clicked on her homepage and checked it out. Again, it was not set as a private account, and one could also see her few works. As expected, it was another poor-breasted girl. However, it wasn't quite the same as Pei Iris Lan. Although Pei Iris Lan has poor breasts, her face is still quite mature. But Chen 11, not only is she poor in breasts, she even has a lowly face. If she didn't see that she was 23 years old on her profile, Chen Taixu would have thought that she was underage. Exiting her homepage, he returned to the live broadcasting room just in time to hear Chen 11 finish her harsh words. Hey. Chen Taixu couldn't listen to it some more and had to interrupt out loud. Poor-breasted little lowly. Is it really good for you to bully my second brother like that in front of me? Chen Taixu's 5 simple words directly caused her to break her great defense. Bastard, who are you calling? Do you believe that tomorrow, this young lady will whack the out of you? Chen Taixu shrugged. Sorry, I really don't believe it. Then he deliberately provoked. However, poor-chested little lowly I would like to remind you, tomorrow, you'd better prepare more tickets and call out more people to help. Otherwise I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to fight back. Chen 11 snorted disdainfully. You don't think that just because you violently hammered a few little caramels tonight, you think you're good, do you? You're sure you want to help Pei Iris Lan out, aren't you? Chen Taixu, sure as well as sure. Bullying my second brother. It's only reasonable for me as a big brother to step in and teach you a lesson, right? Chen 11 was neither angry nor annoyed, but said with a smile, want to teach me a lesson? Fine, only you have that ability. However, don't we need to add some more colorful prizes? Chen Taixu nodded. Of course, it's more fun when there are prizes. What kind of prize do you want? Let's hear it. Chen 11 thought carefully, then slowly said, how about this? If you guys lose tomorrow, this lady wants you to be my little brother. Letting him be her little brother. Then Pei Iris Lan would naturally become her little brother as well. Not bad. 2 birds with 1 stone. No problem. My lottery is also very simple. If you lose, then you'll be my 3rd younger brother. It's all reciprocal terms. I think it should be fine, right? Chen 11, alright, then it's a deal. You give this young lady a weight. When the time comes, this young lady will definitely hammer your dog's head. Humph. Ha. Chen Taixu arrogantly laughed out loud, kneeling for a defeat. But my strength doesn't seem to allow me to lose. Really troubled. Good guy. Still Versailles up, huh? Pei Iris Lan also said with a smile. Chen 11. No, third brother. From tomorrow you can be my little brother. Why don't you call second sister first to listen? LOL. Humph. Chen 11 snorted coldly. Pei Iris Lan, get ready to recognize me as your big sister. Little party girl. Since the agreement had already been made, there was no need to stay any longer. At Chen Taixu's command, Wang Erdog hung up the connection. Just after exiting the connecting room, Pei Iris Lan spoke. Big brother, thank you. Chen Taixu could hear that this big brother and this thank you from her was from the bottom of her heart and was sincere. Smiling smugly, it seemed that his kingly aura really wasn't covered. Just how big a moment completely conquered the poor-breasted oil splash. You are polite what? Since you're hanging out with me, how can big brother still let you be bullied by outsiders? Tomorrow you'll see. See how big brother will take revenge for you. Chapter 31 Disgraced to the grandmother's home. After chatting for more than an hour in the live broadcast room, Chen Taixu exited Douyin without any panic. As for Wang Ergu, after a few great godly heroes went offline, he followed suit and went off the air as well. There was no need for him to broadcast day and night like before now. With brother Taixu around, he could definitely eat his fill. No, to be precise it should be directly eating until he was full. Until he vomited. After getting off the air, he busily opened the computer document and started crackling the words. Hadn't he previously told brother Taixu that he had a very meaningful idea? Now he was going to organize his idea, clear his thoughts, and think of a good wording before reporting back to brother Taixu. Chen Taixu had just gotten off the air when his cell phone's text message alert sounded right on time. Clicking on it, as expected, it was the cashback amount issued by the system that had arrived. A small test of 10 billion tasks. He swiped nearly 300 million tonight. With the $30 million of cashback, plus the $20 million from the assessment, he now had $50 million lying on his account. Looking at the balance shown on the SMS, Chen Taixu smiled from ear to ear. Just this feel. Doubly cool. This wasn't enough to be enjoyable. His fingers counted the numbers on the SMS over and over again. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000. Ha ha. The current him interpreted the mentality of getting rich overnight to the fullest. Taking a deep breath, he pressed down the excitement and joy in his heart. He slapped his face. Calm down, calm down. Chen Taixu, you're also too unproductive, right? Where are we now? It's just this much money. Why bother? Can we open our minds? You're the man with the godly magnificent system. Numbers? It's just a bunch of meaningless numbers. What's there to be excited about? After repeatedly admonishing himself a few times, Chen Taixu finally calmed down. He was also right in thinking that a mere tens of millions of dollars was nothing. In the near future, he would have billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, hundreds of billions, and even more and more, much more than he could imagine. Knock knock knock. Just as he was in the midst of his infinite why, a crisp knock on the door suddenly sounded. Chen Taixu rolled up from the bed and opened the bedroom door. At the doorway, Su Qingyan, who was wearing hot and sexy pajamas, was instantly reflected in his eyes. Chen Taixu, who was more than 1 meter tall, naturally had to slightly lower his head when looking at Su Qingyan, who was more than 1 meter tall. It doesn't matter if he lowers his head, but the fatal thing is that Su Qingyan's nightgown is low-cut. That surging waves, that stunning white, straight through his pupils, violently impacted his ceiling. At the same time, a tantalizing fragrance came from the tip of his nose, refreshing his heart. Chen Taixu, a 20-something-year-old, energetic beginner, which could not withstand such a test. The strong visual and olfactory impact made his most primitive desires burst out instantly. His heartbeat accelerated, his mouth was dry, and his body began to get hot, swallowing hard. Suddenly, he felt a hot stream erupt from his nose. Yikes! Su Qingyan exclaimed in shock, alarmed and concerned. She said, "Little weakling, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? How could you have a nosebleed for no reason and a good reason? Quickly tilt your head up. I'll go get you some paper. Don't move." Su Qingyan ran towards the living room with her hands full. How could she have known that the culprit that caused Chen Taixu's nosebleed would actually be herself? Chen Taixu's face showed a bitter smile. He even felt ashamed for himself. In the end, he was an untouched beginner. Plus he was young, energetic and full of vigor. However, it was just a little bit of unintentional small temptation that made him unable to hold on and messed up his position. Chen Taixu secretly slandered. Ma da, really disgraced to the grandmother's house. However, he was also quite fortunate. Fortunately Su Qingyan was quite confused and did not notice the clues. If she realized why she made a fool of herself, I guess she couldn't even care less about calling herself a rascal, right? I'm afraid she would directly mock herself to death. Su Chunyan took the tissue paper and ran back in a hurry. Little weak chicken, you squat down a little bit. I can't reach it, law. Su Chunyan pulled out the tissue paper and carefully blocked his nostrils for him, and gently wiped the stained blood for him. She said with a worried face, "Why did you suddenly have a nosebleed for a good reason? It couldn't be the aftermath of the previous car accident, right? No. We have to hurry to the medical checkup. Go. After saying this, she held Chen Taixu's arm and dragged him outside. Chen Taixu was busy explaining, "Sister Yan, I'm fine, don't be anxious and don't worry. It's just that the weather has been too dry in the past 2 days, coupled with some fire. That's why I got a nosebleed. It's really fine. Look, isn't it all stopped flowing?" Chen Taixu said while taking out the paper ball stuffed in his nostrils. Su Chunyan came closer to take a look, and it really hadn't flowed anymore. She also breathed a sigh of relief. However, she was still unsure and confirmed, "Is it really okay? I'm telling you, little weakling, physical problems are not child's play. We can't be sloppy." She thought about it again and still couldn't let go of her heart. "No, if I don't go to the hospital for a checkup, I don't feel at ease." Looking at her stubbornness, Chen Taixu was really quite touched. In 2 lifetimes, no one had ever cared so much about themselves. He shook his head and said, "It's really nothing, Sister Yen. Where's the need to go to the hospital for a toss? It's just fire. It's normal. I don't know my own body well, do I? Don't worry. I'm strong enough to beat a cow to death." Little weakling. Su Chunyan snorted disdainfully. She said in a bad mood, "You're just stinking poor." This really solidified his image as a small weakling in her mind. It seems that this nickname can't be changed. Since it's fine, then hurry up and go wash. And be careful not to pick your nose or rub it vigorously. Got it. When Chen Taixu came out from the restroom, he heard the sound of ding dong dang dang coming from the kitchen. Damn it. In his heart, he secretly cried out in a bad way. Why did this auntie go into the kitchen to toss and turn again? Finished, he hurriedly ran into the kitchen, trying to stop the tragedy from happening. Once he entered the kitchen, he really saw Su Qingyan tying on her apron and tinkering with a bunch of messy things. Chen Taixu fearfully swallowed his saliva. Carefully and tentatively, he asked, "Yen, Sister Yen, what are you doing?" Su Qingyan returned with a straight face. "Making herbal tea. Boiling herbal tea? Right. No, Sister Yen, are you sure you can?" Su Qingyan blankly glanced at him without any good humor. "I don't know where did these ingredients come from. Sis admits that Sis's cooking skills might be slightly worse by that much, but you definitely can't question the craftsmanship of a Cantonese person who cooks herbal tea." Humph. Chen Taixu wasn't questioning a Cantonese's craftsmanship in cooking herbal tea, but simply questioning her. The more he looked, the more he felt that Su Qingyan was not too reliable. Right now, the only thing he was counting on was to just never drink it to death. As for the flavor, such an extravagant request was simply unthinkable. Chapter 32, Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore. Come on, taste it. I specially cooked herbal tea for you, clearing heat and lowering fire, dispelling dampness and generating fluids, moistening dryness and clearing the throat, and it also has the effect of nourishing the skin. Su Qingyan shang a bowl of herbal tea and handed it to him. Chen Taixu looked at the blackened herbal tea in the bowl and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Stuttering, he asked, "Yen, Sister Yen, are you sure? Can drink it?" Su Qingyan blankly glanced at him without any good humor. "Love to drink or not, Sis cooking herbal tea's craft is ancestral. This is still the first time Sis cooks herbal tea for a man to drink it. You'll be content, and you dare to dislike on it." Humph. Chen Taixu secretly sighed. He also really couldn't bear to let down Su Qingyan's good intentions. In fact, he was just casually joking. As long as he couldn't die from drinking it, then he would definitely drink it. Even though it was hard to drink, it was still sweet in his belly. Chen Taixu didn't hesitate, picked up the bowl and took a big gulp. As soon as the herbal tea entered his throat, a cool sensation spread instantly, slightly bitter in the mouth. The flavor has a sweet aftertaste, cool and refreshing. Chen Taixu's eyes instantly lit up, opened his mouth wide and gulped down the bowl of herbal tea in one gulp. Unfulfilled, he said, "Okay, Sister Yen, your craft of cooking herbal tea is hard to get." Su Qingyan tilted her chin, proudly and arrogantly returned, You think Sister is joking with you? Chi. After fooling around, she added, "I'll put the remaining herbal tea in the refrigerator, so you can drink it when you're thirsty." Chen Taixu looked at her with eyes full of sincerity and said softly, "Thank you, Sister Yen." Su Qingyan was quite surprised as she scrutinized him. "Why are you suddenly so melodramatic? What's wrong with your brain?" Chen Taixu just smiled faintly and did not fight with her. Instead, he changed the subject and asked, "Sister Yen, why did you knock on my door earlier?" "Oh, I was hungry and was about to order takeout, asking if you wanted a late-night snack." Chen Taixu shook his head. "Don't want to eat takeout." Su Qingyan's large Kaziran eyes suddenly lit up. Incredibly expectant, she asked, "Then I'll cook for you?" Chen Taixu's head was filled with black lines and he hurriedly said, "It's better for me to eat for you below." After saying this, he snatched the first step into the kitchen. Su Qingyan was first slightly stunned, then a touch of intoxicating wine red surfaced on her delicate and flawless face. Secretly spitting, "Bah! Stinking rascal." Although one-armed Chen Taixu wasn't very convenient, he still had no problem cooking a bowl of noodles. As for his cooking skills, well, that was naturally good. After all, he could cook in his previous life, and this life is still a cook. The craft is certainly not bad. In a short while, 2 bowls of fragrant tomato omelette noodles were completed. Smelling the aroma wafting from the bowl, Su Qingyan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Then she couldn't wait to pick up the noodles and suck them into her mouth. The moment the noodles entered her mouth, her eyes lit up. Nodding her head unceasingly, she said, "Yummy, yummy, little weak chicken, your cooking is awesome." Chen Taixu smiled smugly. Before he had time to get a couple sentences, Su Qingyan picked up the fried egg in her bowl, asked, "Little weak chicken, do you eat fried eggs?" Chen Taixu looked at the fried egg in his bowl and shook his head. "No." Su Qingyan was instantly delighted, and in the next second she took the omelette in his bowl with one chopstick in a lightning-fast manner. Chen Taixu was instantly dumbfounded. No, wasn't he asking himself if he would eat the fried egg in her bowl? What was this situation? Obviously, he had misunderstood Su Qingyan's meaning. Looking at the triumphant and provocative look she threw after getting her way, Chen Taixu just smiled faintly and did not say anything. He was enjoying this daily jostling and fighting, and he was also enjoying the feeling of spending time with Su Qingyan. Phew, so full. Su Qingyan lay paralyzed on the chair, rubbing her stomach without any image while revealing a satisfied and cozy smile. Looking at her who even drank the soup at the bottom of the bowl cleanly, Chen Taixu couldn't help but cry and laugh. How could it be so exaggerated? But it should be because she was too hungry. After all, she didn't eat dinner either. After eating you put the bowl on the table on the line, I rest a while and then go to wash. Eat too full, I do not want to move. Su Qingyan suddenly thought of something, prancing up from the chair. With an expectant face, she looked at him and said, "Little weakling, you're such a good cook. Why don't you teach me how to cook?" Chen Taixu was stunned. What's wrong with this sister? How could she think of one thing and do another? He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Sister Yan, go to the bank with me tomorrow." Go to the bank? Su Qingyan frowned in confusion. You don't have any money? I'll transfer it for you. Why go to the bank? Too lazy to run. Chen Taixu stared straight at her, a meaningful smile on his face. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? Su Qingyan touched her face as she spoke. Chen Taixu smiled wryly and teased, "Auntie, I suddenly don't want to make an effort." What did you say? Su Qingyan didn't react, but the next moment she reacted. A tantalizing blush surfaced on her face. Without good humor, she spat at him, "Whether you want to work hard or not, what does it matter to me? Humph, Auntie, why don't you adopt me? Bah, just you little weak chicken, still wanting sis to adopt you. Do you have the strength?" Chen Taixu instantly broke his defense. Extremely unconvinced, he argued, "Why am I not strong? I'm as strong as an ox." Su Qingyan stared at him with a smile, not arguing with him. Nodding her head vigorously, she said, "Ah yes, you're right, you're strong. Okay, little weakling." This attitude of hers was undoubtedly even more infuriating. The furious Chen Taixu was just about to open his mouth to speak, when Su Qingyan unexpectedly got up directly and walked away. Walked away? She actually left? No, you listened to my cunning. No, you listened to me to prove I really have strength. Chen Taixu only felt a suffocating breath clogging his chest. After taking several deep breaths in a row, his symptoms were relieved. Almost, he became the first person to die from suffocating himself. Then he vaguely heard the sound of talking coming from Su Qingyan's room, so it turned out that she had gone to make a phone call and did not leave on purpose. At once, Chen Taixu let out a long breath of relief. Fortunately, she should have been joking and not taken it seriously. Chen Taixu secretly thought, no, he must find a chance to prove it, otherwise she really thought he was a coward. It wasn't long before Su Qingyan opened the door and came out. As she cleaned up the dishes, she said carelessly, "Little weakling, tomorrow I'm going to participate in a variety show. It's probably going for 2 days. You have to keep an eye on the house. Oh." Chen Taixu froze. Woman, your name is tongue-in-cheek. You just shouted for you to be adopted, and you said no on your lips, but then you turned around and started taking notices in programs. And you dare to say that you are not trying to make crazy money to underwrite yourself? Chapter 33. Still dare to say you don't want to adopt me? Su Qingyan slightly raised her head and saw Chen Taixu standing there motionlessly with his hands clasped over his chest. There was a seemingly smiling, full of deep meaning smile on his face, and his eyes were burning as he stared straight at himself. She instantly reacted and also noticed that something was wrong. The delicate pretty face instantly turned red, and then intentionally boarded up her face. Pretending to be strong, she said, "Little weakling, you are not allowed to think blindly. I'm just trying to earn more money to prepare for the shooting of the next movie. You know?" Chen Taixu laughed and put on an I understand posture. "Hey, what's the point of explaining? Why do you have to be so redundant? Aren't you just making a big deal out of this?" "Oh, is that so?" Su Chengyan glared at him in a fierce manner. "What kind of expression and tone is that? You don't think that I'm taking circulars to earn money because I want to adopt you, right?" "Bah, beautiful thought," Chen Taixu said playfully. "No need to explain. No need to be embarrassed. I understand everything, auntie. If I say auntie, you are good at everything, just thin-skinned and hard-mouthed." Finally, the insufferable Su Qingyan rushed behind him with an arrow step. Stretching out her arm, she strangled his neck, and directly came to a lockjaw. Viciously, she said, "Little weakling, if you dare to think or yell again, believe it or not, I'll karma you." Chen Taixu was now in pain and happy. The pain was because he was locked in the throat, and happy is because Su Chengyan is now close to his back. He. "No, auntie, are you for real?" Su Chengyan increased the force on her arm a little. Exasperatedly, she said, "Still dare to shout nonsense, right?" Chen Taixu hurriedly begged for mercy. Pain. Sister Yen quickly let go. I'm going to be out of breath. Still dare to think nonsense? Dare to talk nonsense? No, don't dare. Only then did Su Chengyan let go of the arm that was locked around his neck and said triumphantly, "Little weakling, still can't rule you?" Feeling the 2 touches of softness that disappeared from his back, Chen Taixu immediately let out a sigh of relief. Chest risk, really 2 chest risk. Chen Taixu touched his neck and said with a grudge, "Sister Yen, can we discuss something?" "What is it? Tell me, can we not use force at the drop of a hat in the future? At least you're a heavenly fairy-level goddess. Moving your hands is too detrimental to your image." This cornered rainbow fart of his made Su Qingyan quite popular. Arrogantly holding her head high, she returned, "Let's see how you behave." Su Chengyan was like a victorious rooster, holding her head high and proudly walking towards the kitchen. Looking at her sexy and delicate back, Chen Taixu revealed a heartfelt smile. Su Chengyan, who had finished brushing the dishes, walked out with a plate of washed fruits. Putting aside her cooking skills, she was actually quite good at taking care of people. Su Chengyan sat on the sofa and fiddled with her cell phone. The next second, Chen Taixu's WeChat alert sounded. Puzzled, he picked up his phone and looked at it. It was a transfer message. He looked up at Su Chengyan. "Sister Yen, you." Su Chengyan ruffled her hair in a flirtatious manner, charmingly smiling. "First transfer 20,000 to you. You use it first, not enough, and then give me a word." Chen Taixu's lips wriggled slightly, wanting to say something, but he couldn't open his mouth. Only after a long time did he use a joking tone to suppress the truest thoughts in his heart. "Auntie Chengyan, you still say that you don't want to adopt me?" Su Chengyan's face instantly clouded over. Being half angry with him, smoothly picking up the pillow on the sofa, she smashed it fiercely at him. "Little weakling, you want to die, sister will fulfill you today." Looking at her as she stood up, shaking her fists and leaping into action, Chen Taixu hurriedly said playfully, just kidding. Sister Yen, you rest your anger." Humph. Seeing her sit down again, the cool-headed Chen Taixu started to tease again. "What about this $20,000 for the package? I'll take it." While saying this, he took out the bank card from his wallet, put it on the coffee table and pushed it in front of her. Looking at the bank card in front of her, Su Qingyan was at a loss. "What does it mean?" Chen Taixu smiled faintly. "There's $50 million in the card. It should be enough for you to make a small budget movie, right?" Su Qingyan, who was dumbfounded, subconsciously nodded her head and replied back, Enough. Returning to her senses, she then hurriedly said, "Not a little weakling, you, what exactly do you mean?" Chen Taixu shrugged his shoulders and said in a cloudy manner, "Nothing meaningful. Auntie, you underwrite my life. I underwrite auntie's work. Nothing wrong with that?" Su Qingyan didn't have the time to fight with him over the matter of name-calling and underwriting right now. She eyed and scrutinized Chen Taixu with a thoughtful look on her face. "Auntie, what do you want?" Chen Taixu subconsciously shrank back when he felt her wolf-like eyes. Auntie, I'll give you. Say, we still have to take our time. It's not good to progress too fast. Which one just planted the seed and wants to harvest it? Su Chengyan snorted disdainfully. Having a thief's heart without a thief's guts. Weak. I see, your whole body, in addition to the mouth hard. We're not hard. You're such a type of child, but also dare to tease sister? Sister molested you more or less. Small weak chicken. Chen Taixu for a time actually some speech. Ma duh. The young woman is really fierce. This messes with a ball ah. Chen Taixu looked at her angrily and said furiously. You spit blood. He couldn't even find the words, so it was evident that he was already confused by his aunt's anger. Su Qingyan ignored him and instead picked up the bank card on the coffee table. With skepticism, she confirmed, there can't really be $50 million in the card, right? Chen Taixu returned without any good humor. Do I have sugar for lying to you? Su Qingyan, who had gradually grasped his pulse, smiled charmingly, blinking her large Kazairan eyes. She mischievously puckered her sexy flaming red lips. Pointing to her lips, she said, fruit candy flavored lipstick. Super sweet. Do you want to taste it? I Nima. Chen Taixu had a black line on his face. It wasn't that he didn't dare to kiss on it. This was clearly Su Qingyan deliberately molesting him. Although he liked to hover on the brink of death, he wasn't a naive batch. If he really kissed up, he bet that he would definitely lie back in the hospital bed again tonight. Liking to die doesn't mean he doesn't want to die. He was still able to distinguish between the lesser and the greater. Seeing his embarrassed face, Su Qingyan was suddenly very happy. She couldn't help but giggle. Su Qingyan suddenly thought of something and made a surprised face. Yeah, little weakling, look at your shy face. You wouldn't still be a pure virgin, right? One look at his demeanor. Su Qingyan knew that she had guessed. Chapter 34, flirting to the point of being unable to stop. LOL. No way little brother. It's the 21st century now too. You're too lame right? Puffing. Ha ha. Su Qingyan's mocking voice immediately resounded through the living room. Looking at her paralyzed on the sofa with a belly laugh, Chen Taixu's teeth itched with anger. Viciously, he said, Auntie, I advise you not to be too much of a, otherwise, I'm afraid that the two of us will only see each other on the Magic City news headlines tomorrow. Su Qingyan's sense of proportion was still quite strong. Of course she knew to stop when appropriate. What's more, she knew best about her own affairs. What qualifications did she have to mock the little weakling? How much stronger was she than Chen Taixu? Truly speaking, she was even inferior to even Chen Taixu. After all, she was several years older than the little weakling. Big brother not to say second brother. Steamed bun not to say woo-woo. Both of them were more or less the same. Don't be angry. Don't be angry. I won't laugh anymore, okay? Su Qingyan forced herself to hold back her laughter. Little weak chicken why don't I introduce some beautiful women to you to know? You get in touch, in case there's one you see eye to eye? Don't worry, sis knows all the beautiful big stars, so it won't be bad. Chen Taixu let out a deep breath and had a plan in his heart. He licked his lips and stared hotly at Su Qingyan sitting on the sofa. Feeling his extremely aggressive and offensive gaze, Su Qingyan instantly panicked in her heart. She tugged down her sexy nightgown, trying to cover her long white legs. Forcing herself to pretend to be calm and collected, she pretended to be ferocious and questioned, Little weakling, what do you want? Although her expression was fierce, the bottom of her speech did not seem to be quite sufficient. Chen Taixu smiled evilly and slowly said, Auntie can you introduce yourself to me? Hearing his words, Su Qingyan's eyes widened in astonishment. An intoxicating blush also gradually surfaced on her cheeks, and at this moment, it was as if there were several deer thumping around in her heart. Breathing slowly began to rush up, and a sense of nervousness and dryness also arose. How did he suddenly become so bold? How could he somehow say such words? Chen Taixu's eyes stared straight at her. Su Qingyan's subtle reactions were all caught in his eyes. That's right, Chen Taixu was deliberately testing. His own lifeblood was being held by her, so he had to pinpoint her dead center. By meticulously observing her reaction, Chen Taixu revealed a smug smile. It was as if it seemed to have caught something. In an instant, Chen Taixu, who had grasped the point, immediately fired up. Unscrewing a bottle of mineral water, he handed it to her. Su Qingyan subconsciously took it, tilted her head and gulped it down. Ice water down her belly. Her whole person instantly calmed down a lot. Chen Taixu looked at her with eyes full of tenderness and said gently, Auntie, do you know the similarities between mineral water and your saliva? Su Qingyan frowned slightly, not knowing why he was saying these inexplicable words again. She was both puzzled and curious as she asked, what similarities? Chen Taixu smiled gently. Both want to be tasted. Su Qingyan froze in place then. After a long time of coming back to her senses, Chen Taixu's offense followed. Auntie, do you play the piano? The confused Su Qingyan nodded. Then do you know how many keys there are on a piano? Without the slightest hesitation, Su Qingyan returned in a serious manner. A standard piano has 88 keys, of which there are 52 white keys and 36 black keys. Why? Are you interested in the piano, little weakling? I can teach you all. Chen Taixu did not answer her question. Instead, he continued to say to himself, I am the 52 white keys, and you, Auntie, are the 36 black keys? Su Qingyan's eyebrows twisted as she asked curiously. Ha, why? Because. Chen Taixu pretended to pause, looking at her eyes full of tenderness. Because, your appearance has made up for the flaws in my melody. The air instantly froze. The two of them looked at each other, and their eyes seemed to be drawn together. Cough cough. Su Qingyan pretended to fake cough twice as a way to hide her heart. Then she deliberately made a look of disgust and contempt. Ha, little weakling, why are you suddenly playing awkward? Another vicious spit. Vomit. So greasy and disgusting. Chen Taixu naturally noticed her reddened ears and was smug in his heart. Little boy. Worthy of being a movie queen, quite capable of pretending. I'll see how long you can still be taught. Today, I have to tease you to the point that you cannot stop. He. Ignoring her disgusted and disgusting look, he continued to tease. Auntie, you. Su Qingyan couldn't tense up and stood up with a pang. With a ferocious tone, she said, shut up. If you dare to say these disgusting and greasy words again, believe it or not, I will whack you to death with my small fist. After saying that, he also waved his fist a few times as if demonstrating. Seeing that he was shocked by himself, Su Qingyan hurriedly changed the subject, not daring to give him another chance to tease him. Nah, take it, I don't want it. She pushed the bank card back in front of Chen Taixu, but Chen Taixu didn't go to take it, but said seriously, Sister Yan, let's play and fool around. But I'm not joking about this at all. Su Qingyan was also serious. I know, but I can't take this money. Chen Taixu's reaction was still fast enough. He immediately changed his mindset. Sister Yan, let's consider this money as my investment. However, Su Qingyan still firmly shook her head. Chen Taixu said with dissatisfaction. Why? Other people can invest, but not me, right? I'm afraid of taking your money and blowing it away. Hearing her reason, Chen Taixu burst into tears. Then you're not afraid of taking someone else's investment and blowing it down the drain? Su Qingyan justifiably blurted out. That's different. Oh, Chen Taixu looked at her meaningfully. Where is it different? Auntie suddenly froze, somewhat stumped by his question. Since she couldn't explain, she simply played the fool. Where did you get so many questions? If I say it's different, it's different. In short, I can't take your money. Chen Taixu didn't want to dilly-dally with her any longer, picked up the bank card, and with a pull on her hand, directly shoved it into her hand. Overbearingly, he said, here, just take it. If you lose, then you lose. Since it's an investment, where is there a sure thing? Take it. It was not known whether Su Qingyan was shocked by his kingly aura or something else. She actually froze in place. Chen Taixu nodded his head in satisfaction and prepared to get up and go back to his room, not wanting to give her another chance to pull. Su Qingyan looked at his back and frowned slightly. Suddenly opening her mouth, she called out to him, wait. Chen Taixu impatiently turned around. What for? Didn't I tell you to hold it? Why is it still endless? Are you tired of being a mother-in-law? Su Qingyan scrutinized him with a serious face. Little weakling, honestly, did you just take the opportunity to mooch off of me? WTF? Chen Taixu poured. However, honestly speaking, her hands were indeed quite tender and smooth and delicate, not to be used to fight. A waste. Chapter 35, the morning after, a hair into the soul. Su Qingyan looked at his back as he fled in a sorry state. A charming smile that turned the world upside down appeared on her face. However, she suddenly thought of something else and frowned. Exasperatedly muttered. It seems like he didn't say the password, right? Bastard. Let him pretend to get it again. Looking at the bank card in her hand, the corners of her mouth rose slightly again. Returning to her room, she dialed her agent's phone number. Sister Flower, you haven't replied to the program yet, have you? Well, it's good that you haven't replied yet. There's a situation on my side. I might not be able to go to the program recording. Nothing much, it's just that I've pulled in a large amount of investment. I'm going to start working on the script and the movie next. Don't worry, I've already learned the hard lesson from the first two movies. I'm not going to try anything new. I decided to make fast food commercials, and when I'm successful, I'll make what I want to make. From her conversation, it can be heard that she is not a deadhead, nor will she go down one path. In that case, Chen Taixu's investment wouldn't necessarily go down the drain. After all, Su Qingyan's script writing was indeed of a very high level and depth, and her directing skills weren't bad at all. The failure of the first two movies was entirely due to the subject matter of the works, and maybe it had something to do with her luck, but it had very little to do with her strength and level. The next day, Chen Taixu opened his hazy sleeping eyes and slowly got up and out of bed. Pulling open the curtains, the blinding summer sunlight instantly flooded the room. Raising one arm, he stretched comfortably. With a smile on his face, he greeted a brand new day. Although it was a guest room and not a master bedroom, the room was still equipped with an independent washroom. One-armed Chen Taixu painstakingly finished washing up and walked out of the room. The door to Su Qingyan's room next door was still closed. so he didn't bother knocking. With his cell phone, he went straight out the door. It didn't take long for him to return with a large bag of breakfast. When he first moved in yesterday, Su Qingyan had entered his fingerprints and also told him the door lock code, plating all the breakfast and bringing it to the table. The sense of ceremony had to be there. He didn't mind the trouble, and he didn't need to wash the bowls anyway. This heartfelt boy. Knock, knock. Chen Taixu knocked on Su Qingyan's bedroom door. There was no response. He increased his force again. Then a rustling sound came from the house. Snap. The door to the room opened. Su Qingyan, who was wearing a nightgown, tugged on the door handle with one hand and rubbed her sleepy eyes with the other. Topped with a messy chicken's nest head, she had a misanthropic expression and yawned continuously. Although the styling and look was very indecent, it did not affect her beauty at all. Probably this was the legendary natural beauty that was hard to abandon, especially when she stretched her waist. That kind of lazy and flirtatious temperament came out at once. Very dissatisfiedly, she complained, "Early in the morning, you knocked wrongly na?" Chen Taixu leaned on the doorframe, stared straight at her, and did not speak. Waiting for half a day also did not wait to answer. Su Qingyan looked up at him, without good humor. She questioned, "Why are you staring at me like this?" Chen Taixu smiled faintly. "There's something on your face." Su Qingyan hastily reached out and touched it, asking as she did so, "What's there?" "It's a bit pretty." Su Qingyan froze and her pretty face flushed. The next second she viciously gouged out Chen Taixu and raised her small fist to pound him straight on his chest. In a bad tone, she scolded, "Little weakling, are you sick? Early in the morning again to this out, you evil not disgusting na?" Roll roll roll. With a push away from him, he then closed the door of the room tightly with a snap. Chen Taixu shouted outside the door, "Auntie, you do not eat breakfast na?" In the room came Su Qingyan's stormy voice. "Rolling, evil are disgusting, still eat a fart. Ha ha." Chen Taixu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Early in the morning to provoke a hair. Do not say, this effect bar, a hair into the soul na. It seems that in the future, from time to time, we have to give Auntie a shot. Poof. Let's see if she dares to mock and molest herself again. Satisfied, Chen Taixu whistled triumphantly as he walked towards the restaurant. TSK. A day with an auntie is indeed full of vigor and joy. Although Su Qingyan said she wouldn't eat, after washing up, she still sat on the dining table. "Hey, shut up. If you dare to speak, you're dead." Chen Taixu had just said a single word when he was sternly warned by Su Qingyan, who had a bad look on her face. No, he still wanted to try to argue something, but he heard a pop sound. The chopsticks in Su Qingyan's hand broke with a sound. Chen Taixu secretly smacked his lips and shivered uncontrollably, hurriedly got up and went to the kitchen, got a new pair of chopsticks, and handed them to her without saying a word. Poof! Su Qingyan received the chopsticks and snorted coldly. In her eyes with a strong threatening meaning, Chen Taixu finished his breakfast in silence. Brewing a cup of flower tea, he sat on the sofa, enjoying the quiet time and also eliminating his food in the process. Su Qingyan, who finished brushing the dishes, also lazily lay on the sofa and turned on the TV, casually asked, "What are your arrangements today?" Chen Taixu was just about to open his mouth to speak when Su Qingyan snatched the warning. "Think about it." Breathlessly, she blankly glanced at her. This auntie couldn't have been teased out of her psyche by her own earthy love words, right? "There's nothing scheduled, but I still have to go to the bank first. I have to go early, transfer the accounts and come back early. Otherwise when it gets hot, my body will be sticky. The key? I don't have the means to take a shower in this condition." Su Qingyan looked at him dangling an arm and forced a smile, patting his shoulder. She consoled, it's fine, just hold on for 2 more days and it can be removed." "But, is it necessary to make a trip to the bank? Can't you just transfer money directly through internet banking? Besides, just give me the card directly." Chen Taixu shook his head and explained, "When I first opened the card, the limit was not high, and the internet banking can't be transferred. This card can't be given to you. I'm useful." What a joke. This card of his is a card that receives cash back from Tuanzi, so can he give it to her? As long as he is willing to brush, every day there will be a large sum of money in the account. Can it be a joke? "Auntie, you give me your account number. You don't need to go. If you, a big star, are recognized, you might make a mess." Su Qingyan drummed her mouth and shook her head in refusal. "No, I don't. I'm going." "Oh," Chen Taixu directly black question mark face. "Come on, you're an ant. What kind of pettiness are you still spilling and selling the hell out? Don't worry, once I wear my sunglasses and mask, I won't be recognized." Seeing her like this, Chen Taixu knew that he definitely couldn't argue with her. Waving his hand, he said, "Then hurry up and go pack and primp, while the sun is still soft in the morning. Let's go early and come back early." "Okay." Su Qingyan joyfully smiled as she got up and walked towards the bedroom. Chen Taixu was still too young and inexperienced in the end. Later on, he would realize how naive he was when he said what he just said. Chapter 36, Repeatedly Molesting and Teasing. Chen Taixu, whose hair was scorched hot, kept pacing back and forth in the living room. He couldn't even remember how many times he had actually looked at the time. From 8 o'clock, it was a hard toss to 9 o'clock. The key to the present Su Qingyan has not even the slightest sign of coming out. Chen Taixu, who finally couldn't sit still, knocked on the door of her room. Su Qingyan's voice came from the room. Come in, the door is unlocked. Chen Taixu pushed the door in. Su Qingyan was sitting in front of the dresser putting on her makeup. Auntie, can you please hurry up? How long has this been going on? Isn't it just putting on makeup? Does it take so long? In response to Chen Taixu's complaint, Su Qingyan faintly replied, What do you, a virgin who has never had a date? No, well, Chen Taixu was squeezed speechless. He stood by the side, quietly viewing Su Qingyan putting on her makeup. Suddenly he found an interesting phenomenon. Curiously, he asked, Auntie, when you put on makeup, why do you have your mouth open? If he didn't say it, Su Qingyan hadn't even realized it yet. Once he reminded her, Su Qingyan immediately closed her mouth. But as soon as she started putting on makeup, her mouth couldn't help but open again. It was as if she wouldn't be able to put on makeup at all with her mouth closed. Ha ha. Chen Taixu felt that it was really too funny. He was now completely in the category of bittersweet. He waited for a while longer, but Su Qingyan still had no signs of finishing. Chen Taixu screamed in his heart. No, if we wait any longer, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until the afternoon before we can get out of the door. He had to think of a way out. His eyes darted around, and a plan came to him. Although he is a beginner with no practical experience, but his theoretical knowledge is very rich. The book said, get along with women, don't be mindless head-on. To change your mindset, learn to be flexible, and achieve your goal in a way that pleases her is the best plan. Chen Taixu pretended to be impatient and said, Okay, Auntie, like you such a natural beauty goddess, where do you need to make up? It's just a plain face. Going out will also brighten up their eyes. If you put on makeup, it will still cause a riot. Hearing his praise, Su Qingyan immediately smiled happily, very proudly contemplating for a moment. She arrogantly said, Little weakling, you said it well. We have to keep a low profile. We can't cause a commotion and expose our identity again. Alright then, so be it, you wait a little longer. I'll go to the check room to change clothes. Only then did Chen Taixu exit the room with satisfaction. What was written in the book really did have some truth to it after all. Just a slight shift in the way of speaking. Wouldn't that be enough? If it was just a matter of impatiently urging, it would be absolutely useless, and it would also be easy to piss them off and enrage them. Without waiting long, Su Qingyan walked out from the check room. The beige satin slimming Cheongsam displayed her exquisite, sexy and mature figure to the fullest. The black stockings on her long legs added to the mystery and temptation. It goes without saying that the fine high heels are definitely the standard. It was also fortunate that she wore stockings, otherwise the high fort Cheongsam design would simply be too maddening. Su Qingyan noticed Chen Taixu's gaze falling straight onto her legs. Her pretty face slightly reddened, revealing a wry smile. In a soft voice, she asked, How is it? Does this leg look good? Chen Taixu swallowed his saliva and subconsciously nodded his head. Good looking. Seeing his piggy face, Su Qingyan smiled triumphantly. She also purposely posed in a sexy and enchanting pose, displaying her long black silk legs perfectly for Chen Taixu to appreciate. Seemingly smiling, she seduced, Look at these legs. Long, white, smooth and tender. Want to touch them? Chen Taixu touched his nose and laughed awkwardly. Some other time. Scram, stinking rascal. Chen Taixu blankly glanced at her. How was he a rogue? What a normal sentence. One's own thought is distorted. Not going to face the wall, and still blaming me? The whole morning was spent in the bank. After transferring money to Su Qingyan, the bank also helped him upgrade his card. Upgraded to a Super Supreme VVIP Black Card user. While enjoying super services, there was no limit. As long as the balance was sufficient, he could swipe as much as he wanted and transfer as much as he wanted. Chen Taixu was quite puzzled by the bank's initiative to upgrade to a black card before. It was only $50 million in his account. Even if he had 500 million, he wouldn't necessarily be able to enjoy the black card treatment. So he was puzzled as to why the bank would take the initiative to mention it. But he guessed that it should be related to the 2 transactions that arrived in the system. It was probably because the transferring party was too powerful. He didn't think too much about it. Anyway, with Unity in his pocket, nothing could go wrong. The two of them resolved their lunch directly in the restaurant outside. After all, Chen Taixu is still not too convenient. How to cut meat and vegetables with one hand. As for Su Qingyan, even Snow White's evil stepmother had to ask her for advice on the recipe. So let's not mention it, okay? As soon as he returned home, Chen Taixu couldn't wait to go to the bedroom. Su Qingyan curiously asked, What are you rushing into the room for? Chen Taixu said in a rude manner. What for? How dare you ask? Of course it's to wipe your body. It's too unpleasant to be sticky all over. Summer in the south is like this. As long as you go out, you have to take a shower when you come back. If there was no air conditioning in the house, then you would be afraid of taking several showers throughout the day. Su Qingyan smiled wryly and deliberately teased. Can you reach your back? Do you want me to help you rub your back? There is this good thing? Chen Taixu revealed a lewd smile, confirming with anticipation. Really? Can you really? Su Qingyan returned without hesitation. Of course it's okay, I don't mind. Then please. The words were interrupted by her before she could finish. You wait. I'll go get the equipment. Get the equipment? Chen Taixu estimated that she should have gone to get the scrubs. Why did he feel so unreal now? This was too sudden, right? Wasn't the relationship developing a bit too quickly? Just as he was floating around, indulging in a beautiful dream and unable to extricate himself, Su Qingyan returned. Su Qingyan waved the equipment on her hand at him and said with a smile, let's go. Go. Chen Taixu just blurted out, but when his eyes fell on Su Qingyan's hands, he was busy shutting up and closing his voice. The words that came to his mouth were also swallowed back hard. Swallowing his saliva, he stared at her with a stunned expression. No, Auntie, you're just going to use this to rub my back? Su Qingyan blinked her eyes. Why not? Don't worry, I'll definitely give you a clean rub. Chen Taixu had a black line on his face. Not only is it clean, it must rub off several layers of skin, rubbing it to a bloody mess. This vicious woman, she even took a steel wire ball. You dare to believe? Damn, really is their own overthinking. Also really think that there is that beautiful thing it. Chapter 37, Adapting the Script. Although there was no way to take a shower, after slightly wiping the sweat stains from his body, he still felt quite refreshed. Chen Taixu rubbed his hair while walking into the living room. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw Su Qingyan sitting cross-legged on the carpet, scratching her ears and staring at the laptop on the coffee table. Chen Taixu curiously asked, what are you doing? You look worried and anxious. Su Qingyan did not raise her head and impatiently replied, Sister is thinking about the script. Don't bother me if there's nothing else. As soon as the script was mentioned, Chen Taixu's eyes instantly glowed. A strong sense of bad taste suddenly arose in his heart as well. He walked over to sit next to Su Qingyan and said with great interest, Auntie, I have a very good story here. Can you adapt it into a script and make it into a movie? Su Qingyan raised her questioning eyes to look at him and said in a slightly disdainful tone, You? Come on, what good story can you have? Go away, stay to the side and don't bother me. Hey, said Chen Taixu, instantly displeased. Don't be, I really have one. Auntie, just listen to it. Seeing that Su Qingyan had gradually started to get annoyed, Chen Taixu tried to persuade, Auntie, you don't have any thoughts or clues for the time being anyway. Just listen to mine. It won't take much time. Su Qingyan slightly twisted her head to look at him and waved her hand. Alright, who let you be the investor? Hurry up and speak. Don't bother me again after speaking. Cough. Chen Taixu cleared his throat, slowly said, the story is like this. There is a craft factory in Mountain City that is on the verge of closing down, and when they were renovating the public restroom, they found a piece of emerald that was worth a lot of money. As Chen Taixu narrated, Su Qingyan went from being careless at the beginning, to gradually coming to be interested, and then finally becoming completely mesmerized. From her demeanor, one could tell that she was quite interested in the story. Chen Taixu, who had a dry mouth from speaking, picked up the water on the coffee table and Su Qingyan just wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Without good humor, he said, there is herbal tea in the refrigerator you don't drink. Why drink my water? Chen Taixu wiped his mouth and smiled with a big grin. It's fine, I don't mind. Su Qingyan was speechless and gave him a blank look. You don't mind, but I do. Isn't this indirect kissing? The more she thought about it, the redder Su Qingyan's face became. But fortunately, Chen Taixu's attention was completely off of her right now. Otherwise, there might be another bout of mocking flirting. Auntie, how about it? Is there any luck in this story of mine? Su Qingyan nodded without hesitation. Yes, and the mess is not small. According to the plot of the story you told to make an adaptation, it's not a big problem. The key is that you also told it so meticulously. Then it's even easier. If adapted into a movie, this should be a low-budget, small investment movie. Su Qingyan frowned and pondered for a moment, then slapped her hand on the coffee table. In a firm tone, she said, okay, then I'll try to see if I can make a big deal out of a small one. With her mind made up, she didn't dawdle. Crackling the keyboard, she began to rewrite the script, and Chen Taixu sat next to her, discussing and studying and giving advice together. Even many of the details and the character's psychology, demeanor, and dialogue. Chen Taixu spoke clearly. Su Qingyan's ability to direct or create scripts was extremely strong and outstanding. Now that she had the help of Chen Taixu, it was like a tiger with wings. In the middle of the day, Chen Taixu also received a call from Wang Ergu. He called to report his idea to Brother Taixu. After hearing his idea, Chen Taixu couldn't help but clap his hands. He hadn't expected that Wang Erdog would be so talented that he could even come up with such a brilliant idea. After finishing, he also urged Erdog to let go and go boldly. If this matter was accomplished, it would definitely benefit him and Wang Erdog greatly. Moreover, Wang Erdog could definitely become one of the top anchors in Douyin through this matter. At the same time, he also repeatedly warned Wang Erdog, absolutely cannot be false, absolutely cannot profit from it. The two chatted on the phone for nearly an hour. Chen Taixu was quite satisfied, secretly boasted that his vision is really good. Wang Erdog, this anchor is really no problem. It can become a big thing. Little weakling, have you finished the phone call yet? Hurry over when you're done. Chen Taixu had just hung up Wang Erdog's phone. Su Qingyan hurriedly urged up. Coming. What's wrong again? The two of them just sat in front of the computer, devoting themselves to adapting the script. Without realizing it, it was dinner mealtime. Chen Taixu stood up with difficulty, stretching his back and moving his slightly stiff tendons. Auntie, let's get it tomorrow. We still need to feed our stomachs first, right? However, Su Qingyan didn't pay any attention to him at all, still crackling on the keyboard. Seeing her in this manner, Chen Taixu shook his head. Obviously, she was on workaholic mode. He also stopped bothering her and walked straight towards the kitchen. What else could he do now? Only noodles. However, this time, he specially fried 2 more eggs. When he was done with the noodles, Su Qingyan was still by the coffee table, rapidly tapping on the keyboard. Chen Taixu walked over and directly blocked the computer screen. Breathlessly, he said, Auntie, can we eat first? Su Qingyan, who had been forcefully interrupted, finally broke away from workaholic mode. Kiku. Just as she wanted to open her mouth to speak, her 5 organs couldn't hold back first. Her pretty face instantly turned red, and she laughed sarcastically. Yeah, it's actually more than 7 o'clock. How did time pass so quickly? Chen Taixu blankly glanced at her, and said without any good humor, don't act. Hurry up and eat the noodles. You won't be able to eat it if you pile it up later. On the dining table, Su Qingyan put the fried egg in the center plate and didn't clip it. She had to go and pick the one in Chen Taixu's bowl. Pick it? But what do you mean by giving him a provocative look after picking it? Does it mean that it tastes better when you snatch it yourself? Little weakling, when your hands get better, you have to make me delicious food every day. I didn't see that she was still a foodie. Chen Taixu raised an eyebrow. It's not a problem to do it, but auntie, what will you take in exchange? Can't let me suffer and get tired, and in the end, I can't get any benefits at all, right? Su Qingyan looked at him and pondered seriously. Chen Taixu also did not rush, but waited quietly. After frowning and pondering for a long time, Su Qingyan licked her flaming red lips. The action of her licking her lips was simply not too sexy and seductive. She said tentatively, why don't sis let you touch my long legs? Chapter 38 Reckless Army officially established. Chen Taixu didn't know if what she said was true, or if she was simply molesting herself, but he took it seriously. In his mind, he could not help but fantasize about the happy life with his aunt in the future, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Young people don't know that answer good, mistakenly treating young girls as treasures. In his last life, Chen Taixu had made this kind of low-level mistake. So now, he naturally knew what he wanted most. Should I say no? Su Qingyan's mouth seemed to be quite good, only to see her sucking up the noodles in the bowl in 3 to 5 times. As soon as the bowl and chopsticks were thrown, she hoofed it back to the coffee table and started the workaholic mode. Chen Taixu shook his head, somewhat not quite understanding. As for being so desperate, how could he know how hard and desperate people could work for their dreams? Taking out his cell phone and looking at the time, there was still a while before the 8 o'clock of the appointment. He cleared the table, picked up the dishes and went into the kitchen. Although it was a bit inconvenient, it was still no problem to take it slow. The key Su Qingyan now were still care about brushing the dishes, so only he did it himself. After brushing the dishes, he took out all kinds of fresh fruits from the refrigerator, washed them and put them on a plate. Just like Su Qingyan taking care of him, he brought the fruit plate to her. Seeing her focused appearance without lifting her head, Chen Taixu was also unwilling to disturb her and turned around and went back to his bedroom. The main reason was that the time for the appointment was almost up now, so he naturally had to go back to his room to prepare for the start of the battle. But it was quite strange to say the least. After knowing that Chen Taixu had a huge amount of $50 million in his card, from beginning to end, Su Qingyan unexpectedly tacitly said nothing and asked nothing. One must know that Chen Taixu was just a small chef who rode an electric bicycle and worked in the back kitchen of a restaurant. For him to be able to have a huge sum of $50 million, wasn't this unbelievable enough? Could it be that Su Qingyan really wasn't curious at all? As for worry and suspicion, that was definitely non-existent. After all, he had already gone to the bank for a walk. Moreover, the bank had taken the initiative to offer to upgrade the black card. So that was enough to prove that there was no problem with the money. Chen Taixu couldn't figure it out, but he didn't put it on his mind either. Since she didn't ask, that was naturally excellent, and saved himself from thinking of excuses to fool her. Returning to the bedroom, he boarded Douyin and clicked into Wang Erdog's live broadcast room. Taixu Illusion entered the live broadcast room. As soon as he saw the system prompt scrolling through the screen, Wang Erdog immediately released his battle song. Standing up from his chair with a prancing motion, he took the microphone and enthusiastically and excitedly shouted, "Welcome my brother Taixu." With a wave of his big hand, a group of staff members immediately appeared in the live broadcast room. There were gongs, drums, and cannons again. Surprisingly, there was also a dragon dance performance. Good guy, Wang Erdog. This stage is indeed a clear arrangement for Big Brother Ah. The public screen of the live broadcast room is also full of neatly organized "Welcome Brother Taixu." The 900 million young man's dream, 2 dogs. What do you mean by this? Why wasn't there such a grand welcoming ceremony when Sis entered the live room? Seeing Pei Iris Land's floating screen pop up, Wang Erdog playfully said, "Sister Dream, that's no trick. Who made me the #1 traitor under Brother Taixu's door?" Brother Taixu's weight in my second dog's heart is naturally different from everyone else's. Chen Taixu couldn't help but shiver. How could this guy talk so disgustingly? Without any nonsense, he directly sat on the guest seat. "Second brother, come up. You're the main character tonight." Pei Iris Lan also didn't dawdle and similarly sat on the guest seat. Excitedly said, "Big brother, we have prepared enough tickets. Tonight, I'm bound to whack that poor-breasted little loli." Chen 11, hard, humph. Chen Taixu revealed a complicated expression. "No, second brother Ah, you yourself are poor-chested, and still have the face to talk about others?" He also didn't get it. Pei Iris Lan and Chen 11 were not poor masters. There is naturally no lack of nutrition in their lives, but how come they don't develop towards their breasts? It seems that God is really fair. Opened a door for you, will definitely close a window for you. Shin Mubai and Li Qingyi also couldn't help but start floating the screen. One sword west, that's right, we must teach that little girl a good lesson tonight. Qingyi as usual, mang. Let's teach her a lesson today. Teach a lesson, teach a lesson, teach a lesson. Reckless Legion strikes. Must win. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was instantly driven up. Looking at the statements of the fans on the public screen, Chen Taixu then noticed the change. The name of the fans' lightboard had changed to Mengfu Legion. There were also many Iron fans whose nickname IDs had been changed to a unified format. Mengfu *****. Oh, good guy. Wang Erdog's action is fast enough. Ah, not bad. This does look more imposing. The Reckless Legion, tonight is also considered to be officially established, right? Chen Taixu suddenly gave birth to a hot-blooded idea. He, Taixu Illusion, the founder of the Mengfu Legion, was bound to lead the Mengfu Legion to sweep the Douyin. He was going to insert the Mengfu Legion's lamp sign into every live room. He was going to make the Mengfu Legion the most powerful fan group in the entire network. Chen Taixu took a deep breath and slowly said, "Mengfu Legion, very good. Hearing his words, Wang Ergu also let out a sigh of relief. This matter was something he had done without authorization, and if he had upset Brother Taixu, he would have been screwed. But now it seemed as if he had not done a bad job with this matter. Brother Taixu was very satisfied. Chen Taixu continued again. "Yesterday I said, I don't need you guys to make a move. I'm enough for one person. But Big Brother, Pei Iris Lan just wanted to persuade was forcefully interrupted by Chen Taixu. There's nothing but, this matter is settled. Who dares to upvote me with who anxious? Or Taixu brother enough domineering, enough crazy, enough reckless? Ah, the whole network absolutely cannot find the second person. Other than that, Brother Taixu's temperament is absolutely dead on. This is the real God's Big Brother. Ah, other live Big Brother not moving to shout fans together on. Yes. Also Timo's beautiful name is to play cohesion. Play the momentum, Pei Iris Lan said in an aggravated manner. But I also want to be a bit involved. Nah. Chen Taixu smiled faintly. Want a sense of participation? Isn't that easy? The three of you will take turns handing out red envelopes in the live broadcast from now on. The red packets can't be stopped. It's also considered a wave of welfare for our Mengfu Legion brothers. One sword west, no problem. Red packets, small matter. Green shirt like the old, then I'll come first. The brothers of the Mengfu Legion, get ready. 20,000 Douyin second packet rain is coming. The biggest red packet in Douyin was 20,000 Do coins. Next, the live broadcast room directly rained second packets. Ha ha. Too good to be true, right? Thank you brother Taixu, thank you sister Dream, thank you brother Ejin, thank you brother Qingshi. Grabbing red packets until your hands go limp. Do you dare to believe? Reckless Legion is awesome. Godly big brothers are awesome. No, 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 I have to change my name to join the Mengfu Legion. It's too happy to stay in this live broadcasting room. Ha ha, neither need to upvote, but also can grab red packets to grab soft. The key live room atmosphere is super good. Chapter 39 Reckless Man on the Warpath. Not an inch of grass. Chen Taixu's this wave of hardcore tart operation directly let the atmosphere in the live broadcast room reached an unprecedented climax. The National Transportation Division, the broadcast commentary team, team leader Zhou Shiyu said solemnly, "For this engagement tonight, let's let Jian Huang commentate." Huang Jian licked his lips and excitedly returned. "No problem team leader, I guarantee a passionate commentary. But group leader you know me. I'm afraid it's hard for me to be fair and impartial in my commentary. The process may inevitably be biased." Group leader Zhou Shiyu had precisely considered this point, which was why he had allowed Jian Huang to narrate. What the division leader means is that it can be appropriately biased towards the realm of Taixu illusion. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing the group leader's words, Huang Jian was instantly delighted. Nodding his head repeatedly, he said, I understand. Brother Taixu is indeed overbearing and bold. Team leader, if you don't say it, I'll also be biased in favor of Brother Taixu. He. Zhou Shiyu blankly glanced at this guy without any good reason. Commentate properly, don't make any mess. The division chief will also be concerned. Huang Jian put away his playful face, took a deep breath, and returned in a serious manner. I know team leader. Seeing that it was almost time, Chen Taixu prepared for a wave of pre-battle mobilization. Brothers, this PK tonight is considered to be our first battle after the establishment of the Reckless Legion. But there's no need to worry. With me here, we're set for this opening. Not only this PK, but every battle in the future. As long as I'm here, there's no chance of losing. Brothers, we don't need to let you upvote either. Not even a single careful heart. However, I hope that the brothers in the live broadcast room will all incarnate the atmosphere team and get the atmosphere up for me. Brother Taixu is awesome. Brother Taixu is overbearing. Brother Taixu is wild and cool. Reckless Legion, not an inch of grass will grow. Reckless Legion, Mengfu Army, must win. The glory of the Mengfu Legion will be all over the net. Chen Taixu's wave of mobilization instantly made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room high to the extreme. Battle spirit was in full swing, and blood was surging. Not to mention the iron fans in the live broadcast room. Even the emotions of the melon-eating visitors were mobilized. Chen Taixu was quite satisfied with the performance of the fans in the live broadcast room. Dogsy, it's almost time. Even go over. Okay Brother Taixu. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Airdog found Little T's and directly initiated the connection request. And soul singer Little T's answered in seconds. As soon as he connected online, Little T's greeted enthusiastically. Hello, opposite anchors and big brothers and sisters. Good evening As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit a smiling person. The opposite side is so warm and polite. Then they are naturally not good on the face. What's more, it's just a PK. Although it's a bit personal, but the pattern still needs to be there. Wang Airdog likewise politely and courteously greeted the opposite anchor and big brother and sister. Pei Iris Lan, who had been whacked, would not be polite, directly shouted, Where's Chen 11? Why don't you hurry up and get out to die? The next moment, Cat 11 from Old Lane sat on the guest seat. Pei Iris Lan, you're just so eager to seek abuse, aren't you? Pei Iris Lan dejectedly said. Looking for abuse? Ha, that's right, we are seeking abuse. But do you, this little party girl, have that ability? Today, my big brother can definitely whack you out of the shang. No, definitely can whack you out of the swelling. Specialized to your chest. Also can be considered to help you this poor breast's little lowly breast enlargement. Why don't you hurry and thank my big brother first? Only later will my big brother hit you harder and help you swell up some. Tell me, what cup size do you want my big brother to whack you into? Hearing her trash talk, Chen Taixu's head was filled with black lines. This second brother really is pugnacious and tigerish enough. What words of tiger and wolf dare to be uttered? Chen 11, Pei Iris Lan, what qualifications do you have to mock me? It seems like you've been developing for 1 or 2 more years than me, right? Also, what are you fooling around with? Having gambled yourself out of the game, you still have the face to show off? Shouting at people when you can't win a fight, that's all you've got. Pei Kailan was not affected by her verbal irritation in the slightest, still smugly saying, I just have big brother to back me up and show off. What's the matter? Do you have one? You're envious and jealous nah? He. Someone backing me up is tough. You don't serve You can also shake people. Not to give you time? Chen 11 said disdainfully. Tidying up a little karami like you still need to shake people? Joke. This young lady cares what your big brother and second brother dare to mess with me. Click is a whack. Yo-oo. The little loli is quite cross. Chen Taixu nodded his head in satisfaction. Good. This little girl is crazy enough to be cross enough to explode. It is quite suitable for his taste. He was now looking forward to what her reaction would be when he finished whacking her later and asked her to call out to her big brother. Chen Taixu couldn't help but wonder if he would collect a poor breast camp in the future. The most crucial thing was that these little poor breasts seemed to have quite a hot temper. They all have the attributes of a hot and oily child. Seeing the two little poor breasts spraying more and more vigorously, Chen Taixu had to interrupt. If they were allowed to spray on each other, they would be able to spray for a day and a night. Okay, don't spray trash talk. Let's go over the real thing underhand. As long as Cat 11 can win me, you can spray whatever you want. Chen 11 snorted coldly. This young lady hopes that the rest of you will be as hard as your mouth. Pei Iris Lan smirked and disliked back. Hard or not, you'll know later. There'll be a time when you'll beg for forgiveness. Humph. Chen Taixu was speechless. How come all the girls nowadays are like this? They just drive at the drop of a hat, don't they? Not surprisingly, people Chen 11 should be referring to strength. This second brother's mind. It's very complicated and dangerous. Get. Why are you talking and spewing again? Chen Taixu was very tired. It's just a PK fight. Why is it so wordy? If you do it early, you'll get rid of it early. So what's the point of spraying around? In the end, don't we still have to look at the winners and losers? Second dog. Start directly. At his command, Wang Erdog did not hesitate to initiate the 10-minute PK. At this time, in the official broadcast live room, commentator Jian Huang was also ready. Friends of the live broadcast, good evening everyone. I am PK commentator Jian Huang. Tonight, I will be the one to commentate on a large PK matchup. Jian Huang paused briefly, a professional smile on his face. I'm sure everyone already knows that this big battle is once again about the newest divine hero, Brother Taixu. It's only been 3 days since Brother Taixu joined Douyin, and he's brought us 2 spectacular PK feasts. And tonight, there's no doubt that it's definitely going to be another exciting and intense showdown. Without further ado, please ask the guy to access the PK screen for us. Chapter 40 Magnificent Blowout from the Commentator. As soon as the screen was accessed, Huang Jian immediately put away his disrespectful attitude. He began to perfectly demonstrate to the audience the quality and ability that a professional commentator should have. Attention viewers, now that both the red and blue opposing sides are ready, the big battle is about to start. Before the big battle starts, according to the usual practice, we still introduce the lineups and strengths of both sides first. The red side led by the super first-tier popularity anchor soul singer Little T's. Its strong strength is naturally needless to say. There are countless sitting big brothers in the live broadcast room, and the most magnificent one is of course Cat 11 of Old Lane. Although Sister 11 is only at the bottom of the Douyin Top 10 Divine Heroes list, her reputation is as strong as a thunderclap. As the only female on the Divine Heroes list, Sister 11's domineering style and bold strength, as long as one is playing Douyin, I'm sure no one knows about it, right? After briefly introducing the red side, Jian Huang paused for a moment before introducing the blue side once again, and the blue side's Wang Erdog is likewise not to be underestimated. If we were to say who has been the most popular anchor in the entire Douyin in the past 2 days, it would definitely have to be Wang Erdog, but in just 2 days' time, he has jumped from an unknown small anchor to a first-line anchor with a popularity of 100,000 plus, and his rising momentum is still strong. I believe that it won't take long for him to ascend to the throne of Super Tier 1, and the one who created him, who brought him to the top. I think we all know who it is without having to say anything, right? Brother Taixu, Brother Taixu, Brother Taixu. The audience in the live broadcast room also tacitly cooperated. For a while, the public screen of the millions of people in the live broadcast room was dominated by the 3 words Brother Taixu. Huang Jian was quite satisfied with the audience's performance. Even the most passionate commentary would be crippled and imperfect without the cooperation of the Atmosphere team. He smiled and continued, that's right, it's none other than the newest great god magnificent, Taixu Fantasy Realm, Brother Taixu. I'm afraid no one knows just how strong Brother Taixu is. Let's see if this duel tonight can test out Brother Taixu's strengths and weaknesses. We don't know to what extent Brother Taixu's strength is terrifying, but if we want to talk about who's the most reckless, who's the craziest, and who's the most overbearing on the entire network, Brother Taixu is unrivaled. According to the news obtained by the commentary team, tonight, it's still Brother Taixu who is going to make a move alone, no matter how many big brothers and godly men the other side has. Brother Taixu, will pick them all. Let's just ask you guys if you're domineering, crazy, and reckless? In terms of temperament alone, I'm not convinced by anyone but Brother Taixu. To be reasonable, although Brother Taixu is both crazy and reckless, he has the capital to be crazy and the strength to be reckless. Isn't this also a better proof that Brother Taixu is a true divine hero? Huang Jian glanced at the lively public screen. Continuing, he said, there's one more piece of news to share. Brother Taixu's Reckless Legion is officially created and established today. On behalf of all the members of the commentary team, I, Huang Jian, would like to congratulate Brother Taixu. At the same time, I also hope that the Reckless Legion will be like their slogan declaration, so that the glory of the Reckless Legion will be sprinkled all over the net. Ha, something's not right. Why do I feel that old Huang is too biased in favor of the blue side? Ha ha, this is a new viewer, right? Don't you know that old Yellow's main focus is a bias? That's right. From what I've seen so far, old Yellow is mostly a Taixu blow. What the pop-up said wasn't false. Jian Huang was indeed a Taixu blow. In addition to the blue side having Brother Taixu, the C pin, sitting in the center, there are also several level 60 great godly heroes, the dream of 900 million young men, a sword coming west, a green shirt like the old days, and a half-body of frivolity. Jian Huang smiled faintly. Does everyone feel strange? Obviously yesterday they were all still PK opponents, but how come they came to help plunder and cheer today instead? Perhaps this is Brother Taixu's charisma. His kingly aura can deeply convince even his opponents. Although there is no father and son on the PK field, PK is not only about fighting and killing, but also more about human feelings. At this time, Chen Taixu, who was greatly curious about the official broadcasting live room, was using his bedroom computer to peek at the screen. Hearing Jian Huang's words, he sweated. No, man, you have to realize that you're a commentator, a neutral commentator. Is it really good for you to be blowing up like this without any concealment? Also, aren't you blowing it a bit too much? Why the hell didn't I know that I was this good? Chen Taixu, who really couldn't listen any longer, didn't pay attention to the commentary on the computer, but instead shifted his attention to his cell phone. It was better to focus on PK. It would be a real shame if he lost. And Jian Huang's passionate commentary still continued. Cat 11 of the old lane on the red side, Taixu illusion on the blue side. There's no doubt that this is destined to be an extraordinary duel. Will it be Sister 11 who defends the status and face of the old divine hero and renews the legend? Or will the newly minted divine magnate Brother Taixu go all the way to the end, slaughtering the gods to prove the Tao? Both of them have the hopes of their fans riding on them. Let's wait and see what the final result of this strong matchup will be. Jian Huang swallowed and adjusted slightly. Without further ado, the match has now officially started, and the 10-minute countdown is slowly starting to beat. Ha! Jian Huang, who had already done his passionate commentary, frowned. Something's not right. Why aren't there any movements from both sides? Both sides' live rooms surprisingly don't even have a single heart. And now the number of bloodstained votes still remains at 0:0. This kind of anomaly is obviously not right. They should be still watching, or both waiting for the other to strike first. There is no need for the viewers to be anxious and disappointed, as this is bound to be the last calm before the storm. As soon as his words fell, someone couldn't hold back and made the first move. Jian Huang excitedly narrated. Quick, look, the red side led by Sister 11 is the first to attack. Sister 11, who made the first move, even just threw out a carnival? It's not hard to see that this should be a tentative attack launched by 11th Sister. Chen Taixu looked at the 30,000 votes bloodstain that red pressed over and shook his head with obvious disappointment. He had thought that it would be a fierce and ferocious counterattack against the bombardment right off the bat. As a result, this was it? Playing tactics? Boring. Blue didn't say anything about the tentative attack launched by 11th Sister. Brother Taixu is even more stoic and steady as a mountain. Obviously, a carnival from 11th Sister wasn't enough to make Brother Taixu respond in any way. At this moment, the atmosphere on the PK arena was a bit depressing as Red tried to test Blue, but it's obvious that Blue's Brother Taixu's main focus for this match, in all probability, is defensive counterattacks. Think, moving, Red is moving again. Chapter 41, will Brother Tai Tai admit defeat? Jian Huang stared intently at the broadcast screen. It's still Carnival. For divine heroes, it seems like Carnival is all that's left in their gift bar. 10. Sister 11 swiped out 10 carnivals this time. Will her increased weights to try again make Brother Taixu respond? However, the melon eaters in the live broadcast room were the first to get sullen. What the hell? Just this? This is the much anticipated strong matchup? What is this? PK is over and done with. What's the point of testing and testing and testing and testing? It's been almost a minute, and the two great heroes only have 11 Huazi? Are you kidding me? What's wrong with Brother Taixu? Didn't he say he was reckless and dominant? He hasn't gotten a single vote yet, so he's out of character, isn't he? Jian Huang smiled faintly and said, everyone, don't be anxious and panic. If nothing else, Brother Taixu will make his move soon. He guessed correctly. seeing as the PK time was about to reach 1 minute. When that time came, the anchors of both sides would need to open their mics, and the side with fewer votes would not be allowed to speak. But it was clear that Brother Taixu would never give up the right to speak. Just a moment after both sides opened their mics, Chen Taixu finally moved. In the next second, golden dragons of joy appeared on the screens of all the major live rooms at the same time, and brilliant fireworks bloomed all over the screen. Taixu Fantasy sent Carnival *999 in Wang Erdog's live room. God's hero descended and threw away a lot of money. Quickly go and watch. Jian Huang looked at the golden dragon's joyful report and excitedly shouted, Brother Taixu made a move. It's a set of blooming carnival. Brother Taixu is really powerful and domineering. For Brother Taixu, there is no such thing as temptation. Okay? What temptation? What tactics? Brother Taixu doesn't know how to play this kind of fancy stuff. He just goes straight to the end and that's the end of it. The newly minted God Master's first shot directly slapped his opponent in the face, and the veteran Divine Hero's tentative offense is a bit petty. For Brother Taixu's wild and rough offense, can the players on the red side withstand it? At this time in the capital, a luxurious courtyard covering an extremely large area next to the root of the city wall, Chen 11 in the room was wearing pajamas and was playing with her cell phone while eating potato chips. Only a faint smile was seen on her doll face. In a low voice, she muttered, "Ha, isn't it just teasing a bit? That's all it takes to sulk? Carnival in full bloom? Little temper is quite grumpy." Chen 11 stretched out her little lilac tongue and licked the chips crumbs staining her lips. This young lady is specialized in curing all kinds of tantrums. Since you want to play with excitement, then this young lady will add some intensity to you. At this moment, Jian Huang's eyes were glued to the screen without blinking for fear of missing a moment of excitement. His breathing was also starting to catch, and it was obvious that he was very involved and nervous. Ah, it's the Shangshi Carnival again. The red side has also exploded a set of Shangshi Carnival. Is the intensity up already? Has the bloodshed increased as well? Wait. Red Centurion Carnival doesn't seem to be on Sister 11. It's Cat 11's number 3 little follower, and a level 60 veteran divine hero of the capital circle. It's not hard to tell from his nickname that he must be one of 11th Sister's many followers. Now that the situation on the field has suddenly changed, the red side, which was originally in an unfavorable position, has actually been reinforced. The situation at this point is undoubtedly extremely unfavorable to Brother Taixu, who is fighting alone. Huang Jian carefully analyzed the situation on the field, while also giving his own opinion. If I were Brother Taixu, facing the sudden change in Red's overpowering offense, I would inevitably turn from offense to defense. As long as the vote gap is not pulled apart, maneuver until the end, then come back to steal the tower and kill the game absolutely. Not bad. Old Yellow's analysis makes sense. Brother Taixu is indeed strong, but a good who can't hold a pack of wolves. Now it's just the third little follower. Who can guarantee that 1, 2, 4, 5 won't make a move? The smartest thing to do is to steal the tower and kill it at the end, but I'm afraid it's still up in the air. Just as the public screen pop-ups were agreeing and recognizing Jian Huang's opinion, Jian Huang made a sudden turn in his words. According to common sense, my analysis just now is definitely not faulty, but hasn't everyone forgotten what kind of person Brother Taixu is? He's arrogant, he's overbearing, he's reckless. How could he possibly defend and counterattack? How could he possibly concede and hold out? I dare to bet $100 that Brother Taixu, he will absolutely go toe-to-toe without budging, or even launch a stormy and powerful attack. This guy, it seems that he is indeed a qualified Taixu blower. He also knew Brother Taixu very well, and it seemed like he hadn't paid much attention or done his homework. Chen Taixu, who hadn't exited the official broadcasting room, of course took in the words of the commentator. This commentary, there is nothing wrong with it. He must give it a nod. And at this time, the live broadcast room of the Little T's, Chen 11 on the guest seat said in a bad tone, "Who told you to make a move? Did this young lady say that she didn't say that she wasn't allowed to just make a move without my permission?" Taking my words as a whisper, "Ha!" The number 3 little follower who was temporarily ranked first on the list didn't dare to say a single word, and could only listen to the reprimand silently. Worthy of being the little princess of the capital circle. Ah, this prestige, this aura, it really wasn't a joke. Chen Taixu didn't care about how many people and how many divine heroes came from the other side. Instead, the more people from the other side who came to help, the more excited he would be. Pei Iris Lan, who was on the guest seat, weakly asked, "Big brother, can we make a move?" Chen Taixu, you guys just watch. Whoever dares to stop me from pretending to be a pussy, I'll be in a hurry with them. All watch, I'm going to start pretending. As the words landed, Chen Taixu quickly chained up his attacks. 1 set of Shangshi Carnival, 2 sets of Shangshi Carnival, 3 sets of Shangshi Carnival, 10 sets of Shangshi Carnival. Huang Jian stared dumbfounded at the golden dragon's happy news that was constantly displayed on the screen. He stood up from the commentator's seat in a flash. Excited and thrilled beyond measure, he shouted, "I was right. Brother Taixu really chose to go head-on hard. 10 sets of Shangshi Carnival, another 10 consecutive hits. Brother Taixu is bullish. Brother Taixu is 10,000 years old. No matter who you are, no matter how many people you have, in front of my Brother Taixu, they are all floating clouds. Now that the Reckless Legion led by Brother Taixu is way ahead, and will the red side be able to organize an effective counterattack and fight back? We still can't take this lightly now. After all, Red's veteran divine heroes aren't vegetarians. Jin Huang was more than biased now, wasn't he? He had all but completely substituted himself into the blue side. As Chen 11 was a big name on the Douyin top 10 divine heroes list, how could a mere 10 groups of Centurion Carnival be able to hold her down? Amidst the expectations of millions of viewers, Chen 11 did not disappoint. Her stern counterattack came as promised. Chapter 42, a poem for Brother Taixu. Chen Taixu looked at the red side whose bloodline was being deadlocked. He asked casually, "Oh second brother, how do you guess the opposite side will counterattack?" Pei Iris Lan thought for a moment and replied, "It should similarly counterattack with 10 sets of Shangshi Carnival, right?" Chen Taixu shook his head and smiled. "I'm guessing that Cat 11 will play at least 20 sets of Shangshi Carnival. Jin Huang, undoubtedly. Brother Taixu's 10 sets of Shangshi Carnival will inevitably be the fuse that ignites this match. That is to say, the real battle doesn't officially begin until this moment." Huang Jian was worthy of being a highly professional commentator, as he judged the situation on the field quite accurately. Look. After the fuse was lit, Red Sister 11 has really started to attack strongly. 1 group, 2 groups, 10 groups, 10 groups of Shangshi Carnival. It hasn't stopped yet. Sister 11 is still attacking strongly. What does she want? Does she want to kill the match directly? 12 groups, 15 groups, 20 groups. It's stopped. It's finally stopped. Asterisk. 20 whole groups of Shangshi Carnival. Is it really so unstoppable? 20 groups, nearly 600 million votes. 11th Sister seems to want to use these 600 million votes to tell Brother Taixu that the status and dignity of the veteran divine magnate is not to be infringed upon or desecrated. The underpinnings of the veteran divine heroes are also not something you can presume to speculate on. Next, let's see how Brother Taixu will respond, but I firmly believe that Brother Taixu will absolutely be tough to the end. Who? Chen Taixu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Smiling, he said, "See, isn't it 20 groups?" After fooling around, he slowly said, "She thought that even if I were to follow hard to the end this time, I would only go up to 30 groups at most. But, hey, let her feel my set, then I still mix a hair Get out of the way. I'm going to start pretending again." Pei Iris Lan rolled his eyes without any good reason. How did he get into such a cool big brother who loves to pretend to be a bully? Huang Jian stared straight at the blue side's blood bar. Clenching his fists, he nervously shouted, move ah, Brother Taixu must press over. It wasn't known if his shouting had worked. In the next second, Brother Taixu made a decisive move, and the blood bar was squeezing forward. Jin Huang waved his fist and shouted excitedly, "It's moving! Brother Taixu is moving again!" It's still nearly 30 million votes a set for Shangshi Carnival. Brother Taixu doesn't seem to have any other gifts to swipe besides the Shangshi Carnival. What do you mean by ho? Nah, see, Brother Taixu is. How many more golden dragons of joy will bloom in the live broadcast room this time? We might as well count them. 1, 2, 10, 20. 20 golden dragon glad tidings now. And the blue side's bloodline has once again crushed the other side. Wait, Brother Taixu doesn't seem to have any intention of stopping. 21 now, 25, 30 now. Holy, Brother Taixu isn't going to give the other side a chance to catch their breath at all. There's more? 31 golden dragon delights now. 32, 40, the whole 40. Now Brother Taixu should stop, right? Jin Huang stared at the screen, not daring to breathe. His heartbeat seemed to have stopped. Just as he held his breath, the blue side's blood bar hadn't stopped. Holy, is Brother Taixu on fire? Surprisingly, it doesn't stop. 42 now, 46 now, 50 now, asterisk, 50 sheets, 1.5 billion votes. In just a few seconds, Brother Taixu actually swiped 1.5 billion votes. Ward days, Brother Taixu's strength, terrifying as it is. Jin Huang took a deep breath and passionately shouted, Brother Taixu is bullish. There's a poem that praises that strength is as strong as a mountain, and it can be heard a few times in the world. Like the devil subduing Lord in the sky, it's really the god of Taiyu on earth. Chen Taixu was slightly stunned when he heard the commentary's passionate impromptu poem. Isn't this blowing it out of proportion? Did he deserve his super high evaluation? Although he was a bit embarrassed, he was still very excited and flattered in his heart, secretly muttering a sentence. This commentary is good, passionate, talented. The key to speak is also a thief good to listen to. Right now, the blue side where Brother Taixu is on, the number of bloodstain votes has reached a staggering 1.8 billion, while the red side's votes are only more than 600 million, nearly 700 million, even less than a fraction of the blue side. Looking at the red blood stripe again, it has already been swallowed up by the blue blood stripe to the point where only a drop remains. What is this? This is crushing, naked crushing. Chen Taixu's brows were furrowed. She knew that the Taixu illusion realm was very strong. However, she did not expect it to be terrifying to this extent. The most crucial thing was that even though the duel had reached such an intense point, she hadn't even been able to test out the depth and length of her opponent. This was the most terrifying. In reality, Chen 11 still attached great importance to this engagement. She had recharged 200 million renminbi and prepared a whole 2 billion votes. However, according to the current situation, the 2 billion votes for this duel would definitely not be taken. It was obviously irrational to choose to fight head-on. If he wanted to take the final victory, he could only choose to steal the tower. For Chen 11, the process was no longer important now. Instead, what mattered was winning the final victory. Chen 11 no longer hesitated. Tapping on the gift bar, she started to counterattack again. This time, however, her aim was not to overpower the opponent's blood bar. She was just preparing to bring the gap in votes between the two sides a bit closer. With more than 1.7 billion, she chased the number of votes down to 1.7 billion. And she still had 300 million votes left in her pocket. Exactly 10 sets of Centurion Carnival. This was what she had saved for the final theft of the tower. However, of course, she wouldn't just keep this hand in preparation. After all, trying to use 300 million votes to steal the Tower of Taixu illusion was obviously not very realistic. Jian Huang, catching up. Sister 11 has caught up. Then he frowned. It seems like it hasn't completely caught up again. 1,700,000,000 votes. 11th sister has then only gotten up to 1,700,000,000 votes, just 100 million votes short of Brother Taixu. It's not moving, neither side's blood bars are moving anymore. After a slight pause, Jian Huang began his professional analysis again. Obviously, Sister 11's move is rather like this. I'm afraid that anyone can see her purpose, right? Is there any need to think? 11th sister is definitely preparing to steal the tower. That's right. I guess 11th sister is running out of tickets. That's why she came up with this plan. Even we know that Sister 11 is preparing to steal the tower. How could Brother Taixu not be aware of this? But why isn't Brother Taixu moving too? Shouldn't we be widening the gap at this point? Maybe Brother Taixu doesn't have many votes left either, so he wants to hold a wave at the end. Chapter 43, nicknamed the Taixu Immortal. Huang Jian looked at the PK countdown displayed above. Only the last 3 minutes remained. According to the PK rule of 1 before 3, both sides once again closed their mics at the same time. As for the middle of the process, both sides simply didn't have the time or opportunity to taunt each other. The main reason was that both sides were completely on the offensive. You and I going back and forth, and no side was able to firmly hold on to the right to speak. Jian Huang, there are only the last 3 minutes of time left until the end of PK, and the blood bars of both sides still remain at 1.7 billion:1.8 billion. Both sides tacitly chose not to strike again. Then it's not hard for us to analyze that red is planning to steal the tower and kill it at the last moment, while blue is thinking of defending the tower. Will the one who can steal the tower succeed? Or will the one defending the tower succeed? I'm afraid that it will only be revealed when we wait until the final critical moment, right? At this moment, Wang Airdog's live broadcast room, Pei Iris Lan seemed to have seen the dawn of victory. Excitedly, she said, "Big brother, Chen 11 definitely doesn't have many votes in his pocket. Why don't we all make a move together to widen the gap in the bloodline, so that she completely breaks the idea of stealing the tower?" Chen Taixu shook his head and said with a smile, "What's the point of killing the game directly? Since we're playing, let's play something exciting. If PK becomes devoid of any suspense, it will be meaningless. Only thrilling duels can keep everyone entertained and reminiscing." Pei Kailan very much despised and skimmed his mouth, and in the bottom of his heart, he said, "Darn it," letting him act up again. Without good humor, he said, "If you don't pretend, then you're still my good big brother. Poof, if you lose in the end, I'll see what you do. It will be interesting if you really have to recognize the poor-chested little loli as your big sister at that time." Chen Taixu smiled faintly and said confidently, "How can that be? Second brother, you have to have full confidence in big brother. If I guessed correctly, Cat 11 will at most use 50 sets of Centurion Carnival to steal the tower. You have to trust your big brother's hand speed of being single for decades. Guarding the tower is absolutely awesome." As time passed little by little, the viewers in the 3 live rooms couldn't help but hold their breath. The final moment of showdown was finally coming. Huang Jian clenched his fists and stared at the screen with wide eyes. The PK countdown is now down to the last 30 seconds. Is the tense and exciting moment finally coming? The red side, who is still trailing at the moment, will they choose to strike at the last minute for the kill? 29 seconds, 27 seconds, 22 seconds, 20 seconds. Time is running out for the red team. Strike! It's time to strike. There's no time. As if the red side had heard his shouts, they actually started to move. Cat 11's #1 little follower sent Carnival *999 in Soul Singer Little T's live room. God's hero descends. A throw of money. Quickly go and watch. A group of Shangshi Carnival. It didn't stop yet. Then the second group. The third group. And it didn't stop until the 10th group. Nearly 300 million votes. The red side's bloodline instantly reversed. And at this time, only the last 15 seconds remain in the countdown to the end of PK. This time, all the godly heroes in the Little T's live room moved in unison. Old Lane's Cat 11. Cat 11's second little follower. Cat 11's third little follower. Cat 11's fourth little follower. And Cat 11's fifth little follower. The 5 level 60 true divine heroes ordered the Shangshi Carnival at almost the same time. Jian Huang, sure enough, Sister 11 did launch her final attack. The red side, which is already leading by 200 million votes, is at this moment the 5 great god magnates are once again teaming up to steal the tower. It's Shangshi Carnival, not a group. It's a streak. 3 consecutive strikes. 5 consecutive strikes. More than that, far more than that. It's 10 consecutive strikes. 11th sister isn't fighting alone. She's not alone. The 5 great divine heroes including her. Look clearly. It's the 5 great divine heroes. They almost simultaneously ordered the 10 consecutive strikes of the Centurion Carnival. 3.5 billion. Holy, the red side's bloodstained votes are fixed at 3.5 billion votes. It's not Huazi Rain, but Shangshi Carnival Storm. What to do? What to do? How should Brother Taixu respond? Jian Huang clenched his fists in death and said with incomparable nervousness, 10 seconds left. Only the last 10 seconds left. There really isn't much time left for Brother Taixu, but the vote gap has now reached a staggering one. 7 billion votes. Does Brother Taixu still have that many votes left? Could it be that Brother Taixu's mythical legend is about to be broken? Can he still pull off a Jedi turnaround? Could it be that he's already given up? No, 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 no. Brother Taixu hasn't given up. He moved. Brother Taixu finally moved. There are no surprises. It's still the thunderous carnival. It's a streak. A 10-strike streak. Brother Taixu's 10-strike streak only took a second. What kind of divine hand speed is this? There's no stopping. It's as if Brother Taixu has eaten Hyunmai. He can't stop at all. There are still 8 seconds left in the countdown. Brother Taixu has another 10 consecutive hits in 1 second. And now Shangshi Carnival has 20 consecutive hits. 7 seconds to the countdown. 30 consecutive hits. 6 seconds. 40 consecutive hits. 5 seconds. 50 consecutive hits. Wait. What is Brother Taixu doing? He shouldn't be going for 10 consecutive strikes per second, right? The last 10 seconds. That's 100 consecutive strikes. I'm dropping my mom. Crazy. Brother Taixu is really too crazy. Last second. 100 consecutive hits. Jian Huang hissed and raised his arms. Beautiful. Beautiful. Too beautiful. Brother Taixu, he actually did accomplish a 10-second 100 consecutive hits. Throughout the entire internet. Who else is there? Who else is my Brother Taixu's opponent? Once he enters Douyin, he ascends to the heavens, and is nicknamed Taixu Xian. He looks down on everything and laughs. He's the only one who respects the law. 100 strikes from the rainbow, slaying the gods and proving the way of the gods in a snap of a finger. Reckless Legion Taixu Xian. My destiny is mine but not heaven's. Huang Jian roared hysterically. It's over. It's over. Brother Taixu ended and killed this match by himself. Great Reckless Legion. Great Reckless Legion founder Taixu Xian. 1 year. 1 year. Holy, Old Yellow's commentary is as passionate and vocal as ever. It makes my blood boil. Although the commentary should remain neutral. It's energizing to listen to. This scene will definitely become a classic in PK commentary. Ho ho ho. This PK was so exciting and thrilling. My heart was in my throat for the last 10 seconds. In the end, the number of bloodstained votes on both sides was fixed at 3.5 billion:4. 8 billion. The difference was not insignificant. Chen Taixu also let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately his hand speed was fast enough, or else he really would have been in the gutter. He still underestimated the opposite side and didn't expect the other side to use 60 sets of Shangshi Carnival to steal the tower. Chapter 44, the commentary team all becomes Taixu blows. Soul Singer Little T's live broadcast room. No. One little follower floated the screen and said, unfortunately, it seems like we stole the tower too early. If we had done it in the last 5 seconds, we might have won. Chen 11 shook his head and said helplessly, we can't win. Our tactical plan as well as our votes have long been counted to death by the opposite side. So what can we do to win? No matter how long we steal the tower, the opposite side will vote in the last 10 seconds. He had already thought about the last 10 seconds of the Centurion Carnival's 100 strikes. Unless we prepare more votes than him, it's impossible to win. Second little follower, 11. Let's make another date. We haven't even gotten our strength up yet. Chen 11, there's no need. It's me who underestimated the opposite side and didn't prepare enough tickets. Actually, I already lost when you guys were on the ticket. This guy's strength is truly terrifying. Do you guys dare to say that he just powered up? Maybe people are just playing casually with us. Chen Taixu took a deep breath before slowly exhaling. The excitement was quite exciting, but he almost lost the game by himself. It seemed that in the future, one still couldn't play like this again. In case a few more people came from the opposite side, then it would really be over. Obviously have a ticket, but still lose. That is also too tragic. In the future, it is better to be strong and directly crush the game. Can't give the opponent any chance to resist. Chen Taixu glanced at the official broadcasting booth on the computer screen, listening to the commentator who was still bragging about himself. He was also crying and laughing, but in the end, his heart was still very flattered. After all, pretty words, good words, who doesn't love to hear them? He silently exited the Wang Airdog live room and switched into the official broadcast live room. Zhen Huang just got the latest data. This duel has created a brand new record. That's the record for the most votes swiped by a single person in a single match. With 4.8 billion votes, Brother Taixu has refreshed Uncle Nine's record of 4 billion votes, and has topped the championship of this record. At the same time, congratulations to Brother Taixu for his success in slaying the gods and proving the way, and honoring himself on the Douyin Top 10 Godly Heroes list. Moreover, Brother Taixu is also the user who managed to make it to the top 10 Divine Heroes list in the shortest time. 3 days. Brother Taixu has only been in Douyin for 3 days, breaking record after record. The name of Taixu Exiled Immortal really lives up to its name. I'm looking forward to what other terrifying new records Brother Taixu will create in the time to come. Outrageous. Really outrageous. 10 seconds. Centurion Carnival 100 consecutive hits. 3 billion votes. That's 300 million renminbi. My ass. 10 seconds to squander 300 million renminbi. What kind of person has such a big hand? Looking at so many great heroes on the net, Brother Taixu is undoubtedly the most convincing to me. There is no one. Terrifying. Brother Taixu's strength is too terrifying. I'm afraid the record he set is one that only he himself can break, right? Chen Taixu smiled faintly and tapped on the gift bar before pressing down on Shangshur Carnival to start a combo. Taixu Fantasy sent Carnival *999 in the official commentary livestream. God's hero has descended and thrown away a lot of money. Quickly go and watch. The Golden Dragon Happiness special effect instantly appeared in every live room. Why did Brother Taixu go to the official commentator's live room to brush gifts again? Go. Good guy. This side has just ended. Brother Taixu went to the other side to make trouble again. The strength is also too horrible, right? It's not just one. It's another Shangshur Carnival 10 in a row. Zhen Huang had been dumbfounded when he saw the first Golden Dragon Happiness special effect. This was very different from the Golden Dragon Delight he saw during his commentary. Anyone who commentated during the period, the gift reward earnings obtained in the live broadcast room, the commentator can get a share, and the share is not low. After deducting half of the platform's commission, the remaining half, the commentator can share 50%. For example, if there is $100 of revenue, then the commentator will be able to get $25. Of course, this was without tax deductions. Chen Taixu was in the official commentator's live room and swiped 10 sets of Shangshur Carnival. Then without counting the tax deduction, Huang Jian would be able to get nearly $7.5 million as his share. Huang Jian, who had been in a daze for a long time, finally came back to his senses from the huge surprise. Incredibly thrilled and excited, he shouted, "Thank you Brother Taixu for sending the 10 sets of Shangshur Carnival. Brother Taixu is atmospheric. Brother Taixu is magnificent. Thank you Brother Taixu for the reward. Oh, good guy." Old Yellow is considered to have not blown it for nothing tonight. All of a sudden he is full of food. Taixu brother really is a big hand. Nearly 7.5 million. The Old Yellow is not only eaten full, simply is holding up okay? The Old Yellow this Taixu blow, tonight but earn hemp. Taixu brother is also too luxurious. Motionless with 10 groups of Shangshur Carnival smashed people. I'm jealous. Are you there, Brother Taixu? Honestly, I'm also a genuine Taixu fan. Oh no. It's foreseeable, but in the future, wherever there is a PK broadcast by Brother Taixu, then the commentators won't all become Taixu blowers, right? The National Games Division. The commentary team. He said with an envious and jealous look on his face. If I had known the last match, I would have blown brother Taixu hard. Shu Xian, it feels like I missed out on a few 100 million. Who knew brother Taixu would be so generous and bold? Look at old Huan's smugness now. No. If there's another match with brother Taixu in the next game, I'm going to incarnate Taixu blow as well. Team leader Zhou Xiyu sipped a mouthful of clear tea and looked at the tasteless commentary team members with a slight smile, saying, why? Don't be envious and jealous, don't you guys get the prize money just the same? Besides, looking at brother Taixu's stance, are you afraid that you won't have a chance in the future? And don't worry about being punished for being unfair. I'm sure the director will order you to favor brother Taixu. You guys are also considered to be bragging under orders. Ha ha. Division Director Chen Baoguo's office. Chen Baoguo took a long breath, and a hint of a pleased smile finally appeared on his rigid face that was not angry and unsmiling. The value of our earnings this year. We've already reached the target, right? Deputy Director Zhou Jianjun also smiled and said, that's right. This PK tonight has contributed more than 800 million revenue values, but even though we've completed the standard limited by the platform, our current ranking in the Asian section is only third. There's still a gap of 10 billion revenue values from the top-ranked Sakura Nation, while there's also a gap of 5 billion from Kimchi Nation. Chen Baoguo frowned as his fingers kept tapping on the desktop. After thinking for a long time, he slowly said, let the relevant departments speed up the progress and block all other live streaming platforms. It's a matter of national fortune. Can't care that much. Our Zuxia is not weaker than Sakura and Kimchi. It's because there are too many live streaming platforms in the country, wasting countless revenue values for nothing. After banning all the other platforms, the traffic popularity as well as the various godly big brothers will naturally be drawn to Douyin. At that time, our earnings value will definitely go crazy. Chapter 45, The First Young Man of Beijing. Huang Jian forced down his excitement. Full of gratitude, he bowed in acknowledgement. Thank you, brother Taixu. On behalf of all the members of the commentary team, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to brother Taixu. Chen Taixu smiled faintly. Pao Ping said, there's no need to be polite. Your commentary team is quite professional. The commentary is very good and passionate. I like it a lot. I hope that next time, I'll be able to hear such a passionate, blood-boiling, super combustible commentary again. Huang Jian also smiled back. Don't worry brother Taixu. The passion of our commentary team will never die. At the sight of the 10 golden dragon happy papers, Chen 11 bitterly smiled and shook his head. See, this guy obviously saved his strength. We went through all the trouble, but we didn't even try to find out someone else's strengths and weaknesses. Still dating? What's the point of having a date? Isn't it humiliating enough? Cat 11's fourth little follower, if you can't, tell brother T. If brother T knows you're being bullied, he'll definitely step in. Upon seeing his pop-up, Chen Shi's face instantly pulled down. In a bad tone, she warned, if anyone dares to tell Yi Xiao Di about today's incident, this young lady is not finished with him. Cat 11's number 3 little follower, Sister 11. We definitely won't be able to hide the fact that we were whacked tonight from Xiao Yi. Cat 11's little follower no. 1, that's right, even though Yi Xiao doesn't play Douyin, everyone in our Beijing circle is playing it. It's not like you don't know about Yi Xiao's status in our Jing circle. Sister 11. If Chen 11 was the young princess of the martial arts department of the Beijing circle, then Yi Xiaodi was definitely the number one person of the younger generation recognized by the entire cultural and martial arts faction of the Beijing circle. Yi Xiaodi possessed a pivotal and unshakable position in the entire younger generation of the Beijing circle. The Beijing circle was divided into two factions, the civil and military, and under the two factions, there were many small circles. The representative of the martial arts faction was Chen 11. The representative figure of the literary system is Xia Yinji, who is ranked in the top 3 of the top 10 divine heroes list. Pen to Peaceful World. It is said that the Beijing circle is united, a piece of steel, but that is only on the premise of external. In fact, the Beijing circle, with its many factions, also had many internal problems, and friction often occurred. Each one of them was a high-minded and proud person, and apart from Yi Xiaodi, they didn't obey anyone. However, they could not completely tear their faces apart and touch their principles and bottom line. Under the coincidence, they even thought of resolving the dispute through the PK of sound fighting. Not convinced, right? Come on, let's PK. Whoever wins, whoever says so. For them, there is nothing that can't be solved by one PK. If there is, then 2 games. It's time to say no. There's nothing wrong with this approach except that it costs money. The most crucial thing was that after their family knew about it, not only did they not get angry and oppose it, they even smiled and strongly supported it. This precedent set by the Beijing circle surprisingly also led other circles to follow suit. That's why there are all kinds of factions on Douyin now. But every circle has an unchanging bottom line and principle. That is, unanimity. No matter how we fight in our own circle, that's our own business. But if an outsider wants to interfere, then I'm sorry, I have to whack you. If someone in the circle is bullied by outsiders, then I'm also sorry, ready to accept the revenge of everyone in the circle. Putting aside the fate of the country for the moment, just the situation of this circle forest, you can also know how deep the water of Douyin is, right? Chen 11 frowned and said with great displeasure, what does this young lady's business have to do with him? Yi Xiaodi, is it necessary for him, Xiao Di Yi, to stand up for this young lady, showing him off? She was the only one who dared to say this. Her little followers would never dare to pick up on it. Chen 11 said as if gambling, besides, isn't your blind worship of Yi Xiaodi too much? What makes you guys think that Yi Xiaodi must be his opponent? There are not a few great families that have been passed down for more than 1,000 years in our Zhuxia, even though they don't show themselves and don't appear in the world. But who dares to question their heritage? Who dares to underestimate the wealth and connections they have accumulated over thousands of years? Be aware that there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. Don't overly mythologize Yi Xiaodi. Family history aside, Yi Xiaodi, is merely an ordinary person with a bit of business and financial acumen and talent. When her little followers heard her words, they all coincidentally revealed complicated looks. Come on Missy, is that young Yi with a little bit of business talent? He is definitely a once-in-a-century wizard in the business world as well as the financial world, right? Only you, Miss, are so disdainful of him? Who wouldn't give a thumbs up when outsiders talk about Yi Xiaodi? Chen 11 gave a disdainful light laugh. Yi Xiaodi has created and accumulated a staggering fortune, but does he dare to say that he wins all PK games? Do you guys think that the opposite party who casually throws hundreds of millions of dollars at a PK game like it's a joke is a good guy? Chen Taixu exited the official commentary livestream after delivering 10 sets of Shangshi Carnival. He came lightly and left 300 million votes behind before leaving lightly. With a wave of his sleeve, he took away sheets of bragging and accolades. Switching into Wang Erge's live room, he once again sat back in the guest seat. Pei Irislan curiously asked, Big brother, what are you doing running to the official commentator's live room to swipe gifts? Chen Taixu smiled slightly and said casually, I really like their commentary. Then, he changed the topic. How is it, big brother? Is this hand speed great? I told you to rest assured, but you still don't believe me. There's a big brother in there. Definitely can't capsize the boat. Pei Irislan skimmed his mouth. Damn it, let him pretend again. Just as Chen Taixu was about to ask Wang Erge to open the mic, a pop-up suddenly floated across the screen. Green shirt as usual, brother Taixu, about your betting appointment with Chen 11. Why don't we forget about it? Chen Taixu raised an eyebrow, obviously somewhat displeased. What do you mean? Green shirt as usual, brother Taixu. If you really accepted Chen 11 as a junior brother, then this matter is definitely not over. Shin Mubai also started floating the screen to persuade. One sword to the west. Yes, brother Taixu, let's forget about it if we win. As for the wager matter, brother Taixu, you're a big man, so don't bother with her. Chen Taixu pondered for a moment, then slowly said, are you guys worried that the capital circle behind her will come after me? Although none of them said anything, they must have acquiesced to Chen Taixu's speculation. The corner of Chen Taixu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Brother this Timo is a network. We are at least a big old man. Can we not be coy? PK is not who has the power. What is spelled out? It's financial strength. If you can win me in PK, then I'm convinced. But if you can't win me, and you don't have as much money as I do, then you'll have to coil up as a dragon, and you'll have to lie down as a tiger. Chapter 46, The bigger the wind and waves, the madder I get. The more Chen Taixu spoke, the more disdainful he became. Do you guys think that if I accept Chen 11 as my little brother, it would be considered a slap in the face of the entire Beijing circle? Do you guys think that I, Taixu Fantasy Realm, am some kind of soft egg goon? Do you guys think that I'm only a bully? I would be afraid of his Jing circle? The bigger the storm, the crazier I am. As long as they think they're capable, just let them come over. If they can win against me in the PK arena with honor, I'll call out to his father and kneel down to sing conquests. Slap your face, right? You want to be offended? I'll take Chen 11 as my little brother today. Jesus can't even be persuaded. I said, brother Taixu is so domineering, he doesn't even dare to strike hard on the internet, but he still plays with the internet. Top you brother Taixu, go to egg, do it if you don't like it. No problem, no matter what kind of messy circle, dare to mess with our reckless army, punch him on the finish. No matter if we can win or not, at least we can't lose our temperament. If we win, we'll go crazy together. If we lose, we'll carry the burden together. Our Mangfu army is all about the word Mang. Chen Taixu looked at the pop-ups on the public screen and nodded with satisfaction. Pei Iris Lan also said with fervor. Collect. Must collect. Beijing Circle? Fear a ball. Him. Chen Taixu had a black line on his face. You don't really think of yourself as a man, do you? One sword west. Alright, since brother Taixu gave the word. As long as they dare to come, let's them. Green shirt, that's right, we're playing with the network. So if we're afraid of this and that, won't we let the network play with us? Dry the mother ********. At this time, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was as powerful as a rainbow, and the blood was surging. Each and every one of them were rubbing their fists and clapping their hands, and they were full of fighting spirit. However, just at this moment, has been invisible in the live broadcast room of the 60-level god hero, my milk-offin fan Zhao Zilong, surprisingly began to bubble Pippi. My milk-offin fans Zhao Zilong, ha, what nooks and crannies drilled out of the toad. Really big mouth. How come you're so powerful? Really think no one can cure you, huh? I advise you, it's best to dismiss the idea of taking 11th sister as your little brother. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Chen Taixu was amused by his floating screen pop-ups. Lightly, he asked, who is this? Who's the one who blew a line in his pants and leaked such a thing out? Pei Iris Lan smiled and said, Big brother, we do recognize this guy. Chen Taixu raised his eyebrows. Oh, tell me, what's the origin? Still want to be rude to me? Pei Kailan gave him a generalization. I don't know where the super thug second generation came out from. At the very beginning, he has been trying to squeeze into the Magic City circle to play with us, but no one in the circle could see him. After being humiliated by others in the circle a few times, he switched to the capital circle. This guy is also a talent. In order to squeeze into the Beijing circle, he is trying everything he can, willingly working as a dog, being a cow and a horse, working hard, just bent on squeezing in, and now, it's an excellent opportunity to curry favor with the capital circle. So how could he not jump out? What's more, big brother, you've just finished a big battle. All would think that big brother, you're out of ammunition now. So, it's even more likely that he won't miss this rare opportunity. If he can help Chen 11 get back on his feet tonight, then 9 times out of 10, the capital circle will accept him. After hearing Pei Iris Lan's introduction, Chen Taixu suddenly came to a realization. He thought it was a big hand from somewhere, but it turned out to be a small yakuza that people dislike and dogs hate. People, the more they lack something, the more they want it. When a person has money, all he wants is power and influence. Why bother? Not your circle. Why do you have to squeeze it? Even if you squeeze in, do you think people will think highly of you? My milk-offin fan Zhao Zilong, come on, don't put gold on your face. Your magic circle is just a bunch of rabble, crooked people, comparable to our capital circle? Oh, this guy, he's even started to call himself the capital circle. He's quite thick-skinned. This kind of claptrap clown, Chen Taixu really didn't want to take care of. Directly ignoring his floating screen, he said to Wang Airdog, open the mic. Let the other party open the mic as well. Wang Airdog immediately made a pause gesture. Neither of them were novices. The little T's naturally knew the meaning of the starting gesture. The two anchors opened their mics. Chen Taixu smiled and said, Chen 11, I heard that you are the little princess of the Beijing circle? Chen 11 snorted coldly and did not reply. Presumably by default, Chen Taixu was unimpressed and continued, I heard that after accepting you as a little brother, it's like slapping the face of the entire Jing circle? Someone in the capital circle won't let it go, right? Chen 11 sneered disdainfully. What? Are you afraid? Chen Taixu said in a domineering manner. Ha ha, I would be afraid? I'm only afraid that the wind and waves aren't big enough. This person of mine, I just don't believe in evil. They say that you can't touch a tiger's butt, today I want to touch it and try. Come on. Willing to bet and show. Pei Iris Lan also couldn't wait to say, ha, third brother come on, hurry up and call out second sister to listen. Chen 11 didn't rub it in, and shouted greatly, big brother, second brother, all poor breasts, want her to shout second sister? Dream on. Pei Iris Lan didn't mind either, smilingly calling back, good third brother. Chen Taixu nodded with satisfaction, not bad, it seems that third brother still collects rules. Having joined my door and recognized me as a big brother, then naturally a big brother cannot be petty. Since I gave second brother a meeting gift, then big brother can't be generous either. You say it, want what as a meat gift? Poof. Chen 11, who was obviously still somewhat unconvinced, just snorted coldly and did not speak. Regarding her poor attitude, Chen Taixu laughed it off and didn't care. He believed that with his kingly aura, sooner or later, he would conquer this grumpy, poor-breasted little lowly. How much she disdained herself now. How much she would respect her later. Since you haven't thought about it, why don't you just do this? Big brother can unconditionally promise you a request, but it's limited to Douyin. How about it? Hearing his promise, Chen Shi's eyes lit up. This is what you said yourself. Oh, everyone can hear it with their own ears. Chen Taixu smiled. Yes, it was me who said it. Now you can say it. What do you want from me? Chen 11 gazed and contemplated for a moment before saying, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I do. Don't think about reneging on your debt. So many witnesses. Chen Taixu cried and laughed a little. Don't worry, never go back on my word. But I'll remind you again. The request is limited to Douyin. Understand? Chapter 47. A simple, rough and exciting gameplay. A cold light flashed in Chen Taixu's eyes. Didn't they all think that he didn't dare to accept Chen 11 as his little brother? Now he would accept it. What can he do? The Beijing Circle? It's great. It's great? I specialize in all kinds of powerful. Come on, come on, come on. I'll take them all. Now that the bet has been honored, Chen Taixu was no longer hiding. He said in a domineering and disdainful manner, I'll leave my words here today. No matter if it's the Beijing Circle or any other circle, and it doesn't matter who you are. But for anyone who is not convinced and wants to find their way back, I'll take it all. Chen Shi skimmed his mouth, said in a conspiratorial manner, Big brother, let's not be too exuberant. Low profile good. Is it still called a young man if you're not exuberant? Low key? I'm sorry, I can't find this word in my Reckless Legion's dictionary. Yes, with the god of war and the exiled immortal Taixu, why should we be afraid of the Mengfu army? Low profile? Ha! The strength of our Mengfu Legion simply doesn't allow it. Hey, 11, please set your position straight, okay? 11th sister, you are not just the little princess of the capital circle now, but you are likewise still a member of our Mengfu Legion. Chen Taixu smiled faintly. Third brother, have you seen the outcry of the masses? Chen 11 was instantly speechless. What could she do if she was unconvinced? A loss was a loss to be recognized. At this moment, someone who had been ignored jumped out to find presence again. My milk-standing fan Zhao Zilong, look at this pussy you're pretending to be. Isn't it just a fluke win of a game of PK? Consider it New Year's Eve, right? Looks like you didn't take my previous warning to heart. What's the matter? Practice? If you lose, I want you to apologize to our capital circle on your knees, smack yourself in the mouth, and have 11th sister's bet nullified. Little punk, dare to take it? Chen 11 saw the message delivered on the public screen, and she also realized that there was a guy who was standing up for her under the banner of the capital circle. Her face instantly grimaced and she was about to lash out, but then she suddenly thought of something. Changing her mind, she slowly said, it's nobody's business what I bet with Big Brother. Losing is losing. Those who come out to hang out. Don't you understand the rule of standing upright when you're beaten? Chen Taixu slightly stunned. Ooh, good guy. Did not expect this poor-chested little lowly is quite social, quite jianghuat. But, her words suddenly took a turn. Chen Taixu knew that this little lowly definitely didn't hold her farts, as expected. However, the matter of him wanting Big Brother you to kneel down and apologize to the capital circle is something that third brother I can't control. That's right, she did it on purpose. She just wanted to take this opportunity to probe Chen Taixu's strength again, to see if he was really as strong as he guessed, out of ammunition and at the end of his rope, or to see where exactly his limit was. Ha ha. Chen Taixu suddenly laughed out loud with abandon. Dare to take it? Trouble you to remove the word? Your question is also too humorous? Looking at the entire Douyin, is there any PK that I wouldn't dare to answer? Chen Taixu licked his somewhat dry lips. Continuing, he said, it just so happens that I haven't gotten enough tonight, so I'll play along with you. Your bet. I'll take it. What about my bet? It's very simple. What we, the Reckless Legion, play with is a positive energy. If you lose, I hope that you can take out $50 million and donate it to a fair, just an open charity organization. How about that? It's simple, right? You should also thank me properly. After all, this is also considered me helping you to do good. My milk-standing fan Zhao Zilong, sharp-tongued. Okay, I'll take it. How do you want to play? You draw a path out. Master, I will accompany you to the end. Chen Taixu smiled calmly and said, we've already played a PK game tonight, so it's not as fun to play again. How about this? Let's play something exciting. My milk-standing fan Zhao Zilong, what kind of excitement? Tell me. Chen Taixu faintly said, you know the Zuxia Empire Rising Road livestream, right? The road to the rise of the ancestral Summer Empire. This was the official live broadcasting room. The live broadcasting room rotates various super-fueled documentaries about the rise of ancestral summer, and it never stops broadcasting 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. My milk-frequent fan Zhao Zilong, of course I know. Chen Taixu smiled and continued, what we're going to play, it's very simple, very rough, and very exciting. Limit the time to half an hour. Once the time is up, whoever is at the top of the list wins. How about it? Dare to play? Holy, this kind of play is indeed simple, rough and exciting enough. There is absolutely no tactical strategy, Not to mention all those fancy, messy things. This way of playing, all that matters is who has more votes and who has money. Want to win? Simple. Smash money. At this time, the Magic City, a certain building extremely luxurious. Even the floor cannot wait to use gold-paved villa. My milk-often fan Zhao Zilong, also known as Zhou Sanchue, is sitting on a European-style leather sofa, holding a cell phone in one hand. He was holding a glass of whiskey with ice in the other. When he heard Chen Taixu's words, he didn't rush to reply, but instead carefully calculated. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the heavenly opportunity, after taking down Chen Taixu, to make the people in the Beijing circle think highly of him. At that time, as long as he entered the capital circle and hooked up with those big shots, who would dare to look down on him? What's more, this guy had just finished a big battle with Sister 11, and was most likely at the end of his rope. How could he miss such a great opportunity to enter the capital circle? But now, Chen Taixu even proposed such a simple and rough play, which made him a little uncertain for a while. Is he bluffing and taunting his temperament? Or is he really preserving his strength? After secretly making some calculations in his heart, a disdainful smile appeared on his face full of horizontal meat. Regardless of whether you are real or fake, there is no reason to be afraid. What's more, he had a sufficient balance in his account. Even if it's a head-on hard fight, it's not yet known who will die. My milk-often fan Zhao Zilong, clean up a small dish like you, which uses half an hour. Minutes will be enough. Chen Taixu shrugged. What about people like you? You're just a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not knowing what's good for you. The reason I said half an hour was because I was thinking that you would still have plenty of time to raise the tickets later, but you don't seem to appreciate the opportunity given to you. I milk-standing fan Zhao Zilong, humph. You're not talking about yourself, are you? If you're afraid that you won't have time to raise the votes later, then what's the harm in giving you half an hour? Who let me have a big pattern? Ha ha. Chen Taixu shook his head. Why didn't he believe it? One was really acting out of good intentions nah. Since you don't appreciate it, then 10 minutes. I hope you don't regret it. My milk-standing fan Zhao Zilong, whether I'll regret it or not I don't know. But I know that later on when certain people kneel on the ground and smack their big mouths, they will definitely regret it. Chapter 48, the capital city's first young man is about to go down. In the capital, the luxurious private winery of the first young man of the empire, dressed in a handmade, privately customized suit, Yi Shaodi leisurely sat paralyzed on a leather sofa. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, and his temperament was elegant, charming with a sense of authority, refined and introverted. He was seen gently shaking the goblet in his hand, and then sniffed the red wine in the cup, his eyebrows imperceptibly slightly wrinkled. In the next moment, he even threw the glass of Romane Conti, which was like liquid gold, directly onto the ground. From his eyes, dislike and disgust could be seen, not to mention tasting. He no longer even looked at the Romane Conti on the table. With a flick of his finger, the maid of the winery immediately came forward, respectfully bending down. He said, Young Yi, Yi Shaodi said indifferently, pour this bottle of wine all into the toilet for me. The servant didn't dare to question anything or hesitate for a second. Respectfully bowing his head, he replied back, Okay Xiao Yi. Then he picked up the Romane Conti that had just been opened on the table and left quickly. $1 million worth of red wine, just sniffed, suddenly upset, and then directly ordered to pour into the toilet. Worthy of being the first young man in the capital, really trenchant. Yi Shaodi stretched out his finger and once again made a gentle move. Another servant who had been waiting by the side greeted him. Bring that bottle of 92-year-old Tsunami Eagle Cabernet Pearl that is well awakened. Okay Yi Shao. The 1992 vintage Tsunami Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon dry red wine. A bottle sold for as much as $500,000 to $600,000. Moreover, it was still priced without a market. Yi Shaodi looked at the red wine in the tall glass, like crimson blood, and nodded with satisfaction. Raising the glass, he said to Xia Yanji, who was sitting next to him, Come on, have a taste. Xia Yanji took a shallow sip, savoring the taste in his mouth for a long time before slowly swallowing. An expression of enjoyment appeared on his face. The moment it enters the mouth, the tantalizing aroma explodes in the mouth, filling the entire senses. The texture is delicate and mellow, the flavor is overflowing, and the follow-up is sending out multiple levels of aftertaste. Very visceral. A modest smile appeared on Yi Shaodi's face as he flirted. Banquet Ji ah, it's a pity that you don't go to be a sommelier. Why? Xia Yanji waved his hand. Brother D, don't make fun of me. What the hell do I know about red wine ah? Just now it was just nonsense. In short, the more you talk about it in the clouds, the more obscure it is, and the more esoteric it is, the more people will think you're great. Yi Shaodi was slightly stunned, then shook his head in tears and laughter. You kid, pretending is as good as ever. Xia Yanji smiled smugly. That's right, when I go back later, remember to fill 2 bottles for me to take away. Yi Shaodi blankly glanced at him without any good humor. each and every one of you, as soon as you come to my place. You're just coming in for goods, right? Xia Yanji playfully returned. There's no way out. Who made you the big brother and the richest? Yi Shaodi picked up on his words, but instead opened the exquisite and luxurious cigar box on the table and pulled out a cigar. Have one? Xia Yanji shook his head, pulling out a $15 lacun from his own pocket and lighting himself up. Although I love to pretend, but that thing of yours, I really can't smoke. Smoking but lungs, then what soul? Yi Shaodi did not force himself, lit a cigar himself, accompanied by red wine and savored it, comfortably and leisurely lying back against the sofa, crossing his legs, raising his eyes. He looked at the giant screen plasma television. The television was exactly casting a live screen. He savored a mouthful of cigar and slowly exhaled, pointing at the supreme floating screen pop-up that was floating by. He asked carelessly, who is he? Xia Yanji followed his finger and confirmed. Who? My milk-frequent fan Zhao Zilong? Yi Shaodi nodded. Is it from our circle? Whose ID is it? So underpowered. Xia Yanji shook his head. No, I seem to remember him as Zhou Sanxue. After hearing his introduction, Yi Shaodi shook the red wine glass in his hand. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly said, since he wants to earn his performance, let him explore the bottom first. If he can win, there's no harm in letting him be a dog. However, it's not that simple to win this one called Taixu illusion. Xia Yanji raised an eyebrow and said, Brother Emperor, do you think that guy has retained his residual strength up until now? Yi Shaodi smiled faintly and said in a cloudy manner, it's not that there's still residual power. Maybe, the guy hasn't even started to power up yet. No way? Xia Yanji subconsciously blurted out. Tonight, he's already smashed more than 500 million renminbi, and he hasn't even started to make an impact yet? Yi Shaodi elegantly inhaled a mouthful of cigar, savoring it in his mouth before slowly exhaling. I'm afraid this Taixu fantasy realm isn't as simple as imagined. What do you mean? Yi Shaodi listened to Chen Taixu's arrogant and cocky voice coming from the TV speakers. He frowned and said, I suspect that this guy is a descendant of a worldly family. Xia Yanji's expression stared. 1,000-year-old lineage family? It can't be, can it? This Taixu fantasy realm acts in an overbearing, arrogant style, typical of a reckless person, completely contrary to the low-profile style of a lineage family. Plus, the water of Douyin is already muddy enough now because of our factions. There's no reason for them to get involved. Yi Shaodi shook his head thoughtfully. Yanji, don't you think that Douyin, the live broadcast platform, reveals something unusual everywhere? Xia Yanji nodded in deep thought. I know, and I even asked the old man at home, but he didn't say anything and told me not to pry. In the past, but whenever I had a defeating act, my old man at home would definitely belt serve. But since I began to indulge in fighting sound, but no one opposed, and even strongly support, let me spend. This is not strange. The brothers in our circle are in a similar situation as me. This is even more outrageous. Yi Shaodi smiled and said meaningfully, this Douyin but it's getting more and more interesting. Xia Yanji puzzledly sized him up and saw that he looked interested. Curiously, he asked, Brother Emperor, you wouldn't want to get involved too, right? Yi Shaodi did not directly answer his question. Instead, he inexplicably said, it only took me 10 years to earn money that I couldn't spend in dozens of lifetimes. Can't you enjoy yourself now? After being slightly stunned, Xia Yanji said in surprise, that's a good feeling. Since Brother D you are willing to personally go down, then our capital circle is considered to have a backbone. In the future, our capital circle will really become a single entity, and won't we be able to walk horizontally in Douyin? What magic circle? Hong Kong circle, Northeast circle, do not serve all whack again. Yi Shaodi smiled and shook his head. Chapter 49 Yi Shaodi's scheming. Yi Shaodi looked at Xia Yanji, who was gradually getting carried away and fooling around too much, and frowned slightly. He had to remind in a serious tone, Fei Yanji our family background is indeed remarkable to ordinary people, but don't forget, this is a virtual network. No one will spoil anyone. What's more, in the eyes of some people, our family background is worthless. It's always right to keep a low profile and be humble. Xia Yanji said unimpressed. Brother D, I know everything you said, but you don't really think that guy is a descendant of a worldly family, do you? It's true that he threw away $500 or $600 million in the past 2 days, but it's only $500 or $600 million. But I'm afraid that any wealthy person with a bit of money isn't too bad with this small amount of money, right? Why do you insist that he must come from an extraordinary place, Brother Emperor? Yi Shaodi replied back rather blandly. Intuition. My intuition tells me that the origin of Taixu illusion is definitely not small. Xia Yanji instantly cried and laughed. Brother D, this is too much of a rip-off, isn't it? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Yi Shaodi shook his head. Do you believe that the PK he just had with Little 11 was all just casual fun? CH changing. Xia Yinji snorted disdainfully. 5 or 600 million is not much, but if you want to say that throwing 5 or 600 million is still just playing casually, how come I don't believe it so much? What? His family has mines, oil fields, and money printing factories? Or is his bucket of coins given away by charging joy beans? Yi Xiaodi held a large cigar in his mouth and heavily patted his shoulder. The world is naive enough to think that the tycoons who are on the Forbes list are definitely the richest group of people in the world. But little do they know that even if they add up the wealth of all the tycoons on the Forbes list, all of them together, it's not necessarily enough for a top worldly family to look at. The depth of a top family is not something we can imagine. Xia Yinji was at least a top official second generation. He naturally knew a lot of amazing insider information that ordinary people could not reach in their lifetime. What Yi Xiaodi said was certainly clear to him, so he couldn't refute it. He could only tentatively reconfirm. Brother Emperor, are you really so sure that this guy from Taixu Illusion Realm is a descendant of a great family? Yi Xiaodi was also too lazy to argue and explain to him unnecessarily. Directly, he said, whether or not there is an origin, won't we know if we try? Xia Yinji asked curiously, how do I try? Yi Xiaodi's face chilled and his tone grew colder and colder. As we all know, Little 11 is the little princess of our capital circle, but he still has no qualms about accepting it as his little brother despite knowing it. Between his words, he is also full of provocation and disdain for us. This is no longer slapping us in the face. This is pressing our face to the ground and rubbing it hard. Xia Yinji nodded with the same indignation. If we don't teach him a hard lesson, our capital circle is afraid that we will become a laughingstock. Yi Xiaodi's index finger tapped his cigar very rhythmically, the ashes slowly shaking off. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Banquet G. After he finishes beating the dog, you go ahead and place the war order. The face has been swollen by outsiders. What's the decency of infighting at this time? Once the letter of war is issued, tomorrow night you will lead your brothers to meet this guy. I'd like to see just how strong he is. At those words, Xia Yinji licked his lips in excitement. No problem, brother D. Tomorrow night, I'll definitely whack him out of the sky. Don't be careless. Let the brothers prepare enough tickets. Even if we lose, we have to test out his strengths and weaknesses for me. Ha! Xia Yinji let out a light laugh in disbelief. How could I possibly lose? Brother T, you're overthinking it. As strong and powerful as he is in the Taixu Illusion Realm, a good tiger can't stand up to a pack of wolves, and it's hard for 2 fists to beat 4 hands. We have so many brothers, each of us can throw out some boats and smash him to death. Yi Xiaodi looked at his arrogant appearance, wanted to say something, but in the end did not say anything. The prominent and powerful family background, coupled with the fact that it had been smooth sailing, it made them develop the bad habit of being unimpressed and arrogant. At any time as a look of the sky boss, the old man, the posture of the old man. No matter how he tried to persuade them, Xia Yinji wouldn't be able to listen. Only after they had suffered some severe beatings would they realize that there was a heaven beyond the heavens, and there were people beyond the people. Yi Xiaodi narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything more. It wasn't a bad thing to let them suffer a little bit and get frustrated. As for winning or losing, it didn't matter. He, Yi Xiaodi, would make a move in the end anyway. Since Chen Taixu and Zhou Sanxue had already made a deal, the two of them didn't have any hesitation and directly exited the live broadcast. Through searching, they found the live room of the road to the rise of the ancestral Summer Empire. As soon as the two of him left, the others hurriedly followed suit. However, in a matter of seconds, the 2 live rooms that originally had 100,000 plus real-time online viewers instantly dropped to only a few hundred people left. Good fellow, this speed is truly terrifying. Wang Airdog and Little Comedian glanced at each other and looked at each other. Wang Airdog smiled sarcastically and said, why don't I just get off the air first, and we'll have the chance to play together later? Soul singer Little Tease blinked her big eyes and said sweetly, brother dog, don't be in a hurry. There's nothing to do anyway. Why don't I sing you a song? Wang Airdog was instantly dumbfounded, continuously refusing. He said, no need. I still have to go and wave the flag for brother Taixu. That's it for now. I'm leaving. Bye. After saying that, he hung up the connection in a hurry. When he hung up, he was finally breathing a long sigh of relief. Any slower and he might have had to leave his life behind. People wanted money for singing, but the soul singer Little Tease wanted her life. Looking at the appearance of him fleeing in a state of distress, Little Tease skimmed her mouth, muttering, am I scary? Why does it feel like I'm going to eat him? The road to rise of the Zhuxia Empire live streaming room had surprisingly flooded with millions of people in a split second. Everyone was paying attention to the second dueling battle on tonight. They all wanted to see just how strong brother Taixu could be, and would his undefeated golden body, his undefeated legend, be broken? Chapter 50 10 Seconds True Man. Chen Taixu was secretly calculating the 10 billion do coins from the small trial mission. Yesterday, he had spent 300 million, squandered 480 million against Chen 11, and rewarded the commentator with 300 million. Now there should only be about 46 billion left. Not bothering to exit the live broadcast to check his account, he directly clicked on the gift bar. The right side of the gift bar would also display the balance of due coins. Just like what he had just calculated, there was indeed only 4.6 billion left. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Taixu's face. It seemed like he would be able to complete the small trial of the bullseye mission tonight. This thing of swiping votes and rewards, it's still only interesting if there are opponents to swipe against each other. Do you think Chen Taixu can finish it if he brushes it alone? Definitely. But it would be no fun at all. He would also become an emotionless brushing machine. That was why Chen Taixu was so arrogant and cocky. He just wanted to make enemies everywhere. He just wanted to make all the godly heroes on the entire net look bad. He was trying to make everyone come and whack themselves. Only then would he swing with vigor. For those opponents that he whacked, he could only say sorry. I'm sorry, I was just trying to complete my mission and earn money. Right now, in the Zuxia Empire Rising Road live streaming room, the number of real-time online viewers had long surpassed 10 million. And there were even more level 60 godly heroes in the live broadcast room. There are even many big god hosts stealthily lurking in the live broadcasting room to peep the screen. Unlike the watching tourists, they weren't rushing for any exciting matchups. In fact, they were all here for Chen Taixu. They wanted to know about this mysterious and arrogant brother Taixu, where his limits were. To put it bluntly, they were all here to find out the bottom. But would Chen Taixu let them have their way? Would he let them probe his length? Looking at the time displayed on his cell phone, Taixu, it's now 9 o'clock sharp. The time limit is 10 minutes. Once 9:10 arrives, whoever lists one wins. My milk-standing fan Zhao Zilong, cherish these last 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, I'm afraid you won't have the face to continue mixing in Douyin. Chen Taixu was dumbfounded. This guy was even crazier than himself? Taixu Mirage, dogs get for being crazy. People get trouble for being crazy. Come on, don't hide it either. Show it. Zhou Sanshui didn't dilly-dally. He thought he wouldn't be able to take this guy without some blood tonight. What's more, wouldn't it be easier for the capital circle to accept him only if he shed a lot of blood? This matchup, he was bound to win. In the next second, the 5-clawed golden dragon special effect appeared in the live broadcast room, and the cell phone vibrated along with it. The bright and colorful golden dragon joy once again bloomed in the entire platform's live broadcast room. My milk-standing fan Zhao Zilong sent Carnival * 999 in the live broadcast room of the road to the rise of the ancestral summer empire. The divine Tycoon has descended and thrown away a lot of money. Quickly go and watch. Chen Taixu just quietly watched. Since he gave don't show time, there was nothing to rush. He knew that this was not over. If he brings this condition to find his own trouble, then he is either a purely naive batch, or he wants to be famous and wants to be crazy. As expected, it was not what he expected. Just as the first Golden Dragon congratulatory report disappeared, the second one came one after the other. The third one, the fourth, the 10th one. It's still going on. Is this guy also a ruthless character? It's already a Centurion Carnival 18 strike, right? Are you ing 4 or 4 stupid? But where the wealth level reaches 60, how many of them are soft-footed shrimps? Of course, guilds, return flows, and e-commerce just pretend I didn't say that. Look at him. He's obviously heading for a 40 or 50 hit streak. Brother Taixu is in danger. Counting the reward for the commentary team, Brother Taixu has already swiped 1 billion votes, and I'm afraid he doesn't have many more votes in his pocket now. Mad. These guys are shameless. This is obviously a wheel war. Yes, that's right. Even if Brother Taixu barely beats this guy, what if he jumps out of the Beijing circle and gives another battle cry? Even if Brother Taixu has 3 heads and 6 arms, he'll never be a match for a group of 2 heads and 2 arms. Looking at the Golden Dragon's happy report that had appeared for the 40th time, the public screen of the live broadcast room exclaimed in shock. There were already viewers who were panicking and worrying for Brother Taixu. There were even people who started to sing Chen Taixu's praises. And was Chen Taixu panicking? He didn't panic. He didn't even think the storm was big enough. Yi Shaodi watched the live cast on the television and smiled slightly. It seems like this guy is preparing to hemorrhage money. Just this battle. He's obviously running towards 100 consecutive strikes. Xia Yinji nodded approvingly. 300 million RMB. Not too much to say. Not too little to say. Although he's a super tycoon, he's only a second generation in the end. 300 million is indeed quite a lot. Yi Shaodi thought for a moment and said, Sensei, no matter how you win or lose in the end, you should take him in. If I still turn him away, I'm afraid that my Jing circle will be talked about. Xia Yinji knew what he meant, and immediately agreed with him on the spot. Following this, he asked with considerable interest, if he really has 100 consecutive strikes, Brother Emperor, Do you think you're sure you can take down the realm of Taixu illusion? Yi Xiaodi frowned and pondered for a moment before finally shaking his head. I'm afraid I can't take it, but I should be able to probe his bottom. Xia Yanji, however, said in disbelief, I beg to differ. I think 3 billion votes should be able to take him down. Oh, Yi Xiaodi instantly became interested. A bet? Fine. Whoever loses will take out this bottle of Tsunami Eagle Cabernet Pearl in one breath. Yi Xiaodi stared at him with a constipated face. I suspect you're cheating on your food. Asterisk 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 this is already the 60th or so Golden Dragon Delight, isn't it? Looking at this vigor, there's absolutely no intention to stop. Ah, bad, bad, bad. Is this guy not running towards 100 consecutive hits? Does Brother Taixu still have a chance to win? I don't know if Brother Taixu can win, but I'm really impressed with his hand speed. Look at this guy. He's only on a 60+ hit streak and it already took him 40 seconds. He's just weak. Ha! I would like to call Brother Taixu a 10-second real man. Brother Taixu? I'll be damned. Brother Batch is more like it. If he can win this game, I'll do a ING handstand live. Of course there won't be any lack of black people in the live broadcast room. After all, you are not RMB. How can you be everyone's favorite? If you're a great man, aren't there black people who are just as black? What's more, what's not lacking on the internet is spammers and keyboard warriors. Chen Taixu waited for nearly a minute before the opposite side finished brushing the 100 groups of Shengshi Carnival. He couldn't help but reveal a black question mark face. Were these rich kids all emptied of their bodies by alcohol and sex? With this hand speed? You're still playing with a hammer. Zhou Sanshui, who finished brushing 100 sets of Shengshi Carnival, dejectedly launched a floating screen pop-up. My milk-standing fan Zhao Zilong, come on little Yakuza. Let Master see your strength as well. Chen Taixu smiled faintly and was about to start flashing his muscles when the WeChat beep sounded just in time. Chapter 51, emptying the account again. Opening WeChat and taking a look. It was actually a message from the second brother. Pei Iris Lan, big brother. Send me your account password. I'll help you charge some money. At this point, Blue Star's Douyin was very different from the previous world's Jitterbug. Blue Star Douyin recharging had to provide an account password. Otherwise you couldn't recharge with just your Douyin number. Chen Taixu nodded his head in recognition. The second brother was a good person, able to deal. He hurriedly replied, no need. Second brother, do you see your big brother me as a master of poor Douyin? His words were quite strict. I'm poor in money, but I'm just not poor in dough coins. He. I definitely don't have as much money as you, but my dough coins, all of you combined must not have as much as me. Pei Iris Lan, not big brother. You must not be embarrassed. If you do not have it, you will give the second brother squeal, but do not carry it alone. Chen Taixu's heart was slightly touched. If in his previous life he could have met an iron son like second brother, he wouldn't have been reduced to that state. Pei Iris Lan, this thing is originally because of me. If it is big brother you. No. Big brother you either give me the account password or give me the bank card account information. Oh, this second brother. Now all want to directly transfer money, right? Of course Chen Taixu would not agree. Alright second brother, just stay in the live broadcast room peacefully and watch how big brother kills big. He was just about to end the chat and return to the live broadcast room, but a new Weibo came in. Wang Air Dog, big brother, give me your account password. Oh come on. Another one who wanted to help recharge his own. Chen Taixu cried and laughed. You guys are making the task harder for me. I have to do everything I can to clear my account, but you guys want to recharge my account? I'm so ed. Just as he was replying to WeChat, the public screen of the live broadcast room was not calm. What's going on? Isn't it Brother Taixu's turn to show off? Why is there no movement for half a day? Asterisk. He shouldn't have run away, right? This is playing all of us in the palm of his hand. Shut up. Would my brother Taixu run away? I don't know what to say, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do it. The first thing you need to do is to get out of the car and get out of the car. And then you'll be able to get out of the car. The first thing you need to do is to ask him to come out and show you how long it's been since he's been here. I don't think he's going to run. I think he's probably just trying to raise votes. Just as the people were discussing, Chen Taixu finally switched the screen to the live broadcast room, directly ignoring those small black people who brought him rhythm on the public screen, because in the next second, these little black fans would all shut up. Moo the five-clawed golden dragon that suddenly tumbled out roared at the screen. The phone vibrated at once. Asterisk was typing. The phone suddenly vibrated. Scared me to throw the phone out. Luckily it did not break. Oh, can I say I am squatting in the pit? Forget it, don't say it. Wash your hands, wash your cell phone to go. Brother Taixu made a move? Where's Blackie? What about Blackie? Blackie speaks. When Chen Taixu's golden dragon joyous report bloomed with the fireworks, the blacks in the live broadcast room had indeed all disappeared. Chen Taixu didn't intend to hide it either. Wasn't therefore, 6 billion left in the account? He planned to empty it all at once and finish the task first. As for whether 6 billion was enough, who knows? The corner of Chen Taixu's mouth rose slightly as he muttered disdainfully, "Kid, watch and see. Let's show you what a real man's hand speed is." Next, Chen Taixu was on fire. The divine skill of 10 strikes in a second was once again staged in the live broadcast. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Taixu is performing his stunt again. It's ing awesome There's no reason I've been single for more than 20 years. How come I don't have this kind of hand speed yet? Can you compare yourself to the likes of Brother Taixu? You practice hand speed by jerking off, while Brother Taixu relies on gouging. Understand? The pop-ups on the public screen were indeed high on Chen Taixu. I don't blame them. After all, most ordinary people would always over-fantasize the myths of the seemingly high and mighty gods. I'm afraid that no one would believe him if they said he was a fledgling, right? Just 10 seconds ago, Chen Taixu completed the Centurion Carnival 100 streak, but it was only 3 billion votes, and there were still 1.6 billion left. 10 strikes a second is fast, but it's still tiring. After 100 consecutive strikes at high speed, he felt that his hands were about to waste away, so he had to stop and take a short break. The same Shangshi Carnival 100 strikes. Now that the two have the same number of votes, do we still need to continue? Because Zhao Zilong has the upper hand. Even if the votes are the same, the first on the list is still Zhao Zilong. I guess Brother Taixu still wants to wait for him to strike first, right? The 10-minute time limit had now passed by 4 or 5 minutes. Taixu, are you still displaying? If not, I'll continue. At this moment, Zhou Sanchui's face was green for a while, red for a while, and white for a while. Quite wonderful. He originally thought that 3 billion votes was already enough to take down the bullet-ridden Chen Taixu, but now it seemed that he had overthought it. This fellow was not at all at the end of his strength. Taking a deep breath, he had indeed been shocked by Chen Taixu's terrifying strength. At this moment, his face became more and more ugly. If he recharged again, time would definitely be too late. The most crucial thing was, even if there was enough time, how much would it take to recharge? Seeing that he didn't reply even after half a day, Chen Taixu smiled slightly. He had thought that this guy had brought in some great conditions, but it turned out to be a mere 3 billion votes? A waste of feelings, since the other party didn't get to show. Then he simply emptied all the remaining 1.6 billion votes. Taixu Fantasy sent Carnival *999 in the live broadcast of The Road to the Rise of the Ancestral Summer Empire. God's hero has descended and thrown away a lot of money. Quickly go and watch. The Golden Dragon glad tidings flashed up again. It seems that Zhao Zilong is afraid that he doesn't have any tickets. Previously, Brother Taixu kindly set the time limit at half an hour, and you didn't appreciate it. Now you know you're wrong? Hey, it's no fun. The rest of the time is basically empty brush time for Brother Taixu. Taixu, life is really lonely like snow. There is no one that can fight. At my milk fan Zhao Zilong, who's regretting it now? Zhou Sanxue, who was specialized in 8 out to flog the corpse, regrets it? Definitely regret. And still want to cry. If I had known this, I wouldn't have forced myself to act like a bully before. Half an hour is half an hour. Why pretend to be a minute? He could not wait to give himself 2 big mouths. Now it's okay, isn't it? 300 million RMB thrown in. Not even a bubble. Skin is bashful finished. Now want to squeeze into the capital circle. Undoubtedly more difficult. Didn't have to wait long, just a few seconds. Chen Taixu completely emptied his account. Seeing that his final vote count was set at 46 billion votes, Zhou Sanxue wanted to die. Chapter 52, throwing away $10 billion in a minute. So, his limit is 46 billion votes. Ha! Snap! Snap! Zhou Sanxue finally didn't hold back and ruthlessly gave himself 2 big mouths. Secretly cursed. Marred. Let you pretend. Let you pretend. $300 million are smashed. Will he still be worse than this more than 100 million? If he had promised half an hour before, wouldn't he have won if he recharged another 200 million now? But unfortunately, time is already too late. In this world, there was no medicine for regrets. Of course, even if the time is enough, he can recharge on 200 million. The final result is also nothing more than throwing 200 million more to hit the water. As soon as Chen Taixu's Centurion Carnival 100 streak was completed, Yi Shaodi smiled and asked, "How about Feast of Feasts?" Xia Banquetji stood up and grabbed the bottle of Whistling Eagle Cabernet beads. "Willing to bet? I'll drink first." With that, he tilted his head and gulped it down. Looking at Yi Shaodi, he shook his head straight. $560 million a bottle of heirloom wine. Let's so to build? This way of drinking, can you taste the flavor? Piggy eating ginseng fruit, wasteful However, he didn't think it was a pity to waste it, he was just a bit upset. He felt that this guy, Xia Yinji, was definitely cheating to eat and drink. In one breath, he directly drank a bottle of red wine to the bottom. After finishing, he sashayed and wiped the wine stains on the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. Brother Emperor, so I'm going to go and place the war order now? Yi Xiaodi shook his head and said, there's no rush. Although 300 million didn't win him, it should be possible to test his limits. Let's take a look first. It's not as bad as these 2 minutes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Taixu has already swiped almost 4.6 billion, right? Asshole, this is also too powerful. Tonight added up. Brother Taixu has brushed almost 10 billion. It's really outrageous. Mom opening the door for outrageous. Outrageous to the home. 10 billion votes. 1 billion RMB. That's ing rich, isn't it? A billion this is a billion real money just like this minutes to brush away? Just thinking about it makes me feel so ing excited. Who can tell Brother Taixu what happened? Who can tell Brother Taixu who he is? $1 billion in a minute? Even your family's printing press can't print money that fast, right? Too rich. Brother Taixu is too ing rich. Tonight, he's shattered my view of the world. Chen 11 lay on the bed with a faint smile on his dull face. Removing the lollipop in his mouth, he grunted, 10 billion. So 10 billion votes is your limit? Then a trace of disdain appeared on his face. It's not that impressive. Yi Xiaodi also revealed a disappointed look and shook his head. Xia Yinji naturally took in his reaction and said with a smile, why Brother Emperor? You seem to be disappointed? A little bit. Yi Xiaodi drank the red wine in his cup in one go. I originally thought that he was not a small person, and I was looking forward to sparring with the mysterious son of a family, but it seems that I was indeed overthinking it. Xia Yinji laughed. I've told you that he's definitely not the son of any worldly family clan, but you still don't believe me. Ha ha. Brother it seems that this time you can't make a move. You can only find another opportunity to enter Douyin again. As for this embroidered pillow that is strewn outside, leave it to me. Tomorrow I will get back for little 11, and also bring back the face of our Beijing circle. Yi Xiaodi waved his hand resentfully, but in the end, he still didn't forget to remind one sentence. A lion fighting a rabbit also uses all its strength. Be well prepared. Don't overturn the boat in the gutter. Xia Yinji patted his chest and said with conviction, don't worry, I guarantee to take it in one fell swoop. I'm going to place a war order. After saying that, he pulled out his cell phone and boarded Douyin. Of course, Chen Taixu wouldn't know that he was just emptying his account and completing his mission, which had never thought that he would create an illusion for so many people. Once 910 arrived, the second half of this duel that had no suspense to speak of came to an end. Chen Taixu directly began to pop up and float the screen. Taixu illusion, how's that? Now you know you regret it, don't you? Tell me about you. You couldn't grasp the opportunity given to you. You're useless. Still treating my good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs? Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. My milk-standing fan Zhao Zilong, willing to gamble, willing to lose. $50 million I will donate to a charity organization tomorrow. At that time, I will show proof of the donation and welcome the general public to monitor and check. Chen Taixu nodded his head with satisfaction. Gambling fights are all about this spirit of willingness to gamble and accept defeat. If you are thinking of playing tricks and playing hobnail, by then you will not only lose face, you will even have to lose your face. Chen Taixu was about to deduct the word, but inadvertently saw the scrolling system prompt. The pen that holds the world in peace had entered the live broadcast room. He narrowed his eyes, seeing this level 60 ID. His intuition told him that the other party was afraid that they were coming from a bad place. As expected, as soon as this ID was unveiled, the public screen of the live room exploded. Isn't this the gentleman who ranks third on the top 10 divine heroes list? That's right, it's him, the number 2 person in the capital circle alongside little Princess 11. A tough guy. This is a bit shameless, isn't it? One after the other. It's a never-ending round-robin battle, isn't it? Indeed. This Beijing circle, now is a generation worse than a generation, now even started to play this kind of dirty tactics. He too like stinking things, bully too much, and hidden in the live broadcast room. Of course, there are many other factions of people. At this moment, they were all on the verge of laughing their asses off as they watched the Beijing circle commit a public outrage. Of course they were happy to see the Beijing circle, who thought they were the best in the world, suffer a defeat. Chen Taixu had also learned about the origin of pen and world from the public screen. His intuition was quite accurate. As for the onlookers who were fighting for him, he didn't think it mattered. Wheel war? Beat the little one out of the big one. Beat the big one out of the old one? It doesn't matter. The one thing I'm not afraid of is a wheel war. In the eyes of others, they were bullying people too much. But in Chen Taixu's eyes, they are walking experience value. Ah shucks, is walking ATM precisely because of their existence. Their own brush votes will brush so vigorously. It is because of their existence that they can brush their votes so vigorously. and earns so much money. They are all good people. Taixu fantasy realm, take it. Thinking about it, he was so excited that he directly typed out the word take it. With this sudden action, he immediately confused everyone. Xia Yanji was even more confused than anyone else. Not buddy, I haven't even ing said anything yet, and you just took it? Besides, how can you be so ing sure that I'm coming for you? I don't know. I'm not going to be able to do it. Xia Yanji, what the am I doing here? Chapter 53, once again hitting the Beijing circle in the face. Cat 11's group of little followers were all confused in unison as well. No, is her big brother that much of a tiger? You at least let someone say an opening statement. Sure enough, her big brother is a reckless. Proper reckless, no wash. Pei Iris Lan is also crying and laughing. 900 million young man stream, my big brother nah. What is your hurry? High and low let people first hold 2 sentences before saying it. Chen Taixu smiled sarcastically and quickly floated the screen to explain. Hand shaking, hair fast, puffing, ha, I can't ing help it. Brother Taixu you don't move to come out of the tawdry operation, okay? I was drinking water and sprayed a cell phone. Brother Taixu, you should compensate me for a new cell phone. I was eating noodles, but I was more rational than you. I turned my head and sprayed to the side. But wait, I seem to be next to my daughter-in-law. Irknessy. Collective 3 seconds of silence for the brothers upstairs. May there be no brother Taixu in heaven. Xia Yanji ignored the public screen and started floating the screen on his own. The pen that holds the world in peace. Sanchue you've already done a great job. From now on you'll follow us and play together. The meaning of his words was already obvious. When Zhou Sanchue saw his floating screen pop up, he immediately froze, and then was instantly surprised beyond words. After being a dog licker for so long, he didn't expect to finally be recognized. Could he not be excited? He was just about to launch a pop-up, but then he looked at Chen Taixu's floating screen. Taixu fantasy, kid, I'll give you a chance to hang out with me from now on. Chen Taixu was doing this on purpose. He was purposely giving them a hard time. Digging up your people in front of your Jing circle? Are you angry? Although you guys don't care about this person, but this is a matter of face. As expected, Xia Yanji instantly tensed up. The pen to settle the world. What do you mean? In my face? Digging up my people? Wanting to hit me in the face, right? Are you taking yourself too seriously? What qualifications do you think you have to steal someone from us? Do you think you can give him as much as we give him? Joke. Taixu Mirage, I don't know what you guys can give him, but what I give him, you guys definitely can't. The pen of peace, oh, is that so? That makes me a bit curious. What can you give him? Chen Taixu smiled faintly, his fingertips quickly bouncing on the screen. Taixu illusion, I can give him dignity. I can make him stop living like a dog. A simple sentence, but it was like thunder on the ground. Taixu illusion, kid, let me remind you, don't be naive enough to think that they are willingly accepting you today. The reason they admitted you is merely because they are in the way and are afraid of being talked about. Think about it, even though you've entered their circle today, you'll still be living like a dog without dignity. It's useless to squeeze in hard into a circle that doesn't belong to you. Chen Taixu's words were like a heavy hammer on Zhou Sanchue's heart. All these years, he had tried his best to squeeze into the circle and elevate his status in order to tear off the label of a thug on himself. But in the end, it dawned on himself that he was now not even as good as a thug, living as an obedient dog. He is also not a little cute. With a slight reminder from Chen Taixu, he figured out why they had suddenly accepted him today. He also wouldn't be naive enough to think that he had now become a meat and potatoes. However, the word dignity that Chen Taixu said was like a thunderbolt that kept exploding in his ears. At this moment, he himself couldn't believe that he had hesitated. Wasn't it a dream to squeeze into the capital circle? But why hesitate now? Brother Taixu is right. If you can't get into the circle, don't squeeze hard. There's no need to humble yourself. Even if you squeeze in, you're still an outsider. So why bother? I don't understand the theory, but I know that being a man with dignity is better than being a dog without dignity. Brother, be a man. Brother, come on. You're welcome in the Mengfu army. Zhou Sanchue suddenly had a long-lost confident smile on his face. He realized at this moment that he seemed to have drilled into a dead end. Why did he have to squeeze into the circle to elevate himself? To remove the thug label? This kind of thinking, from the very beginning, was a big mistake. I milk standing fan Zhao Zilong, Brother Taixu. Can I become a qualified mangaka? Once this floating screen came out, where else would anyone not know what he meant? Xia Yanji was instantly furious and slammed the red wineglass in his hand hard on the ground. Next to him, Yi Shaodi just smiled faintly, with no intention of opening his mouth to speak at all. He still insisted that these smooth sailing guys had to suffer some setbacks and beatings before they could do anything, so he chose to watch the fun. After all, it was not yet time for him to make a move. Chen Taixu was tolerant of those who were able to return from the wrong path and return of the prodigal son. Taixu fantasy, it doesn't matter. follow me. It's hard for you not to become a mangaka. My milk-standing fan Zhao Zilong, big brother, when I hang out with you, how many meals do I eat in 3 days? Also, when you eat, do you lift the table? Chen Taixu rolled his eyes in a good-natured manner. This guy is treating me like Brother Crow, right? It's not easy for the brothers to eat a good meal back, but you still lift the table? Chen Taixu's sudden idea of making such a mess undoubtedly rubbed the face of the capital circle on the ground again. Not surprisingly, before the Beijing circle completely recovered the scene, it was destined to be a laughingstock. The pen that holds the world in peace, you're very good, slapping our faces twice and thrice, aren't you? Chen Taixu shook his head. Look at how this was said. There was no level at all. Have these rich second-generation officials raised their brains to be wasted? Taixu fantasy, you guys have to put your faces towards my palm. What can I do? Even if the left side of your face comes over, you also put the right side of your face over. I have reason to suspect that you guys are trying to touch the porcelain. Stick to your pen and rest the world, humph. Really sharp-tongued. I'm also too lazy to go around in circles with you again. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Dare you pick it up? Be painfully honest. One sentence. Chen Taixu laughed. Taixu fantasy, didn't I already answer you as soon as you came in? The pen of peace, don't say that there are too many of us to bully you, and kindly remind you that it's best to have more tickets. If it's still like today, why don't you simply admit defeat directly? Taixu illusion, I don't need you to worry about it. I will be afraid of your crowd? Oh, would I tell you that I can fight 100? Stick a pen in the world, humph. I've seen a lot of hard-mouthed ones, but when his teeth are all whacked down one by one, he'll never be hard-mouthed again. I hope you don't let us down tomorrow. Taixu fantasy, who whacks who? It's still up in the air. Chapter 54, Traditional National Arts. The brightly lit National Movement Division. Division Director Chen Taixu waved his fist in excitement. Good, good. I like this guy's recklessness. Do it if you don't want to. Whoever is a wimp is a sun thief. Deputy Director Zhou Jianjun smiled and shook his head. Which one of you likes his recklessness? You clearly like the value of the gains he creates. Chen Taixu laughed and waved his hand. It's all the same. It's all the same. This is our Zuxia's god of wealth. How much revenue value has he created for us directly or indirectly in these 2 days because of him? We must protect this god of wealth. Zhou Jianjun frowned and asked, Director, don't the rules state that it's not allowed to investigate the user's information? Chen Taixu glared at him and said in a bad mood, the rules speak of not being able to investigate through all the data in the background, and not being able to view real name information. Zhou Jianjun looked at him uncertainly. So, stupid. Chen Taixu scolded him without any good humor. Through the users exposing each other, we know that the dream of 900 million young men is pay iris lawn, right? Zhou Jianjun nodded. Yes, they exposed it themselves, so we're not violating the law. Having said this, but looking at him that he hadn't even reacted yet, Chen Taixu was simply furious. Follow the vine to find the melon. Follow the vine to find the melon. Understand? Didn't they say they wanted to get together? Zhou Jianjun suddenly came to a realization. Chagrined, he patted his head. Getting older. My brain isn't too bright anymore. Old Zhou, don't make excuses. You're just purely stupid. Deputy Director Zhou instantly broke his defenses, blowing his beard and eyes. He said, at the expense of me racking my brain to come up with a brilliant idea that can effectively increase the value of the revenue. Since you're calling me stupid, I'd better not say anything. After all, what good idea can a stupid person come up with, right? Hey, don't intervene, old Zhou. Director Chen immediately became anxious. He hurriedly defended himself. Blame me. Blame me for saying the wrong thing with a bald mouth, okay? Looking at him, he still had a huffing and puffing demeanor. Secretary Chen could only use the trick of righteousness. The old weak there are what magic trick hurry to say. This is about but the country's fortunes. Don't lose your temper. After all, they were old partners, who didn't understand who Zhou Jianjun sniffed, immediately like a deflated ball. Old Chen, can you have any other new tricks besides pressing me with great justice? Chen Taixu proudly dejected. Sensei, old tricks or new tricks? It works. Okay, do not fool around. What wonderful tricks, hurry to say. Cough. Zhou Jianjun cleared his throat, slowly said, we can use the influence of celebrity idols to organize a charity voting event on Douyin. The star idol who receives the most votes can be elected as the Zuxia charity ambassador. At the same time, he can also be knighted as an honorary lord. As for the proceeds, naturally all of them will be used for charity. Old Chen, how about this idea? It's like killing several birds with one stone. Although he only spoke roughly, Chen Taixu completely understood. He frowned and said, isn't this like cutting the leeks of fans, and the selling of officials in ancient times? Upon hearing this, Deputy Director Zhou was instantly displeased. What kind of cutting leeks is this? We're doing this for the sake of competing for the nation's fortune. The masses spend a bit of money, but they get increased life expectancy. enhanced physical fitness, and other rewards. I believe I don't need to say which is more important, right? Selling officials and titles, that's even less to talk about, but it's just a symbol of honor as a lord. In addition to his position as the director of the National Transportation Department, Chen Taixu was also the military marshal. He was naturally not someone who was indecisive. This method was indeed quite wonderful, and could definitely create a large amount of sizable gain value, so he didn't have much to hesitate. Immediately, he clapped his hands and said, "I'll immediately call the state lord and report back to communicate about this matter." He picked up the red telephone on his desk and was about to dial the number. Right. He suddenly remembered something else. You have to take care of the matter of the god of fortune, and after you find him, you must protect him well and not let anything happen to him. Zhou Jianjun nodded. Don't worry, I'll directly deploy the dragon guards over there. Chen Taixu did not know that he had already been watched. After settling the bet with Xia Yanji, he also directly exited Douyin. Just as he exited, the text message beep sounded just in time. With an excited look on his face, he opened it and took a look. Sure enough, it was the system's rebate that had arrived. 970 million was directly hit on the card. Looking at the long string of numbers displayed behind the balance, Chen Taixu laughed his ass off. These densely packed small numbers could be really inviting and rare. Now, he had finally become rich. More than an hour online, earning $970 million. What the is this concept? More than 15 million a minute. However, right now, Chen Taixu was excited, but his real focus wasn't on the numbers. Instead, he silently recited in his heart, Unity Sun. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing the small trial mission issued by this system. The achievement rating for this mission is ES. Reward the host with proficiency in traditional national arts. Note 1, the host will eventually become a godlike man. How can he not have a strong physique to carry him? How can he not have a strong body to carry him? How can he not have a superb kung fu for defense? Note 2, traditional martial arts are not flowery and fancy, but real killing techniques. Only kill the enemy, not perform martial arts, only for the national arts. Note 3, the bonus national arts are Wing Chun, Xingyi, Baji, Taiji, Bagua. Chen Taixu's spirit drifted off and he only felt a wave of dizziness, but he recovered after a split second. However, many more national art memories, as well as practical combat techniques and experiences, appeared in his mind out of nowhere. These memories and experiences were as if they were innate to him, engraved in his brain and bones. There was no rustiness whatsoever, and he was able to integrate them with ease. He also finally understood why the true traditional national martial arts had fallen out of favor, why it had evolved into a sport that had been passed down to this day. Chen Taixu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. His eyes were much sharper. His strength, speed, agility, and so on, all of them had taken a qualitative leap. How strong? He didn't know, but he knew that it was very strong. Moreover, he felt that his arm, which was in a plaster cast, had also recovered as normal. Stretching out his right hand, he pinched the hard plaster to pieces with one hand, slowly moving his left arm. He really didn't have any more problems. Phew, finally I can move freely. Cool, but Toon-chan, is this rewarding traditional national art really just for self-defense? Or else, you still want to kill people? It's a legalized society now. Killing is against the law. Chapter 55, Banishing the Immortal to Earth. Proficient in traditional national arts. Thinking of something, Chen Taixu laughed out loud in triumph. He. Kung Fu Diva, right? 8 Extreme Fist, right? Force threatening, huh? Auntie, I'm a Kung Fu master now. If you dare to Xian and move your hands again, I'll kick your ass. Step 2 of the God-making program, the first show of strength. This system will recharge the host's Douyin account with 100 billion Douyin, and the host will need to squander it all within a 1-month time limit. Mission failure, host pawn, system destroyed, author pounce. Chen Taixu was secretly staggered. He remembered that the first step of the first small trial seemed to not have the failure penalty item, right? And this dog system is quite ruthless. Even the same death are out of the hole. But it doesn't matter. He can't fail anyway. Even such a simple and easy task will fail. Then he is alive is no benefit. Just a waste of air. God-making program Note 1. Once the God-making program is activated, the hosts. God-making program Note 2. All cashback. First show of force Note 1. The system provides the bucket of coins. Unity Z. Another burst of crackling explanation introduction. 1,000 times. No different from the previous. 1 month's time. 100 billion Do coins. This is called a mission? This could be done without his ing hands, let alone the fact that he had both hands normal now. There was no difficulty to speak of. Chen Taixu dared to conclude that System Dad was specially sent by the heavens to give him warmth and welfare. A beautiful smile appeared on his face. This tutelage, he really liked it. Picking up his cell phone, He prepared to log into Douyin and check if the Douyin had arrived. He had just logged on to Douyin when a scarlet-colored special invitation letter suddenly popped up on the interface. The cover of the special invitation letter had that mysterious mask pattern printed on it. As soon as he saw this pattern, it meant that it was definitely from the mysterious platform official. Chen Taixu's eyebrows gently raised as he curiously clicked on the special invitation letter. Golden characters began to flash out on the screen. Dear Mr. Taixu Fantasy Realm, congratulations on becoming our company's 99th specially invited divine hero guest. As our company's special invited guest, you will enjoy the unique privilege of using exclusive gifts. Our company's customized exclusive gift for you, Exiled Immortal Down to Earth, has been put into your gift bar. Thank you for your support and recognition. At the end of the special invitation letter was today's date as well as that mysterious mask pattern. Chen Taixu was slightly stunned. 99? Special invited godly guests? Exclusive gift usage privileges? Exiled immortals coming down to Earth? Chen Taixu felt that his brain seemed to be a bit insufficient. He clicked on the gift bar and took a look. Sure enough, there was an additional gift named Exiled Immortal in the gift bar. At the top left of the gift, the word exclusive was also labeled. Looking at the price, Chen Taixu's eyes immediately released a bright light. 1 million bucks. Good lord. An exiled immortal descending to the earth actually wanted 1 million do coins. This was undoubtedly the strongest boost for Chen Taixu. He tried holding down Exiled Immortal Downfall, and sure enough, a combo appeared. However, it was a pity that there was only one combo button that gave away 100. That is to say, Chen Taixu now, with a click on the screen, could swipe up to 100 million sound waves. Although it wasn't too outrageous, it was at least a few times better than a set of Centurion Carnival. The most crucial thing was that this was a unique and exclusive gift. He could be the only one in the world who could use it. Closing the gift bar, Chen Taixu frowned again. As far as he knew, it seemed like he was the only one in the Ancestral Summer Ministry who had an exclusive gift right now. And what were the conditions for the mysterious platform's official special guest of Godly Hero? It definitely wouldn't be a recharge of 100 billion, because there were definitely more than 1 or 2 Douyin in the Ancestral Summer Department who had reached 100 billion in recharge. So this threshold could be directly ruled out. Chen Taixu couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that what was being looked at was potential? Shaking his head, since he couldn't figure it out, he was too lazy to think about it anymore. It was purely a waste of brain cells. Right now, there were 99 specially invited godly hero guests around the world. In other words, there were 99 people with exclusive gifts. As for himself, he was the only one from the Zhu Xia division. Chen Taixu didn't know what this would mean, and he didn't want to think much about it right now. Life must be enjoyable. Thinking too much about what was there and what wasn't would only add to his worries. He once again exited the fighting sound and stretched his back comfortably. Walking out of the bedroom, he saw Su Qingyan still ambling by the coffee table crackling on the keyboard, slightly shaking his head. Old auntie, this should be bewitched. Without disturbing her, he picked up his own cleaning tools and returned to the bedroom to clean up the plaster debris scattered all over the floor. When he walked into the living room again, he surprisingly found Su Qingyan standing up. As she stretched her waist, her marvelously sexy body was on display. Seeing her turn her head to look at herself, Chen Taixu hastily moved his gaze away. Su Qingyan of course noticed his dodging eyes. With a charming smile, she ruffled her hair in a flirtatious manner. Chen Taixu's heart fluttered at the sight. The action of a woman subconsciously lifting her hair was really full of flavor and charm. It was also the most capable of provoking a man's heart. Ha! Su Qingyan stared at her Koslan eyes, as if she had discovered something. Surprised, she said, "You removed the plaster yourself? Is your hand ready?" Chen Taixu smiled faintly and waved his arm. "See, it's already completely healed." He also added meaningfully, "I can really beat a cow to death now." Now was different from before. He really didn't blow his strength. Su Qingyan snorted disdainfully. Little weakling. Chen Taixu was instantly unhappy. In the past, when you called me a little weakling, I recognized it. But now, he immediately said in triumph, "Auntie, in the future when you speak to me, please pay attention to your attitude. Now that my body has completely recovered, it's not the same as before." Su Qingyan was about to scoff, but she suddenly realized something. Carefully scrutinizing and sizing him up, she slowly came closer and carefully examined him from top to bottom. Chen Taixu was made uncomfortable by her stare. "Auntie, why are you staring at me all the time?" Su Qingyan frowned slightly and muttered in confusion. "It does seem to be different. It feels like your entire essence is especially fuller." Chen Taixu smiled smugly and dejectedly said, "That's right, healing me is just like lifting the seal. How come I didn't realize before that you even have muscles? You lift up your clothes and I'll take a look." Chen Taixu immediately looked at her with a wary face. "Auntie, what do you want?" Su Qingyan blankly glanced at him with 1,000 charming colors. Not caring too much, She even directly started to lift Chen Taixu's t-shirt. 8 smooth and distinct lines, and full of beauty of the abdominal muscles, was immediately reflected in the eyes. Su Qingyan's eyes subconsciously lit up. She exclaimed, "Yeah, little weakling, you actually have such perfect abs?" After saying that, she was ready to reach out and touch it. Chapter 56, Wall Throwing and Forced Kissing. Chen Taixu hastily dodged backwards. Nimbly, he avoided Su Qingyan's claws. Gazing at her with a wary face, he questioned, "What do you want to do, auntie?" Su Qingyan said with a smile, "Give sister a touch. Sister hasn't seen such perfect abs yet." Chen Taixu revealed a stunned expression. He had only heard of the tram man, but had never heard of a cohabiting woman. "Don't be so stingy. Touching it won't make it any less needy." Seeing that he was still unmoved, Su Qingyan's eyes dribbled. "Big deal. I'll let you touch my leg, right?" Chen Taixu was instantly a bit moved. He confirmed, "Really give a touch?" Su Qingyan didn't say anything, only revealing a flirtatious smile, and her seductive eyes seemed to be saying to Chen Taixu, "Really, come and touch it." Chen Taixu looked at her bare, delicate and white long legs. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He unexpectedly ghosted out his palm and slowly reached towards her white thighs. A hint of cunning flashed in Su Qingyan's eyes, just as Chen Taixu thought he was about to get his way. Instead, she dodged backward as Chen Taixu did just now, dodging away lightly. "Forget it if you don't believe me." Chen Taixu instantly reacted. This woman was doing it on purpose, absolutely on purpose. Even her demented woman look just now was an act. Chen Taixu was instantly furious. This auntie, now she was really getting more and more immodest. He forcefully suppressed the impulsive thought of pressing her onto the sofa and smacking her ass hard. Taking a deep breath, he said without any good humor, "Auntie, I advise you not to play with fire. One day if I lose my mind, you won't have a place to cry even if you regret it." Su Qingyan blinked her big eyes at him and teased, "Little weakling, or else, you try? Just try it." Chen Taixu's eyes instantly became incomparably sharp, staring straight at her. He then took a step forward and slowly approached her. Su Qingyan stood calmly and unperturbed at first. She thought Chen Taixu was just pretending to scare himself. However, as he got closer and closer, Su Qingyan instantly began to panic. When Chen Taixu was only a step away from her, she could no longer hold herself back and took a step back. However, Chen Taixu was still pressing close. She retreated. He pursued. She retreated again. He chased again. She retreated. He chased. She could not fly. Su Qingyan stole a glance at the expressionless Chen Taixu from the corner of her eye. Weakly, she asked, What do you want?" The corner of Chen Taixu's mouth rose slightly, revealing a cold smile. It did not answer her, but continued to press on step by step. Bang! Su Qingyan was already unable to retreat. Her back was already dead against the wall. Panicked, she just wanted to slip away from the side. Snap! Chen Taixu stretched out his arm and pressed it against the wall, directly intercepting her path. The left side didn't work. Su Qingyan immediately turned her head around and turned to the right side. Snap! Chen Taixu once again stretched out his other hand and pressed it against the wall, surrounding her with death. Su Qingyan took a deep breath and gathered her courage, reaching out and preparing to push him away. But when her hand touched Chen Taixu's body, she realized that his body was like a wall. It couldn't be pushed at all in the slightest. Now she couldn't help but panic even more. Chen Taixu stood tall and stared at her with a smirk. Su Qingyan did not dare to meet her eyes at all. Chen Taixu slightly bent his arm, and his body also once again tilted towards Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan protected her chest with both hands and curled up like a small chicken. However, he was getting closer and closer. Su Qingyan could even clearly feel the hot air he exhaled. Of course, she could equally clearly feel the male hormone scent that came out. An intoxicating flush surfaced on her charming and delicate face in an instant. Her heart began to beat ever faster, as if there were a herd of fawns thrashing about. Her throat surged slightly, and it was evident that she was incomparably nervous right now. Chen Taixu suddenly loosened his right hand that was propped up on the wall. Stretching out his right hand, he gently cupped her delicate chin. Su Qingyan instantly stared at her beautiful eyes in astonishment. He wants. What? How? So frivolous? At this moment, she had actually forgotten to resist. Or rather, she didn't even think about it at all. Chen Taixu slowly lifted her chin, while he slowly bent down and lowered his head, closing in on her. The four eyes faced each other, their eyes filled with deep love and shyness, and their eyes were gradually drawn together. Both of them were breathing rapidly. Just when Chen Taixu's face was only 0.01 centimeters away from her, Su Qingyan unexpectedly closed her eyes. Most of all, the gentleness of those closed eyes was like the shyness of a water lotus flower that could not overcome the cool breeze. Chen Taixu originally just wanted to scare Auntie. Where would he have anticipated the scene at hand? Right now, he was also in a bit of a bind. The atmosphere had already reached this point, and if he didn't do something, it seemed like he couldn't really say anything. What's more, Chen Taixu, whose brain was blank, couldn't control himself at all now. Everything he did next was from his body's instinct. His lips, in the end, printed on Su Qingyan's flaming red lips. Su Qingyan opened her eyes in an instant, staring wide with disbelief. Being walloped? Being unexpectedly, being forcibly kissed? Su Qingyan's entire body went numb. Her own first kiss, gone just like this? Little weakling he. How dare he? Although Su Qingyan was an actress, she never took kissing scenes, make-out scenes. As for bed scenes, let alone. Chen Taixu, a first-timer, how could he have any experience in kissing? All his theoretical knowledge was learned from Ms. Sakura, and it was also all audio-visual material. He clumsily tried to pry open Su Qingyan's tightly closed teeth. Su Qingyan also finally came back to her senses. Ah! Cried Chen Taixu in misery, only to see him busy reaching out to cover his lips. He said grudgingly, "Auntie, you're a dog? Still biting people?" The disentangled Su Qingyan glared at him coldly. "This time to give you a small lesson." After saying that, he walked towards the sofa without looking back. Chen Taixu raised his head and touched his lips. He was bitten through the skin. However, he did not care, smacking his lips retrospectively. It really is fruit candy flavored. Sweet indeed. Auntie really didn't lie. Looking at her exasperated back, Chen Taixu seriously pondered for a moment, and then slowly walked towards the sofa and slowly approached her. Su Qingyan moved to the side after a cold snort. Chen Taixu playfully moved closer to her again. Su Qingyan viciously gouged him out. In an unkind tone, she coldly said, "Still want to come, right?" Chen Taixu smiled sardonically. The two of them were just sitting on the sofa, and no one spoke again. For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room was somewhat frozen. Chapter 57, Trying Love. Chen Taixu bowed his head and hesitated for a long time, taking a deep breath, as if he had made some major decision. Slowly raising his head, he looked at the puffing Su Qingyan with eyes full of affection. With a serious and firm face, he said, "Auntie, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Worthy of being a straight man of steel, love white. Even the confession was so raw and formulaic. Su Qingyan was stunned, staring straight at him. Just now, she had fantasized hundreds of ways in her mind for Chen Taixu to apologize, but even if she thought about it, she never expected that the little weakling would suddenly confess to herself. Her brain instantly went down. It was too sudden, without any warning, and she had absolutely no idea how to react. Most importantly, she was likewise an inexperienced little white ah. Don't look at Su Qingyan as a goddess-level beauty, but often the more beautiful she was, the less people chased after her. Over the years, she had only encountered various people who wanted to subvert and adopt her. She really hadn't met anyone who had seriously confessed to her. She vaguely remembers that the last time she confessed her love, she had to go back to her student days. For a long time, Su Qingyan returned to her senses. She suddenly realized that she didn't seem to be very good at talking anymore. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. She looked at Chen Taixu and confirmed, "Little weakling, are you serious?" Chen Taixu nodded with a firm gaze and a serious expression. Seeing this, Su Qingyan also knew that he wasn't fooling around. After thinking about it, she continued, "But we've only known each other for a few days." "A few days? Isn't that too hasty?" Chen Taixu shook his head. "Auntie, whether you say I fell in love at first sight, or whether I saw the color, it doesn't matter, but there is one thing I am sure of. I really like you." Su Qingyan looked straight at him. "What do you like about me?" "Like your occasional little confusion. Like your occasional little arrogance. Like you to fight with me. Like you to fight with me. Like all of you. Beginning with face value. Trapped in talent. Loyal to character. Obsessed with flesh. Enamored with voice. And in tune with personality." Su Qingyan's pretty face slightly blushed. Her heart blossomed. She couldn't help but all self-doubt. Was she really as good as the little weakling said? In fact, in the end, there was still a hint of inexplicable affection and good feelings towards Chen Taixu. Sometimes this thing called eye contact in fate was really particularly mysterious. Otherwise, how could she have directly brought Chen Taixu home? Probably both of them belonged to the love at first sight. Love, no one can predict. When it came and when it left, it was as fast as a tornado, catching people off guard. Su Qingyan's face showed hesitation. But I'm several years older than you as well." Chen Taixu smiled faintly and shook his head. No words were spoken, but the meaning was understood. Perhaps Su Qingyan also felt that the excuse of age was untenable. After all, what era is it? Is age still an issue? Not to mention age, all external factors could be overcome. But, Chen Taixu directly interrupted her. "Don't but, Auntie, do you have a boyfriend?" Su Qingyan shook her head. No. Then isn't it over? You don't have a boyfriend. I don't have a girlfriend. What's so inappropriate? Besides, we are now living together. What's the difference between us and a couple? Seeing her brows between the colors seemed to have the intention of relaxation, Chen Taixu hurriedly struck the iron while it was hot. No matter what, let's establish the relationship first. Auntie, let's just get along and try it out first. Don't we all have a trial marriage before we get married? We can also try love. We'll know if it's suitable after we try it out. Then Chen Taixu swore and promised, Auntie, don't worry, during the trial love period, I will definitely not do anything more than that. If it's not suitable, I'll immediately move away and never harass again. Sure enough, hearing her say this, Su Qingyan was moved. With a questioning face, she scrutinized him and repeatedly warned, without my permission, you are not allowed to do anything excessive. Chen Taixu hastily raised 4 fingers. I'll send 4. Only then did Su Qingyan nod in satisfaction. Arrogantly, she said, then, well, sister will reluctantly promise you for now. Yes. Chen Taixu clenched his fists and gave a sneaky wave, secretly cheering. His triumphant reaction was naturally caught in the eyes of Su Qingyan, who was staring at him. Splashing cold water, she said, what I said is only temporary. Oh, that is to say, you're not a proper boyfriend yet. What's the point of being smug? Chen Taixu touched his nose nervously. Then what should I count as now? Su Qingyan said wryly, you're still on probation. Understand? Understand. As to whether or not you can become a proper boyfriend, it still depends on your next performance. If your performance is good, you can consider turning into a proper boyfriend. But if your performance is not good, humph. Chen Taixu nodded repeatedly. I understand. Next, I guarantee to serve you comfortably. Auntie. Su Qingyan flavorfully blanked him and spat. Bah, stinky rascal, to you serious. Chen Taixu returned with an innocent face. Auntie, I'm just being serious. Where were you thinking? Su Qingyan's pretty face once again blushed. What was temporary or not? Chen Taixu didn't care at all. Since she had agreed, that was the beginning of her slow fall. How could he let Auntie Charming escape his demonic yuck hand? Chen Taixu moved his buttocks and slowly approached Su Qingyan. Although he was sneaky and his movements were small, he was still detected by Su Qingyan, hastily using her foot to resist his body that wanted to continue to come closer. With a vigilant face, she questioned, what do you want to do? Want? Chen Taixu subconsciously blurted out. After reacting, he hastily defended himself. No. I just want to ask, can I pull Auntie's little hand in the future? He. Looking at his playful appearance, Su Qingyan held her forehead. She felt like she had made a mistake by agreeing to him just now. Only then did she promise with all her heart that she wouldn't move her hands. And then she turned her head and wanted to pull her little hands. Humph. Against this kind of thick-skinned little pervert, one must resolutely not give him a good face. Don't think about it. Roll. Chen Taixu hemmed and hawed, touched a handful of her small feet and legs against his own and ran to the kitchen. Smooth, tender and fine. Looking at his back, the corner of Su Qingyan's mouth revealed a smile. Unable to help herself, she recalled the image of being forcefully kissed just now. Her face was instantly red and dry. Subconsciously, she pursed her lips as if she was reminiscing. The midnight snack is still tomato omelette noodles, mainly because there are not many ingredients left in the house. In addition to this, it seems to be unable to do anything else. Chapter 58, Buying a supercar. Being left out in the cold. At the dining table, Su Qingyan frowned with her beautiful eyebrows and looked at Chen Taixu next to her. Little weak chicken, are you sick? You don't sit in so many seats. You have to squeeze next to me and sit next to each other, right? Chen Taixu said with a straight face. Is there a problem with me sitting next to my girlfriend? I want to show love, can't I? Su Qingyan gave him a blank look. We're the only ones at home. Why don't you show it to the ghosts? Chen Taixu just dejectedly smiled and did not reply. Instead, an exasperated voice rang in his head. Tattooing frogs on tadpoles, you're showing your mom? Auntie, little weakling. The two raised their heads and spoke at the same time. Chen Taixu smiled slightly. Auntie, you speak first. Little weak chicken. Starting tomorrow I'll have to go to the studio and start preparing for the start of the movie. Ha? Chen Taixu was surprised. Auntie, you still have a studio? Su Qingyan glared at him and said in a nonchalant manner. I'm a big star and a big director. What's so strange about having a studio? So soon? Of course, the funds and scripts are all in place. What are we waiting for? There's still a whole lot of things to do. We have to file as soon as possible, pick the actors, and prepare the crew. Chen Taixu nodded. Right, what did you just want to say? I just wanted to ask you if you have time tomorrow to accompany me to buy a car. Seeing his somewhat lost, disappointed look, Su Qingyan's heart instantly tightened. Ruffling her hair, she tenderly said, I can't go accompany you to buy a car tomorrow. I'm sorry little weakling. Chen Taixu shook his head. It's fine, you're busy with business. This way. Su Qingyan smiled charmingly. Allow you to hold a small hand for a day, even if it is compensation? Aha! Chen Taixu's eyes immediately lit up. Really? Su Qingyan nodded shyly. Ha ha, auntie you're so nice, love you so much. Seeing that his emotions were high again, Su Qingyan guffawed. In her heart, she couldn't help but scold. What a nerd. So happy to hold a small hand in hand. After finishing her snack, Su Qingyan, who had been busy all day, was ready to take a bath and go to bed. Chen Taixu relied on his room and refused to leave. Auntie, do you want me to help you with a back rub? Professional. No money. Su Qingyan flavorfully blanked him. Go. Why don't you go to bed and stay in my room? The observatory said that there is heavy rain tonight. There is a yellow thunder and lightning warning. I'm not afraid that you are scared. I'm not afraid. Thanks, Chen Taixu said playfully. I'm afraid, auntie. Scram. In the end, Chen Taixu was still kicked out. The next day, Chen Taixu, who woke up early, practiced a set of Taiji health-improving boxing directly on the balcony. Even though it was a permafist, he fought tigerishly. His fists and arms were rigid and soft. It was so good. The current him is to fight dozens of adult strong men is not a problem. If he was fighting for his life, it would be even worse. Sweating profusely, he returned to his room and took a cool shower. Penetratingly cool. His heart soared. Just as he exited the bedroom, Su Qingyan, who was already fully dressed, also happened to come out. Ha, auntie is so early today? Working for a weakling boss, can you not be more diligent? Chen Taixu blared at her. Come less. After thinking about it, he continued. But auntie, you don't have to work too hard. A loss is a loss. Anyway, your man, have plenty of money. Supporting you to make some of your favorite movies is still no problem. Yo, Su Qingyan stared at Kazran with big eyes. Jokingly, she said, boss this is preparing to adopt the little lady? Chen Taixu angled his chin and dejectedly said, must. Su Qingyan smiled and digressed. Aren't you going to buy a car? Right. Then you're wearing this? Chen Taixu looked at his body shirt, shorts, and flip-flops outfit. Confused, he asked. What's the problem? Su Qingyan said without any good humor. Aren't you afraid that people's shopping guides won't care about you? Hey, if they judge people by their appearance, then they won't earn my commission. Virtuous. The two parted ways after eating breakfast outside the neighborhood. Su Qingyan wanted to see him off, but was directly rejected by Chen Taixu. He was quite spontaneous, stopping a cab and going straight to the 4S store. Young people, who hasn't fantasized about owning a supercar of their own? Chen Taixu was certainly no exception. Whenever he saw the streets, the roaring sports cars slipped by. On the surface, he scolded others for pretending, but in fact, he was envious in his heart, especially when you see small openers, pretending to sit in the driver's seat, one by one, sexy and enchanting beauty unceasingly up to hit on. He was simply envious and jealous of the bad, so he had sworn that after he had money, he had to have a super cool supercar. I believe that not only Chen Taixu, most of the boys should have fantasized, driving a super cool sports car, blowing up the streets during the day. Only in the Conservatory of Music, College of Fine Arts and other places where there are many beautiful women hanging around. At night, they hang out in major nightclubs, pretending to be handsome and fishing for beautiful women. Men, all understand. Chen Taixu favorite supercar brand many, but he recently fell in love with Aston Martin. Without any hesitation, he went straight to the largest Aston Martin 4S store in Magic City. The cab directly killed the 4S store entrance with a kick. Chen Taixu swaggered into the store. Welcome to Lin. The two rows of welcoming etiquette ladies respectfully bent down and saluted. At this time, the store's shopping guide ladies were each busy with their own tasks. Chen Taixu smiled and shook his head. This is it? This is a super luxury store? This is the quality? Auntie was really right. The shopping guide ladies of course saw Chen Taixu. Even before he got out of the cab, they saw him through the floor-to-ceiling glass screen. At this moment, they were whispering in low voices. Su Hong, aren't you always the most active? Why don't you go to the reception? The heavily made-up shopping guide lady called Su Hong snorted lightly in disdain. Zhou Mei, you still have the nerve to say yes. Didn't you also not move? You look at who moved. All smart as a ghost. Zhou Mei smiled sarcastically and defended. Didn't I come to relatives? My whole body is sore and I don't want to move. Su Hong despised and gave her a blank look. Come on, who doesn't know who yet? Isn't it just that he looks like a civilian laborer? Where does he look like a master who can afford a luxury car? The effort to receive, not only to accompany all the smiling face, but also to introduce, said the tongue dry. In the end it is not for nothing? No one wants to waste time and energy on this kind of people who just come to see the car. Have that time, sit here and drink coffee does not smell good? Who's happy to serve? Facing a flurry of complaints from her, Zhou Mei smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid of losing your eyes? What if he's a pig-disguised tiger?" Snorted Su Hong again. "Just him? If he can afford an Aston Martin, I'll run naked." As soon as her words fell, a big G stopped right in front of the store. This big G was like a boulder falling into a lake, instantly stirring up layers of waves. Chapter 59, Don't Push If You Can Do It. The big G walked down a big-waisted, big-belly greasy middle-aged man. Big gold teeth, big gold chain, big gold watch, 10 fingers have 6 or 7 wearing a big gold ring. Good guy, he is itching to set his whole body with gold. This dress up, living as clearly as the tycoon, or is the coal boss. Immediately after the car came down a heavy makeup, wearing the same pompous sultry woman. The woman intimately held the arm of the man with the big belly, hating that the whole person could not stick to him. 2 bodyguards in suits and sunglasses followed closely behind. As soon as they saw them, the shopping guide ladies in the showroom all warmly greeted them, scrambling to be the first to welcome them. On the contrary, Chen Taixu's side was extraordinarily cold. Standing alone, looking at the thug who was surrounded by a group of shopping guide ladies, Chen Taixu frowned. Could it be that this get-up, it was very popular? He couldn't figure it out. First, "Sir, are you here to see a car?" Just as he was puzzled, a young girl wearing glasses, who was very clean and gentle, took the initiative to walk over. Chen Taixu looked at her with interest. With a slight smile, he asked curiously, "Why didn't you go over there?" The glasses shopping guide little sister was obviously not expecting him to ask this, and was a bit surprised. "I'm new, still in the internship period." Chen Taixu understood, looking at the chest nameplate. "Your name is Wang Shanshan?" "Yes, boss. Look at me in this outfit and this look. Do I look like the boss?" "Nah, the boss is there." Chen Taixu nudged at the thug. Wang Shanshan didn't hold back and burst out laughing, not knowing what got to her funny bone. "Show me around." "Okay boss, our store recently came with a batch of new cars." After looking around the huge showroom, Chen Taixu had a bottom in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw the car in the center of the showroom. He was stunned. How come he didn't notice it at first? One glance, just one glance, he fell in love with this car. Approached, carefully viewing up, side looking directly said, "Okay, no need to look, just this one, this is it." Now immediately bill. Who knows that the side but suddenly rang out of place voice. "Billing? Puffing. Ha ha, you bumpkin know what kind of car this is? Know how much it costs? And you dare to speak boldly about billing?" Chen Taixu twisted his head to look at the source of the voice. The one who spoke was none other than the pot-bellied thug. Looking at the people next to him, almost everyone's eyes were written with disdain and mockery. Only intern Wang Shanshan carefully glanced at him and tried to reach out to pull him. Whispering in his ear, he said, "Boss, let's go look at the other models. Don't you favor the white one? I'll introduce it to you in more detail." Chen Taixu of course understood her good intentions and signaled with his eyes that she was fine. Then he looked at the thug and said indifferently, "I don't know, but so what?" "Ha!" The thug scoffed contemptuously. "Don't know? I'll give you a good science lesson. Moncler, this Aston Martin is the new flagship model 1-77, limited to 77 units globally, of which Zuxia quota 5 units, and this one is the only one in Mordor, priced at more than $50 million. Dirtbag, now you still dare to speak loudly about billing?" As soon as the thug finished speaking, the heavily made-up woman next to him had her eyes glowing. Whispering, she said, "Husband, I also like this car. You buy it for me." Okay. The thug grinned, revealing a row of big gold teeth. A slap on the woman's arse. "Ha ha. Well. Bye. Isn't it just $50 million? As long as baby likes it, just buy it." After saying that, he also ruthlessly pinched a hand on his arched buttocks. It caused the woman to pout. However, the group of shopping guide ladies surrounding him did not have the slightest happy expression. Instead, each one of them had a face as if they were constipated. Su Hong fawningly smiled and explained, "Big brother, I'm really sorry. This car, someone has already reserved it." The thug's face was instantly gloomy. The wealthy man said, "I'll pay an extra $1 million. Zhou Mei also hurriedly smiled and said, "I'm really sorry boss, this car." Before she could finish her words, she was rudely interrupted. "I'll pay $2 million more." "Sorry boss, really?" The thug who felt that his face was lost instantly became angry. "Let your manager Ma come over right away." "Oh, I didn't expect to know the manager." The shopping guide ladies didn't dare to be slow, and could only go to ask the manager. This matter, too, was really not something they could handle. Chen Taixu found it quite interesting and stood by the side happily eating melons. Wang Shanshan gently pulled him a few times, kindly signaling him to stay away from the place of wrongdoing. "But my brother Taixu that is afraid of things, Lord?" However, the anger is not good to find a place to send the mob. Of course, The spearhead will be directed to eat melanin. Cursed, what are you laughing at, bumpkin? Look at the old man joke? Chen Taixu was really convinced of these sand sculptures who love to play with their personalities. ING stood aside. The cavity did not open. The gas did not come out. This ING can look for me to take it out? What the is this? I really think I am good at bullying, right? Chen Taixu coldly said. See you joke. So what? I see Nima. He hadn't even said the last word. Chen Taixu then rushed to him with an arrow step, raised his hand and slapped him on his face, which was full of horizontal flesh. Slap. A clear and loud sound resounded through the exhibition hall. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one had expected him to suddenly storm out. With a slap, the thug was directly smacked to the ground. Chen Taixu coldly gazed at the thug lying on the ground with his face covered. Did you eat poop early in the morning? Mouth so stinky. With this kind of person, if you can do it, don't push more. Husband, are you okay? The woman hurriedly squatted down and helped the thug up. The thug angrily pushed her away, and said to the bodyguards behind him, Fight for me. As long as I don't kill him, I'll take full responsibility. The two bodyguards, without any hesitation, directly raised their fists and attacked Chen Taixu. Snap, snap. Chen Taixu delivered 2 more slaps, accurately hitting the 2 men in the face. The 2 were similarly smacked to the ground. Chen Taixu shook his head. These 2 were just window dressing goods. How could they know any real tricks? Too weak and unchallenging. His 3 sharp and vicious slaps directly fooled the crowd. At this time, the 4S store's horse manager finally rushed to. Any slower, this situation is afraid that it will be a little less controlled. As soon as he saw the thugs, Manager Ma hurriedly greeted with a smile. Yo, Wang boss, how to come to the store? Also do not notify it in advance. I'm also good to greet your honored guest. The mobster said in a conspiratorial manner. Poof, honored guest? What kind of honored guest am I? It's been a while since I've been here. Manager Ma, how come you guys let in all the cats and dogs here? Manager Ma smiled and said, Mr. Wang, we are also opening our doors to do business. Always. Less nonsense. The thug directly interrupted him. I give your boss face, not to make trouble in the store, but this little yakuza. What do you say? A shopping guide lady whispered 2 sentences in Manager Ma's ear. Manager Ma instantly understood what was going on. Chapter 60, 1 for each person. Mr. Chen pays the bill. Chen Taixu smiled coldly and gave the thug an interested look. You can't win. You can't win. You can't fight. You're ready to use your status to pressure people, aren't you? Wanting to use the manager's hand to drive himself out and make himself lose face, right? Manager Ma had a difficult look on his face. He looked at the thug, and then looked at Chen Taixu. Only after a long time did he walk to Chen Taixu and slowly said, Little brother, why don't you bow your head with Boss Wang and admit your mistake? Chen Taixu gave Manager Ma an interested look. Indifferently, he said, What if I say no? Manager Ma froze, then shook his head and said, Then I will have no choice but to ask little brother to leave. As soon as his words fell, the store once again welcomed 4 young men. Jack Ma, who is so bold as to rob my car? Before the people arrived, their voices arrived first. The one who spoke was a pretty girl. Hearing this voice, Chen Taixu frowned, raising his eyes and noticing her face. And the airfield. Chen Taixu smiled. As soon as Manager Ma saw the 4 young men walking towards him, his face was instantly spread with a fawning and pleasing smile. He was busy groveling to meet them. After seeing him whisper something to the 4 walked directly towards Chen Taixu and the thug. One of them, a young man with a frivolous face, questioned in an unkind tone, Are you the ones causing trouble in my store? As he spoke, his eyes kept scrutinizing Chen Taixu. Chen Taixu just smiled lightly, sizing up the 4 people with interest. The thug also immediately changed his face and mouth. He, who had just been fierce and vicious, instantly smiled in a flattering and pleasing manner. Young Shun, you've misunderstood. It's not me who's causing trouble. It's him who's causing trouble. Shenmubai didn't pay any attention to the Chen Taixu he was pointing at. Instead, he turned his head to look at the thug. You know me? I had the honor of meeting you at Xiaoshen's birthday party last year. Shenmubai nodded in a salty manner. Only then did he continue to look at Chen Taixu. So you're the one causing trouble? Before Chen Taixu could say anything, the woman with heavy makeup following the thug by his side couldn't help herself. It's him, Shen Xiao. It's him. Not only did he try to grab this car, he also hit someone. Everyone in the showroom looked at Chen Taixu in unison, their eyes full of gloating. Shenmubai raised his eyebrows and scrutinized Chen Taixu up and down. You want to buy this car? Is there a problem? Shenmubai shook his head. Entering a store is a guest. I am beyond welcome for you to visit my store. But, this car can't be sold. Chen Taixu shrugged his shoulders. Since people didn't sell it, there was nothing he could do. However, causing trouble in my store, that's not acceptable. Chen Taixu shook his head and let out a helpless sigh. I had intended to get along with you guys as ordinary people, but what I got in return was alienation. No more pretending. I'm Brother Taixu. I'll show my cards. Looking directly at Pei Iris Lan, he smiled and shouted, "Second brother ah." This second brother, directly shouted dumbfounded the four people. Pei Iris Lan looked at him with a face of disbelief. You. Chen Taixu smiled and said, "Don't even call out to your big brother anymore? You are really big brother?" The other three were also incomparably surprised and shouted in unison, "Your brother Taixu? Don't believe me?" Chen Taixu took out his cell phone and directly dialed Pei Iris Lan's number. The next moment, her cell phone rang. "Big brother." Pei Kite Lan ran to Chen Taixu and shouted in excitement, "Brother Taixu, Shen Mubai, Li Qingyi," and Zhou Sanchuei also shouted in the same voice. At this instant, everyone in the exhibition hall was dumbfounded. "These three are?" Pei Iris Lan grinned and said, "Big brother, let me introduce them to you. This is One Sword West, Shen Mubai. This store is his." Shen Mubai laughed and nervously scratched his head. "Brother Taixu, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you just now. I'm guilty, I'm at fault." Chen Taixu waved his hand. "It's fine." Li Qingyi graciously extended her hand and introduced herself. "Brother Taixu, my name is Li Qingyi. Brother Taixu, my name is Zhou Sanchuei, and I milk standing fan Zhao Zilong." Chen Taixu patted his shoulder. "Not bad, Brother Taixu. It was this dead fat guy who spoke out against you, right?" Shen Mubai stared at the thug with a bad expression. The thug instantly panicked. He didn't know Chen Taixu, but he knew these four people very well. Their families, all of them, were the ones that he had tried everything to flatter, but couldn't. Just these four people, any one of them, if they wanted to play with themselves to death, it was simpler than pinching an ant to death. However, they were actually so respectful to the person they had scolded as a bumpkin. Could the thug not be flustered right now? He actually directly knelt on the ground. Crying, he prayed to Chen Taixu. "I'm sorry, master. It's me who had the eyes to rush you. You're a big man. Treat me like a fart and let me go, right?" Chen Taixu shook his head. He really didn't want to act like a fart, but the dog author had to arrange it. He was also tired. Shen Mubai said in an icy tone, "Get lost, don't let me see you again in the future." A line of four people, with their tails between their legs, ran away grayly, not daring to delay for a minute. Pei Kite Lan said with a smile, "Big brother, you like this car ah?" "Yes, quite like ah, but Boss Shen does not sell ah." "Why, Brother Taixu, you're shaming me. This car really isn't for sale." Shen Mubai's words suddenly changed. "This car was reserved by Iris Lan." "You, second brother, you drive this car?" Pei Iris Lan shook his head. "Big brother, this car was originally booked by me for you. Originally I wanted to give you a surprise, but who knew it would make such a mess?" After saying this, Pei Iris Lan lifted his foot and gave Shen Mubai a kick. Without good humor, she said, "What are you still waiting for?" Shen Mubai gave her a grudging blank look and yelled at the horse manager. "What are you still dumbfounded for? Hurry up and do the formalities for my Taixu brother." Okay. Chen Taixu smiled and said, "A gift for me? How can that be a good thing? You're too polite, aren't you, second brother?" Pei Iris Lan's face instantly turned serious. "Big brother, if you don't accept this car, none of US brothers will be able to do anything." This Aston Martin was $50 to $50 million, but Chen Taixu had swiped many $50 million for her last night. And this matter, up to now, was not finished. Chen Taixu smiled faintly. "Why wouldn't I accept it if it's from second brother? Don't for nothing. He. Pei Iris Lan immediately smiled joyfully. Chen Taixu thought for a moment and said, "First time meeting, brother doesn't have much to give you guys. Let's do it this way. Then let's take care of Boss Shen's business by the way. 4 people, 1 car each." Shen Mubai cried and said, Brother Taixu, you can still call me Xiao Shen, or Mubai, Xiao Bai. You, Boss Shen, calling me panicked. Chen Taixu patted his shoulder. "Alright, then call me Little White, Xiao Bai. You heard what I just said, right? You guys, 1 for each of you. Good guy, really bold, 1 for each person." The whole place was paid for by Mr. Chen. The 4 people looked at each other in dismay. Chapter 61, A Life of Depravity. "Not big brother." Pei Iris Lan stared at him with a helpless face. "Obviously I'm the one giving you a gift. How did it suddenly turn into you giving us a gift again?" The 3 of them also chimed in. "That's Brother Taixu. This isn't appropriate, and we don't lack a car to drive." Chen Taixu shook his head. "There's nothing suitable or not. Whether or not we lack it is your business. Whether or not we send it is my business. It's reasonable for me, a person who is a big brother, to give my little brothers a meet and greet gift, isn't it?" Pei Iris Lan and the others were also helpless. What can they do with a big brother who likes to give gifts? But a group of onlooker guide ladies were envious and jealous. How the hell did I not get into this kind of Big Brother? Chen Taixu is still helpless. Didn't the dog author want me to pretend? Since I want to pretend, then pretend a big one. Now satisfied? Shall buy. Hurry to arrange. One person. Not the best. Just the most expensive. Understand? What does it mean to be bossy? Nah, this is. Supercars are bought by the batch, and only the most expensive. No discounts allowed. It has to be at the original price. Understand? Not Taixu brother. This. Shinmubai looked at him hand and foot, and then looked at the other three. Pei Irislan gave him a blank look and said in a bad mood, Big brother sent. Then all accept it. He has money. He is the most luxurious. You are not unaware of it. The three of them shouted in unison. Thank you brother Taixu. Originally, none of them were poor in money. A car of tens of millions of dollars was no big deal to them. But this car, but brother Taixu gave it to them. The meaning was completely different. Especially to Zhou Sanchuei who had just joined the group and had just been accepted. Chen Taixu turned his head to the shopping guide lady Wang Shanshan and said, Don't just stand there. Hurry up and go make the order. 4 units, the most expensive. Ah, Wang Shanshan was dumbfounded, then looked at the boss. Shen Mubai waved his hand. Didn't you hear what my big brother said? You go ahead and make the bill. Oh. Wang Shanshan, who was smashed by happiness, hurriedly ran to the front desk. The other shopping guide ladies all looked at her with envy and jealousy. 4 of the most expensive supercars. Just the commission would scare people to death. Not to mention that there is no discount in the case. But this is not the end. Let them regret is still behind. It didn't take long for all the formalities to be completed. Pei Irislan even helped Chen Taixu with the license plate. Magic is 66666. This license plate alone is more expensive than this car. And the key is that you can't necessarily get it with money. You have to have connections. Looking at the busy shopping guide Wang Shanshan, Chen Taixu decided to give her another big gift. Chen Taixu smiled and said, Although this girl is an intern, but good, very good, quite good, 3 good in a row, one more affirmative than the other. Shin Mubai wasn't an idiot. How could he not understand what brother Taixu meant? Jack Ma, come here. Manager Ma bumbled over. Boss, from now on, this girl will be the store manager of this store. She will be solely responsible for all matters. Understand what I mean? Manager Ma froze, then nodded repeatedly. I understand. Ah, Wang Shanshan exclaimed in astonishment. But boss, I don't know anything. Shin Mubai laughed and said, It's okay, learn slowly, Jack Ma will help you. Right. Manager Ma said repeatedly. Wang Shanshan, a trainee who had just arrived, was now transformed into a store manager. All the shopping guide ladies, now, besides envy and jealousy, only regret remained, especially Su Hong and Zhou Mei. The two of them couldn't wait to give themselves 2 big ear scrapes. Looking again at Chen Taixu, who was dressed in a costume that did not exceed $100, they wanted to die. If only, at that time, they hadn't judged him by his appearance and enthusiastically went to receive him. Then now, the commission, the pay raise, the promotion, all of it would be theirs. The moment they thought of these, the two nearly spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Brother Taixu, I've let you break the bank again today. Qingyili looked at Chen Taixu and said with embarrassment. Chen Taixu waved his hand and laughed in a cloudy manner. Just a little gift. What's the breakage? Brother Taixu, let's have a drink in a different place. We must have a good round of drinks today. I'll arrange it. Shen Mubai, however, hurriedly said, I'll arrange. Must I arrange? Taixu, you're giving away cars and taking care of my business, so can I do anything wrong? I must make the arrangements. The three of them engaged in a fierce cajoling match over the next arrangement. Chen Taixu had a black line on his face. Second brother are they usually like this? Pei Irislan smiled and shook his head. They usually dabble when they can, but they've never grabbed for arrangements. Then what do you guys usually play? Chen Taixu was actually quite curious about what these rich second generation usually played. Pei Kailan said with disgust, I don't play with them. As for them, as long as it is a modest all play, racing, horseback riding, golf, major nightclub clubs, yacht party, pool party, all kinds of party, either all kinds of cocktail parties and dances, or all kinds of auctions, or just hanging out in the women's pile. Chen Taixu listened to the envy. This ing only called life how big brother. See, you seem to be very envious? No, how can I be envious? I'm clearly despising, okay? Chen Taixu pretended to say, degenerate, really too degenerate. Pei Irislan stared at him with a questioning face. Is it? Coughing. Chen Taixu coughed twice falsely, pretending to be proper and serious as he returned. Of course. Chen Taixu thought for a moment and looked at the three people who were still arguing. Said, sorry everyone, I still have something to do in the afternoon. Why don't we make an appointment for another day? No way, brother Taixu. Shen Mubai had a lost and disappointed look on his face. It just so happens to be fateful today, accidentally bumping into each other, and it's just broken up like this? I have arranged. At noon we go to taste the national banquet famous chef's handiwork, drink a say, in the afternoon to go to the club, called on a group of beauty, cough, and then drink a night bar nightclub that what? A dragon. This guy is also concerned about pay iris lawn in. Some words are not too good to say out, only can be realized, cannot be said. Well, the whole day is a drunken dream. Red lights, warbling swallows, right? Chen Taixu thought about it, although this day is really exciting, but once in a while to a day is okay. If you play like this every day, what's the point of having a ball? Besides, his body can't take it. AI. Degenerate. To degenerate. Indulging in low-grade fun, not doing proper work, and losing one's mind by playing with things. No, Chen Taixu must stay away. Chen Taixu gave him a quiet wink. Smiling, he said, I really can't in the afternoon. Something's up. Let's make an appointment later. A little later, okay? Shen Mubai, who received the wink and understood the meaning of his words, was instantly delighted, hastily nodded his head and said, that's fine, brother Taixu, you are busy, let's make an appointment another day. Chapter 62 SSS Top Secret. Chen Taixu drove 5 CXS Aston Martin limited edition supercars, recklessly weaving and galloping on the streets. All the other cars on the street were far away for fear of scratching his supercar. He had a ball in the afternoon, but it was just a pretext for refusal. Who the hell starts drinking in the middle of the day when there is nothing to do, and stays drunk until the end of the night? The lives of these rich kids were too depraved. What's more, there is a second brother Pei Iris Lan followed, that can play all the fun? Why don't we wait for the night and then make another appointment? Mainly because he also wanted to see the nightlife of the rich second generation. As for the rest, he really didn't think much about it. Although this Aston Martin was sent by his second brother, it didn't cost any money. However, he backhandedly gave away 4 units to pretend to be rich, and did not allow for discounts, but spent more than $100 million. Chen Taixu did not feel distressed. After all, this money came too easily. Moreover, according to the current plot development, one could never be short of money. As Unity said before, what he was worried about should be how to spend the money. Before going home, he also stopped by the supermarket and made a big purchase. When he returned home, he took out his cell phone and dialed his aunt's number. Asked auntie if she was coming back for lunch. Su Qingyan auntie's end came from a fierce and noisy discussion. It should be in a meeting. Not only did she not come back at noon, she did not even come back for dinner in the evening. 3 words and hung up the phone in a hurry. Lunch for 1 person is convenient. 3 companies of rice, a plate of chili fried meat. Done. After eating and eliminating, Chen Taixu was probably afraid of loneliness. He always felt that there was a lack of life in the house. Then he took his cell phone and car keys and went out, straight to the pet store. Bought a well-behaved cute gold gradient kitten. By the way, he also bought all the kittens 1 application. Ever since he possessed the traditional national art proficiency rewarded by Unity Sun, his 6th sense had become particularly powerful. Coming out of the 4S store and then buying the kittens, he always felt that there were eyes peering behind him. After trying a few times, nothing was found. He felt that he should be overthinking it. Going home, he patiently taught the kitten how to use the cat litter. He didn't know if it was instinct, or if the kitten was just too smart, and he knew it as soon as he was taught. Chen Taixu looked at the cute little kitten lying in his arms. Smiling, he said, how about I call you Little Sugar Bean from now on? Meow, meow. Little Sugar Bean responded 2 times very facetiously, and also stretched out its little pink tongue and licked his hand. It seemed to favor this name. For the trip to open up his horizons in the evening, Chen Taixu had to nurture his energy. Holding Little Sugar Bean in his arms, he went back to his room to rest. Little Sugar Bean was also different. Its sleeping position was surprisingly lying on all 4s. Seeing Chen Taixu cover the thin quilt, it was still not happy and screamed. The meaning is to cover the little baby too. Chen Taixu, who couldn't help but cry and laugh, pulled out 2 paper towels and covered it on its white stomach. Only then did the Little Sugar Bean close its eyes with satisfaction. Chen Taixu curtains a pull, directly bored sleep. Confused Chen Taixu always felt that there was a wet tongue licking his face. Opening his sleepy eyes, he realized that it turned out to be Little Sugar Bean. Little Sugar Bean was lying next to his pillow, and was licking with pleasure. Chen Taixu picked up the little kitten and said in a good-natured manner, wake up from sleep and you start messing around, right? Little Sugar Bean weakly purred twice, seemingly in defense. Chen Taixu rolled over and got out of bed, pulled open the curtains, and the sky outside the window had already darkened. Picking up his cell phone and taking a look, good lord, it was actually already more than 7 o'clock. Walking out of the bedroom, Auntie Su Qingyan hadn't returned until now. Chen Taixu secretly sighed. This auntie is really an unapologetic workaholic. Little sugar bean. Your mom doesn't want us. What should we do? Meow. The little sugar bean stared at him with big, innocent and bewildered eyes. Hungry? What do you want to eat? Beef-flavored rations? Or chicken-flavored? How about soaking you in goat's milk? Meow. Little sugar bean gave a cute bark, then propped up its little body and started licking him again. It seemed that it was very satisfied with this new pooper-scoopers arrangement. National Transportation Division. Old Chen checked it out. Deputy Director Zhou Jianjun handed Chen Baogui a document. Chen Baogui took a cursory glance at it, with only simple identity information. Seal it. Chen Baogui handed the document back to him. Classify all of his information as top secret, and no one except the highest authority is authorized to view it. Zhou Jianjun frowned and asked, Old Chen, is there a need for such a big battle? Chen Baogui's fingers tapped on the desktop. Slowly, he said, this kid, mysterious. I feel that he can really bring us unexpected surprises. After saying that, he thought of something else. Asked, Old Zhou, you didn't go and investigate other information about him, did you? Zhou Jianjun blankly glanced at him and said without a trace of anger, I'm not a little cutie, knowing that it would be against the rules and still going to investigate? Chen Baogui breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, and there's no need to check, regardless of where his money came from. It doesn't matter, since the platform recognizes the value of the earnings he created. That already says it all. Zhou Jianjun nodded. Chen Baogui continued to emphasize, remember, it's all of his information, all of it classified as top secret, whether it's files, personal information, or account information, etc. All of it is top secret, SSS level top secret. Zhou Jianjun looked at the seriousness and earnestness on his face, knowing that he wasn't joking or making a fuss. Immediately, he nodded his head and said back, got it. Chen Baogui picked up the special cigarettes on the table and pulled out one to light it, then threw the cigarette to Zhou Jianjun. Taking a deep breath, he then slowly exhaled. The person sent to protect the god of wealth can't be sloppy. Zhou Jianjun gulped down the smoke while saying, don't worry, I directly deployed a team of dragon guards, and they have a lot of authority. There won't be any slip-ups from the god of fortune. Chen Baogui nodded. That's good. The method you mentioned last time, the state lord has already agreed to it. Let's let go of our hands. All for the sake of the national fortune. Zhou Jianjun's eyes lit up. Right. He suddenly thought of something. Speaking of which, there just so happens to be some good news to tell you. Oh, Chen Baogui was immediately interested. Curious, he asked, what good news? Zhou Jianjun pretended to smile mysteriously and sold the story. Do you know who our god of fortune's girlfriend is? Who is it? Zhou Jianjun hemmed and hawed. It's Su Qingyan. Chen Baogui was at a loss. Su Qingyan? Who's that? Is it very famous? How come I've never heard of it? Zhou Jianjun glared at him and said in an unfavorable manner. Your brain is full of muscles. What do you know? Su Qingyan, our Zhu Xia's famous super first-tier diva and movie queen. Know what I mean? Chen Baogui's eyes instantly lit up. Fine, fine. Next hurry up and implement that idea of yours. The god of fortune will definitely step in. Right? He. Chapter 63, The Godly Men of the Beijing Circle gather. 7:50 p.m. Chen Taixu, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't wait to board Douyin, entering Wang Airdog's live broadcast room. As soon as he saw Brother Taixu enter the live room, the grand welcome ceremony prepared by the No. 1 trader under the door for his big brother was naturally indispensable. This was the stage of the divine magnificent big brother. Chen Taixu took the guest seat without a second thought. As soon as he sat on the guest seat, Wang Ergu asked, Brother Taixu, I heard that you've gained another nickname? Chen Taixu was both puzzled and curious. What do you mean? What nickname? Wang Ergu said playfully. Sister Meng said that Brother Taixu you're the gift-giving fiend. When we meet, we give away supercars at the drop of a hat. Chen Taixu shook his head, crying and laughing. You're still really a loudspeaker. What happened in the morning? The whole internet will know by night. Pei Irislan also sat on the guest seat. Without good humor, he said, What? You're allowed to do it, but you're not allowed to let me say it? Not only do I have to say it, but I also have to publicize it for you. Brothers, you don't know how pretentious your brother Taixu was this morning. I'll give you guys a lesson. Pei Irislan imitated Chen Taixu's tone of voice. First time meeting, brother doesn't have anything to give you guys. How about this? One person a car. Do not want the best, just the most expensive. Not allowed to discount. Must be the original price. All must receive. Who does not receive me with who anxious? Chen Taixu smiled sarcastically. Is it so exaggerated? Pei Irislan then only returned the word Brother Taixu is also too arrogant, isn't he? How come I don't have a friend like that? Ahem. Brother Taixu, do you lack friends? I'm good at playing and singing. Brother Taixu, my friend wants to ask what are the requirements to be your friend? Real name envy and jealousy. I don't want any more friends. I want to ask. Brother Taixu, do you need a pendant? Pei Irislan looked at the pop-ups on the public screen and said with a smile. What? You guys want to ask how old Big Brother is and if he's handsome? I'll tell you guys your brother Taixu is very young. Just listen to his voice and you'll know. As for handsome or not, ahem. Handsome. Very handsome. If you don't believe me, ask the three of them. Reckless, a sword to the west. Brother Taixu is the only one who can threaten my face value. Reckless, green shirt as usual. A man. Think Brother Taixu is handsome. What do you guys think? Reckless, Zhou Sanxue, handsome. Really handsome. Which one is exempt? Seeing the floating screen pop-ups they sent, Chen Taixu realized that they had all changed their names. Curious, he asked. Hey, I say, why did you all suddenly change your names? Green shirt as usual, joining the Reckless Legion. Is Brother Taixu welcome? Chen Taixu smiled faintly. Welcome, how could I not? Looks like I didn't send my Aston Martin for nothing. One sword west, brother. Don't worry, it's been arranged clearly for a long time. Pei Irislan looked at their pop-ups and asked in confusion. What arrangement? Chen Taixu snorted and said perfunctorily. There's no arrangement. Then he hastily changed the topic. It's 8 o'clock. What's going on in this capital circle? Still dry or not? Early dry, early scattered. Do not delay my nightlife. As soon as his words hit the ground, Wang Erdog hurriedly said, coming. Accepting the connection application, he accessed the screen. The anchor they brought with them this time wasn't soul singer Little T's. Instead, it was a male anchor called Hanging Sky. This male anchor was also a first-tier anchor that the capital circle had launched itself. Chen Taixu shook his head. This Jing circle was a bit petty, but there was nothing wrong with fertilizing the water. As soon as he was online, Hang Baotian looked like he was tugging like $2.5 million. Wang Erdog, right? I heard that you've been jumping for joy these 2 days now. Wang Erdog smiled and disliked back. Jumping? No. I'm just simply crazy. You don't like it? But you can't me over. Aren't you angry? Hanging Sky sneered. Can't get rid of you? You don't really think of your brother Taixu as a Taixu immortal, do you? Brother Taixu. Hang Dang Tian snorted disdainfully. Will you just see if Brother Tianxia can beat the out of him today? Wang Erdog smiled wistfully and said. You're very confident? How can I say confident? Come on, read Shou Na Bha with me. Hand in hand. Very good. Let's do it this way. Big Brother's fight is Big Brother's fight. Are we also playing some punishment? Hanging Flying Sky shrugged. Doesn't matter. I won't lose anyway. Wang Erdog shook his head. Young man, don't be too crazy. Besides my big brother, who dares to say that there is a guaranteed win for PK? Let's do it this way. Let's play something positive as well. Whoever loses, whoever goes to sweep the public restroom for a day, to be broadcast live throughout. How about it? Hanging the Sky smiled and said, alright, no problem. This punishment is good. Very good. Chen Taixu was too lazy to bother with this kind of little karami, and directly asked the Deceiver's pen and world. Have all the people arrived? Start when you're all here. Don't waste my precious time. The pen executioner in Tianxia said in a lazy tone. There's no rush. My brothers will be here soon. As soon as his words fell, Hang Dang Tian gave an excited and warm welcome. Welcome Brother Bully into the live broadcast room. Welcome Brother Dashing into the live broadcast room. Welcome Brother Big Uncle into the live broadcast room. Welcome Brother Junzi into the live broadcast room. Welcome Sister Lin into the live broadcast room. Ha ha. What's going on here tonight? Big Brother Big Sister lining up. Brothers all look. This is our family stage. This is the strength of the Beijing Circle. Today let everyone have a good look at the horror of our Beijing Circle. Otherwise, humph. Some people really don't know the heights of heaven. Just as he was making a big welcome to show off, a fan who had purposely gone across the street to spy on the military returned to the live broadcast room with a message. Asterisk. This guy really isn't bluffing. There are really a lot of big brothers and sisters coming. Nima. All of them are level 60 godly heroes. No invisibility. No cloak of mysterious man vest. All of them came in a big way. My mom. This is the whole network famous sentiment Big Brother Big Sister So they are all the Beijing Circle. Dangerous. I roughly counted. At least a dozen 60 level god ho, and one more than a ruthless. Asterisk. Heck. These guys are too don't billion. Relying on the number of people. Bullying us Taixu brother a person is it? Hey. It feels like this PK has already ended before it even started. There are so many people on the other side. How can Brother Taixu alone stand up to them? As soon as he saw that the rhythm on the public screen was not right, Zhou Sanxue hurriedly sent floating screen pop-ups to stabilize the military. Reckless, Zhou Sanxue, panic a ball. Who says Brother Taixu is the only one fighting? Aren't we people? Chapter 64 Exclusive Gift Special Effect. His pop-up was immediately echoed and supported. Mengfu, a sword to the west, no need to be vain. There's still us. Mengfu green shirt as usual, those who commit my Mengfu legion, even though they are strong, will be executed. And Chen 11 didn't know when he entered the live room. Old Lane's Cat 11, big brother, if it really can't be topped, you must say oh, we can also help. After all, you are my big brother. Look at her this Yin and Yang pop-up, clearly wanting to see jokes. Chen Taixu smiled faintly and said, but it's just a bunch of useless straw men. Too many people? There's no use in having a lot of people. Anymore is just a rabble. Playing PK, the comparison is who has more money and more votes, not more people. You guys don't need to make a move, just sit back and watch the fun. I'd like to see, is it the opposite side that has more people? Or is it me that has more tickets? Ahem. Brother Taixu is as reckless and crazy as ever. As long as Brother Taixu is around, there's never a need for a second person to make a move. I have absolute confidence in Brother Taixu all the way through. The only one who can beat Brother Taixu is probably my sister-in-law. No one else can do it. When the Mongolians go on the warpath, not an inch of grass will grow. Let the glory of the reckless legion spread all over the net. War, war, war. The pen that holds the world in peace snorted coldly. After so many years of playing with the internet, I've never seen such an arrogant person. Chen Taixu returned with a cloudy voice. Nah, now you've seen it. Whether it's a mule or a horse, just pull it out and walk it. We are not the anchor, and we do not need to cut leaks. It's useless to shoot our mouths off and pull hatred. Say it again. Maybe the audience fans of the live broadcast, but also thought that we are scripted hype. What? Open the whole thing? The pen to the world. Okay, enough man. If you can win today, I Xia Banji also recognize you as a big brother. From now on, the only person who will look up to you is you. Chen Taixu smiled faintly. Being my little brother. No loss. You've earned a lot. After saying that, he instructed Wang Ergu, start. Okay big brother. Wang Erdog flicked his finger and PK officially started. Both sides closed their mics. From the very beginning, Sticky Pen and World was thinking of attacking with full force and fully suppressing Taixu Illusion Realm. There was no intention to give him a chance to catch his breath. Deacon's Pen and World said seriously, no matter if the opposite side is on or not, and no matter how many the opposite side is on, there's no need to hold back. Take the prepared tickets and hit them all in the shortest possible time. The face of our capital circle is at stake. I don't want to see any accidents. As his words landed, all 15 of the Beijing Circle divine heroes in the hanging heavenly live streaming room, almost at the same time, all lashed out. There were no other gifts. The gift special effects in the live broadcast room were only carnival, and all of them were unified Shangshi carnival. For a moment, golden dragons of joy flew everywhere in the live broadcast room of the entire platform. There was no break at all. And this evening, other live rooms had no extra visitors or popularity at all, except for some of the hardcore fans who were sticking around. The visitors and viewers of the entire platform were all attracted by this powerful, shocking and wonderful PK. The Hang Dai Tian live streaming room, Wang Airdog live streaming room, and the official relay commentary live streaming room. The real-time online audience of the 3 live broadcasting rooms all exceeded 10 million plus. Almost all the traffic and popularity of the whole platform has been gathered. Of course, the melon eaters are not just tourist viewers. There are also many divine heroes, big anchors who didn't start broadcasting, and the management of the guild media. PK just opened for 2 seconds, and the hanging red blood bar directly crushed over. My Nima. This is too fierce, isn't it? Is this the blood stripe vanishing technique? Look at the total list. The 15th list is full of level 60 heroes. My mom. This situation, this battle, which super first tier anchors will not be confused when they see it? Outrageous. Really outrageous. 15 people at the same time, or the most expensive carnival. Who the hell can withstand it? Although I believe in Brother Taixu's strength, this, with all due respect, is impossible for Brother Taixu to win. Don't be ridiculous. How? With his head or his hands? Don't say he's alone. Even if several of them are together, they can't win. At this moment, the other circles are talking about the same thing. Hong Kong Circle. Brother Chicken, do you guys think Taixu Illusion can face the capital circle again? Brother Nan, what are you thinking? Didn't we try last time? At most, Taixu Illusion will only have 10 billion or so votes. It can't win. Sister 13, then how do you know that last time was definitely his limit? Brother Crow, even if 10 billion votes isn't, what about 20, 30 billion? Isn't it the same delivery? Northeast Circle. F4 Johnny Bowmaster, there's nothing more to see. Trying to pick off an entire faction by himself, and that too in the Beijing Circle. Isn't that pure dreaming? F4 Nicholas Dancing Emperor, this guy is probably also crazy for wanting to be famous. Claptrap. F4 Leonardo Yan Zai, taking a step back, even if he wins by fluke. Do you guys guess Yi Shouty will make a move? F4 Christian Uncle Nung, winning the Kyokai circle could be an even bigger problem. Zuxia Douyin would never allow someone this powerful to exist. The other circles likewise had similar discussions. Chen Taixu leaned against the bed, and Little Sugar Bean quietly napped on his chest. This time, he similarly didn't think to stay his hand. With the lessons learned from last time, it was impossible for him to continue playing with fire. Moreover, this time, the opposite side's 10 or so people were striking at the same time, and they were raging, so if he were to play with excitement again, there was a high probability that he would flip the car. Taking a deep breath, tap on the gift bar. He put his finger on the exclusive gift Exiled Immortal. He didn't hit it, but just lightly tapped it, because he wanted to see the special effects of the exclusive gift. As he sent out the Exiled Immortal to the earth, he saw the screen suddenly transform into a smoky, fairy-like fairyland. An exiled immortal wearing a white coat and holding a white paper fan, standing with his hands down, descended from the sky, and on his side, dragons flew and cranes chirped. Although you can only see the back, but through the screen can feel his immortal style of rhyme, Jilan Jade Tree quality. The rain of flowers in the sky fluttered and danced as he landed. When the white-robed immortal landed on the jade building surrounded by immortal chi, he waved his hand, and the folding fan in his hand swished open, only to see a burst of brilliant light flashing by. The folding fan revealed 3 big golden characters. Taixu Immortal. Crouching. What kind of gift is this? My mom. What a great special effect. Beautiful. What kind of new gift is this? How come I've never seen it before? Immortal descending to earth? Is this a new gift from the platform? Why isn't it in my gift column? What an awesome and dominating gift effect. One even costs $1 million. Chapter 65, Security Level Upgraded to S-Class. Wang Airdog stared straight at the live broadcast screen. He exclaimed, Holy, what kind of gift is this from you, Brother Taixu? This special effect, it's too metaphysical and awesome, right? As soon as the gift special effect disappeared, the screen slid across the entire platform floating screen color bars. Taixu Mirage has sent an exclusive gift, Exiled Immortal Downfall, in Wang Erdog's live room. Seeing the platform's color bar prompt, everyone then realized that this was Brother Taixu's exclusive gift. However, when the 3 words Taixu Immortal were revealed on the folding fan, many people had already made a guess, but this was, after all, the first instance of an exclusive gift from the Ancestral Summer Department, and no one had ever seen it before, so everyone was unsure. Now that the colorful stripes across the entire platform have crossed, it's a platform certification, so what's not to believe? Asterisk. This is awesome, big deal. Brother Taixu should be the only divine hero in our Ancestral Summer Ministry to have an exclusive gift, right? Is this the legendary exclusive gift? Only a few dozen people in the world have it? It's really cool. After all this time and all these great heroes, why is Brother Taixu the only one who has one? What exactly is the standard for this platform? National Transportation Division. When Chen Bagua, who was lurking in the live broadcast room, saw the first glimpse of the Exiled Immortal descending special effect, he knew it was an exclusive gift. As the head of the National Transportation Division, he certainly knew the significance of an exclusive gift. Snap, only to see him slap heavily on his desk. A look of excitement and a pleased smile appeared on his majestic and rigid face. Good. Our Zuxia finally has a special guest of honor for the godly hero. Good. Zhou Jianjun next to him was equally excited. 3 years, do you know how we've lived these 3 years? Now that our Zuixia also has a special guest, I'll see who still dares to belittle us. While excited, Chen Bagua also couldn't help but dejectedly said, How about old Zhou? My old Chen's vision won't be bad, right? I said that this Chen Taixu is very evil and can bring us unexpected surprises. Do you still not believe me? Do you still think I was making a big deal out of it before? He. Deputy Director Zhou Jianjun smiled fawningly. Director of Department, I admit that I spoke a little louder to you before. Don't take it personally. I think that you, Director of Department, are indeed far-sighted and extremely prescient. It's just that. Zhou Jianjun's words suddenly took a turn, and his complexion couldn't help but become serious. Seeing that a murderous aura had actually begun to permeate his body, Chen Bagua couldn't help but be serious as well. With a low voice, he asked, Just what? It's just that for now, the intensity isn't enough. Zhou Jianjun pondered for a moment before continuing in a deep voice. Based on the current trend, merging the regions is definitely something that will happen sooner or later. Sooner or later, the battle for national fortunes will also open up, and at that time, countries will directly face each other. Sakura and Kimchi have always been just as despicable to the extreme and have nothing to lose. I'm afraid that when the time comes, in order to compete for the nation's luck, they'll secretly go after our Zuixia's divine heroes. Chen Bagua, the most well-known representative of the Eagle faction, had always been known for his short temper. Snap! He was only seen slapping his hand heavily on the office desk once again. Tang stood up from his seat, with an angry face and a murderous aura. He drank. They dare? Anger was still anger, but after drinking violently, he also calmed down. Being short-tempered did not mean that he was brainless. On the contrary, to be able to sit in the position of the military marshal, how could he be incompetent? Thinking calmly, what Zhou Jianjun actually said was extremely reasonable. Sakura and kimchi is what virtue we all know. If it is true that the national luck competition is opened, we Zhu Xia dead suppress them, then they will definitely be anxious to jump over the wall. No means. Da. Director Chen Baghua's fingers kept tapping on the desktop. After a moment of contemplation, he solemnly said, to ensure that nothing goes wrong, the security for the God of Fortune is once again adjusted upwards. S-Class. Directly upgraded to S-Class. I don't want to see any accidents. S-Rank? Zhou Jianjun was clearly stunned. One had to know that the security level of the State Lord was only SSS level. You're feeling petty again, aren't you? Zhou Jianjun shook his head. No, it's mainly because this thought of mine might not have changed over yet. Chen Bagua glared at him without any good humor. The national luck doin has been descending for a few years now. How come it hasn't shifted over yet? Special times, one must act in a special way. Right now, with one wrong step, we are in danger of annihilating the country at any time. We can't afford to make any mistakes. Zhou Jianjun gave a serious military salute. Yes, Director. Chen Bagua nodded with satisfaction. Watch, this young man will not let us down. It's not that I look down on this group of little brats. Tell me about them. Which one of them has the blood and ruthlessness of their fathers and grandfathers? It's just as well that they can't earn money. But damn it, they are now asked to lose their family. Is it hard to lose your family? Is it hard? It's no wonder Kid Chen called them wimps. Look at them. All of them are so fearful and petty. They've got nothing to show for it. It's only the Qi family kid that's slightly more capable. Zhou Jianjun smiled bitterly and shook his head. I guess it's because he was packed up by his family in the past. Who could have known that this would be the case now? What can we do? It's not like we can say it explicitly. We can only keep earning money and earning family money. But these little brats don't give a damn. But now it is estimated that the Yi family kid has also been dragged into the water. He is a bold and ruthless one. He should be able to give us a long face. The two of them were wrong to blame this group of playboys. Defeat is indeed defeat. But once you buy luxury goods, you will be beaten. Once you buy a luxury car, you will be beaten. The only way to do this is to make a big brush on the douyin, and cannot openly say. This let them how to figure out how to understand, how to pinpoint the proportion of it. Chen Bagua lit a special cigarette, staring at the computer screen, teasingly laughed. All thought that Xiao Chun will definitely lose, but I am sure that he can once again put the face of this group of rabbits on the ground. Friction. Old Zhou, why don't we make a bet? Zhou Jianjun smiled faintly. Fine, I'll bet on Kid Chen to win. You, then still bet on a ball. Chen Bagua resentfully blanked him. This old buddy has also learned to be smart now. Not so good at cheating nah. Since you already know that he will win, then why don't you hurry up and go upgrade his security level? Zhou Jianjun hemmed and hawed. There's no rush. It's not that bad for a while. I just want to see. When exiled immortal descends for the highest combo, are there any special effects left? After all, this is the first exclusive gift of our Zhu Xia. I haven't seen it yet. Chapter 66. The situation is unfavorable. After seeing his exclusive gift special effect, Chen Taixu no longer wasted any more time. After all, the red side, led by Xia Yanji, was now pressing in with its entire army. His side's bloodline had already been pressed to the point of invisibility, with 15 godly heroes on the red side. Each godly hero had struck a single hit of Shangshi Carnival. That would be 450 million votes. Moreover, they were still attacking. Seeing that the second wave of Golden Dragon Joyful Rain was about to descend, Chen Taixu naturally had to go all out. Otherwise, the vote gap would only widen. Pressing down on exiled immortal, the send 100 option instantly appeared, gently clicked, only to see the banished immortal once again stood on the top of the Jade Building with his hands in the air. A mysterious and ancient voice rang out. I am the only Taixu immortal in the world, waiting to take a flat step up to the blue sky. The vicissitudes of the old and mysterious sound effect seemed to have come across the ages. This poetic sound effect instantly resounded through all the live rooms on the platform. This was the hidden special effect of the 100 consecutive strikes banished immortal down to earth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This sound effect, it's also too nifty, isn't it? I am the only Taixu immortal in the world, waiting to take a flat step up to the blue sky. I Nima, listen to my middle-aged hot blood disease are guilty of. It's worthy of being an exclusive gift. The platform is doing it with too much care, isn't it? This sound effect, this momentum, the sense of metaphysics is coming out. When he heard this poem, Xia Yinji froze slightly. A strong envy flowed out of his eyes. This was an exclusive gift. Which godly man wouldn't want it? And this wasn't just a gift, it was also a symbol of status. Anyone who had an exclusive gift was a super godly hero recognized by the platform. Immediately, an excited look appeared on Xia Yinji's face, licking his lips, saying, Taixu immortal, right? Brothers, let's slaughter the gods and kill immortals today. Even if it's a descending Taixu immortal, they must lower their eyebrows when they see me. Bull asterisk 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 immortal. Slaughter immortals. Slaughter immortals. Slaughter immortals. No need to hold back. No one can offend me and still get away with it. Press his blood bar to death. I'd like to see how many votes he has. Although Chen Taixu didn't use his 10-second 100-strike hand speed that he had been using for decades as a single person, his exiled immortal downfall 100-strike streak didn't stop. I am the only Taixu immortal in the world, waiting to take a flat step into the blue sky. This verse, which had been ringing out in all the major live broadcasts, was continuous. It was obvious that everyone was going to be brainwashed by this poem tonight. Every time Chen Taixu clicked it was 100 million votes. As for the 15 people on the other side, every point of the Shangshi Carnival was 450 million votes. The gap was still quite large, but it didn't matter. Even though there was a gap, it wasn't like there was an endless supply of bucket coins to keep on pointing, so Chen Taixu didn't panic in the slightest. Other people couldn't keep pointing, but he could. Official broadcast live room. Hiwei, right now. The red side's 15 divine heroes Shangshi Carnival hasn't stopped, while the blue side's brother Taishu's 100 strikes exiled immortals to the earth has likewise not stopped. The gap in votes between the two sides is quite large now, but according to the current trend, this PK, the competition isn't about who's more ruthless, who's actually more fierce. Rather, it's who is more durable. Xu Xian, who do you think has a higher probability of winning this PK? Xu Shuxian smiled faintly. Currently, although the red side's offense is ferocious, it's just relying on the number of people. As for brother Taixu of the blue side, it looks like he's behind in bloodstains, but I don't know if everyone has noticed. Brother Taishu's rhythm and frequency of upvoting hasn't changed from the beginning to the end. To describe it in one word is stable, terrifyingly stable. And the reason why it's so stable is nothing more than because brother Taixu has a strong backbone. What's more, I firmly believe that brother Taixu isn't a chicken ting on a hard head joint. He definitely possesses superb staying power. Hiwei nodded. Same as my analysis. By the time the red side finishes the 3 axes, it will be brother Taishu's showtime. Balls, shameless, table face, the commentary team really has no sense of decency. They have all become Taishu blowers. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Whoever gives me that much money, I'll blow him hard, not to mention blowing him up. I suspect you're driving, but I have no proof. No problem, it's me. I also blow too vain brother pick a circle, or pretentious Beijing circle. Really ing piss. That's right, even if I lose, I still give brother Taishu a thumbs up. Lose? Chen Taixu hadn't really thought about it. At this time, he is jerking a small sugar bean, while rhythmically pointing 100 strikes banishment down to earth. It wasn't very fast, almost a second at a time. In other words, in 1 second he swiped 100 million votes and squandered 10 million renminbi. Who dares to play like this? Would the richest man in the world dare? How long can his assets support him? Martyr. This is also too ostentatious. Hiwei, it's only a minute past PK time now, and the number of bloodstained votes on both sides has surprisingly come to 27 billion, 6 billion. As time passes, the gap between the two sides' votes becomes more and more obvious. Xu Xian, it looks like the gap is more than 20 billion, but brother Taishu isn't the least bit flustered. His rhythm hasn't been affected in any way, and it's still 100 million votes a second. Similarly, each of the red side's divine heroes maintained the same frequency, a set of Shangshi Carnival a second. Right now, each of the 15 godly heroes on the red side has swiped off 60 groups of Shangshi Carnival. Hiwei, PK is still continuing, and there's plenty of time. Is it the red side that has more deposited votes, or is it brother Taishu that has more deposited votes? I believe the answer will be revealed before long. Just as Hiwei had analyzed, the twist came when the PK time came to almost 2 minutes. Hiwei stared intently at the PK screen. Suddenly his pupils dilated and he exclaimed in a loud voice, "It's stopped! It's stopped! It's stopped!" The red side's ferocious offense from the beginning has finally stopped. 15 divine heroes, each of them swiped 100 sets of Shangshi Carnival. Holy, each person swiped 3 billion votes. That's 300 million RMB. 15 people, 45 billion votes. This breaks the record. Another record. This is definitely a single game. Single party. Number 1 in votes. Xu Shuxian, worthy of being a Beijing circle. The strength and heritage really can't be underestimated. Now, the pressure is given to brother Taishu's side. Brother Taishu's current vote count is 12 billion votes. If the number of votes on the red side stays the same, and Brother Taishu continues to maintain the current pace of upvotes, then Brother Taishu still needs 330 seconds to catch up. That means it will take 5 minutes and 30 seconds. And it's only been 2 minutes now. There's totally enough time. He Wei frowned. Of course, this is only based on the premise that the red side maintains the number of votes without moving. Then will the red side continue to upvote? Just as his words landed, the red side's votes continued to move again. He Wei, it's moving. It's moving. It seems as if the red side doesn't intend to give Brother Taishu a chance. Are they trying to block all the back roads? All of them? For Brother Taishu? What should we do? The situation is very unfavorable for Brother Taishu right now. How should Brother Taishu react? Danger, danger, danger. Chapter 67, Licking to the End has everything. The corners of Xie Yanji's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug and confident smile. Go on. Rush the bloodstained votes past 60 billion for me. Over 60 billion votes. There shouldn't be any problem taking this PK, right? Even if he gets 100 million votes a second. In 10 minutes, it's only 60 billion votes. As long as our total bloodstained votes break through 60 billion, I'll see what he takes to win. He didn't play with fancy maneuvers, but arrogantly and hubristically chose to swing the votes directly. It seemed like everyone had fallen into a misconception. They all thought that even if Chen Taixu swiped from the beginning to the end, it would only be a mere 60 billion votes. Chen Taixu's steady, extremely rhythmic upvoting seemed to have given them an illusion. That was that he could only tap once a second and could only upload 100 million votes. Did they forget that Brother Taishu knew the 10-second 100 strike stance? Had they forgotten Brother Taishu's terrifying hand speed after being single for decades? Sure enough, when the time had just passed 3 minutes, the red side's bloodstained votes came to a staggering 65 billion, and the 15 divine heroes on the opposite side also stopped their hands in unison. Each of them had only prepared 4 billion votes, and Xie Yanji had prepared more, almost 10 billion votes. But now he had also brushed almost all of them. My mom, 65 billion votes, 6.5 billion RMB. Do these rich second-generation dudes' money come from the wind? Ruthless, really ruthless, just a PK, throwing away so much money. Is that so? You have no place to spend your money? Poverty limits my imagination. I have to think about it for half a day even if I send a small heart. These big guys don't take money as money at all. Poverty limits my imagination. I have to think about it for half a day even if I send a small heart. Is playing PK that much of a headache? I've seen a carnival in other broadcasting centers, but it seems that there are no PKs with less than 100 million votes for Brother Taishu's PKs. The opposite side, with 65 billion votes, directly chooses to swing the vote, and Brother Taishu is afraid that he can't hold it. He Wei, now 5 minutes have passed, and the red side's vote count has remained at 65 billion, and Brother Taishu's tempo still hasn't changed much. It's still 100 million votes a second. In 5 minutes time, Brother Taishu has gone up to 30 billion votes without slowing down. Commentator He Wei's expression clearly became a bit tense. If it's at this pace, by the time PK time ends, Brother Taishu will only have 60 billion votes, still can't win against the opposite side. What to do? Why isn't Brother Taishu speeding up yet? Is there no more votes? Chu Shuxian smiled faintly. Mr. He, you're purely concerned. The opposite side's ticket, which has been greatly laid out, is $65 billion. If Brother Taishu doesn't have enough votes, then in the case of knowing that it's a loss, will Brother Taishu still go on the ballot now? He Wei's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. Right, Brother Taishu is still upvoting now without slowing down. That proves that his votes, for sure, will exceed 65 billion, otherwise wouldn't it be a waste? It's obvious that Brother Taishu isn't really firing on all cylinders right now, only to see him suddenly stand up from the commentator's seat. Excitedly, he shouted and cried out, Brother Taishu will win, Brother Taishu will win, Brother Taishu is invincible. Next to him, Chu Shuxian was even more cooperative as she took out flower balls from under the commentator's stand and disguised herself as a cheerleader. Definitely win, I Nima. Although your analysis is very reasonable, but you guys at least pretend a bit martyr. Are you also blatant and unscrupulous now? Are you commentators or cheerleaders for Brother Taishu? Why? It's not too bad to earn money. Licking other people may end up with nothing, but with Brother Taishu, you'll get everything. Look at Wang Airdog, he's always eating well. Old Huang, a few $1 million in one lick, and look at the boys, each with a supercar worth tens of millions of dollars. I'd be willing to be Brother Taishu's dog licker if it were me. You think so? Brother Taishu thinks your tongue is too thick. Chapter 68, I bet he wins big. Chen Taixu, who was jerking his cat, looked at the blood bars that differed by tens of billions of dollars and smiled slightly. Panic? Not the slightest bit panicked, right? If he really wanted to reverse the bloodline, 30 seconds would be enough. At this moment, Yi Xiaodi, who had been paying attention to this PK, leisurely savored the red wine that was comparable to a golden liquid. Shaking his head, he said indifferently, "Feast of feasts. Ah, you guys are in a hurry and have underestimated the opposite side too much. How else can you win if you put all your strength on the stage so early?" Xia Yanji smiled arrogantly and said indifferently, "If he can exceed 65 billion votes, then I'll just admit defeat. Isn't he wild? I'll be even wilder than him. 65 billion is just sitting here. Follow if you have the strength." Yi Xiaodi shook his head. "Stupid. Doing anything has to be about strategy and tactics, ways and means. You think of yourself as that mangaka on the opposite side, right? If you just attack tentatively at the beginning and wait until the last moment before firing all arrows, there is a high probability that you can exterminate the opposite side. Now, what's the difference between your 65 billion votes and blowing your money down the drain? People have the strength to reckless through everything. Your approach is not wild, not reckless, but stupid." Xia Yanji skimmed his mouth in disdain. "Brother D, do you really think the opposite side has this many votes? More than 60 billion votes. That's more than 6 billion RMB. I don't believe he's really that bold. One person, one PK, throwing more than 60 billion. What kind of talent can be so powerful? If he really threw away so much money, I'll lose with conviction, and I'll be willing to be his little brother." Yi Xiaodi frowned and said meaningfully, "Others may not have, but he will." Seeing his serious look, as well as his firm tone, Xia Yanji still shook his head in disbelief. "Brother Emperor, weren't you quite disappointed last night?" Yi Xiaodi's face showed an amused look. "I admit, I was the one who looked away last night. This guy, his origin is definitely not small. Unsurprisingly, 9 times out of 10, he is the son of a legendary family lineage." Speaking of this, whether it was his expression or his tone of voice, he exuded a strong interest. He was even a little excited, looking forward to fighting Chen Taixu even more. Suddenly, he was on a whim. Smiling, he said, "Banquet G, do you want to gamble again tonight?" The moment he heard betting, Xia Yanji also became interested. Curious, he asked, "Bet on what?" "I'm betting that in this PK, not only will Taixu Illusion Realm win, but it will also win big in a crushing manner." CHCH changing. Xia Yanji snorted disdainfully. "I feel especially powerful if he can win, but he still wants to crush me? A big win? Brother D, you're also too high on him, aren't you?" "Alright, I'll bet," Xia Yanji said with a smile. "If I win, Brother Emperor, then the Tsunami Eagle Cabernet Pearls in your winery, can all of them belong to me?" Yi Xiaodi shrugged indifferently. "Fine, if you win, all the Tsunami Eagle Cabernet Pearls in my winery will be moved away. But if it's me who wins, you'll help me ask Little 11 out for a meal." Xia Yanji hesitated. "Brother D, if I help you ask Little 11 out, she will definitely skin me afterwards." Yi Xiaodi smiled faintly. "Don't you think you're bound to win? So what's there to worry about?" Xia Yanji pondered over it, and indeed there was nothing wrong with it. Gritting his teeth, he stiffly responded, "Alright." Chapter 69, Betting on Your Daughter. Time slowly passed, and Chen Taixu was still not slowing down in upvoting. Seeing that there was only the last minute left, everyone couldn't help but get nervous. Zhou Jianjun, the deputy director of the National Transportation Department, frowned straight away. "This is it? It's not? There's only 1 minute left now, and the blue side only has 54 billion votes only. How can they win?" After saying that, he said thankfully, Fortunately, the S-Class security level order hasn't been issued yet, otherwise it would be a disgrace to the old nose. Old Chen now it seems that in the end, I overestimated this kid." A disappointed look appeared on Zhou Jianjun's face. "Can't even clean up a tiny Jing circle? AI. The special invited godly hero guest is nothing more than that. With this strength, what will we take against in the future? Could it be that we, Zhu Xia, can't choose any other special guest divine heroes?" Chen Baoguo raised his eyes and gave him a contemptuous look. Without good humor, he said, "Old Zhou, do you know why you've always been my deputy? You, are quick-tempered and rat-faced. There's still a minute left. What are you in a hurry for? On the PK field, every minute and every second is highly likely to have a shocking reversal." Deputy Director Zhou shrugged his shoulders in disbelief. A wry smile appeared on Chen Baoguo's majestic face. "Don't believe me? Then we might as well bet on a hand? How do you bet?" "I'm betting that this kid Chen Taixu will come with a shocking reversal." "Bet on what?" Chen Baoguo smiled and said, "If I win, let your daughter go to Magic City herself." Zhou Jianjun's tiger eyes stared at him angrily. However, on second thought, if he really won, then it didn't seem to be a problem to let his daughters go to protect this god of wealth. Thinking through this joint, he immediately put away his anger. Laughing coldly, he said, "Fine, but if I win, old Chen, you'll help me wash my feet for a week. How's that?" "Not too much." right? According to old Chen's previous temperament, he would definitely have to go ballistic. However, old Chen surprisingly just smiled lightly and nodded without hesitation. Fine. He actually agreed? Zhou Zhanjun was not generally surprised. Old Chen, you trust this brat Chen Taixu so much? Of course. Chen Bagua returned without thinking. My vision. I've never been wrong. CHCH changing. Deputy Director Zhou snorted lightly in disdain. Then get ready to wash my feet. No. I have to go outside and run a few kilometers later before I let you give me a good wash. Oh, taking away the chutes. Chen Bagua moved his gaze to the computer screen, faintly choking back. You'd better figure out what to say to your daughter. The words landed on the computer speakers, and the roar of the commentary team's excitement came from the computer speakers. Hiwei, asterisk. It's moving. No. It's accelerating. Brother Taixu is accelerating. Hiwei, who couldn't help but burst out the nationalist, sprang up from the guest seat, his eyes staring at the screen with death. Excitedly, he shouted, exploded. Brother Taixu finally exploded during the last minute. He's here. He's really here. He's killing with vigor. Chu Shuxian similarly exclaimed with incomparable excitement. 100 strikes. 10 seconds and 100 strikes. Seeing Brother Taixu's amazing stance again. 10 seconds and 100 strikes. 10 seconds. Brother Taixu clicked out 100 exiled immortal downfall asterisk 100 in a row. 10 seconds. 10 billion. Holy, shocking reversal. Brother Taixu has once again brought everyone an incomparably exciting shocking reversal. In the last minute, Brother Taixu is going to make the whole internet remember. Who is the real number one immortal? Who is the true number one immortal of Douyin? It's him, the out of this world, unrivaled Taixu immortal. Chapter 70, the name of the god of war, resounding throughout the internet. 20 seconds, 20 billion. Brother Taixu, who was on fire, managed to overtake the red side after only 20 seconds. The number of bloodstain votes has come to 74 billion, overshadowing the red bloodstain in an instant. Now that Bloodstripe has countered, Brother Taixu is also finally stopping. A shocking reversal. Brother Taixu, who has already surpassed 10 billion votes, is now winning. No. It should be a direct lock of victory, completely killing the suspense of this PK. We can congratulate Brother Taixu in advance for another victory. Just as Chu Shuxian was celebrating with early congratulations, Hiwei, who had been staring at the screen, suddenly interrupted her. Wait, it's moving. Brother Taixu is moving again. He doesn't intend to stop at all. Even though he's already locked up the victory, he still hasn't chosen to stop. What does it mean to be crazy? What is recklessness? What is absolute strength? Brother Taixu is just trying to tell everyone that not only does he want to win, he wants to crush with absolute strength. The 15 divine heroes on the red side. Can they move now? Dare they move? Can they still move? Brother Taixu has now punched out a full 90 billion votes, and there are still the last 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. In the last 10 seconds, Brother Taixu once again used the 10-second 100 strike stunt to completely decimate the red side's hopes. Asterisk. This is definitely an amazing battle that can go down in history. 65 billion votes, 100 billion votes, breaking the record again and again and again. Hiwei was almost maniacal, shouting at the top of his voice, I'm the only Taixu immortal in the world, waiting to take a flat step into the blue sky. Brother Taixu is awesome. Who else can fight with me? Taixu immortal? Who else can break Brother Taixu's undefeated golden body? Brother Taixu, he's an immortal, a god, an undefeated god of war. Brother Taixu deserves the name of the one war god on the entire internet. His passionate roaring cries instantly ignited the blood and passion of tens of millions of viewers. The public screens of the 3 live streaming rooms also instantly exploded. God of war, God of war, God of war. Everyone was chanting in unison for the Taixu war god, including the audience fans of the opposite live room. At this moment, they were all convinced by Chen Taixu's kingly aura. 1 PK, 100 billion votes. Holy, what kind of concept is this? This is $10 billion of real money. Who else is unconvinced? My mom too. This is just too damned crazy. 100 billion votes. 100 billion votes. Ruthless people. No. This is a wolf extermination. It's really a knife to the ass, open the eyes. Great. I'm completely convinced. God of war. Taixu is definitely the most deserved god of war in the entire network. The PK is really shocking to me. Brother Taixu is refreshing my knowledge again and again. I really can't find any extra words to describe it. Only the word awesome. Chen Taixu also smiled. 1 minute, wildly brushing nearly 50 billion votes. Cool. Indeed cool. Recklessly squandering. Simply awesome. Look, Look at the God of War pop-ups that were all over the screen in unison. Isn't this ing better than the one or two big brothers in the previous life? Upper head. Indeed, two upper head. Even though he had gotten used to it, the current him, he still lost himself. Wang Erdog in the screen had been completely stunned. He knew that Brother Taixu would win. He never doubted this. Even when there was only the last minute left, he was still convinced that Brother Taixu would win. But he, completely, hadn't expected Brother Taixu to win in such a domineering and unbeatable manner. Crushing, absolutely crushing. Chapter 71, The Match Hidden Under the Rules. Yi Shaodi licked his lips excitedly. Raising his wine glass, he said with a smile, "How about it? I told you he would win in a crushingly big way, right?" Xia Yinji tilted his head and drank the red wine in his cup in one gulp. Taking a deep breath, a surprised, admiring look appeared on his handsome cheeks. Slowly, he said, "Ruthless, too ruthless. What kind of god is this guy? A PK is just a PK, throwing 10 billion RMB. Xia Yinji shook his head. "I don't dare to think. I really don't dare to think." Yi Shaodi just smiled and didn't pick up on the conversation. Then Xia Yinji heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "There's nothing to say. Serve, lose, I'm convinced. Don't worry, Brother D. Tomorrow, I'll help you make an appointment with Little 11 tomorrow." A bitter smile appeared on Xia Yinji's face. "Please, Brother D, please also help me book a bed in the hospital first." "Don't worry, we have our own hospital. What's the point of booking? Don't worry, the deluxe VIP suite is reserved for you. Check in any time." Xia Yinji blankly glanced at him. The National Transportation Department's bet also had the same result. Chen Bagua leisurely lit a special cigarette and comfortably reclined on his chair. "Old Zhou, see, what does it mean to be far-sighted? What does it mean to have a vision like a torch? You and have to learn it." Although Deputy Director Zhou had lost the bet, his mood at the moment was incomparably happy and excited. "Good, losing is good, losing is good." Chen Bagua was slightly stunned, then he gave him a thumbs up. "Old Zhou, you're good. Now your realm is dabbling up." Zhou Jianjun smiled sarcastically and squirmed. "Why, actually, it's not all for the sake of the country's fortunes and the nation's righteousness. I, on the other hand, still have more or less that much selfishness. Come on, old Chen, hurry up and sign it." After saying this, he took out a long-prepared secret order document and placed it in front of Chen Bagua. Looking at this document, Chen Bagua was once again stunned. You prepared it long ago?" Deputy Director Zhou revealed a naive smile. "And what else?" Chen Bagua stared at him meaningfully. "So, from the very beginning, you were counting on me? How can I say it's a calculation?" Zhou Jianjun denied in a serious manner. "Although I was the one who took the initiative to implement protection for the god of fortune, but given the sordid virtues of Sakura and Kimchi, is there any justification for this proposal of mine?" Chen Bagua nodded. "You have considered it thoroughly. This proposal is indeed necessary." Zhou Jianjun smiled smugly. "That's on the financial power that the god of fortune is now displaying, as well as the grandiose temperament. For the sake of safety, for the sake of the country's luck, isn't there a need for foolproof security measures?" Chen Bagua nodded again. One person was enough to fulfill the 1 year's earnings value standard set by the mysterious platform. It would even allow Zhu Xia to leap to the top of the Asian section rankings. Such a god of wealth, a hero of the country, a pride of the nation, must be protected. Zhou Jianjun continued to weasel out. "Although my daughter is a woman, she is a woman of honor. The strength of her courageous champion of the whole army is not something I blow false, right? Rather, it's there for all to see, right?" Chen Bagua still nodded. If he didn't know about Zhou Tianan's terrifying strength, he wouldn't have been able to take the initiative to ask her to go to Magic City to protect that kid before. "So there's a flaw in letting my daughter lead the team to protect that brat?" Chen Bagua shook his head and subconsciously said, "No flaws." Zhou Jianjun clapped his hands. "Then isn't that the end? How can something that is sensible and reasonable, without any faults or flaws, be said to be a reckoning? Stop nagging, hurry up and sign it. I still have to go and give orders to my daughter." Chen Bagua glanced at the secret order document and stared at him again with a smirk. "Ha, almost got me sidetracked. You just want me to sign the secret order in the name of the military marshal, in the form of a military order, to transfer your family's iceberg to Mordor in a proper manner, right? The key is that she still has no way to refuse, right?" Zhou Jianjun, who was dismantled, smiled sarcastically. Then he said in a serious and solemn manner, "Just say whether you'll sign or not, right? I'm not forcing you." Although he knew full well that he was being counted by this guy step by step, but there was nothing he could do about it, because there was really nothing wrong with what Deputy Director Zhou said. He couldn't possibly not sign because he was upset. That would be irresponsible to the country, irresponsible to the people, in front of the national interest, the national righteousness, not to mention being kindly counted, even if he was pulverized. It was no big deal to him. Holding the sealed and signed secret order document, Zhou Jianjun had a satisfied smile on his face. Ha! This is finally a way to drive her away in name only. Old Chen, you don't know. Every day as soon as I get home from work, I have to be careful to face the iceberg's stinky face. How unbearable that feeling is. He prettily raised the document in his hand. This is good. His mom and I can finally have a few days of peaceful two-person world. Chen Bagua glared at him without good humor. Old Zhou, you're kind of using your power for personal gain, aren't you? Nonsense. Deputy Zhou immediately disliked back. Did I force you to sign this word? I yanked your hand to stamp this seal? If you still have doubts, nah, the secret order is for you. You tear it up. I'll pretend I've never seen it. Seeing his dejected and smug demeanor, Chen Bagua was instantly furious. Picking up the pen on the table, he smashed it at him. Angrily, he roared, get lost, less in front of my old man to get a bargain and still sell your good behavior. Remember, if that kid has any accidents, don't blame me for being rude to you. Zhou Jianjun playfully returned. Don't worry, director, you just don't believe me. You also have to believe your niece, right? With her, as far as cherry blossoms and pickles those cow devils, come one to die one, come two to die a pair. The last cold snort was filled with a murderous aura. Chen Bagua frowned. In a deep voice, he said, we can't just play defense, while everyone is not reacting now. Old Zhou, arrange for some good men who are good at doing dirty work to sneak into Sakura and Kimchi first. If they come squarely, I, Zhu Xia, will have no fear. But if they dare to play dirty tricks, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Speaking here, Chen Bagua's pupils suddenly shrunk. Hurriedly, he said, wait, Old Zhou, I seem to have discovered a problem. Old Zhou was also instantly alerted and busily pursued. What problem? The platform's rule is that we are not allowed to investigate our own party's user information, but there is no provision that does not allow us to investigate other department doing user information. This, Old Zhou was also instantly startled. Is this a deliberate attempt by the platform? Or is it a loophole? Chen Bagua had a serious and grave face. If the platform rules are truly intentional, then this matter is not simple. Zhou Jianjun took a deep breath. Zhang said, I'm going to arrange for the setup right now. If it's really a play on the underhanded, we won't be false. Chapter 72, Systems Hidden Test. After waiting for the mic to open, the opposite side of the hanging sky took the lead in speaking. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock on the dot I will open the live broadcast and live clean the public restrooms for a whole day. I welcome you all to come and supervise and inspect at that time. Not bad. A very proper attitude. Immediately after the guest seat, the pen holder in Tianxia, Xia Yanji also opened his mouth. Without saying anything, he opened his mouth and respectfully shouted, Big brother. Chen Taixu nodded with satisfaction. Very good, fourth brother. Not bad, not bad. Xia Yanji did not feel the slightest bit of resentment or annoyance. Instead, his tone carried admiration and inclination. Honestly speaking, big brother, I'm convinced of my loss in this PK. So far, I, Xia Yanji, have convinced 3 people, one being brother D. One person is you, brother Taixu. Chen Taixu smiled faintly and asked curiously, aren't there 3? Who's the other one? Coughing, Xia Yanji coughed twice. Squirming, he said, it's a sister in the compound who grew up playing with her and was beaten into submission. Chen Taixu was momentarily speechless. Beaten into submission by a woman? Breathless. It was as if he had forgotten how he had been rubbed by the Kung Fu Diva before he had gotten the traditional national arts rewarded by the system. Xia Yanji then added with interest, I'm really curious. Big brother, who's the better of the two? You and brother D? Chen Taixu shook his head and said, there's nothing to be curious about. I'm the undefeated god of war. So where's my opponent? You also don't want to go talk to your brother D. There's really no need to recruit me. Spoiling and wasting money, not to mention that in the end, it's inevitable that you'll lose some face. This wasn't Chen Taixu pretending to be a bully and saying this on purpose. He was genuinely kind. If you don't believe me, you let him watch it for a few more days. By then he'll know if I'm blowing awesome. Alright, that's it. My nightlife is about to start. After saying that, he let Wang Airdog hang up the connection. And the mechanical voice of the system also happened to ring in his head. Congratulations to the host for successfully passing the first show of sharpness mission issued by this system. The achievement rating for this mission is S+, rewarding the host with double the cashback this time. Chen Taixu skimmed his mouth. This reward doesn't work either. Cashback of 10 billion, doubled is 20 billion. There is a ball of difference. It wasn't bad in the first place. Is there a difference between 10 billion and 20 billion? With the last national rewards, completely not in the same class. This guy is now purely floating. Even 10 billion are not completely in the eyes of the right? If the host is not satisfied with the reward, this system can be free to recycle. The very character of the unity of the sun will not spoil him. Directly dislike back. Chen Taixu smiled back. Sesame is sesame. It's better than nothing, right? If the reward doesn't work this time, then we'll pick up where we left off next time. No anger, no anger. No need to talk nonsense. The next stage of the mission. Nimbly come, my big bird. No, Big Knife has long been hungry and thirsty. Step 3 of the God-making program, fame. This system will recharge the host's Douyin account with 10 trillion Do coins. Chen Taixu's eyes widened. WTF. 2Z Are you jumping straight to the next level? According to the formula, shouldn't it be 1 trillion? How come it suddenly jumped to 10 trillion? You're making me quite stressed out like this. The host doesn't need to worry. This mission doesn't have any time limit. So, there is no such thing as success or failure in this mission either. Chen Taixu was shocked. What? There is no time limit? Yes, even if the host uses it for the rest of his life. Chen Taixu was suddenly not going to be able to get the whole thing by unicorn. What kind of setup was this again? Chen Taixu couldn't help but frown. This matter was definitely not that simple. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he felt that this might be another test that Unity Sun was putting him through. No matter what. In any case, adhering to the principle of squandering it all as soon as possible was definitely right. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Humph, want to set up a grandpa? Do not even have a trade. You're not angry if you don't fall for it. Moncler Outlet Online God-making program Note 1, once the God-making program is launched. God-making program Note 2, all the cashback. Fame Note 1, this system provides. Unity Z went through the process according to the settings and then directly sank into silence. Not pushing more with him at all. Chen Taixu's text message followed. Looking at the long string of numbers displayed in the SMS, he shook his head tastelessly. It was meaningless. He actually wasn't interested in money at all. Wasn't it just a string of cold numbers? Chen Taixu slowly shouted. Second brother. Third brother. 9 billion young boys dream, in Big Brother. Cat 11 of the old lane, in Big Brother. Chen Taixu nodded with satisfaction. After this battle, it was estimated that Chen Shi's backbone, I'm afraid that it was almost worn out, right? This body of his own king's dominance, still can't conquer a poor-breasted lowly? Joke, you two kneel down and be at peace. Big Brother's paper-drunk nightlife is going to start. The dream of 900 million young men, get lost. Cat 11 of the old lane, scram. Looking at the pop-ups sent by both of them at the same time, Chen Taixu shook his head. It seems that these two poor breasts still have backbones. Just as he was about to exit the live broadcast room, Wang Ergo spoke. Brother Taixu, tomorrow I'm going to start our plan. Chen Taixu nodded. Good. If I have time during the day tomorrow, I'll come to your live room to take a look. Get it right. Don't think you're messing around when I'm not around. Wang Erdog swore with conviction and assured. Don't worry, Big Brother. I'll definitely do it with all my heart. After Chen Taixu exited the live broadcast room, he directly switched into the official relay commentator live broadcast room. The two commentators could have gotten off work a long time ago, but at this time, they are still sitting in the commentator's chair and chatting blindly with the audience. Its purpose, hey, self-evident. A C2 virtual illusion into the live room. Two commentators suddenly from the commentary seat scampered up. In unison, they shouted, Welcome Brother Taixu. Good man. Kung Fu is not enough nah. Finally waited for it. Mad. Can I say that the official commentary team nowadays doesn't want billion more and more? Ha! What face do you need to earn money? Is it the real money in your pocket that counts? Or is it your face that counts? There's nothing wrong with that. It's not too shabby to earn money. Just watch. Brother Taixu has never been stingy with his money. He's definitely well fed. Since the official commentary team is bragging about themselves, Chen Taixu naturally won't be stingy. After all, where can you spend your money? Of course, he had to find a live room that made him feel good. He did not hesitate, directly clicked on the gift bar, and pressed and held down the banishment of the immortals. Taixu Fantasy in the official commentary live room sent an exclusive gift. Banished Immortal *100. The gods are coming down. A throw of money. Quickly go to the spectator. It's not over yet. Chen Taixu is directly a magnificent 10 consecutive strikes. 1 billion sound waves worth 100 million renminbi Last time, he sent Huang Jian nearly 300 million sound waves. This time, he backhandedly sent another 1 billion sound waves to the commentary team. This is the way of feeding. The commentary team cannot become too vain to blow it. Chapter 73, You Die. He can't be okay. Zhou Tainan, who had short hair in her ears and was valiant, walked into the office. Zhou Tainan looked beautiful, only her face was covered with frost that would not melt for 10,000 years. The eyes are unusually cold and sharp, and it is easy not to dare to look at them. Yes, Zhou Tainan is Zhou Jianjun's own daughter. Entered the office of Zhou Tainan, snap a standard salute. Zhou Jianjun nodded, and then pushed the document in front of her. You are ordered to leave for Magic City immediately to protect an extremely important figure. Zhou Tainan picked up the document and read it word by word. How long will you go for? Without receiving notice from me. Just keep protecting. Zhou Tainan was slightly stunned, his complexion a little off. His tone also intensified a few points as he asked, "Can I choose to refuse?" Zhou Tainan, Zhou Jianjun suddenly bellowed, standing up from his seat with a prancing motion. In a stern tone, he said, "Obey the order." Although Zhou Tainan had a resigned look on his face, he still saluted. Resoundingly, she returned, "Yes." Zhou Jianjun glanced at her and his attitude instantly softened again. Shaking his head, he let out a helpless sigh. In a softer tone, he said, "I must remind you that this time, your protection mission is extraordinary and not of ordinary importance. The person you are going to protect cannot have any slip-ups. If anything happens to him, not to mention you, even I will have to suffer." Zhou Tianan's complexion instantly became grave. At this moment, she had clearly realized the seriousness of the matter. Although obedience was a natural duty, for the sake of the mission, she was now forced to raise her own questions as well. "Can you tell us what exactly is the important identity of the object of protection?" As she looked at the documents, this one called Chen Taixu was nothing more than an ordinary to ordinary person, so she was very puzzled. "You don't need to know his identity, just know that he is more important than me, or even many others. You are not the only one involved in this mission either. There are also 2 whole teams of dragon guards cooperating. The security level this time is very high, and it could be upgraded at any time. So the importance, no need for me to tell you more, right?" Although Zhou Tainan still had a cold frosty face on her face, her heart was lifting up huge waves. "I know." Zhou Jianjun nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, remember not to let him have any accidents. Right now, it may be calm and there is no danger, but one should never, ever take it lightly because of this. Perhaps in a short while, he will face a heavy crisis. Understand?" Zhou Tainan once again resounded back. "Understood." Then he saw Zhou Jianjun's majestic aura instantly dissipate. This was because the next person, he was not conversing with Zhou Tainan in the capacity of a physician. Instead, he was in the capacity of a father. Speaking softly, he said, "Daughter, while carrying out your mission, make sure to pay attention to your own safety as well. Understand?" Zhou Tainan nodded. She once again pursued, "Dad, is this person really that important?" Zhou Jianjun nodded and said, "Very important." After saying this, he fell silent. Only after a long time did he continue in a dignified manner, "Even if you die, nothing can happen to him." God knows what kind of pain he was enduring inside when he uttered these words. "On this mission, you will most likely cross paths with Sakura and Kimchi's people. That's why you're allowed to equip your weapons with the dragon guards, but whenever you encounter them, kill without pardon." Seeing the murderous aura that permeated his body, Zhou Tainan was again stunned. Although he didn't say anything explicitly, there was quite a lot of information contained in his words. At this moment, Zhou Tainan was really paying attention. "Pack up, and take a special airplane to Magic City later." "Yes." Looking at her back as she was about to walk out of the office, Zhou Jianjun suddenly called out to her, "Daughter." Zhou Tianan's footsteps lurched. "Pay attention to safety and come back alive." Zhou Tainan did not reply and continued to lift her steps to leave. Chen Taixu, who exited Douyin, dialed Su Qingyan's phone. Within a few seconds of ringing, the phone was connected. "Auntie, how long before you come back? I miss you." Su Qingyan's soft voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm sorry, little weakling. There's a social gathering I can't get rid of to attend later, and I don't know how long I'll be home." Chen Taixu cared to say, "That's fine. Pay attention to safety. Oh, drink less alcohol. Something remember to call me. I know. You be good and stay at home. Sister will bring you a midnight snack back." Chen Taixu rolled his eyes. He really treats himself as a child? Stay at home, and be good? How about making a scene? The beautiful and rich nightlife is still waiting for himself. He's got money to spend, so he's got to enjoy himself. Just hung up the aunt's phone. His WeChat came. Flipping it open, it was really a message from those 3 dog friends. Looking at the positioning they sent over, Chen Taixu did not say anything, picked up the phone and car keys and went out. The intoxicating nightlife of Magic City. I, Taixu, have come. Following the guidance of the navigation, Chen Taixu, who was driving an Aston Martin, directly killed to a top bar named Night Color by the Huangpu River. The cool and luxurious sports car just parked in front of the bar, attracting countless envious and jealous gazes. As soon as Chen Taixu got out of the car, he instantly gained countless winks. Looking at the girls who were dressed in cool and colorful clothes, Chen Taixu's mood was too good to be true. This is what is called life. Just as he was lamenting, a young girl wearing an ultra-short skirt and baring her breasts to show her cleavage walked right in front of him. Makeup a little thick, cannot distinguish the true face of the mountain, but with her tall and sexy body, as well as that pair of cleansers, Chen Taixu can barely give a score of 80. The girl was not shy and coy, and walked directly to Chen Taixu. Whispering, she asked, "Handsome guy, Is it a person? Chen Taixu blankly glanced at her. Can you talk? He was not alone and might not still be a dog? Just as he was about to speak, Zhou Sanshui's shout came from the main entrance. Big brother, here, here. Raising his eyes, little fatty Zhou Sanshui was running towards him at a fast pace. Big brother, go go go. Hurry up and go in. It's all arranged. Just waiting for you. Chen Taixu smiled apologetically at the girl who took the initiative to accost him, and then he walked towards the bar with Zhou Sanshui. The young girl raised her eyebrows as if she did not intend to let go of this big fish. Turning around, she followed. Just as they stepped through the bar's doors, they were greeted by security guards in riot gear for a security check. However, this didn't seem to have anything to do with Zhou Sanshui and Chen Taixu. Chapter 74, the whole place is consumed. Brother Taixu pays the bill. Zhou Sanshui led the way in front, not even looking at the heavily armed security guard next to him, and the security guard see him straight bowed his head. The two of them directly strutted in. Not to mention the security check, the atmosphere did not dare to come out. The people immediately behind them also tried to go straight in, but were mercilessly stopped by the security guards. Why? The person who was stopped was still unconvinced and questioned in a bad tone. The leading security guard was also not polite. What? Do you think we're just a decoration? Don't you know the rules? What about them? How did they just go in without security check? The security guard laughed lightly in disdain. What class are you, compared to our boss? The person who was stopped was instantly embarrassed. Damn, it was the legendary mysterious boss. Lose face and lose a lot of money. Subsequently, they could only honestly accept the security check. As soon as he stepped into the bar, the colorful lights shone brightly, and the dynamic music was equally explosive. On the DJ stage, the DJ and the host were vigorously guiding and driving the rhythm and atmosphere. And on the dance floor below, countless men and women were holding their hands up, following the rhythm of the music and shaking their bodies with abandon. Next to the dance floor and in the center, there were several cylindrical platforms. On the high platforms, hot dancers in revealing and sexy clothes were also madly displaying their hot dance moves. Chen Taixu looked at the men and women in the center of the dance floor, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. So this was the correct way to open the nightlife of young people. It was actually okay. Although he didn't resent it, he didn't like it much either. Just as he was looking around, all of a sudden, the bar's music abruptly stopped, while the lights all dimmed. For a moment, the guests in the bar were puzzled. Then all that could be heard was the host, who was holding the microphone, shouting, "Warmly welcome Brother Taixu's great presence. Where are the applause, cheers, and shouts?" With a pop, a beam of light suddenly shone on Chen Taixu. Bang, bang, bang. Countless salutes also suddenly rang out. The colorful stripes in the sky also fluttered down. Brother Taixu, Brother Taixu, Brother Taixu. The people from the atmosphere group took the lead in shouting, while the guests, who were unsure, also hissed along with the atmosphere. The bar immediately resounded with the sound of a mountain of shouts of Brother Taixu. At this moment, Chen Taixu was definitely the focus of the whole scene, the most beautiful boy in the whole bar. Of course, at this time, Chen Taixu's vanity was also greatly satisfied. Directly bursting awe, he waved to Zhou Sanshui next to him. Zhou Sanshui hurriedly brought his ear over. Chen Taixu whispered 2 sentences in his ear, and then saw him make a mysterious gesture at the host on the DJ stage. The host instantly understood and shouted with excitement. "Everyone, the entire venue will be consumed tonight. Brother Taixu will pay for it. Indulge in madness, indulge in burning, screams and cries." As soon as they heard the host's words, the whole place instantly went crazy. Brother Taixu, Brother Taixu, Brother Taixu. The vociferous shouts once again toppled the roof. It was also accompanied by various screams and whistles. Chen Taixu smiled faintly, not expecting that he would be able to personally experience the feeling of Zhao Gongzi in this life. All the women in the room looked at Chen Taixu as if they could wring out water. As long as he was willing, he could casually take at least 90% of the women in the room tonight, especially the young beauty who had accosted him earlier and followed him in. She quietly pulled over the waiter next to her and snooped in a low voice. "Hey handsome, who is that guy? So powerful?" The waiter shook his head and returned. "We don't know, but the guy next to him is our boss." The young beauty's eyes were glowing. Her eyes were dead set on Chen Taixu's back, as if she wanted to eat him alive. With a lively mind, what she was thinking about at this moment was how to strike up a conversation later on, how to send herself to his bed on her own accord. However, she was obviously overthinking it, and simply wouldn't even give him a chance to strike up a conversation, only to see Zhou Sanshui respectfully leading Chen Taixu directly up to the 2nd floor, and the 2nd floor had and only had one private room, exclusive to the boss. She could not even go up there, not to mention accosting her. After waiting for Chen Taixu to go upstairs, several inch-haired men in black suits suddenly walked to the stairway. The black-suited man at the head of the group directly said to the bar security personnel originally stationed on the second floor. You guys go, we're taking over here. The bar security was instantly confused, but in a moment, he came back to his senses, looked at this group of black suits, and knew at a glance that they were not coming from a good place. Just when he wanted to speak, a black hole gun muzzle was shoved into his mouth. I Nima, even have a gun, and also so bright and open out. This ING is either a ruthless man or a wolf exterminator. Either way, can't ING afford it. It's just a job. There's absolutely no need to play with your life. Several men in black suits directly took over the second floor, split out two people, standing upright and guarding the two sides outside the door of the private room. As for Chen Taixu in the private room, how could he possibly know about the changes outside? At this moment, in the private room, he and his three dog friends were raising their glasses and drinking. Zhou Sanshui said playfully, Brother Taixu, what's up? Is my little brother's arrangement still satisfactory? Chen Taixu took a sip of the expensive foreign wine. How expensive was it? Not much. This sip of his was just a 100,000 to 100,000 dollar car. Third fatty, is this your store? Because of his size, Chen Taixu simply called him Sanfat. Zhou Sanshui smiled and said back, yes, in fact, I didn't think of earning money from this store. It's mainly just convenient for my own usual play. Sure enough, they are all rich people who know how to play. For the sake of convenience, directly open a store. I guess Shin Mubai opened the Aston Martin store. It was also convenient for his own hobby, right? Chen Taixu looked at Li Qingyi and asked with a smile. Little Cheng, what about you? What kind of store did you open for fun? Li Qingyi shrugged. It's just a clubhouse. It's not worth mentioning. Later on, Brother Taixu must go to my place. I've made all the arrangements. If I say so, why don't we just transfer out to my place? Three fatties' place is too plain. We're four old men. What's the point of playing? Zhou Sanshui grinned. Why? Isn't it just beautiful women? Isn't that easy? Right away. Get. Li Qingyi hurriedly called out to stop him. He said in a good humor. Three fat it's not that brother despises you. On your hair crooked and cracked date can also be called a beauty? Go. Go to my place. I'll let you see what beauty is. The more he said, the more excited he got. Ocean horse, cherry blossom, kimchi and so on, everything, and tonight I also specially prepared good goods. Mad. You talk just talk. How much does it mean to have a lewd smile on your face and an evil light in your eyes? After saying that, he and Shin Mubai dragged Chen Taixu up and headed out. No, Chen Taixu was dumbfounded. We just came here. Our asses aren't even hot and we're changing the scene again? Chapter 75, South Central H, Dragon Guard. Let's go Brother Taixu. Don't worry, this night old brother will definitely arrange for you clearly. Chen Taixu had no recourse but to stand up and follow them around. Zhou Sanfat, who was walking in front, just pulled open the door of the private room. At a glance, he saw the two cold men in suits standing guard at the door, as if they were iron towers. He frowned and couldn't help but ask, you guys are new? How come I haven't seen you before? The two suited cold men did not even look at him. Seeing this, the leader of the suited cold man who had blocked the security guard's mouth with the muzzle of his gun earlier, hurriedly walked forward, directly pulling Chen Taixu, who had just walked out. He returned to the private room again, ordering, he said, no one is allowed to approach. The two men standing guard at the doorway returned dryly. Yes, the three dog friends were dumbfounded. Zhou Sanfat pointed at the tightly closed door of the room and said, no, what's the situation here? This appears to be my territory, right? After saying that, he made a gesture and was ready to break in. Before the two cold men in suits could make a move, the quick-witted Li Qingyi pulled him back, dragging him to the side. She said in a bad mood, your turf? Do you believe that people will shoot you? One shot? Zhou Sanfat and Shin Mubai looked shocked. No, Brother Cheng, how do you know? What kind of people are they? Shin Mubai was also both horrified and puzzled as he asked. They won't turn against Brother Taixu, right? The fine-minded and sharp-eyed Li Qingyi nudged toward the cold men in suits in the distance. Look at their waists. The two of them then looked and saw that they were all bulging at the waist, and they also saw a corner of one of them that was accidentally revealed. The two immediately opened their mouths wide with disbelief. Fatty Joe stammered and trembled. No, who the hell are these people, carrying weapons so blatantly? There's no fear of. Shin Mubai was also instantly startled. They're rushing towards Brother Taixu. Crap, doesn't that mean Brother Taixu is in danger now? Li Qingyi both speechlessly and helplessly blanked the two. Without any good humor, she said, blind in the eyes and stupid in the head? Can't you see that they are Brother Taixu's bodyguards? The two men looked at each other and nodded their heads as if they understood. Shin Mubai, Brother Taixu is really powerful. Going out with a group of bodyguards. Zhou Sanfat, yeah, these guys look like tough guys. and they all carry guns. After saying that, the two of them glanced at each other once again. Both saw horror in each other's eyes and the look on their faces. Shen Mubai swallowed and said in horror, "No, what kind of person is Brother Taixu? It couldn't be some kind of humongous bandit or something, right?" Zhou Sanfat also analyzed. "Rich, manned, armed, and ruthless. Isn't this the big D lords on TV? Brother Cheng? If not let's just hurry and call the police. My Nima." When Li Qingyi saw these two naive goods possessed by the theater masters, he was instantly furious and his teeth ached. Hate to give a slap to one person. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the fire in his heart, patiently explaining, "The aura of these people is familiar, very similar to the two people I've seen before. 9 times out of 10, they are from the same place as the two I've seen." Zhou Sanfat curiously pursued, "What place? What people?" Li Qingyi frowned and murmured, "Zhongnan H, Dragon Guard." The two were shocked once again and again. "I Nima, it's actually the legendary powerful and mysterious Dragon Guard." Although the two were also knowledgeable, but when it came to such high-level matters, they likewise knew very little. Chapter 76, Suspicious Clouds. Dragon Guard? I'm dropping my mom. Just where exactly is Brother Taixu? Li Qingyi shook his head. "I don't know, but Brother Taixu's identity is definitely not ordinary and prominent. Do you guys know who those two Dragon Guards I saw last time were protecting?" The two shook their heads in unison. "A ministerial-level official in the capital." Qingyi took a deep breath. Even a bigwig of this level is only equipped with 2 Dragon Guards, and the ones protecting Brother Taixu are a group of them. So his identity, dare you think about it? The two even shook their heads. "Don't ask around openly or secretly, and don't even look for death to secretly investigate. Let's just be a good Brother Taixu's little brother. Other than that, all pretend not to know. Understand?" The two returned in unison. "Got it, Brother Cheng." Inside the private room, when Longwu took out the relevant documents, Chen Taixu was equally shocked and confused. Dragon Guard? It was the same as the Zhongnan H bodyguard that Jia played in his previous life, right? Dragon 5, right? The cold man in the suit at the head nodded coldly. "Who sent you guys to protect me?" Longwu did not speak. Chen Taixu continued to pursue. "Why did you come to protect me? I'm just an ordinary person." Dragon 5 coldly returned. "I don't know. We are just following orders." Chen Taixu also knew that he could not ask any useful information from him. He couldn't help but fall into heavy doubts. Dragon Guards? Protecting themselves? Was it related to his birth? Or was it because of some other unknown reason? He didn't know, and he couldn't even think about it. After all, the fact that the fighting sound was bound to the national fortune was just too unbelievable. I'm afraid that anyone who thought about it would not be able to think of it, right? Since he couldn't figure it out, he simply didn't bother wasting any more brain cells. Originally, he was a person who took things as they came. What's more, it wasn't like this was a bad thing. Chen Taixu nodded. "Alright, then I'll be counting on you guys from now on." As usual, Dragon 5 coldly returned. "A part of the job." Then he glanced at Longwu's waist. "Curious?" he asked. "I see that you guys are still carrying weapons with you. Are you all like this on missions?" Longwu shook his head. "Depends on the security level." "Then what level of security do I have? Is it high?" Young Chen's security level is very high. Chen Taixu couldn't help but frown again. Dragon Guards even. The security level was still very high, which had to make him think more. Meaning, he must be in some kind of danger? Or rather, what major danger was he about to face? If he was bare-handed, he was still quite confident in himself, but in front of a hot weapon, his traditional martial arts would be completely inadequate. No matter how strong it was still just flesh and mortals, and bullets were capable of piercing through it. Now, he had to be cautious. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Continuing, he asked, "You guys were also the ones secretly following me during the day today, right?" Longwu nodded. "Yes, Young Chen. We also didn't expect, Young Chen, that your anti-tracking sense would be so powerful that we were actually caught by you." Only Chen Taixu himself knew that he was awesome at anti-tracking. It was just the sixth sense of a person who practiced martial arts. It is precisely because we were discovered by Qinshao that we found out the end. In order to avoid unnecessary accidents, that's why we reported to our superiors. It was only after obtaining consent that we showed up and revealed our identities. So I hope that Xiao Chen will understand and cooperate. Chen Taixu nodded. After thinking about it, he said, "Although you are on a mission and are following orders, since you are protecting me, then I definitely cannot treat my brothers poorly." Chapter 77, One sip of wine is worth $100 million. Chen Taixu frowned and asked, "You guys will be like what's played out inside the movies and TV shows. If you encounter an unexpected situation, will you guys not hesitate to use your own bodies and block bullets for me?" Longwu returned without thinking. "Yes, the order we received is that we can die, but nothing can happen to you. At this moment, Chen Taixu was moved beyond words, regardless of whether it was the Huaxia of his previous life or the soldiers of the Blue Star Ancestral Xia. They were all worthy of the people's praise and trust. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What virtue could he have? But he likewise knew that this matter, neither he nor Long Wei could make the decision. With a heavy sigh, let's do it this way. In the future, for each brother, a monthly salary of $5 million. I'm not like you guys. There are no orders, much less missions. Since you guys are protecting me, I have to pay your salary paychecks. That's the same principle I have. Of course, I really don't mean anything else by the whole paying wages thing, much less insulting you, so don't think too much of it. I also know that you have rules, but it doesn't matter. You can report my words directly to your superiors. If they don't agree, I'm sorry, please forgive me for not being able to accept your protection. Long Wu gave him a meaningful look. Then he slowly said, we really can't make a decision on this matter. I will report it truthfully. Chen Taixu patted his shoulder and said with a smile, it's fine, I'm sure they will agree. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the private room. As soon as they saw him walk out of the private room, the three dog friends immediately surrounded them. How is Brother Taixu? Is he alright? Chen Taixu smiled faintly and waved his hand. What could be wrong? What a fuss. Then he introduced, come, let me introduce to you, my bodyguard captain, Long Wu. The three of them hurriedly smiled and extended their hands. Good day, Captain Long Wu. But Captain Long Fifth only lightly glanced at the three. Looking at Chen Taixu's face, he arrogantly nodded slightly in response. If they weren't friends of Chen Taixu, they would never think of letting Fifth Brother look at them. The three of them smiled sarcastically and retracted their hands, not feeling embarrassed. After all, they had already guessed the other party's identity, so how could they dare to play with the character and temper of a male child? Li Qingyi waved his big hand and said with a smile, then Big Brother, let's walk. Wait, Chen Taixu called out to him. Turning his head, he looked at Zhou Sanfat. From his pocket, he pulled out the black card that symbolized his identity and status. Handing it to Sanfatty, he said, nah. Sanfatty swiped the card. Zhou Sanfat quickly refused with a smile. Brother Taixu, you are slapping my Sanfat's face. You can come to my place for a walk, even if it's fluffy. Can I charge you money? But don't worry, Brother Taixu, everyone's spending tonight is on me. I definitely won't charge the guests. Chen Taixu was still very satisfied with this little brother's attitude. However, as a big brother, there was no reason to let his little brother lose money. Besides, is my brother Taixu a poor money earner? Chen Taixu smiled faintly and said, since I'm the one who faked it, which is the reason for you to pay the bill? Having said that I'll pay for the entire consumption, it's naturally up to me. Chen Taixu, nah, take it, go ahead and swipe it. Just 100 million, just one sip of wine. 100 million, is that okay? This time Zhou Sanchue could be anxious. Not Big Brother, where do you need so much? Casually brush 1 million or 800,000 on the line. Really do not need so much. Chen Taixu blared at him without any good reason. Let you brush, grinding like a woman. Recognize me as a big brother? Recognize then go quietly. Don't make me angry. The password is 6/8. Go, martyr, rich is bossy. In Shinmubai and Li Qingyi's eye signaling, Zhou Sanchue can only helplessly receive the black card with both hands. Chapter 78, the arrangement is sufficient. Looking at the back of Zhou Sanfat going to swipe his card, Li Qingyi immediately couldn't sit still. Big Brother, first said, go to my place. Everything is arranged by the little brother, okay? This guy, first take a precaution, right? Chen Taixu cried and laughed as he nodded his head. Okay, you arrange it. Li Qingyi instantly smiled, but was not too assured to confirm with his voice again. Then it's confirmed. Brother Taixu, when the time comes, you can't take the big brother frame to pressure me. Firmly forbid to break the bank for a penny, right? Chen Taixu waved his hand. Successful. Then it depends on your arrangement. Go, brothers, let's go. Chen Taixu's Aston Martin was directly replaced by Long Wu's driver. The four Aston Martins sped through the red and green Magic City. In front, there were two bulletproof sedans driven by Long Wei to open up the road. Behind the same two bulletproof, bomb-proof, shock-proof sedan break the back. On this scene, Do Not Know also thought it was a big shot out of it. Drove to the front of a splendid clubhouse building. The exterior was decorated like a luxurious palace. Chen Taixu took a look. Red Palace. Good guy. It should be said or not. This decoration was really grand and luxurious. More not to say. On the decoration of this clubhouse, it is absolutely no less than 10 small goals. Hardware luxury is now seen. Just don't know the software inside. Hey, is it really as impressive as what Xiaoqing herself bragged about? Brother, please. Just after stepping into the clubhouse, 2 rows of beautiful women in high-cut cheongsams bent down in unison. Welcome Brother Taixu to the Red Palace. A middle-aged beauty in a professional set of dresses also immediately greeted her. Just this middle-aged beauty woman was definitely a fatal temptation to Chow's Men syndrome patients. The middle-aged beauty woman smiled charmingly and greeted respectfully. "Welcome Brother Taixu. Welcome boss." Li Qingyi impatiently waved his hand and said, "Sister May, don't organize all this nonsense. Hurry up and take my brother to the private room and sit down before you say anything." Chen Taixu blared at him without any good humor. "You're still blaming people for the whole vain nonsense. Wasn't this something that your brat had arranged before? Please follow me." The middle-aged beauty led the way in front. You could smell a scent when you watched her walk. That's right, just by looking at her enchanting figure. You could smell the fragrance. Taking the elevator, she went upstairs and walked into the most prestigious and not open to the public luxury private room. Sister May asked Li Qingyi in a low voice, "Boss, what kind of wine are you guys drinking? Still need to ask? Bring me the best and most expensive wine." "Okay boss." In a short while, the fruit plates, snacks, drinks and whatnot were all served. Li Qingyi waved his hand and said, "Sister May, let them all come in." "Okay boss." Chen Taixu was immediately interested. Finally the main meal was served. He wanted to see just how decent it was. The next moment, the door to the room of the luxury package was pushed open. One by one, beautiful women wearing sexy suspenders and baring their breasts and revealing their cleavage walked in. Standing in a row, they bent over and bowed, introducing themselves in turn. "Big brother, what's up? Are the beauties here in old brother's place okay?" Chen Taixu looked at it. Whether it was the body or the face value, these beauties were indeed not bad. At least they could reach a score of 85 or above. Don't underestimate. Chen Taixu's 85 points was really not low, and could be comparable to a third-line starlet to say the least. Coughing, pretended to fake cough twice, pretentiously said, "It's just like that. It's just a little bit better than outside." Li Qingyi directly waved his hand, and the beauties only had to walk out of the private room. "Ha! Big brother, I knew I couldn't fool you," Li Qingyi said as he pulled out an imported cigar, cut it and handed it to Chen Taixu. Chapter 79, Sound and Color. Chen Taixu leaned on the European-style leather sofa and crossed his legs, lightly inhaling a mouthful of cigar. A strong nutty flavor instantly blossomed in his mouth and nasal cavity. With a slight smile, he joked, "Little Cheng, you can't do this either." Zhou Sanfat also hurriedly nodded his head and agreed. "That's right, Brother Cheng, the beauties you have here in mine aren't that much better. Just a little bit stronger. Very limited." Shen Mubai, who is always fooling around together, is naturally clear. Immediately smiled and said, "Brother Cheng, hurry up and get on the hard goods. What do you think you're doing with the whole of these ordinary goods coming in? Who are you fooling? Brother Cheng, you can't be bothered to part with them, right?" Li Qingyi glared at him without any good humor. Rolling, am I that petty? The reason why I let everyone feel the ordinary ones first is to compare them later. As the saying goes, there is no gap without comparison. One to see the ordinary ones first, followed by a different batch of better ones. Your visual effects will definitely be shocked when scoring 80 points, but with comparison, you guys will also score 85 points. Understand? Chen Taixu cried and laughed as he shook his head. "Little Cheng, I didn't see that you have quite the potential to be a treacherous businessman." Shen Mubai also nodded and said, "Right, isn't this the usual routine in the clubhouse? Hurry up, let's see how explosive the visual impact is." Li Qingyi waved his hand to the beauty queen May next to him. "Hear that? Don't let the brothers underestimate us." Sister May smiled charmingly. "Masters, you'll be fine." After saying this, she walked to the door of the private room and clapped her hands together. Once again, a group of beautiful women entered the room, but it was completely different from the previous batch, because this batch was all highly refined, and basically all of them were international friends. Whether it was their face value, or their figure, they were all a notch higher than the previous batch. "Hello boss, I'm from Sakura, Hanazawa Nana." "Hello boss, I'm from Kimchi, Li Su Hyun." "Hello boss, I'm from Eagle Country, Stormy." One by one, they all introduced themselves in broken Mandarin that they were not too fluent in. Chen Taixu smiled faintly and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this guy Xiaoqing really didn't blow his power. Zhou Sanfat naturally saw Brother Taixu's reaction, but he seemed to have misunderstood something. Immediately, he waved his hand and said, "All stay." Shen Mubai also revealed a satisfied smile. Li Qingyi, however, moved his butt and sat down next to Chen Taixu. Softly, she said, "Brother, wait a moment, I've specially prepared a different surprise for you." "HM?" Chen Taixu instantly became interested. There were still good things? Li Qingyi pretended to smile mysteriously, only to see him snap his fingers at Sister May, who instantly understood. With that, Sister May smiled and walked out of the private room. Shen Mubai and Zhou Sanfat embraced left and right, surrounded by a group of friends beside one person. They were drinking and enjoying themselves. It didn't take long for Sister May to return. Behind her, there were two beautiful women in evening gowns. Both beauties were wearing black sexy little wildcat half-face coverings on their faces. But whether it was the shape of their faces or their delicate and sexy bodies, they were all first class. The two women sat beside Chen Taixu as soon as they arrived. Li Qingyi smiled and said, "You too, keep my big brother company." The two women giggled. "Don't worry, young Li. The two of us will definitely serve the master comfortably." Then Li Qingyi hung out with Zhou Sanfat and Shin Mubai to them. Chapter 80, first-line actress accompanying a drink. "Master, I'll toast to you." The red evening gown beauty picked up the two crystal wine glasses on the table and said in a whiny voice. Chen Taixu took the wine cup she handed him, and after gently clinking the cups, both of them drank it down. Then another beautiful woman in a black evening gown similarly toasted him. The two women tightly wrapped their arms around Chen Taixu and kept rubbing their towering peaks against his arm. Both of them hated to stick to Chen Taixu's body. Chen Taixu frowned and took a deep breath of his cigar. Slowly, he exhaled the smoke onto the faces of the two women wearing half-face masks. The two women immediately pouted. Master, you are so bad." After saying that, they also used their small fists and lightly pounded Chen Taixu's chest. Chen Taixu glanced at the two, and then said softly, "Take off the mask. I'll take a look." The two of them obviously gave a start, but still honestly removed their masks. Once the masks were removed, Chen Taixu's pupils instantly dilated. Although he acted as if nothing had happened on the surface, in reality, his heart was turning over in huge waves. These two people were actually first-tier female stars who were justly popular in the circle. Ridiculously, they were both still little flowers known for being pure jade girls. No wonder they were wearing masks. It turns out that they were popular stars. Chen Taixu lifted his wine glass and drank the wine in it. He couldn't help but lament that being rich and powerful, one could really do whatever they wanted. The popular stars who were high in the eyes of ordinary people were nothing more than lowly drinkers at this time. As long as he, Chen Taixu, was willing, even if he wanted the two of them to do a striptease right now, they would have to obediently do it. Since they were able to come here, they were bound to have a favor to ask of Qingyi, the male. Either that, or they had some kind of handle on Qing's hands. However, it can't be ruled out that they want to climb the ladder. Showbiz is very realistic, even if you before the people, and then the scenery, bright and shiny, but after people, in front of the capital crocodile, you are still nothing. Chen Taixu's interest now, in fact, is not high, because he couldn't help but think of Su Qingyan. He did not pay attention to the two women, but glanced at the three people who were having fun. Then he walked towards the outside of the private room on his own, leaving behind the two female stars who were dumbfounded. When he walked out of the private room, Long Wu, who was standing guard at the entrance, followed him. Chen Taixu smoked a cigar and slowly walked through the luxurious corridor, looking at the private rooms whose doors were closed. His heart suddenly felt a little unsettled. At the end of the corridor was an open-air balcony. The balcony was decorated with the same luxury. Chen Taixu sat on the swing and looked out at the bustling magic city with its red lights and green lights. In fact, the sons of powerful families, the rich second generation, came and went to play with nothing more than those. Chen Taixu thought he would be very interested, but it turned out that it didn't seem to be the case. Before contact, he would be curious, but after contact, it was found to be just that, tasteless. Long Wu stood quietly next to him, not saying a word. In the next moment, Qingyi and the others all chased after him as well. Qingyi stole a glance at the moody Chen Taixu. Carefully, he asked, "What's wrong, big brother? Not satisfied?" Chen Taixu shook his head and smiled. "No, it's quite good." "Then you, big brother, why do you feel lack of interest?" Chen Taixu smiled and teased, "If I let your sister-in-law know, do you guess she will ask me not to be allowed to play with you guys anymore?" The three of them looked at each other in disbelief. Shin Mubai asked in surprise, "Not big brother, you're so young to enter the siege? How can you think so hard?" Chen Taixu shook his head, a meaningful smile on his face. "Haven't gotten in yet, trying hard to squeeze in." Li Qingyi curiously asked, "Brother, who is sister-in-law? Surely not an ordinary woman, right? One who can make big brother desperately want to squeeze into the walled city must definitely be a woman like a heavenly fairy, right?" Chapter 81, Who Dares to Touch Me? Chen Taixu smiled and said, "You should know each other." "Ha?" The three of them let out a surprised sound in unison. Shin Mubai asked with incomparable curiosity, "Who is it, big brother? We know each other? Which businesswoman or political elite is it?" Chen Taixu shook his head. "Neither. I'll have the opportunity to introduce you guys to them later." At this exact moment, Sister May hurriedly walked over, then she whispered two sentences in Li Qingyi's ear. Li Qingyi's face clouded over at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an icy tone, he said, "Good guts, how dare you mess up in my venue?" Humph. He then resumed his smiling face and said, "Brother Taixu, you guys sit down for a while. I'm going to take care of something and I'll be right back. Chen Taixu was both puzzled and curious as he asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Zhou Sanfat and Shin Mubai also looked at him with curious faces. "There are a few scumbags using underhanded tactics in my field. Mad dog. I'll go here and let them know how many eyes Master Ma has." Underhanded tactics were nothing more than drugging and the like. Chen Taixu, who was originally not very excited, suddenly became energized. Smiling, he said to Sister Mei, "Fruit plate melon seeds ready. Brothers go, eat melons." Shin Mubai also excitedly chimed in. "Ha, coincidence this isn't? Just worried about not having fun." Someone took the initiative to send it to the door. "Go go go, eat melon eat melon." Zhou Sanfat was also a looker at the fun. "Yoo-hoo, there are still people in Magic City who dare to cause trouble at Brother Qing's venue? Let's go and see. Let me see which rash youths are so brave." With that, a few people walked towards the private room under Mei's leadership. Just walked to the entrance of the private room, heard the man's violent shouts from inside. "What do you want? Do you know who the brothers are? Do you guys still want to keep this Thai place open? A bunch of ungrateful dogs, in the entire Magic City beach. Who the hell dares to touch me? Shui Wanlin?" Hearing the extremely arrogant voice coming from inside, the four brothers silently glanced at each other. Then they all couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Qingyi took the lead and walked into the private room while laughing. "Let me see who's so powerful. That I can't keep my venue open?" As soon as he entered the private room, he saw three young men, who were pointing at the clubhouse attendants who arrived first and cursing. Beside the three young men, there were also several black-suited bodyguards standing, and in the corner of the private room, there were also three women sitting. Two of the women were hugging another woman tightly and continuously sobbing in low voices. Their bodies were trembling slightly. It could be seen that they had just suffered a lot of shock. The woman who was comforting them had a clear slap mark on her delicate face. The corner of her mouth was also broken, oozing a bit of blood, and her clothes also had traces of being torn and torn. Chen Taixu, who was originally prepared to eat his melon and watch the fun, glanced at the three people in the corner. He instantly froze. Then he hurriedly raised his steps and rushed over. "Auntie, that's right." The woman with the slap marks on her face was none other than Su Qingyan, who said she had a social engagement. Su Qingyan shook her head and looked at him, similarly surprised beyond measure. "Little weakling, why are you here?" Chen Taixu didn't answer, but instead reached out his hand, wanting to touch her already swollen and reddened cheeks. Hiss! Just as his hand gently touched her face, Su Qingyan couldn't help the pain and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Chen Taixu's face went all black in an instant. Chapter 82, Brother Tai Tai is going to be furious. With a face full of heartache, he asked, "How is it, auntie? Does it hurt?" Su Qingyan bit her lips and shook her head, saying with bravado, "It doesn't hurt." Chen Taixu hugged her into his arms. Su Qingyan, who felt his strong and warm embrace, could no longer hold back at this moment. All of her grievances and anger were vented. Gripping Chen Taixu's clothes tightly, she couldn't stop crying. Chen Taixu gently patted her back, gently comforting, "It's fine, it's fine. There's a little weakling here. It's fine." He didn't ask, just one gentle comfort. But there was nothing to ask. The current situation, don't even need to think about it. A glance will know what happened. "It's okay, auntie. I'm here. The sky won't fall. Even if the sky collapses, I can still support you." Chen Taixu continuously comforted, trying his best to give her a sense of security. The three dog friends looked at each other at this time, their faces shocked. Although Su Qingyan's face was swollen, they still recognized her at a glance. Listening to her conversation with Brother Taixu again, how could they still not understand at this point the relationship between the two? Now, the three of them couldn't sit still at once. Li Qingyi even shouted angrily, "Grass Nima!" With that, he grabbed the wine bottle on the table and smashed it directly towards the head of the man who had previously claimed to be Shui Wanlin. Splat! A crisp sound rang out. The wine bottle shattered into slag, while Shui Wanlin immediately held his head and screamed miserably. Crimson blood immediately flowed down his forehead. Zhou Sanfat and Shin Mubai weren't good either, and they similarly grabbed the wine bottles and smashed them towards the other two men's heads, the several tall bodyguards beside them. How could they not expect that these three people would suddenly go berserk and directly strike? It was simply too late to make any reaction. It was only after the three bosses' heads were opened that they reacted, immediately ready to take action. But did they really think that Long Wu and the others were just posers? Is Long Wu a stupid person? Can he not understand something that everyone present can understand at a glance? Of course not. Only to see him wave his hand, the dragon guards behind him instantly flew out. Raising his leg was a sharp and vicious side kick. Several bodyguards didn't have any resistance at all and were directly kicked 2 to 3 meters away, falling heavily to the ground. Each one of them shrunk into a ball of pain and kept convulsing and rolling on the ground. With just one move, these bodyguards completely lost their fighting ability. Don't think that they were all wimps. Since they were able to make the Kung Fu Diva who practiced 8 extremes suffer, it meant that they were still quite professional. There was definitely real Kung Fu, and their strength wasn't weak. Blame it on the fact that the Dragon Guards were too strong and terrifying. In the eyes of the Dragon Guards, they were indeed unbeatable rabble. And at this time, Chen Taixu was finally able to persuade his aunt. Seeing this, the 3 brothers immediately walked forward. Big brother, what do you think about these 3 scumbags? They weren't fools. It was no longer as simple as causing trouble in the clubhouse, and it was obviously about Brother Taixu. So how could they be brainless enough to take matters into their own hands? Of course they had to ask Brother Taixu. Li Qingyi's eyes flashed with a cold light and asked, Big brother, should we waste these 3 people? Chen Taixu didn't even look at the 3 scumbags who were holding their heads and crying out in pain. Instead, he waved at Sister May. Sister May didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation and hurriedly walked to him. Take off your clothes. Sister May instantly understood in seconds and busily took off her suit jacket. After Chen Taixu took it, he tenderly draped it over Su Qingyan's body, covering her torn and tattered walk of shame. He cupped his aunt's tearful pear-like face with both hands. Using his fingers, he gently wiped the tear tracks on her face. Speaking softly and tenderly, he said, Auntie, I'll have someone take you home first. When I'm done with what's going on here, I'll be right back to accompany you. P.S. Thank you for the gifts from the big brothers. Chapter 83, I'll move you. Chen Taixu beckoned to Long Wu. He instructed, 5th brother, send someone to send them back first. But who knew that Su Qingyan would directly shake her head and refuse? No, don't. I'll stay here with you. Seeing the stubbornness and determination revealed in her gaze, Chen Taixu knew that he definitely couldn't persuade her. He tried his best to reveal an extremely gentle smile and wrapped his arms around Su Qingyan's fragrant shoulders. Gently, he said, Alright, then take a good look at your family's man and how he'll take the heat for you. Come, sit and watch. He wrapped his arms around Su Qingyan and sat on the sofa, and Sister May knew how to hand her a cup of warm water. Sister-in-law, drink some water. Su Qingyan's pretty face slightly blushed as she politely nodded and smiled at her. Li Qingyi, Zhou Sanfat and Shen Mubai also greeted her at this time. Good day, sister-in-law. Su Qingyan couldn't help but blush even more. You guys are good. The other 2 women also stopped sobbing under May's care, holding the tea handed by the waitress in their hands. Their bodies were still trembling slightly. One of them was Su Qingyan's agent, Sister Hua. The other was none other than the actress she had found for her new movie, Lin Evening Chiu. The 2 of them were so close to being forcibly defiled by these 3 beasts. Having never been so frightened, could they not be scared now? Chen Taixu rushed the dragon guards and said, Drag them over. The 3 dragon guards directly walked over to the 3 eunuchs and reached out to grab their hair. Simply and roughly, they dragged the 3 of them to Chen Taixu as if they were dead dogs. With that, they kicked at their knees. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 eunuchs knelt in unison in front of Chen Taixu and Su Qingyan. Chen Taixu, who was crossing his legs, took a sharp drag on his cigar. With his face so gloomy that he was about to wring water out of it, he said coldly, Speak up, you 3 social scum. How do you want to die? The previously arrogant and incomparable Shui Wanlin. At this moment, although his whole body was trembling with fear, his mouth was truly hard. You, who are you? Let me tell you, my father is Shui Dongqiang. If you dare to touch me, my father will definitely not let you go. Seeing this, the other 2 also hurriedly raised their family background in an attempt to subdue them. I'm Zhang Dongliang, my dad is Zhang Qiming. I'm Lu Renjie, my dad is Lu Yuanda. Let us go and this matter will be treated as if it never happened. Otherwise, or there will be no good fruit for you. Ha ha. Chen Taixu's 4 brothers were all stupidly laughed at by these 3 idiots. Are they really unable to distinguish the situation, or are they arrogant and domineering, and are used to being powerful? At this point, they still dare to make threats? Chen Taixu looked at Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi instantly understood, hastily explaining to him, Shui Dongqiang, the newly appointed director of the Magic City GA. Zhang Qiming, the same newly transferred Mordor Propaganda BZ. Mordor Guangdi director. Lu Yuanda, if I remember correctly, it seems to be the Justice BZ. Chen Taixu looked at Long Wu again. Long Wu shook his head carelessly. Now Chen Taixu had a bottom in his heart, but he couldn't help but be even more puzzled. Doubtful as to what virtue or ability he had that could be so important that he himself could not believe it. However, right now, all these questions were unimportant. It was better to deal with the matter at hand first. Chen Taixu smiled contemptuously and said slowly, looking at the entire Devil's Capital Beach, Who the hell dares to touch you? Shui Wanlin, right? As the words landed, Chen Taixu grabbed the bottle on the table and popped his head once more. Pop! The crisp sound of the wine bottle shattering once again resounded in the private room. Shui Wanlin clutched his head, gritted his teeth, and froze without saying a word this time. Chen Taixu said disdainfully, Today, I'll move you. What can you do? Chapter 84, notifying family members to come and get them. Looking at Xue Wanlin glaring at himself in death, even though his face was all stained with blood, he still looked untamed. Unconvinced? Chen Taixu smiled with amusement. It doesn't matter. I'll make you convinced. Who made me like to convince people with virtue the most? Come on, let's start by saying, who slapped this? After asking, but none of the three said anything. Chen Taixu nodded. Not bad. All hardcore, all quite tough chant? Press their hands on the coffee table for me. The last sentence, he said directly to the dragon guards. The three dragon guards were not ambiguous and directly forced their right hands onto the coffee table. Chen Taixu lifted the foreign wine bottle, which was not the same thickness and sturdiness as a beer bottle. I'll give you one last chance. Who moved? If you don't tell me, all three of you won't be able to keep your hands. He spoke in a gentle voice, even with a smile on his face. However, Zhang Dongliang and Lu Renjie did not doubt the authenticity of his words in the slightest. By now, they finally realized that they had met a tough opponent today. Not only do they know their own family background like the back of their hand, but the other party is also not false at all. See the other party's head, certainly not small. At this time again to fill the toughness, purely belongs to their own death. Both of them coincidentally turned their heads to look at Xue Wanlin, who was kneeling in the center. Xue Wanlin also knew that he definitely couldn't hide. Immediately, his eyes were scarlet as he stared at Chen Taixu in death. Bah! Spat out the blood froth drilled into his mouth. Fuming as if he was ruthless, he said, "Dog bastard, if you have the guts today, you can get me killed, but if you can't get me killed, I will get you killed." Chen Taixu shrugged his shoulders. "Little friend, don't move to get this killed and that killed. It's against the law, you know?" Snap. Before the words landed, Chen Taixu smashed a bottle directly on the back of his hand. Xue Wanlin immediately cried out in pain with a grimace. The other two couldn't help but tremble repeatedly, and the eyes that peeked at Chen Taixu were filled with horror and fear. At this moment, Chen Taixu, in their eyes, was no different from the devil. 1 second, he was smiling and speaking softly, but the next second, he was actually directly laying down a vicious hand. There was no hesitation, not to mention no retention. The two did not dare to have any more luck, hurriedly kowtowing and admitting their mistakes. "I'm sorry, big brother, we're wrong, we're really wrong. You, as an adult, let us go as if we were a fart. Big brother, please, spare us." Chen Taixu smiled faintly. This is meaningless. I still like how you guys were unruly before. The two people who were scared out of their wits kept kowtowing and admitting their mistakes. However, the look on Chen Taixu's face became more and more gloomy and cold. He raised 2 fingers at Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi hurriedly took out another cigar, cut and lit it, and handed it to him. "Little Cheng, open another bottle of good wine." A smile appeared on Li Qingyi's face as he licked his lips. "All right, big brother. I'll personally go fetch my collection." "You wait a moment." After saying that, Li Qingyi went out the door and left. As soon as he stepped out of the private room, Li Qingyi frowned in thought. While walking towards the office, he took out his cell phone and dialed his old man's number. Chen Taixu took a puff of his cigar and very provocatively blew smoke onto the faces of the three. Indifferently, he said, "Don't say I don't give you guys a chance. Now, immediately, right away, call and notify all of your connections backers that you can, and have them come and claim the people." Chapter 85, The Tranquility Before the Storm. Looking at the three of them, they looked at each other in disbelief but did nothing. Chen Taixu teased, "I advise that your movements had better be sharp. If we miss the diagnosis and treatment time, I'm afraid that Mordor beat Xue Wanlin's hand. I'm afraid that he really won't be able to keep it." Xue Wanlin looked at his right hand, which was bloody and could no longer be felt, and did not dare to hesitate any longer. Immediately, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and clumsily unlocked it with his left hand, then dialed a phone number. Seeing this, the other two also knew that the vicious thug in front of them did not seem to be joking with them. Also no longer hesitating, they took out their cell phones and dialed the home number. Once the several calls were dialed out, the entire Magic City was suddenly in an uproar. Tonight, not only Magic City, I'm afraid that even the capital city, which was more than 1,000 kilometers away, would not be peaceful. Longmu gave a wink to the team member beside him. The team members immediately understood, and exited the private room without realizing it. For this matter tonight, they had to consult their superiors. Not long after, the Dragon Guard team member who went out returned to the private room again without anyone noticing. Then they whispered a few words in Longwu's ear. A flash of shock crossed Longwu's cold face. Meaningfully, he glanced at Chen Taixu who was sitting on the sofa. He couldn't help but wonder, just who was this Chen Xiao? Why did the superiors attach such importance to him that it was unintelligible? The private room was very quiet, so quiet that a pin could be heard, and the atmosphere was naturally suppressed to the extreme. Everyone was waiting, waiting for a bigger figure to ascend the stage. Everyone was also clear that now was the final calm before the storm. Su Qingyan sneaked a look at Chen Taixu's side face. There was both doubt and curiosity on her delicate face, mixed with love and a strong sense of worry. As for her manager, Sister Hua, and actress Lin Eveningxiu, they were even more directly shocked and dumbfounded at this moment. It couldn't be said that they hadn't seen the world before, but this battle tonight, they had never really seen it before. At this moment, they could only secretly watch the situation, not even daring to breathe. Not long, Li Qingyi brought 2 bottles of foreign wine worth millions of dollars back to the box. While opening the wine, he said with a smile, "Brother, it's not that I'm blowing it with you, just these 2 bottles of wine. You can't find a third bottle in all of magic. I've been treasuring them for a long time, and I've never been able to drink them." The corners of Chen Taixu's mouth rose, revealing a smile. "Don't worry, brother will reimburse you." Li Qingyi pretended to be angry and said, "Brother, this is your fault. Reimbursement? Aren't you slapping my oldest brother's face? It was specially prepared for you, big brother." But before I could take it out, this happened. He poured wine as he spoke. "Ha!" Next to him, Shen Mubai immediately came over. "I've long been thinking about these 2 bottles of good wine of yours. He. Today this is a light from big brother and sister-in-law." Li Qingyi poured the wine and picked up a cup. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry for letting you encounter such a in my venue today. My fault. I'll punish myself with 3 cups. After saying that, he tilted his head and drank the full cup of wine, in one go. After drinking, without the slightest hesitation, he reached out and started pouring wine again. While pouring, he swore and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, this matter today, I, Li Qingyi, will definitely give you a perfect explanation." Then he was ready to pick up the wine cup and drink it all in one go, but Chen Taixu reached out and stopped him. Smiling, he teased, "Little Chang you have a lot of hard eyes, punishing yourself with 3 cups as soon as you arrive. Aren't you just trying to take the opportunity to drink a few more mouthfuls of good wine? Come on, it's just 2 bottles. If you go down with these 3 full cups and directly kill 1 bottle, what else are we going to drink?" How could the crowd not understand what Brother Taixu meant? Zhou Sanfat also hurriedly laughed and chimed in. "That's right, Brother Chang, you're also too unkind." Chapter 86, Engaging the Old Fox. The 4 brothers sat on the sofa, leisurely sipping wine. The 3 scumbags, on the other hand, were breathlessly kneeling on the ground, drooping their heads, not daring to breathe, fearful of where they hadn't done the right thing and angered this ferocious demon king in front of them again. At this time in their hearts, they are afraid to be clearer than anyone else, this time not only kick the iron plate, but also likely to be planted. Since others have dared to let themselves directly call backer, that he is obviously not the slightest fear of their own back. At this time they say do not regret is definitely false. Even the water of Magic City is not clear. Dare to come out to pretend to be domineering. Who can blame this? They also completely understand the meaning of the word color. If not unable to control their own lower body, how would this happen now? How would they, the government officials, have ended up in this situation of being humiliated and scolded at will? Just as the crowd was smoking cigars and sipping famous wines, a messy and hurried footsteps came from the corridor outside the private room. "Who the hell ate bear heart and leopard gall and dared to touch my Xue Doqiang's son?" Before the person arrived, the sound arrived first. The crowd also instantly understood why Xue Wanlin was so arrogant and domineering. It turns out that if there is a father, there must be a son. Even arrogance is inherited, right? Then they saw 3 middle-aged men wearing dark-colored jackets walk into the private room. They were followed by a group of uniformed JCs. As soon as they entered, they saw their son who was kneeling on the ground, his face covered in blood and miserable. Son, are you all right?" Seeing their miserable state, one of them rushed forward and asked with concern to check their son's condition. While asking with concern, they made gestures to help them up. In their eagerness, they didn't even have time to see the situation inside the private room clearly. Chen Taixu coldly said, trying to get up without saying hello, "Who allowed it?" Only then did the 3 of them raise their heads and survey the situation inside the private room. Young Li, when they saw Li Qingyi, a surprised expression appeared on their faces. Li Qingyi just smiled coldly. The 3 of them could all be old foxes. Otherwise how could they sit in high positions, including the initial preemptive strike at the beginning? It was likewise a deliberate move by Xue Dongqiang, trying to give the other party a downward spiral. However, things were clearly somewhat out of their expectations. The leader, Xue Dongqiang, smiled blandly and no longer cared about his own son who was kneeling on the ground. "Nephew of the Li family, why are you here? Worthy of being a cunning old man." He even changed his address. Li Qingyi sneered, "I wouldn't dare to be called that. Director Xue should call me by my first name." Upon hearing this, Xue Dongqiang, Zhang Qiming, and Lu Yuanda, the 3 high GS of Mordor, all raised their eyebrows in unison. With one sentence, they directly judged the current situation. Li Qingyi said indifferently, "This is my venue. Your sons are causing trouble in my place. Can I not come?" Xue Dongxiang said with a leathery smile. "Oh, is that so? I don't know where our family's brat has provoked my nephew, but to lay such a heavy hand on him? It's more or less inappropriate, isn't it?" Li Qingyi gently glanced at the trio. "Inappropriate? Drugged, assaulted, and attempted forced J. Your son is breaking the law. Besides, it's not me, Li Qingyi, that they're messing with. It's just a small clubhouse. Even if they smashed and burned it, what's it worth? For the sake of the three uncles, I, Li Qingyi, can't be bothered with them who don't know any better, can I? But, they shouldn't have messed with my brother. He. It's not that I don't give face to my uncles. Where would I, Li Qingyi, have such a great face, and where would I dare to be my brother's master?" Chapter 87, Helping Him Build Momentum. National Transportation Division. Snap. Director Chen Baoguo slapped his hand heavily on his desk. Looking at Deputy Director Zhou Jianjun, the corners of his mouth trembled slightly. Didn't his hand hurt? Good guts. Really good dog guts. Just finished saying that we have to increase our efforts to protect the god of wealth. It's only been a short while, and someone dares to start thinking about his girlfriend. This matter must be investigated clearly. There better be no one behind those three scums. If there is someone, I will peel off their skin. Watching him lash out, Deputy Director Zhou frowned, saying, "It shouldn't be so bad, right? This matter is probably just three government officials, simply trying to use their family's power for personal gain, right?" Chen Baoguo snorted coldly. "It better be so, if there really is collusion with forces outside the country." Humph. After thinking about it, he continued, "No, this matter must not be taken lightly." Deputy Director Zhou nodded. It was no wonder that they were winded and haywire. They could only say that during special times, there was no room for carelessness or chance. Do. Chen Baoguo's fingers kept tapping on the desktop. Check. Must give me a clear investigation. If I don't figure it out, I'm afraid I can't sleep well this sleep. The god of wealth has no power and no influence. Today is just the right day to help him build momentum and make a name for himself. I'd like to see, in the future, in Magic City, who dares to touch him. Chen Taixu. Deputy Director Zhou smiled and nodded. Quite good. Let the god of wealth be comfortable. Only then can we be comfortable. Only then can Zhu Xia be comfortable. Just in time. Tomorrow the 12th ranked knighthood will be online. And our star program is also online. I hope the god of fortune will give us a big surprise. He. Then, Secretary Chen picked up the phone on his desk and called. Magic City W Book J. Li Mingyu had only just hung up on his son Li Qingyi, while hesitating and wandering in his study. His cell phone rang again. Once he looked at the caller ID, he didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation and hurriedly answered the call. Chen Shui. I also just found out. Okay, Marshal Chen. After hanging up the phone, Li Mingyu's face had a complicated look, both shocked, puzzled, and surprised. Not daring to delay any longer, he immediately asked the driver to prepare the car. And right at this moment, a certain division headquarters in Magic City similarly received a call. Red Palace Clubhouse. Inside the private room, the three big leaders of Magic City's mind at the moment were not normally complicated. They placed their gazes on Chen Taixu, who had been sitting on the sofa with a big horse. It was only until now that they realized that the true and proper owner turned out to be this one. Moreover, from Li Qingyi's words, he had also heard it. This person, the head is not small. Xue Doqian's eyes narrowed as he asked with a leathery smile, "I don't know how to address you?" Chen Taixu took a puff of his cigar and picked up his crystal wineglass to take a sip of spirits. He had this paragon, but took it in full stride. Indifferently, he returned, "Chen." Upon hearing this, the three of them subconsciously glanced at each other, their eyes filled with astonishment. Xue Dongxiang instantly had a fawning smile on his face. So it's young Chen from the Chen family of the capital city. Disrespectful. Judging from the attitude displayed by Li Qingyi earlier, they took it for granted. Chen Taixu would only be from the regular Chen family. Otherwise, which other Chen would be able to make the top second generation of Magic City? So respectful and reverent? Of course, his words did not lack the intention of testing. How could Chen Taixu not know? The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a teasing smile. Temptation, right? Successful. I'll simply tell you the bottom directly. I'd like to see what you guys want to do once you know. Chapter 88, Confrontation with Guns. Chen Taixu looked at the trio with interest. Shrugging his shoulders, he said sincerely, "I'm not a member of any capital city Chen family. Might as well be blunt. I don't have any power. I'm not a big shot, but I just have a bit of stinking money." The moment these words came out, the pupils of Xue Doqian's three people suddenly dilated. Of course, they remained skeptical of what Chen Taixu said. Xue Dongqiang and Zhang Qiming, as well as Lu Yuanda glanced at each other. And then, Lu Yuanda raised his eyebrows and slowly said, "Surname Chen, right? I didn't see it. You're quite ruthless at a young age." Chen Taixu gave a disdainful sneer. "Daring to bare your teeth and claws to my daughter-in-law, and you dare to use underhanded means. This nasty thing, in the past, he designated that he didn't do it too much, right? It only took 2 bottles in one of his hands. How far has this come? Since you can't discipline him, Mr. Chen, will do it for you. If they don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I don't mind helping them with a simple and brutal sterilization surgery, completely cutting off their roots of worry, and in the future, they will be able to cause less calamity for you guys as well." "No?" Chen Taixu's arrogant and provocative words completely tore through their disguise. With the status and position of the 3 of them, how had they ever been subjected to such provocations and invisible insults? Although they had only parachuted into Magic City not long ago, but with their status and position, coupled with the background of the relationship behind them, even Li Mingyu had to be polite when talking to them. Everyone is on the surface of the people, can come to this point, who is not behind the back of the mountain but now a powerless rash, even rode to their head. This can be tolerated? Snap! Zhang Qiming slapped hard on the white jade stone desktop coffee table. With a mischievous and hateful expression, he stared angrily at Chen Taixu. "Is there still a king's law? Is there any law? Maliciously injuring and maiming someone. Not only do you have no remorse, but you still have the audacity to speak up even now. Do you think that just because you have $2 stinking, you can really do whatever you want? Dare to treat the law like nothing?" Righteously speaking, a righteous lesson was given. At the same time, it also directly and unilaterally characterized this incident. Then Zhang Qiming turned his head to Shui Dongqiang. "Bureau Shui, such an arrogant and cocky criminal lawbreaker must be allowed to receive the sanction of the law." Shui Dongqiang smiled faintly and nodded. "Not bad. We must not condone any violent criminal who challenges the majesty of the law." Shui Dongqiang directly said to the JC behind him, "What are you waiting for? Cuff him to me, bring him back to the bureau for a good interrogation, and record the entire process of his violent crime." As the words landed, the 10 or so JCs behind him took out their weapons and came forward, ready to carry out the order. Long Wu and a group of dragon guards stood directly in front of Chen Taixu. Glancing at them, he said in an icy tone, "Who dares to move? Resist arrest?" Shui Dongqiang said 2 simple words, and although he didn't say much, the dozen or so JCs pulled out their pistols in unison in the next second. The dragon guards didn't dare to show weakness either, and similarly took out their weapons and aimed them, confronting each other with guns. For a moment, the atmosphere in the private room was tense to the extreme. Everyone didn't dare to breathe, fearing that the guns would go off. Not only was Shui Dongqiang not afraid, but he was pleasantly surprised. This time, it directly confirmed their guilt. Oof, truly a group of outlaws who are desperate for their lives, even hiding firearms. I advise you all to put down your weapons as soon as possible. Surrender and confess. You won't be able to escape. Chapter 89. Big figures arrive one after another. Ha ha, laughed out Chen Taixu. Disappointed, he shook his head. "I thought that anyone who could sit in such a high position as you all have today, if not an old fox, then they were by no means stupid. But you guys, you really made me laugh at your stupidity. This is the 21st century, a society of law and order, and they were able to pull out their guns right up front and even in front of you guys, and pointed at you guys with great disdain. It can't be that they really think that we are bold outlaws, right?" Chen Taixu looked at the 3 with interest, and Long Wu also stared at them with cold eyes. Coldly, he said, "You guys are so bold. Not only do you dare to obstruct or even sabotage our mission, you also dare to point a gun at us. What do you 3 want? You guys don't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter right now. I now have a reasonable suspicion that you guys are suspected of collaborating with the enemy and betraying the G. Shui Dongqiang, Zhang Qiming, and Lu Yuanda were instantly confused and dumbfounded. The 3 of them looked at each other in shock. Suspicion of collaborating with the enemy and betraying the G? Nima, has it risen to this level? Have things gotten this serious? Shui Dongqiang's eyebrows jumped straight up as he took a deep breath to settle his mind. He looked at Long Wu, who was confronting him with a gun, and Chen Taixu, who was leisurely and blandly sitting on the sofa drinking wine and sipping cigars. With a gloomy expression, he asked, "Who exactly are you people?" Long Wu pulled out a small red book from the inner pocket of his suit and threw it directly into his face. "Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look." Shui Dongqiang hurriedly caught the red document, and the other 2 also hurriedly stretched their heads over, carefully flipping it open to take a look. They were instantly dumbstruck. The look of horror also instantly spread to their entire faces. At this moment, they couldn't wait to give themselves 2 big slaps. All day long, they have been pecked out by the eagle. People say what they believe, right? Where did the usual eye power go? There are so many South Central H Dragon Guard protection, And how can it really be powerless people? This absolutely Big Brother level characters out of sight. This time is really out of sight. Shwe Dongqiang hurriedly smiled and handed the documents in his hand back to Longwu with both hands. Misunderstanding. This is definitely a misunderstanding. After he finished smiling playfully, he then hurriedly ordered to a group of subordinates. Why don't you hurry and put down your guns? They are all your own people. Your own people. More than a dozen JCs. All of a sudden, were dumbfounded. Just now, they were still in a state of tension. But now how did they become their own people? Not waiting for them to collect their guns, the corridor once again came a messy footsteps. When the people walked into the private room, it was Li Mingyu and a group of City W Haiguan, as well as the disciplinary inspection. Dad, you guys are here? Li Qingyi hurriedly got up to welcome them. Li Mingyu glanced at the situation in the private room. Instead of ignoring him, he directly asked, Chen Taixu, where is Mr. Chen? Li Qingyi immediately introduced. Dad, this is my big brother. Li Mingyu hastily stretched out his hands and said with a smile, Young Chen, how are you? How are you? I'm Magic City W Book J Li Mingyu. Chen Taixu glanced at him suspiciously. However, his hand movements were not slow, and he hurriedly got up to shake hands and said, Hello, Book J Li. Immediately afterward, the executives who accompanied him together also came forward, warmly introducing themselves and greeting each other. It was as if they wanted to brush their faces in front of Chen Taixu. Chen Taixu glanced suspiciously at his good brother Cheng. Qingyi shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands, indicating that he wasn't really sure what was going on. But Shwe Dongqiang and the three of them, as soon as they took a look at the battle, they knew it was over. Chapter 90, another heavyweight makes an appearance. All of the top management of Magic City W, and the disciplinary inspection also followed along. The key to all of them are polite to their own eyesight of the rash youth cannot. It is not too much to say that it is fawning to please if up to now, they all thought that this young man wearing an undershirt and shorts flip-flops. If they still thought that this young man in a vest and shorts and flip-flops was just a rich man with no power and no influence, then they would be really fussy. However, the truth was that Chen Taixu had not lied. What he said was true. He just had money and bucket coins. How come no one believed it? Li Mingyu said with conviction, Young Chen, don't worry, leave the next matter to us. We'll definitely give you a satisfactory reply and explanation. Chen Taixu was about to speak, but the sound of footsteps came from the corridor again and again. However, this time was different from the previous two times. This time, the footsteps were neat and resonant, without the slightest bit of disorganization. When the person appeared at the entrance of the private room, everyone came to a sudden realization. However, one by one, they were even more shocked beyond measure. Oh, good guy, what a hustle and bustle. What? Are all of your City Ws so boisterous and unruly now that they don't care about the rules? Running to a nightclub to party with such fanfare? Not afraid of being impeached? As soon as Li Mingyu saw the visitor, he immediately frowned. General Song, what brings you here? The rough and cold Song Baiching didn't bother with him, but instead waved his big hand. In the next moment, a group of heavily armed special warriors burst into the already crowded private room. In an instant, the private room was surrounded. Song Baiching swept a glance at the private room, and finally his gaze landed on Chen Taixu's body. He straightly pushed aside the crowd standing in front of him and came straight to Chen Taixu. Brother Chen. Song Baiching's rigid and cold face unexpectedly revealed a smile. Good fellow, is it appropriate for you, a 40 to 50-year-old man, to call someone brother? Chen Taixu was equally confused. Were all these big shots too idle to have a pain in the ass? Running to a nightclub to call themselves brothers? Which part of the process isn't right? The big leaders of the cities W have gathered, and now even the troops have been mobilized. What's going on here? At this time, the Red Palace was already a mess. Shwe Dongqiang's three stood frozen in place. They were like deflated leather balls, breathless. At this moment, they couldn't wait to beat the three little brats kneeling on the ground to death. What kind of gods did this bastard provoke? Look, this came to give him support. Can all is stomping a foot magic all have to tremble three big people? It's over. It's over. Not only can't even protect their own son, they are now even more muddy bodhisattva over the river. Difficult to protect themselves, but now only no regret. Do not think it is too late. If you don't know how to educate your son, someone else will do it for you sooner or later. After greeting Chen Taixu politely, Song Baiching looked at Long Wu and patted his shoulder. Relievedly, he said, good job, didn't disgrace our soldiers. After saying this, he looked at the crowd of JCs who had not yet had time to put away their guns. He said aggressively, what do you want to do? Want to revolt, right? Get lost, all of you get lost. Although he had a frighteningly high title, a lot of power, and a lot of momentum, he was ultimately not a system. The person in charge had to look at Li Mingyu at this moment. As for the immediate leader Shwe Dongqiang, did it even matter now? Li Mingyu gave a wink to the deputy bureau beside him. The deputy bureau understood. You, all of you, get out of here. After saying that, he led them out of the private room. As for what kind of punishment they would receive, Chen Taixu was not very concerned. Since they had done the wrong thing and stood on the wrong side, they would have to bear the consequences. Song Baicheng pointed at the three magistrates kneeling on the ground. Full of disdain, he said, Brother Chen, these three fellows, old brother, I will take them away. Their matter, it might not be that simple. Chen Taixu's pupils dilated and his heart was shocked. To be able to make them personally come out to mention someone, then the matter really wasn't simple. As for how these three scumbags would end up, it could also be imagined. P.S. Thank you for the gifts from the big brothers, and thank you for the support from the big brothers on the list. Chapter 91, Is there really a suspicion of collaborating with the enemy to betray the G? Chen Taixu raised his eyebrows as he asked with great curiosity. Old brother Song, these three guys, what have they committed? Although he didn't know why people would give special face to them, nor did he know why they would hold themselves in high esteem, but this didn't seem to prevent him from borrowing the slope and hitting the snake on the stick. Song Baicheng looked at him with some doubt. What is the offense? You are the party, you are not clear? Tonight is so prosperous. You do not know? Although puzzled, but he also obeyed the military orders. Should not ask, never ask more. Smiling, he said, we suspect that the three of them are suspected of collaborating with the enemy to rebel against the G. Good fellow. So what Long Wu said before wasn't a bluff? With these words, everyone in the private room was shocked. The three scumbags kneeling on the ground were instantly scared pale, scared out of their wits. They hurriedly called out urgently with 7 mouths, wrongfully accused, wrongfully accused. We swear to heaven that we absolutely did not betray our ancestral Sumerian people, although we are usually arrogant and domineering, and we have done a lot of evil, but we have a sincere heart that will always be towards Zuxia. General, it's really unjust. We were just drugging and preparing to plot against the three of them. Even if we say that we attempted to force AJ, but collaborating with the enemy and rebelling against the G, it definitely doesn't exist. They were telling the truth. Even if they admitted to the previous charges, it was just a matter of imprisonment. But if they were to admit to the crime of collaborating with the enemy and betraying the G, then they would have to eat peanuts. At this point, were they still dare to hide? They still know what is more important. Their old man also continuously defended them at this time. Secretary, General, we dare to guarantee with our lives that these three brats absolutely do not have the ability and guts to collaborate with the enemy and betray the G. Even if it was difficult for them to protect themselves, they had to come forward. After all, this charge would affect more than just themselves. If it was really realized, it would affect the entire family, as well as their future lives. If the power and money are gone, then it's gone, and they'll admit to eating a few years in jail. Song Baicheng glanced at them with sharp and cold eyes, full of majesty. He said, what exactly is going on? When we bring them back for interrogation, naturally everything will be clear. After saying that, he stopped paying attention to them and looked at Chen Taixu with a smile. Chen, old brother, let's brother and sister still leave a contact information. In the future there will be time for old brother to find you for a drink. If something happens, just give old brother a call as well. Chen Taixu naturally would not refuse such a good thing, and immediately left their contact information with each other. Song Baicheng nodded with satisfaction and happiness, saying, older brother, since there's nothing to do, then older brother will leave first. The upper echelon is still waiting for the results of the interrogation. Chen Taixu was shocked again in his heart. Take them with you. Go! The three scummy magistrates, like dead dogs, were directly dragged away by the warriors. Older brother, remember to contact each other often when you have time. Older brother, I'll leave first. After sending away this group of vicious killing gods, the private room was suddenly quite empty. Li Mingyu certainly knew why Song Baicheng had come. It seemed that Marshal Chen had not just given himself orders alone. He stole a glance at Chen Taixu out of the corner of his eye, while his heart set off shocking waves. He couldn't help but feel deeply puzzled. This Chen Shao, just where was this divine immortal? How could he make the higher-ups pay so much attention to him? Not only did he have an entire squad of dragon guards close by to protect him, he also had himself as well as Song Baicheng personally come to stand up for him. Even if it was the illegitimate son of the state lord, it would be impossible to have such a big battle, right? Can't figure it out. Indeed can't figure it out. But it didn't matter. He glanced at his good oldest son next to Chen Shao and smiled with both satisfaction and relief. Based on his good oldest child's relationship with Chen Shao, how could that be a bad thing? Li Mingyu's face was all smiles at this point. Chapter 92 Reverie's Infinite Identity. Li Mingyu lightly glanced at the three people who stood in place dumbfounded like puppets. Shaking his head, he said, comrades from the discipline inspection, take them away and scrutinize them severely. Don't wrongly accuse them, but they must not be appeased either. He then turned his head to Chen Taixu and smiled. Chen Xiao, we still have aftermath work to deal with, so we won't bother you too much. Chen Taixu once again shook hands with a group of senior City W officials before politely saying, I'm grateful to all of you. I also didn't expect that because of this matter, I would have alarmed all of you and labored. Li Mingyu smiled and shook his head. Young Chen is polite. It's because we didn't do our job well that caused this kind of thing to happen. After exchanging polite pleasantries again, Chen Taixu personally sent them away. Before leaving, Li Mingyu also repeatedly urged Li Qingyi to treat Xiao Chen well. After the people in the private room were sent away, Chen Taixu let out a long sigh of relief with a tired heart. Dealing with these big shots was too tiring. Now in the private room, the only ones left were the four brothers and Su Tianho, as well as the agent, Sister Flower, and the first-tier actor, Lin Evening Chiu. Dragon 5 and a bunch of other dragon guards had also guarded the outside of the private room. Sister Hua and Lin Evening Chiu peeked at Chen Taixu with very complicated eyes. There was awe, joy, excitement, gratitude, and fear. As for the three dog friends, they were deeply shocked. Early on, they knew that Big Brother's identity was extraordinary, but they didn't expect it to be so great. Especially Li Qingyi was even more astonished. Don't look at his own old man who was usually gentle and humble, treating people easily, but how proud and pretentious he was in his bones. Li Qingyi quite understood. However, today, his performance was a shock to Li Qingyi. Bone revealed where is still arrogant and arrogant, clearly is flattering to please Ah. This is the first time he has seen his father in such a posture. To know, in the past, his father had never been so humble even when he was receiving the B-class bigwigs who were on tour in the capital. As a result, Li Qingyi's eyes now looked at Chen Taixu with some reverence. It was no longer as casual as before. As for Shin Mubai and Zhou Sanfat, there was even less to say. Chen Taixu glanced at them who were silent and looked slightly complicated. Smiling, he said, What's wrong? None of you are speaking? And why do you guys have this look on your faces? Qingyi let out a bitter smile and swallowed. Brother, no, young Chen, you. Chen Taixu immediately frowned straight away when he heard him address himself. Directly and roughly, he interrupted. How many meanings? You said that you would be my oldest brother and follow me around, but now you don't want to recognize me as your brother? Ah, all three of them exclaimed in surprise. Chen Taixu glared at them without any good reason. Ah my ass, they are all buddy brothers. Don't have any extra thoughts, okay? The three who were at a loss for words looked at each other in disbelief, then looked at each other and smiled. In unison, they shouted, Brother. Only then did Chen Taixu nod his head in satisfaction. That's more or less the same. Shen Mubai suddenly revealed a look of wanting to speak. It was very tempting to say something, but all that could be seen was the wriggling of his lips, and he was not seen to make a sound. This squirming look of his was naturally caught in Chen Taixu's eyes. Without any good humor, he said, Xiaobaya, if you have something to say, just say it. Look at you, squirming like a woman. I am anxious for you. Have a fart hurry to put. Hey, Shen Mubai smiled sarcastically, scratching his head, hesitating again and again. He still asked with incomparable curiosity, Brother Ah, you, what exactly is your identity Ah? Can you tell us more or less? You're so scary, we really don't have a clue. Chapter 93, I make friends without looking at his status and position. As soon as Shin Mubai's words landed on the ground, everyone in the private room looked at Chen Taixu unanimously. One by one, their eyes were wide open and their ears were stretched out, fearing that they had missed something. Chen Taixu smiled faintly and shook his head, very pretentiously. He said, Does it matter? I make friends and brothers, and I only look at whether or not he is to my liking. As for status, Chen Taixu shook his head once again. I don't care at all, because it's impossible for him to be richer than me and have a more exalted status than me. Understand? Only he knew that he was actually just prevaricating perfunctorily and pretending in the meantime. Money, no one may have more than him, but this is also in the near future. However, he didn't even know what was going on with his status. As if overnight, he suddenly became a national treasure. How would he know? He now can be more powerful than the national treasurate. The rise of Zhu Xia is closely related to him. However, his pretentious words, everyone here did not question it in the slightest, but instead believed in what he said. Even if Chen Taixu had told the truth, they definitely wouldn't have believed it. What about the fuss? On the stage where the big shots of Magic City gathered to stand tonight. You're telling me that you're just an ordinary person with a little bit of stinking money? Do you think we are stupid and have no brains? Chen Taixu was very helpless. To tell the truth, you not only do not believe, but also said that I am insulting your intelligence. What can he do? He can only be vague and let you guys think and guess for yourselves. Brother, from now on you are my own brother. The three guys immediately shamelessly stated their positions. Kissing brother, from now on, you must bring us to pretend and fly with us. Brother, you are our thighs. we will absolutely die hugging and not letting go. He. Chen Taixu didn't have the good sense to laugh and scolded. Roll. Then the three guys actually hit their ideas towards Su Qingyan again. Zhou Sanfat laughed nervously and rubbed his hands together, his eyes glowing as he stared at Su Tianho. Pa! Li Qingyi slapped him directly on his big head. Without good humor, she said, what are you looking at blindly? Chao's men's syndrome offended? Look at this lewd expression on your face. You want to die, don't you? Zhou Sanfat explained aggrievedly. Brother Cheng, don't slander people. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm actually a brainwashed fan of my sister-in-law. I've swiped through every one of my sister-in-law's movies at least 3 times. Then he fawned and said to Su Qingyan, sister-in-law, can you give me an autograph? Su Qingyan was slightly stunned. Then she smiled and said back, of course there's no problem. The agent at the side was also eye-catching, and hurriedly fished out an autograph pen from his accompanying satchel and handed it to her. Zhou Sanfat was instantly overjoyed and directly lifted up his suit jacket, revealing the white shirt inside. Arching his back, sister-in-law, sign on my back, sign directly on the clothes. Chen Taixu cried and laughed. Not 3 fatty, are you as far as that? As for 3 fatty nodded his head repeatedly. Big brother you don't understand the excitement of a brain-damaged fan, seeing his idol. After waiting for the signatures, 3 fatty's eyes dripped. He asked, sister-in-law, why don't you make a movie now? The movie you made, I can enjoy watching it. It has connotation, depth, and it's also very literary. Su Qingyan guffawed. Recently, I'm preparing to start shooting. The reason why I came here to socialize tonight is for the film filing, the matter of the shooting permit. It was then that the crowd came to a realization. Zhang Donglian's old man, Zhang Qiming, was precisely in charge of this area. No wonder.